Table of Content Chapter 1. Have I mentioned lately how much I hate the cold? Yes, Master, you have. About 2 minutes ago, actually. Now would you please stop talking and save your breath for running? Simon O'Toole, former middle-aged IT specialist and now young wizard, was pelting across a barren, frozen lake, his feet slipping and sliding under him as he tried to move with as much speed as he could and not land flat on his face. On either side of him ran his two companions, neither more than a foot tall, an earth elemental named Kronk and an air elemental called Ares. Ares was actually floating at shoulder height while Kronk's little legs were moving so quickly that they were only a blur. His rocky feet on the ice sounded like a tap dancer in a foot race. The lake stretched out for miles in all directions under an icy blue sky, and a bitter wind blew across it from the west, to the left of the little group. Simon was bundled up in a heavy, ankle-length coat lined with fur, but he had it open to the waist as sweat rolled down his face, stinging his eyes even in the sub-zero temperatures. He was gasping for breath, the air so cold that it burned his lungs, and his run had turned into a stagger. The wizard finally slid to a stop and bent over, grasping his knees and sucking in great lungfuls of air. Sweat dripped from his face and pattered to the blue-black ice. Kronk skittered and tripped and then ran back to look up at the wizard. Master, we must keep moving. There is no cover here. If the dragons return, you will be exposed. Ares floated back to them and stared at Simon with a deep frown. He's right, you know. Without your staff, your spells aren't powerful enough to do much harm to even a lesser dragon, especially not the whites in their natural environment. Simon began to speak and then just held up a hand weakly as he tried to catch his breath and slow his racing heart. I know that, he finally managed to gasp. But you two don't need to breathe. I do. Running won't do me any good if I have a frigging heart attack, now will it? Finally, his breathing slowed down enough for him to begin moving again, slowly. Are we still heading in the right direction? Kronk pointed ahead. Yes, Master. The closest shore is that way. I can feel it. Beyond, the land rises and twists into hills and low mountains. There is a cave there that runs deep. Simon picked up the pace a bit at these encouraging words. And you're sure that there's a connection from that cave to a dwarven tunnel? I can feel it, Master, Kronk repeated patiently. The wizard glanced at Ares, who shrugged. If our earthen friend says he can feel it, then he can. That is his power, after all. Kronk gave the air elemental a little smile of appreciation and Simon nodded. Okay, he said. Good. Now we just have to get there in one piece, . He let Kronk take the lead and Simon and Ares followed closely behind him. As much as I dislike the thing, I'd feel better if you still had that cursed staff, the air elemental said. I told you not to depend on that weapon too much, but you didn't listen. Now see where we are. Simon snorted. Constantly saying I told you so isn't exactly helpful, you know. Bene Dungal was a useful tool. Besides, aren't you the one who told me that all of the best wizards used staves back in the old days? He looked over at Ares who was frowning. The elemental nodded reluctantly. That's true. But their weapons weren't semi-intelligent the way yours is. Was. And I don't remember them storing spells on their staves either. That was both the blessing and the curse of that staff, I suppose. The wizard moved forward slowly but steadily and watched the icy surface under his feet. It bought us the time we needed to get away, he said with a touch of sadness. I know that it was just a staff, but I almost feel like I've lost a friend today. And that isn't very healthy, my dear wizard, Ares said with a sideways look at Simon. He didn't answer, just thought about the ill-timed meeting with the white dragon with regret. He'd had no choice but to use Bene Dungal the way he had. And, as always, the staff had not let him down. But now he had only himself, his spellbook and his wits left to defeat untold numbers of dragons. Simon looked at his companions and smiled a bit. And the elementals, of course. The best pace the wizard could manage after his extended headlong run was a jog and he kept it up as well as he could as they made their way across the bleak landscape. Behind them, there was still no sign of pursuit, but he listened closely for the sound of flapping wings or roars of rage. As the three of them retreated from danger, Simon bitterly recalled the circumstances that had brought them to this desperate situation. It had been 6 months, give or take, since he had defeated the primal green dragon. Tricked was actually the more accurate term. It still didn't sit well with Simon that he'd had to lure the dragon into a trap and use its own weapons against it. But he had been desperate. The green dragon's chlorine breath was deadly and he simply could not be sure that his own magical shield would completely block that foul gas in battle. So he had baited the great WIRM into attacking him at his tower and then had closed the tower's defensive wards with the dragon inside, cutting off all air and making the beast breathe its own chlorine breath, gas that was deadly even to itself. That had been last summer. Since then, Simon had been working hard, doing research on the last 3 primal dragons, trying to increase his own magical skills and seeking allies out in the world. And he had found them. Using his magic mirror spell, the wizard had discovered changed humans like himself in and around several of the former major cities of the world. In London, Hong Kong, Sydney, and Moscow, there were small groups of changelings who could directly use the magic that now permeated the new earth. A brother and sister who had changed into mages lived in London, along with a dozen or so warriors. In Hong Kong, 2 women, enchanters, were trying to protect a colony of survivors. They were quite powerful and it had taken weeks to convince them to meet with Simon face to face. A group of about 20 changelings, some from Australia, some from New Zealand, were living on the shores of the sea near the ruins of Sydney. No wizards, but a mage, a witch, and a cleric led the group. They were all in good spirits and optimistic, and very pleased when Simon reached out to them to tell them that he was on the trail of the primal dragons. And finally, there were the survivors in Moscow. Simon slipped on the ice of the lake and slowed his pace, moving more carefully as he recalled the events of the last few days. Kronk looked back over his shoulder and the wizard gave him a reassuring smile and motioned for him to continue. The little guy nodded and Simon went back to his bitter thoughts. Moscow. What had he been thinking when he decided to meet the woman in Moscow? You were desperate, Simon, his inner voice told him. You were offered aid against the primal white dragon and you jumped at the chance. Yeah, the wizard thought darkly. I was desperate. But also arrogant. Believing in his own powers and magical strength, he'd gotten careless. And now Simon might have to pay the price for that with his life. He had sent out a large group of air elementals similar to Ares to search the world for survivors of the dragon's attacks. That was how they had discovered the small groups that had been fighting to adapt to the new reality of life after technology. Simon was sure that there were other pockets of humanity around the world, but he had concentrated on the ruins of the great cities as a place to start. The last of the elementals to report back had come from the former country of Russia. The air elemental had told the wizard that a handful of changelings were hiding and fighting back against the white dragons that had claimed Russia and the rest of northern Europe as their own. The primal white dragon had originally destroyed, not only Moscow, but the rest of the Russian cities as well and then had retreated to the far north, leaving its servants to clear out the remnants of humanity. They had been very efficient. I searched all of the cities in that former country, Sir Wizard, the elemental had told Simon. It had taken the scout more than 2 months to complete its task. I found no other survivors except for a half-dozen on the edge of Moscow. The Russians were led by a woman and the scout confirmed that the leader was a paladin, a warrior blessed by the old gods of light. She had powers of some sort? Simon had asked excitedly. Indeed she does. I saw her lay her hands on one of her followers who had been injured in a fall. The bones knit and the skin closed while I watched. It was impressive, I would say. And this paladin wants to meet me? Yes, Sir Wizard. The elemental had drawn an amazing likeness of the leader of the survivors and presented it to Simon. Her name is Liliana. She will receive your call if and when you wish to contact her. The wizard had thanked the scout for the fine work and released it back to the realm of air. He had immediately used the magic mirror spell to call the paladin and had been impressed by her sense of purpose and authority. Liliana confirmed that she and her little band were striking back at the white dragons when and where they could, but needed all the help that they could get. Simon had arranged for a meeting and received the coordinates for a spot on the northern edge of Moscow where he could use the gate spell to transport himself, Kronk and Ares. Unfortunately, when they'd arrived, it had proven to be a trap. Simon spotted a dark line ahead, rising out of the lake like a mirage. It pulled him out of his bitter memories. Is that the shoreline, Crank? He called weakly. Yes, I believe so, Master, the little guy said over his shoulder. We should be there in a few minutes. Good, Ares said with some relief. Then we can find you some cover, my dear wizard. Simon's answer was cut off by a distant, echoing cry from far behind them. It reverberated across the frozen lake and sent a shiver up his spine. Dragons, Master, Kronk said, stating the obvious. Yes, thank you, Ares replied dryly. We never would have figured that out. The little earthen gave him a sour look and turned back to continue leading their retreat. I still don't believe that the paladin and her people set you up, Simon, Ares told him as he floated along beside the wizard. It is quite possible that they were followed to the meeting place and driven off before we arrived. Simon sighed with what little breath he had left. He wanted to believe that. He really did. But when the gate had dropped them knee-deep in crusty snow and a lesser dragon had swooped to attack, it had certainly felt like a setup. Thankfully he had reached a point in his magical development where casting a shield spell was now almost a reflex. He had cast it without thinking as a blast of freezing air pounded down from above and blew Simon off his feet. The elementals went flying. Kronk skittered across the frozen ground like a hockey puck on ice, and Ares shot away as if he'd been hit by a truck. Neither of them was hurt, fortunately, and recovered quickly enough to get back inside the wizard's shield before the dragon banked around for a second pass. The beast had been a pure, blinding white, scales reflecting like mirrors in the bright winter sunlight. 50 feet in length, the dragon was horned and fanged, and altogether a creature out of legend. It was also furious and bellowed in rage as its breath was reflected by Simon's shield. "Move, master!" Kronk had screamed. "It is going to smash you!" The dragon was arrowing out of the sapphire sky and looked like it was indeed going to slam straight down into the wizard. Simon knew that his shield couldn't stand up to such a tremendous blow and looked around frantically for some sort of shelter. The area that they had gated into, on the outskirts of Moscow, was surrounded by the ruins of old office buildings and warehouses. Gutted by fire and frozen in the bitter winter, they loomed like the skeletal remains of dinosaurs, twisted and grotesque. The wizard had spotted the twisted open doors of an old loading dock. The darkness inside offered at least temporary shelter, and he took off running, calling for the elementals to follow him. He leaped into the cavernous building just as the ground convulsed with the impact of the dragon's landing. Another blast of sub-zero breath shuddered the air behind him as Simon ducked to the right and rolled into cover. A decrepit iron staircase hung drunkenly against a far wall, and he pounded up it, trying to stay upright as it swayed alarmingly under his feet, squealing like an injured animal. Kronk and Ares were hot on his heels, the earth elemental's tiny stone feet ringing on the metal steps as they reached the second floor of the warehouse. It was dark and still in the depths of the building. Mysterious machinery and abandoned packing crates were scattered randomly in Simon's path, and he had to creep cautiously around these barriers to avoid making any noise. Above him, the corrugated metal ceiling was warped with extreme cold, and a huge icicle, 6 feet long and razor-sharp, hung threateningly from a hole that had been smashed through it. The walls and floor were covered with frost and patches of glittering ice, making movement difficult and treacherous. Simon crept slowly in the semi-darkness, searching for cover. From outside, the sounds of the dragon's rage had faded away, and the wizard had the uncomfortable feeling that the beast was listening closely, trying to discern his location so that it could tear through the walls of the building to rip him apart. He crouched down behind a heavy press of some kind and gestured for the elementals to huddle up close. "I think it's waiting for us to make some noise," he whispered to them. Kronk nodded silently, his red eyes wide. Ares hovered next to Simon's head and glanced past the wizard in the direction of the dragon's location. "I think you're right," he muttered. "Any suggestions on our next move?" The wizard slipped Bene Dungal off of his back and gripped it tightly in his gloved hand. Even wearing his thick, fur-lined coat and gloves, the cold was quickly seeping into his body, and Simon began to shudder with the chill. "I'm not sure," he replied softly. "Why isn't that thing tearing this place apart? It's a big building, but it couldn't stand for long against a dragon." Kronk looked around and pointed at several parts of the room. "This entire building is made of metal, master. It is dense and frozen. Even a dragon could be injured forcing its way into this place, perhaps mortally wounded." Simon nodded as he looked at the thick steel beams that crisscrossed the ceiling. "Good point. I wonder what they made here, back in the day." Ares snorted softly. "Something dangerous, I would guess. Perhaps weapons of some sort?" The wizard crept over to the nearest pile of cardboard boxes and peered into one. It was empty and unmarked, giving no hint as to what it had been meant to hold. "Whatever," he muttered. "But now we're at an impasse. We can't leave and the dragon can't reach us. Maybe I should just gate us home and try to figure out what happened." Kronk nodded vigorously, but Ares' expression was doubtful. "What?" Simon asked him. "I just thought that we should try to find out what happened to the paladin and her people. They aren't here, obviously. They might be injured and need help, if they survived at all. The wizard sucked on his lower lip and stroked his staff unconsciously. There was still nothing but silence from outside. "Or they set us up," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "We arrived and were immediately attacked. What are the odds that a random dragon was just flying overhead as we gated in? Slim, I would say." Kronk was watching the two of them silently, but became thoughtful at Simon's statement. "It is possible, master, but I would hate to think that. A paladin would never ally with the dragons. They are evil, pure and simple, while a paladin is sworn to light and goodness." "Unless she was perverted by the dark gods," Ares said ominously. "Who knows what's been going on in this desolate place over the last 4 years?" Simon began to speak but was cut off by a high-pitched, screeching cry. It echoed and shivered in the frigid air around them and reminded the wizard of claws grating across metal. "What the hell was that?" he whispered frantically. "It sounded like a summons, master," Kronk said. "A summons?" Oh, wonderful, Ares replied with his usual sarcasm. Maybe Simon's right. Get out and rethink this whole thing. Hang on, the wizard hissed, holding up a hand. He frowned as the air in the room suddenly became even colder. He could actually hear the frost on the walls snapping and cracking and watched with a stab of fear as it thickened and spread, creeping like a living thing up to the ceiling and down to flow across the floor. What the hell is going on? He whispered, his tongue tripping on his words as his shivers became more violent. Master? Kronk reached up and touched the stiff sleeve of the wizard's coat. You are shaking badly. Ares watched Simon with sudden alarm. We have to get out of here, he told them. The dragon is doing something, lowering the temperature. Our dear wizard will not survive for long in this place. Simon was having trouble thinking, his body racked with increasingly violent shudders. But through the cold, a sudden idea popped into his mind and stopped him from casting his gate spell. I know what it's doing, he gasped, his lips numb with cold. It wants me to try to cast something. Dragons can sense magic. If... He dropped Bene Dungal and rubbed his face with his gloves for a moment, trying to warm it. If I cast anything, it will smash through the walls and crush all of us. There was a moment of silence as the elementals absorbed this idea. Simon picked up his staff again as he waited for any suggestions from his friends. By the four winds, Ares said with a touch of despair. You're right. That's exactly what it's doing. He rose up toward the ceiling, quickly scanned the room and then dropped down again. Over there, he pointed toward a far corner. There's another door. Perhaps we can put enough distance between ourselves and that cursed beast to give you time to cast a gate spell. Simon nodded convulsively. Okay, let's go. Anything's better than hiding here until I freeze to death. Ares, you lead. Right. Follow me. Quietly, he added with emphasis. The air elemental floated slowly forward, weaving carefully around the machinery and scattered crates in the room. Simon and Kronk followed, with the wizard trying not to slip on the ice-covered floor. Kronk's rocky feet seemed to get a decent grip on the slippery surface and he moved next to Simon, watching him anxiously. The painfully slow progress of the three meant it took them a few minutes to cross the large warehouse floor, but they finally reached the far door. Simon shoved the thick metal door and winced as the frozen hinges squealed in the still air. Damn it, he whispered. The door opened far enough for him to squeeze through and the elementals followed him. The next room was even larger than the last. Simon looked around and noticed long assembly lines with dozens of boxes scattered all over the place. Whatever had been built in this plant had been put together in this room. The frost covering the floor and the walls was even thicker in here and his footsteps crunched loudly as he slowly moved toward some heavy machine and crouched down in its shadow. Is there another way out of here? He asked Ares as he slipped Bene Dungal over his shoulder and began rubbing his arms to try to warm them. I'll check, the air elemental replied and floated off silently. In the silence of the room, Simon could hear his own heart beating, throbbing in his ears. A reddish pulse flashed across his vision at each beat and he realized that he was probably as frightened as he had ever been in his life. Master, Kronk began. You have to get out of here. This cold will be your death if you don't, The little guy's voice trailed off as a distant sound, coming from the opposite side of the warehouse from where Simon thought the dragon was lurking, intruded on the brooding silence of the building. It was the sound of massive wings flapping, their measured beat approaching rapidly. Simon groaned. Another dragon, he whispered as he looked at Kronk. You were right. That first one was calling for help. Ares flew back to them and gestured behind him. There are double doors leading to a courtyard, he told them in a hushed voice. The building seems to have an open area in the center, perhaps it was a garden or something once. It is covered with a thin layer of snow but is not too large. Beyond are other doors leading into the far side of the warehouse, or plant or whatever this place was. He glanced upward as the beating wings seemed to pass directly above them and then faded again. It is the only way out of this part of the building, Simon. Unless you want to try magic, you'll have to leave in that direction. The wizard shook his head stiffly. Casting now, with two dragons this close, would be suicide. Lead us to the doors, Ares, and I'll try to figure out our next move. Okay. This way. Simon and Kronk moved carefully after the air elemental, dodging boxes and conveyor belts and trying not to make too much noise on the frozen floor. They had to stop twice as the sound of dragon wings got closer and then faded again. One of them is patrolling, the wizard told the elementals. They nodded silently. They finally reached the doors leading to the outside. Both had small windows inset into them and Simon used his sleeve to wipe off some of the frost that obscured his view. Just as Ares had said, there was a small, square yard beyond the doors. Several little trees, weighed down with snow and icicles, stood forlornly in what might once have been a garden, their skinny limbs hanging almost to the ground. The snow had been cleared by the wind and was banked along the walls, and the ground looked cracked and barren. Simon thought that it was level enough for him to run across without slipping. Hopefully. On the other side of the open area, an identical pair of doors led into the building again. One was hanging off of its hinges, and the darkness beyond made it impossible to see inside. The courtyard itself looked to be no more than 40 feet across. Simon hunkered down again as the flapping sound approached. This time he looked up through the window in time to see the blazingly white shape of a dragon as it quickly flew into and out of sight again. "The beast seems to be circling in a regular patrol," he said to the others. "We're going to have to time it and run as soon as it passes by overhead. Hopefully I'll have enough time to get across the yard before it comes around again." "As good a plan as any, my dear wizard," Ares said. The three of them waited, Simon shaking constantly in the cold now, for the white dragon to approach. When it did, the wizard waited for it to pass and then began counting under his breath. 1,000, 2,000, he muttered, listening intently. He reached a count of 25 seconds before the sounds of the dragon reached them again. "Okay, I think I have enough time to cross that yard before the dragon comes around again," he said. "Are you sure, master?" Kronk asked him. "You are cold and stiff. You might not be able to run very well right now." "He has a point," Ares said soberly. "If you get caught in the open, things will get very bad, very quickly." Simon chuckled humorlessly. "Worse than being trapped in this place with dragons listening and waiting for me to make a mistake? Yeah, thanks, but I'll take doing something to save myself over acting like a mouse waiting for a snake to strike." The dragon passed overhead. "I'm going as soon as it flies by again. Don't you two wait for me. Get across the yard and under cover as quickly as you can." Ares grinned bleakly. "We're not going to slow you down, so don't worry about us," he said. "Just make sure you move your ass." Simon let out a surprised laugh and then clapped a hand over his mouth. The air elemental winked. "There, that's better. Less doom and gloom, more optimism, my dear wizard. That will get us all through this." The wizard nodded at Ares' uncharacteristically cheerful attitude. "He's right," Simon thought. "The cold is depressing me, but we're far from dead." He slipped Bene Dungal off of his back and gripped it firmly. "Far from dead, or powerless," he added to himself, feeling a bit more resolute than he had been. The dragon was approaching. "Okay, get ready." The flapping sound got closer and Simon took a deep breath. A flash of glittering white overhead and then the beast had passed. "Now!" he exclaimed in a terse whisper. He grabbed the handle of the door and pushed it hard with his shoulder. For a heart-stopping moment, the door refused to budge and then, with a grating, squealing protest of frozen hinges, it opened just wide enough for the wizard to leap through. Crap! They may have heard that. He let go of the thought and began to run, concentrating on his footing. Simon was alarmed when he realized that he was barely moving faster than walking speed. His joints had stiffened up and his muscles felt like rusty springs, snapping and throbbing at each footfall. His run across the courtyard was more of a stagger, but he plowed on anyway. Stopping or retreating now was simply not an option. Neither Kronk or Ares had raced ahead to the open door as he had told them to do. Simon was irritated but not surprised. The elemental's loyalty was unquestionable now, and he found himself touched yet again by their concern for his safety over their own. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only seconds, he reached the open door and tumbled inside. Not a moment too soon. The sound of dragon wings seemed to fill the air as the patrolling monster swept overhead again. The three waited, Simon holding his breath, to see if they had been spotted. But the dragon flew smoothly by on its patrol and the sound of flapping faded again. "We made it, master," Kronk said gleefully in a hushed voice. "So far," Ares added darkly. "But we're hardly out of danger yet." He looked around the room and Simon stood up slowly and did the same. This part of the plant/warehouse had been mostly emptied of whatever it had housed once. Weapons, the wizard thought. It wouldn't surprise me if it had been weapons of some sort. Unlike the other section of the building, there was a faint tang in the air here. It smelled like a mixture of heavy engine oil and... Simon sniffed loudly. Gunpowder. On the floor there were smears of grease mixed with the frost and several frozen puddles. Only a few scattered boxes, crushed and tossed aside, remained of whatever this room had once held. "There," Ares said quietly and pointed. Across the gloomy, cavernous room, 50 yards or more, there was a faint outline lit by the external sunlight. A door. "Okay, guys," Simon said as he began to walk toward the exit. He steered clear of the oily patches on the ground. "That has to be our way out." Kronk and Ares flanked him on either side and nodded as he looked at them. We'll wait for the patrolling beast to pass by and make a break for it. There's bound to be some sort of cover out there to duck behind. They reached the door and the wizard glanced at Ares, who was shaking his head. What? Simon asked. Make a break for it and hope for cover? That's a ridiculous plan, the air elemental said caustically. Let me go out there and scout out a path before you charge through the door. Much more sensible, don't you think? Before the wizard could reply, from the direction they had come a bellowing roar shook the air, followed by the sound of smashing glass and snapping metal. Damn it! Simon said as he spun around. Sounds like that dragon's gotten tired of waiting. It's forcing its way into the building, danger or no danger. He looked at Ares. I think we'll go with my plan. There's no time to scout. Ares looked over his shoulder angrily. Is the beast insane? It will be slashed in 1,000 places before it reaches us. I do not think it cares, Kronk said. He looked up at Simon. If we are going to make a run for it, Master, I think now would be the best time. Simon nodded and then listened intently. The dragon was now making such a racket that he could barely hear his own thoughts. Can either of you hear the patrolling dragon? He asked the elementals. Both of them cocked their heads, but it was a waste of time. The dragon did indeed sound like it was tearing itself to pieces as it ripped apart the building in its desperate attempt to get to the wizard. How can we be expected to hear anything above that noise? Ares asked, almost shouting. Fine, Simon yelled. Then we're going on the count of 3. Remember, just find the nearest cover and hide until we can get an idea of where that second dragon is. He looked from Ares to Kronk. Both were watching him tensely. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. On 3, Simon smashed through the metal door, almost falling as it opened easily, as if its hinges had been freshly oiled. He ran 2 steps, maybe 3, and pulled up short as he found his way blocked. The sun had blinded him as he left the darkened building and he took a second to focus on the obstacle ahead. His eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat. It was the head of a dragon. Chapter 2. Simon gaped at the dragon. It was hunched down, wings tight against its sides, with its chin resting on the ground. The head, at least 8 feet in length, was scarred and singed, layered with ivory scales. And its 2 burning yellow eyes glared at him with a staggering hatred. The wizard had no spells prepared. He'd been afraid to tip off the dragon behind them, so he didn't even have his shield spell up. In the time it would take to cast a spell, even using his staff, the dragon would either incinerate him or blast him with its icy breath. So he did the only thing that he could. As the dragon's head began to rise and it started to inhale massive amounts of air prior to its attack, Simon lifted Bene Dungal over his shoulder and flung it like a javelin, straight down the dragon's throat. The beast froze, its eyes widened and a small sound, like a little squeak, ludicrously escaped from its mouth. And then, from deep inside its gullet, a dull thump, like a far-off detonation, went off. The neck expanded in a round bubble and Simon leaped to one side as the dragon's neck literally exploded, tearing its monstrous head from its body and sending it bouncing across the frozen ground. Gallons of greenish blood, smoking in the frigid air, spewed from its torn neck and Simon stood in morbid fascination and watched the huge beast's remains writhe and twist in its death agonies. A sudden shove between his shoulder blades made the wizard stumble forward. No time for sightseeing. Let's get out of here before its fellow shows up behind us. Ares shot by the wizard and led the way. Simon and Kronk followed as quickly as they could, the wizard still in shock. A scream of rage and the continued sounds of destruction indicated that the first dragon had heard the short battle and was frantically trying to make its way through the warehouse. The trio ran. Beyond a line of low buildings, Simon spotted a vast, frozen lake. A freezing wind blew clouds of snow and icy mist across it, obscuring his view. Ares looked back at him and pointed toward the glassy surface. If we go that way, he called, at least the beast won't be able to see us. Simon nodded. Go, go, he yelled and ran down a mild, snow-covered slope and onto the surface of the lake. The ice looked slippery but was rough from the constant grind of frozen particles being blown across it by the relentless wind, and Simon found the footing to be more stable than he'd imagined it could be. It was just as well. As they disappeared onto the lake, behind them came such a shriek of rage and loss that the wizard clapped his hands to his ears. The first dragon had found the body of its companion. We're almost to the shore, Master, Kronk called back to him, and Simon shook himself out of the memory of their escape from the white dragons and focused on the view ahead. The lake ended at a rocky, uneven shoreline. Beyond, the ground rose up sharply, drifts of snow and humps of rock giving it an alien, forbidding look. As the trio approached it, the wind lost its power and became more of a stiff breeze. It was a relief to Simon, who was managing to stay warm only because of the constant running he'd had to do. When they stepped off of the frozen lake, the wizard stopped and bent over, hands on his knees, to catch his breath. Ares and Kronk waited for him, the air elemental bobbing in the breeze and watching their rear for any pursuit. Kronk looked at Simon anxiously. "Master, how are you doing?" The wizard held up a hand, asking for a moment. Drops of cold sweat fell from the tip of his nose and cut holes into the snow underneath him. "I'm fine," he said finally, panting, and stood upright painfully. "But if we don't keep moving, I'm going to stiffen up and start to freeze, Don't you think we're far enough ahead of the dragon for you to cast the gate spell?" Ares asked him. "I don't see any movement behind us yet and we haven't heard the beast for a while." Simon turned and looked back at the lake. The wind was still blowing snow and mist horizontally across it and they couldn't see more than 100 yards in any direction. Above them, the sky was obscured by low scudding clouds and the sun was hidden. "Okay, let's give it a try. We should be safe for a few minutes anyway," he said and slipped a hand under his coat, looking for his spellbook. He frowned as he groped inside his robes, checking each pocket. The elementals watched him nervously and, as Simon began to search ever more frantically, exchanged a look of concern. "What's wrong, master?" Kronk asked. Simon looked at him, wide-eyed. "It's gone," he whispered. "What do you mean, it's gone?" Ares asked as he floated closer. "I mean it's not here. I must have dropped in when we faced that dragon. Or when we were running toward the lake. Or whenever. It's just gone." "But, master, I thought you had the gate spell permanently memorized?" Simon groaned and covered his face with his hands. "I did. But I'd added so many spells to Bene Dungal, including that one, that I just let it fade from my mind. I never thought I'd need to keep it locked in my head again." When he lowered his hands, Simon saw Ares glaring at him, hands on his hips and bobbing in the wind. "I told you, didn't I? Didn't I tell you? Don't depend on that staff," I said. "Always have a backup plan," I said. "Never." "Be quiet, Ares," Kronk snapped at him. "Our master doesn't need to hear 'I told you so' right now." He looked at the wizard. "What spells do you have memorized, master?" Simon stared at him blankly and the little earthen moved closer and tugged on his coat. "Master, please. You can regret later. We must get you under cover before you freeze to death." "Now, what spells?" Kronk's matter-of-fact tone cut through the wizard's wave of despair and he gave himself a little shake. Ares was still glowering at him but kept quiet. Simon shuffled through his memory. "Okay. You're right, Kronk. I'll kick my own but later. Well, I've got the light spell. And the shield spell, thankfully. I have both magic mirror and magic mouth memorized. My fire starting ability is always with me now. And," he barked a dry laugh, sparkles. "Stupid spell. I can't seem to forget that blasted thing. That's about it." "Lovely," Ares said disparagingly. "All very useful, I'm sure." Kronk ignored him. "Follow me, master. I can lead you to that cave entrance. At least you will be able to get out of the wind." Simon had begun shaking as soon as they had stopped their run across the lake. He nodded jerkily. "Yeah, I guess that's our only option for now. Go ahead, my friend. Kronk spun around and began to climb the steep slope leading away from the shore. The snow was caked in layers from months of winter storms and he tip-tapped across the top of it with ease. Simon followed slowly, his feet crunching through the crust of snow. Fortunately it wasn't deep. His legs were aching within a few steps and he began to sweat again. "At least I won't freeze right now," he thought glumly. He still couldn't believe that they were in this situation. No spellbook. No Bene Dungal. He was weaker than a novice wizard now. Why hadn't he kept more useful spells memorized? "Well, after this, I'm definitely going to nail more of them into my brain," he thought, angry at himself. "If I survive." He climbed and slipped up the rugged slope. It leveled off somewhat, eventually, but still led upward. Barren hills could be seen in the distance, snow-covered and silent. That was the way that Kronk was heading. "Any idea how far it is?" Simon called. The earthen looked over his shoulder as he kept moving forward. "Not far, master. Perhaps a mile. The ground is broken and uneven but you should reach it in about a half hour." "Good. That's good, Kronk. Thanks." The little guy waved and kept moving. Ares flew up on Simon's right. His disapproving expression had faded and the wizard noticed him glancing from left to right, scanning the area in front of them. "Looking for something?" he asked the elemental, feeling a little breathless. Yes. If we want to keep you alive, my dear wizard, then we'd better find you something to burn. As an elementalist, you can still start fires with your mind, so let's use what magic you do have instead of pining for what you don't. Simon looked at him in surprise and Ares smiled hesitantly. I was wrong to berate you, he said quietly, after a quick glance at Kronk. While I didn't approve of that staff, it destroyed itself to save your life. And it isn't your fault for depending on it so much. Wizards back in the old days did the same. Did they? Well, that doesn't make me feel any better about my own stupidity, but thanks. The wizard looked across the bleak landscape. I don't see any trees or bushes anywhere. There may be no fuel around. Ares sniffed a bit. There is bound to be something. Keep following Kronk and I'll see what I can find. Before Simon could answer, the air elemental shot off up the slope and disappeared. Okay. I'll do that, the wizard muttered to himself. He continued to slog along, tripping over loose rocks and slipping on patches of ice while Kronk tramped steadily onward. By the time the little earthen came to a halt and stood waiting for him, Simon was aching and sore in muscles he never knew he had. Please tell me we're close, he said to Kronk as he staggered up to where the little guy was standing. He pulled off a glove and wiped the sweat from his face. There, master, Kronk said with a wide smile. He was pointing to a misshapen pile of rocks that loomed ahead. To Simon, it looked like every other heap of stones that lay scattered across the dead-looking landscape. Really? That's it? It is, master. Kronk looked around curiously. Where is Ares, master? He should be watching your back. His tone was one of disapproval. Simon smiled weakly. He's looking for some wood. I doubt if the cave is heated, so he's trying to get me something to burn so I can keep warm. Kronk's eyes widened. Oh, master. I completely forgot about that. Ares is right. What good is finding shelter if you freeze to death? Don't worry about it, my friend. You have your job to do, so Ares is doing something useful as well. Now, let's get to that cave, shall we? I'm feeling a little exposed out here, now that there's no blowing snow to cover us from any patrolling dragons. Yes, master. Follow me and I'll get you to safety, Yadot. Kronk headed off again and Simon followed as quickly as he could. It wasn't very fast, his legs were stiff and his feet were so cold now that he couldn't feel his toes. The little earthen disappeared around the pile of rocks and the wizard slipped and slid down a little slope as he circled the stones. At the bottom of the slippery dip in the ground, a low opening, no more than 4 feet high, led into darkness. Is that it? Simon asked dubiously as he stared at the small hole. That is it, master. Do not worry, it opens up after a few yards inside. It also drops quickly, so I suggest that you might want to crawl when you enter. Not much choice, is there? Simon said, rumbling. Fine. Go ahead, I'm with you. Kronk nodded and entered the opening. The wizard took a final look around, hoping to see any sign of Ares, but there was no movement except for some swirls of snow, and he shrugged and slowly got down on his hands and knees. Yeah, this looks dignified, he thought to himself with a self-deprecating chuckle. Then he reluctantly began to crawl into the darkness, keeping his head low. Inside, the opening turned into a small tunnel and Simon had to squeeze and squirm his way through the narrow path. He bumped his head once and stopped, little bursts of light flashing behind his eyes. Damn it, he whispered as he rubbed the top of his head. He waited for the sharp pain to fade a bit and then crawled on. Kronk had been right. The tunnel dipped sharply and then turned to the left. The ground was smooth and dry but Simon could feel the coldness of it through his gloves. I hope Ares finds some wood, he thought nervously. I'm not sure that freezing to death would be preferable to a quick death from a dragon attack. Just up ahead, master, Kronk's voice echoed from below. Encouraged, Simon increased his pace, careful to keep his head down as he went. Finally, the wizard crawled out of the little tunnel and felt free air above him. He quickly cast a light spell and a globe of pure white appeared above his head, illuminating the area almost as brightly as sunlight. He stood up with a groan, his head throbbing and his entire body weak and shaking. Kronk was standing nearby, smiling, and he spread his little arms at the cave around them. You made it, master. It would be very difficult for a dragon to reach you here. Simon looked around, wincing at the stabbing pains in his lower back. And then his pain was forgotten as he stared at the area in amazement. The cave was no more than 10 feet high but sloped gently away from the entrance. It was big, many yards across, and the far end was shrouded in darkness. The floor was clean stone and the walls were covered with thin sheets of ice and jagged patches of frost. Thick plumes of steam rose as he breathed and Simon hugged himself as he began to shiver. It's great, Kronk. I just wish it was a bit warmer. the little guy's smile faded to a look of concern. I'm sorry, Master. The cave leads downward. Eventually it meets the tunnels of the dwarves and warms up. But that will take many hours to reach. It is miles away. Yeah, so I thought. I will return to the entrance to guide Ares, Master, Kronk said. Don't stand still or you will get cold again. With that admonition, the little guy smiled encouragingly and disappeared into the small tunnel. Good advice, the wizard said to himself. So while he waited for Ares, Simon kept moving, walking back and forth, hopping a bit, swinging his arms, anything to keep warm. The problem was that he was so tired and sore, he knew that he couldn't keep it up. Either Ares would find some fuel or he would have to try to reach the deep roads of the dwarves. He doubted that he would make it before he collapsed. He didn't know how long he waited, alone in the frigid cave and sinking ever deeper into despair, before he heard a scuffling sound from the small tunnel. He turned hopefully toward it, his floating globe of light following over his head. Kronk popped out of the opening dragging a bundle of branches. Behind him, Ares floated low to the ground, another bunch of twigs and driftwood in his arms. You found some, Simon said with a sagging sense of relief. Maybe I'm not going to die, not right now anyway, he thought, feeling a little giddy. I did, Ares said with a small satisfied grin. There was a lot of wood covered by snow along the shore. Probably left there by the current during warmer weather. He turned serious. You don't look so good, my dear wizard. But before you start a fire, we have to go deeper into the cave. Deeper? Why? We saw distant shapes flying low over the lake, Master, Kronk told him. That's why we didn't get any more fuel. The dragons are coming in this direction. He began walking down the gentle slope that led deeper into the cave and Simon and Ares followed. Dragons? The wizard felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. More than one? More than one, my dear wizard, Ares told him. That first dragon must have summoned some of its mates. Killing their fellow dragon has to have enraged them. So let's get some distance between us before you start a fire, shall we? Right. Simon wasn't sure how far he could walk. His legs were as limp and wobbly as cooked spaghetti and the bump on his head was throbbing in time with his heartbeat. They followed the little earthen further into the cave. As they moved, the area began to narrow, the walls approaching from either side. The ceiling began to lower as well and Simon started to feel a little claustrophobic. Are you sure this is leading us anywhere? He asked loudly. His voice echoed around them. Yes, Master, I'm sure, Kronk said. He could barely be seen up ahead, his little rocky form blending with his surroundings. But watch out. The ceiling is getting lower. Yeah, no kidding, Simon said tiredly as he ducked his head. He was afraid that he'd have to start crawling on all fours again. Luckily they reached the end of the cave soon after and another opening led steeply downward. The ceiling was higher, but the walls narrowed so much that Simon was forced to squeeze himself through it sideways for about 20 paces. I guess being skinny does have its advantages, he thought with a touch of amusement. He heard Kronk up ahead, dragging his bundle of branches and Ares behind, scraping his against the walls as he followed. His light globe bobbed along faithfully over his head. The tunnel twisted and turned and finally ended abruptly. Simon entered another cave, this one much larger than the first. A high ceiling and distant walls made him feel as if he'd just stepped into an underground cathedral. He walked forward a few steps and met Kronk, who was making a pile out of his dry branches. We are almost 100 feet under the earth here, Master, the little guy told him. He reached down and patted the smooth, black floor. The ground is not as cold here, so you can sit and rest once you have started a fire. Ares floated past the wizard and dumped his load to one side. Start Kronk's pile first and I'll add pieces as it burns down, he told Simon, who nodded. Sounds good. Simon lowered himself painfully, joints audibly creaking, and sighed with pleasure once he was sitting. He took off his gloves and touched the floor. Kronk was right. It wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't freezing cold either. It was simply cool. He focused on the pile of sticks and small pieces of wood and saw fire blaze in his mind. The dried wood ignited with a whoosh and a burst of heat flowed over Simon, making him feel as if he'd just slipped into a warm bath. He almost moaned aloud with pleasure. For a few minutes, the wizard just sat with his eyes closed and basked in the warmth. He never knew that a fire could give him such simple happiness and comfort. He could feel his body thawing out, one muscle, one joint at a time. As the fire burned, Ares would carefully add a piece of wood to keep it going. The steady heat was definitely what Simon had needed. When he felt warm enough, the wizard slipped off his boots and massaged his feet, finally regaining the feeling in his toes. Then he put them as close to the fire as he could and smiled weakly at the elementals. Thanks, guys, he said. You've saved my life, again. I don't think I could have gone on much longer. You're welcome, my dear wizard, Ares replied. But we aren't done yet. Those dragons could be above us right now. The wood is almost all gone and we have to keep moving. If Kronk is correct, we can reach the deep roads in a few hours. At least down there it will be warmer and you can get some rest. The idea of sleep was very appealing to Simon, but he knew the air elemental was right. The fire was dying and they were still in great danger. He slipped on his boots, pushed himself to his feet and stretched to loosen up his stiff muscles. Okay then. Let's get to it. I feel better now, and waiting around here for those damned monsters to sniff us out would be stupid. He slipped his gloves on and looked at Kronk. Can you take the lead again? Of course, master. We can walk more normally now. The tunnel that leads from this cave slopes downward gently and you won't have to crawl again. He turned away and tip-tapped off into the darkness. Simon and Ares exchanged a nod and the wizard followed the little earthen, his light floating along above him. For the next few hours, Simon and the elementals descended deeper and deeper into the bowels of the world. One tunnel led to another and the only thing that kept the wizard moving his exhausted body forward was the danger from behind and the fact that there was no more wood to use for a fire. The air was still cold, although not freezing, and Simon knew that if he stopped and tried to rest, he would still be risking hypothermia. There were occasional barriers to overcome. One tunnel had collapsed and the wizard had to squirm and claw his way through the rubble, Kronk and Ares helping as much as they could. In one small cave, there was a 6-foot-wide chasm that cut across the middle, leading down into the depths. Simon kicked a small stone into the gap and listened for a count of 10 before he heard it hit bottom. It took him some time to screw up the courage to leap across it. Kronk made the jump with ease, and Ares casually floated over the drop. How long it took them to reach the dwarven roads, Simon never knew. But at last, Kronk scurried ahead and his voice echoed back, tinged with excitement. We're here, master. He shouted. We've reached a dwarf tunnel. Simon, who'd been lost in a haze of exhaustion and was plodding along like a robot, lifted his head and stumbled to a halt. Did he just say? He asked Ares, who floated forward to hover next to him. The air elemental grinned widely. He did, indeed. We made it. Can't you feel the warmth in the air? It took Ares to point it out, but Simon realized that he hadn't been cold for some time. He slipped off his gloves and wiped his upper lip. You're right, he said in weak amazement. It's actually warm. Holy crap. A rush of excited strength allowed the wizard to move forward. He was still sore and tired, but a tiny glimmer of hope had now been lit inside of him. They emerged into a massive tunnel. Very similar to the deep roads that Simon had explored months before, the tunnel was at least 30 feet wide and 40 high. The walls were smooth and flat with small engravings in chiseled dwarven writing that he couldn't read. Like those other tunnels, this one seemed ancient. Ruts had been cut into the surface of the road from centuries of traffic. There were pebbles and small stones scattered across the ground, fallen from the ceiling over years of the Earth's subterranean shifts and quakes. Kronk stood in the middle of the road. He had cleared away a space on the road and gestured for Simon to join him. You can sit here, master, the little earthen said. The rock is warm and I think that we are as safe as we are going to be until we return home. Simon took off his coat and spread it out on the floor. Then he sat down on it with an exhausted sigh and stretched out his legs. His light hovered over him and he made a gesture at it so that it rose up about halfway to the ceiling, lighting the entire section of tunnel. Return home? The wizard shook his head and lay back on his thick coat. Just being off his feet was a huge relief. I don't know how we're supposed to do that, guys, he said, closing his eyes. We're on the other side of the world. I have no food, no water, no spells. Dragons are hunting us. I can't think of a more desperate situation. Try sleeping on it, my dear wizard, Ares said in an unusually gentle tone. Kronk and I will keep watch. Get your strength back and we'll figure something out. Yeah, right. Figure something out. Simon drifted off to sleep at this absurd expression of confidence, too tired to argue anymore. Chapter 3. When he woke up, Simon found himself lying in semi-darkness. There were dimly glowing dwarven runes set every few paces along the tunnel walls, but they illuminated very little. Obviously his light spell had faded away while he was sleeping. He cast a new one and sent the bright globe up to float about 10 feet over his head. There was no sign of the elementals and Simon went back into the narrow tunnel that had led them here and relieved his bladder. Then he returned to the main tunnel, grabbed his coat and listened intently for any sign of his little friends. The quiet was absolute. There were no sounds of dripping water or creaking stone, and he heard nothing from either Kronk or Ares. Simon was reluctant to break the eerie silence by calling out to the elementals, so he turned to his left where the tunnel sloped gently downward, and began walking, careful to step over the bigger pieces of scattered debris along the way. His light trailed along above him. A few dozen paces down the tunnel and the wizard reached a T-junction. The road split in half. To the right it dropped swiftly into darkness, while to the left it continued to slope downward, but at a more gentle angle. Simon stared at the wall between the two roads and saw several lines of blocky, dwarven script cut into the stone. He was baffled by their meaning, but assumed that they were directions of some kind. A street sign, perhaps. As he mulled over the indecipherable language, it occurred to the wizard just how weird it was that he could actually speak to the dwarves, and the elves for that matter, and understand their language, but couldn't read it. How does that even work, he wondered. And why is it only now, alone in the depths of the world, that it strikes me as odd? He laughed a bit at himself and then stood there, arms folded around his coat, and tried to decide which way to go. Well, I can't take a chance that I'll guess wrong, he thought. Like it or not, I'll have to try calling them. Simon took a deep breath and then broke into a coughing fit as Aries shot out of the steep tunnel to his right and slammed into his stomach, almost knocking him over. Geez, Aries. What's wrong with you? He finally managed to wheeze out as he caught his breath. Sorry about that, Aries said as he bobbed up and down in front of the wizard. It looked like you were about to call out and I couldn't risk that. Taking a few more deep breaths, Simon glared at the elemental. Risk it? Risk what? I don't know. The elemental looked around and seemed to shiver. I don't trust this place. Anything could be out there. So I stopped you from yelling, just in case. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Simon rubbed his stomach gingerly. So where have you been? And where's Kronk? Kronk's scouting. At Simon's look of surprise, Aries shrugged. Yes, I know that's usually my job, but this is his natural environment. He can travel faster inside the stone than on top of it, and he can't be seen by others while he's doing it. Simon tossed his coat to the ground and sat down on it. He hugged his knees and watched Aries intently. That's logical, I suppose. But what is he scouting for? You will need water soon, my dear wizard. If we were outside, you could simply melt some snow. But down here, water is precious and rare and, as a living creature, you won't last long without it. I know that humans can live for many days without food if they must, but water? It is essential. As the elemental spoke, Simon realized that his lips were a bit cracked and his throat was sandpaper dry. He swallowed painfully. Thanks, I appreciate that. Part of our jobs as your servants, Aries said with an exaggerated bow. Stop that, Simon said with a light laugh and the elemental grinned at him. While you were sleeping, Kronk went off on his search and I backtracked, checking to see if we were being followed. Fortunately there was no sign of any enemies back there, so I think we're safe, at least from that direction. Followed by whom? The dragons? Aries snorted. Hardly. If they were going to try to dig down here after you, we'd likely hear them from miles away. No, I've been thinking about our friend, the paladin, and what her part in this whole thing was. Liliana? You think she betrayed us? Why? Have you forgotten your old neighbor, Heather? She made a deal with the primal green and was granted power by its masters, the dark gods. Perhaps this woman did the same. Simon rested his chin on his knees, eyes closing for a moment. I don't want to believe that, Aries. I really don't. Like you, I've thought about her since we were attacked. Personally, I think that her offer of a meeting was genuine and that she was chased off by a patrolling dragon. It probably swept around the area and spotted us when we gated in. Aries looked skeptical. Perhaps, he said. I hope you're right. We are short on allies, and our enemies seem to grow by the day. The wizard's reply was cut off by a soft, distant sound. He cocked his head to the side and Aries copied him. They both frowned in concentration. It was a quiet rumbling sound, slowly building up as it approached. Oh crap, Simon thought. Not an earthquake. Not now. But the air elemental's eyes widened and he smiled. I'd know that sound anywhere, my dear wizard. Kronk's on his way back. Simon scrambled to his feet and picked up his coat. Really? Is that what he sounds like when he travels underground? Cool. I never knew that. It's the sound he makes when he's not worried about being heard. I assume that means that we're safe, at least for now. A minute later, the little earthen popped up from the road near Simon, leaving a small hole in the rocky floor. Hello, master. Did you sleep well? He asked brightly. Hey Kronk. Fine, thanks. Aries said you were scouting? The little guy nodded vigorously. Yes, master, I was. And I have some encouraging news. Ares lowered himself to hover just above the ground and stared at Kronk. Encouraging news? Good, we could use some. The Earth Elemental smiled slightly at Ares and looked up at Simon. If you follow that road there, the steep path, you will eventually come to I don't know what to call it. A niche? A way station, perhaps? He shrugged. There is a small chamber off the main road. The dwarves dug a well there. It is ancient, but the water is good. I made sure of that. Simon perked up. Excellent news, my friend. How far? I'm afraid it is a long way, master. Many miles. If we move at a steady pace, it will take perhaps 4 hours to get there. The wizard groaned softly. 4 hours? Geez. But I have some other news that might make the trip more bearable, master, Kronk said brightly. I found some signs of recent activity. I believe that the dwarves passed through that area not too long ago. Simon looked at the earthen in surprise. Really? But I thought that they didn't use these roads anymore? Now that the magic is back and they can travel in their drilling machines, haven't they ignored these tunnels? Kronk looked a little mystified. So I thought as well, master. But I found a fire pit near that well that had ashes in it. The ashes were no more than a few days old. Perhaps the dwarves used it to burn some trash. I do not know. But if they did pass by there, they may again. Well, it may have been a one-time thing, but it's a positive sign anyway. Simon shrugged into his coat, leaving it open in the warm air. Well, a long walk or not, I definitely am going to need water soon, so let's get to it. Lead the way, Kronk. Yes, master. Follow me. The earthen tip-tapped away, easily negotiating the steeply sloping tunnel. Simon followed as best he could, careful to avoid any rubble that would make him slip and land on the hard ground. His globe of light followed along dutifully, illuminating the way. Ares brought up the rear. The journey was indeed a long one. Kronk kept up a steady, but not too fast, pace and Simon stopped every hour or so to rest. He was thirsty, but he didn't want to exhaust himself, so he made sure to take his time and conserve his strength. The tunnels were quiet and became boring very quickly. An occasional engraving would catch Simon's eye, the legacy of some long-forgotten dwarf. Some were quite beautiful. For the most part though, traveling the road was simply dull and the wizard had to grit his teeth and think of the water source ahead to keep himself moving forward. After several hours, Kronk called back and reported that the location of the well was just up ahead. Simon, who had been tromping along staring blankly at the ground beneath his feet, looked up in surprise. He shook his head to clear it and then increased his pace, encouraged by the earthen's announcement. The alcove was off to the right of the tunnel they were following. Perhaps 30 feet square, it consisted of a hole in the floor rimmed with a foot-high lip of rock. A chain hung down into the black hole from a metal rod across the opening, with a crank on one side. Simon took off his coat with relief. It had become hotter as they traveled deeper along the tunnels, and tossed it on the ground next to the well. He knelt down on it and began to turn the crank. He felt as dry as sand and eagerly looked forward to some relief of his thirst. The chain tinkled and clinked as he turned the handle of the crank and it seemed to take forever to draw up some water. Deep well, master, Kronk said, stating the obvious, and Ares rolled his eyes. Simon just nodded and kept cranking. Finally, a bucket made of some dull metal appeared at the end of the chain and Ares flew over to it and carried it out of the well to set it down beside the wizard. Simon wiped his grimy hands on his robe and reached for the bucket. He hesitated and looked at Kronk. Are you sure it's safe? He asked. Oh yes, master. I can sense any impurities in water that is beneath the earth. It is clean. You may drink it without harm. Reassured, the wizard gave Kronk a grateful smile and began drinking handful after handful of water. Nothing had ever seemed so delicious. The water was cool but not cold and was free of any mineral taste. To Simon's parched throat, it tasted better than the finest wine. Easy there, my dear wizard, Ares cautioned. You haven't had anything to drink for quite some time. If you overdo it, it may all come back up again. Simon paused and looked at him. Then he sat back with a relieved sigh. You're right. I'll take my time. He cleared his throat and swallowed, pleased that it didn't feel like his mouth was full of dust anymore. After he'd slowly drunk his fill, Simon retrieved another bucket of water from the well and clumsily splashed it over his head and face, trying to wash away some of the road dirt. He was sorry that he didn't have a rag or towel so that he could do a proper job and ended up spraying the excess water across the room as he whipped his long hair from side to side. Then he pushed it back off of his face, stood up slowly and looked around the chamber. Where's the fire pit you mentioned, Kronk? The little guy skittered across the room to a far corner. Here, master. Simon walked over and gestured at his globe of light. It descended and hovered over his shoulder as he examined the remains of a fire. You see, master? The ashes are still delicate, the soot still light and easily wiped away. It was left recently. Ares flew over and looked at the pit. Are you sure? He asked Kronk skeptically. Ashes are just ashes, aren't they? To some, perhaps, the little guy said in a slightly superior tone of voice. Simon did his best not to smile. But to me, it is obvious. This fire was set no more than 2 weeks past. Simon waved at his light and it returned to hover several feet over his head. He gave the ashes a final look and made his way out into the tunnel again, picking up his coat as he went. So now what, guys? He asked the elementals. The dwarves may be using this tunnel for whatever reason, but I can't wait around for weeks on the off chance that they will be back this way. Kronk and Ares looked at each other and then back at Simon. I'm at a bit of a loss, to be honest, Ares said reluctantly. I suppose we could try to reach one of the dwarven strongholds, but that trip might take days. We have no way to carry water with us, and you, my dear wizard, will become weaker the longer you go without food. Yeah, I know. Kronk? Any ideas? The little guy was frowning as he stared at the floor. Simon watched him, recognizing the earthen's expression. He wasn't a fast thinker, but Kronk was a deep thinker and the wizard knew better than to try to rush him. When Ares began to speak, Simon gestured for him to wait and the air elemental became silent and waited impatiently. Kronk finally looked up at the wizard and began to speak slowly. Master, what you really need now is a copy of your gate spell, yes. Air, yeah. That would really save our necks for sure. And when we left home, you sealed the tower and activated the wards as usual. Right. The little guy's speech became even more deliberate as he seemed to think through his words. So the only ones who can enter the tower now are the three of us. That is unfortunate. If you called Clara, she could travel to the tower and find a copy of the spell. Then she could show it to you using the magic mirror spell, but... Simon stared at the little guy in surprise. That hadn't even occurred to him. By the look on Ares' face, he felt the same way. But she cannot get in, so that idea is useless. You could contact the dwarven prince, Shandon Ironhand. If he is in their capital city, he could perhaps send a party out to find us. That might take some time, but it is another possible way to escape. The wizard nodded thoughtfully. True. Good thought, Kronk. Thank you, master. But there is something else that I think may be our best choice in this situation. And that is? Ares asked, a little sarcastically. I can retrieve the spell myself. Simon gaped at Kronk. What? I can go myself. Even from here, I can reach the tower in less than a day and get your old spellbook with the gate spell in it. You can call me with the magic mouth spell after a few hours to see where I am and, once I reach home and get the book, you can summon me back here. Simon stared at him, feeling incredibly stupid. He should know better than anyone that once you summoned an elemental, you only had to call it using its name to have it returned to you. You will have to remain in this spot while I am gone though, master. It is the only source of water in the area. Can you be patient and wait for me? Simon threw his coat onto the ground and sat down on it. He was almost at eye level with the earthen. How long, Kronk? How long will it take you in total? The little guy looked thoughtful. Perhaps 12 hours, master. Unless something unforeseen happens. I cannot guarantee the exact amount of time, but that is my guess. I think that his plan is the best one that we have at the moment, Simon. Kronk looked up at Ares, who winked at him. I have to agree, Simon said. Okay, my friend. If you're sure about this, then go ahead. Be as fast as you can. Ares and I will make small talk while you're gone. Small talk, master, dot. The wizard chuckled. Just a joke. I meant that we'll be as patient as we can. I'll call you in a few hours to see how you're doing, all right? Yes, master. Kronk crossed the tunnel to stand next to the wall, then he turned and looked at Ares. You take care of our master while I'm gone, he told the other elemental firmly. Of course I will, Ares answered, sounding a little exasperated. As always. Now get going. The sooner you get home and back, the sooner we can get out of this place. Kronk stared at Ares a moment longer, then waved and disappeared into the wall, leaving a small pile of pebbles in a hole where he had entered the rock. Well, I guess that all we can do now is wait, Simon said as he drew up his knees and rested his chin on them. Shall we try small talk? Ares asked teasingly. Simon laughed shortly and stared off into the darkness beyond his globe of light. It was going to be a long wait. The wizard explored the small alcove around the well for lack of anything better to do, but there was really nothing to see. The fire pit held only ashes and the dwarves had left nothing else of interest. Finally the rigors of the past day caught up to him and, after asking Ares to check on the trail to the surface again, just in case, he spread out his coat next to the well and lay down to rest. How long he slept, Simon didn't know, but when he slowly woke up, joints and muscles throbbing, his light spell had faded again. Not all that reliable, he thought sourly and recast it as he stood up in the darkness. He let down the bucket into the well, brought up some water and quenched his thirst. His stomach sloshed and growled, obviously hungering for something more than water. You'll just have to wait, he said to it silently, and tried to put visions of roast chicken and fresh bread out of his mind. Simon walked out into the tunnel just in time to see Ares emerge from the darkness to his left. Ah, you're awake, the elemental said brightly. Obviously, Simon replied. He shook his head and watched as bits of dust fell from his hair. He stretched and then looked at Ares curiously. So, any sign of pursuit? Nothing. Either the dragons gave up or they found the cave entrance and decided that it was useless to try to burrow in after us. Whatever the case, I'd say you're safe for now. Good, Simon said and walked back into the alcove. He sat down on his coat and pulled the water bucket over to him. It was still more than half full and he could see his face reflected in its surface by the globe of light hanging in the air behind him. Ares had followed him and watched with raised brows. So what are you planning now? He asked. It's time to stop reacting and start acting, Simon said, looking up at him. I want to know what's happening out in the world. And I want to know if our new ally actually betrayed us or was attacked by the dragons herself. The elemental flew down to hover above the floor next to the wizard. And just how are you going to do that? I'm going to ask her, Simon answered with a shrug. Ask her? Just straight out say, oh, by the way, did you sell me out to the dragons? Ares said in a mocking tone. Simon had to smile. Yes, that's what I'm going to do, more or less. First though, I want to talk to Clara, tell her what's been happening. You know how much she worried about this trip. For good reason, Ares muttered. Exactly. Now hush, please. I have to concentrate. The elemental sighed dramatically but quieted down and watched as Simon muttered the incantation for the magic mirror spell. He watched his reflection fade in the dark water as he concentrated on an image of the cleric. Invectus, he muttered and the water rippled and flowed for a second before becoming still and black. Clara's face appeared ghost-like on the quiet water. She was standing outside wearing a light jacket in the early spring weather, watching something in the distance. Her expression was troubled. Clara? Hi, it's Simon. She jerked and looked around. Seeing no one, she smiled widely. Good morning, my friend. It's so good to hear from you. I thought for a moment that you had gated in right behind me. No such luck, he said ruefully. I wanted to call and bring you up to speed on what's been happening. Good. I've been a little worried, frankly. So how was the meeting? Do we have a new ally? Not exactly, the wizard said reluctantly. Ares snorted and Simon ignored him. Let me tell you what's going on. He spoke at length about what had happened after his arrival at the meeting place. Clara's expression darkened and she frowned, listening intently as he went through the entire crazy series of events. When he was done, Simon watched her closely, waiting for her reaction. But you're safe now, aren't you? Was the first thing she asked. He smiled, touched by her concern. For the moment, yes. A bit hungry, to be honest, but I doubt if a dragon could reach me down here. Kronk should be almost home by now and I'll contact him once I finish speaking to you. And the paladin? Clara asked flatly. Do you really intend to speak with her after what's happened? Of course. We don't know if she betrayed me or was attacked. Better to know one way or the other, don't you think? The cleric began walking and Simon could tell from her surroundings that she was making her way back to the town hall. She nodded and greeted several villagers as she went, but her face looked strained. I'm not sure, my friend. Right now, if she's in league with the dragons, she and they may believe that you are dead or dying. A dead wizard is no longer a target or a threat. However, a live wizard, trapped underground? Remember last year, Simon. Remember the dragon attack on the dwarven stronghold. Dragons can attack you beneath the earth. If this Liliana should tell them of your survival, it is possible that they could find a way down there. But, Simon began. Clara cut him off sharply. But nothing. Right now you are basically defenseless. The only thing keeping you alive, I believe, is the fact that the enemy thinks that you are no longer a danger to them. Do you really want to inform them otherwise? Simon watched as the cleric entered the hall and walked quickly through it to her quarters. She went into her bedroom and reached for a small mirror lying on a table. And suddenly Clara was looking out of the surface of the water directly into the wizard's eyes. Ah. There you are. Now we can speak face to face. She studied him closely and Simon tried to smile. Her intense examination of his face stopped him before he could even twitch his lips. You've lost weight, again, she stated. You can't afford to do that, you know. You're too skinny to begin with. Yeah, thanks Mom, Simon said and Clara smiled grudgingly. Fine. I worry about you. That's what friends are for, isn't it? I'm watching out for him, lady, Aries spoke up suddenly and rose up until he was looking at the water over Simon's shoulder. The cleric looked at him and nodded approvingly. I know you are, Aries. You're a good friend to Simon. She looked back at the wizard. If you called me looking for advice, then here it is. Wait. Wait until you are back in your tower with your wards to guard you and your spellbook in hand. When you are, then by all means contact this so-called paladin and try to get some answers. Impatience now could have dire consequences, Simon, and frankly, we can't afford to lose you. I agree, Aries said shortly. Simon looked from Clara to the elemental and back again. He rubbed a hand over his face, still tired and now very hungry. Maybe they're right, he thought. Whether you talk to Liliana now or a few days from now will make little difference. It was his feeling of betrayal that was urging him to call her and get to the bottom of things. If he was being honest with himself, Simon had to admit that he was deeply offended by the thought of someone breaking their word and playing him for a fool. It wasn't something that he would ever do and it was galling to think that it might have been done to him. He blinked several times and looked at Clara again. All right, he said wearily. You and Aries are making sense. After all, what could it hurt to wait until we're home and safe before I speak to Liliana, right? The cleric seemed to sag with relief and Simon saw Aries nodding out of the corner of his eye. Now you're making sense, my friend, Clara said and managed to smile. Get back home, eat, rest up and then tackle this problem. I will. Thank you for the advice, he said sincerely. You always steer me in the right direction. The cleric laughed. Well, I steer you in one direction. Probably not always the best one, but I do what I can. Now, call Kronk. I'll feel better when you are home safe and sound. And get in touch with me after you've had your rest and we'll hash this thing out. I will. Talk to you soon. Clara nodded and Simon waved a hand over the water, breaking the connection. Well, wonder of wonders. You finally took someone's advice. The wizard looked at Aries and chuckled. I always take advice. You know that. I just don't always follow it. There's a difference. Don't I know it? So, time to call our earthen friend? Yeah. If he isn't home yet, I'm hoping he's close. As luck would have it, Kronk had indeed arrived back at the tower. As Simon and Aries watched him reflected in the water, they saw the little guy scurrying around inside, poking into cupboards and opening drawers. Hey Kronk. I see you made it home all right, Dot. The earthen looked up with a pleased smile. Master. Yes, I did. But I'm having trouble finding your old spellbook. Do you remember where you left it? Simon tried to think. His old book was just a bunch of pages tied together with string. The spells had been added as he discovered them through trial and error. More error than he liked to remember. Some had come to him in dreams, a gift, according to Clara, from the gods of light. He hadn't used the dog-eared book for months, not since he'd found his new spellbook in his bookshelf, just sitting there innocuously, waiting to be discovered. Yet another sneaky gift from the gods, apparently. Oh damn, he thought suddenly. I've lost all the new spells from that book. And what if someone else finds it? Like that paladin? Could she use the magic written inside? Kronk was still standing silently, waiting. Oh sorry. I was distracted for a minute. Check the sock drawer in my bedroom. I think I stuck it in there. No idea why. Yes master, I'll check. As he watched Kronk scurry up the stairs to the second floor of the tower, Simon looked at Aries. If someone finds the spellbook I lost, could they use the spells in it? He asked a bit frantically. The air elemental became thoughtful. Possibly, he said reluctantly. But only if they were wizards as well. A mage, a witch, none of them have the level of magical ability required to cast most of those spells. They are that powerful. Trying to do so could actually destroy them. You're sure? Ares nodded. Okay. What about Liliana? The paladin? Well, I don't know. Doubtful though. Her powers, like Clara's, come directly from the gods through prayer. They don't actually cast spells, per se. But if we get a chance, retrieving that book should be a priority. Yeah, right. I'll just ask the white dragons to give me time to search the bloody countryside for it. It shouldn't take more than a week or so. Ares frowned at him. Sarcasm is my specialty, my dear wizard. And I'm serious. If the paladin has turned to evil and does find that book, she may one day give it to an ally who can use it. And that would be very bad. Simon rubbed the back of his head and nodded slowly. Noted. Okay, one crisis at a time. Let's get back home first and make our future plans afterward. Agreed. The wizard looked down at the bucket again and watched while Kronk tripped into his bedroom and pulled open the bottom drawer of his dresser. He flung rolled-up socks over his shoulder as he searched hurriedly for the old spellbook. Aha! Found it, master, he crowed triumphantly. He held the old battered bundle of pages over his head and beamed. Fantastic, Kronk. Okay, hang on to it. I'm going to cancel the magic mirror spell and summon you back. Yes, master. Simon tapped the water in the bucket and the splash broke the spell. Then he stood up slowly, aching from where he'd slept on the stone floor. His coat hadn't been thick enough to cushion him from the hard surface. He put it on, dropped the bucket back into the well for whoever visited this place in the future and went out into the tunnel, Ares floating along beside him. The wizard waved his globe of light forward and focused on a spot in the middle of the roadway. Kronk, I need you, he said firmly. There was a sudden loud snap of cracking stone and the little earthen popped out of the ground with the ragged book under his arm. Welcome back, my friend, Simon said warmly. Well done, by the way. Kronk smiled widely and handed the book up to the wizard. Just doing my duty, master, he said as he gave a nod to Ares, who returned it. Simon eagerly scanned through the loose pages of the book, looking for the gate spell. With a feeling of relief that left him weak in the knees, he found it. Of course, he thought as he read the incantation. Of course that's the spell. How could you have forgotten it, Dot? He looked at his companions and tapped the page where the spell was written. I swear, I am going to read and reread this damned thing until it is burned into my memory. There is no way that I'll ever put myself and you guys through this kind of danger again. Don't make promises you can't keep, my dear wizard, Ares said as he shook a finger at him. But he was smiling as he said it and Simon laughed lightly. You have a point there. Okay, my friends. Are you ready to go home? Yes, master, Kronk said brightly. Past ready, Ares added. Okay then. Grab hold and let's get the hell out of here. Ares floated over to the wizard and touched his shoulder while Kronk held on to the bottom of his coat. Simon chanted the spell, pictured his kitchen and took a deep breath. Invectus. He barked loudly and felt himself being pulled away into nothingness. It had never felt so good. Chapter 4. Simon spent a day trying to recover from his battle and escape from the dragon's ambush. When he got back to the tower, he ate with great pleasure and slept the clock around. When he woke up, he ate heartily again. Clara had been right. The magic had burned away what little fat he had and he had to try to restore his system before he used the power again. Before he had slept, he'd summoned the 5 earth elementals who had helped him in the past and asked them to patrol the wall around his tower. They were happy to help, even when he informed them that he wanted them to remain on duty for the foreseeable future. We will guard your home for as long as you need us, master, one of them told him with a deep bow. The others copied her. Thank you all. Your help, as always, is invaluable. Looking quite pleased with his compliment, the group hurried off to begin their rounds. The tower took some time to warm up in the cold of the early spring day, but with Kronk constantly adding fuel to the fire in the fireplace, Simon was finally able to take off his filthy clothes and bath beside the sink in the kitchen. Being clean and well fed was a huge relief. The next day, sore from his adventures but feeling rested and well again, Simon tried to figure out what to do next. He worried about his lost spellbook and about the chance that Liliana had betrayed him. How to start? What to do? It was Ares who made the best suggestion. If this paladin is as she claims to be, you can spy on her using your magic mirror spell and she will never even know it, the air elemental told the wizard as he sat in front of the fireplace in his comfy chair. Simon stared into the flames, feeling content and safe at home but burning to know what the paladin's role had been in the attack on him and the elementals. He turned to look at Aries where he hovered next to the fireplace. You mean she won't know I'm watching her? Exactly. The witch, Heather, knew you were spying on her because she'd been given the powers of a wizard. But a paladin or cleric doesn't have that sort of power. You could watch Clara if you wanted to and she'd never know it unless her gods told her. And I think they have more to worry about than one of their followers being spied on. I would never spy on Clara, Simon said with a frown. I didn't say you would, my dear wizard. Aries' tone was one of exaggerated patience. I was making a point. Anyway, if you watch this Liliana person, perhaps you can determine if she is who she says she is, or is something darker. Simon snuggled into his chair, reluctant to move out of its warm embrace. But things were moving out in the world and he was a part of that, like it or not. For just a moment, he fantasized about just getting out of this whole crazy war. If he settled into his tower, lived his life, used his magic to help Clara and his other friends, wouldn't that life be more rewarding? It would certainly be easier. And safer. He took a minute to just dream a little about what it would be like. But it didn't last. In every scenario he thought of, the image of an attacking dragon always intruded. Yeah, he thought. I doubt if retirement is an option right now. So with a sigh of regret, he sat up and turned to Aries. Sounds like the best chance we have to learn the truth. Simon looked out the window at the bright sunlit day. At a guess, I'd say it's probably nighttime in Moscow right now. It's doubtful that I'll see anything using the magic mirror, but he stood and headed for the stairs. You never know. Let's go take a look. Up in his study, Simon sat down at his desk, picked up his hand mirror and waited for Aries to move to his right before beginning to cast the magic mirror spell. He stared at his reflection thoughtfully. At one time, the slim, young face with its overly large, miscolored eyes had been a reminder of what he had lost, what his entire race had lost, when the dragons had returned. And he had hated it. Now he stared at himself with something like wonder. Simon hadn't had much of an ego back in the old days, and growing up as someone who would never have been called anything more than average-looking, he'd cared little for his appearance. The face he was looking at was attractive though, he had to admit, surrounded by a mane of dark hair streaked with white, the result of using powerful magics. He ran a hand over his smooth cheek and frowned, a bit puzzled. You seem to suddenly find yourself fascinating, Aries spoke up with amusement. Simon glanced at him and then tapped the image in the mirror. When I finished changing, what is it, over 4 years ago or so, I thought that the person staring back at me in windows and mirrors looked like a 14-year-old kid. Especially when I'd already passed my 60th birthday. And I wasn't looking forward to going through puberty again. It was a tough time, to be honest. He paused and the elemental nodded encouragingly. But 4 years later, and I haven't even started shaving yet. He glanced down at his body. I mean, everything works and all, but I haven't begun to fill out or mature in any way. It just suddenly struck me as a bit strange, that's all. Simon looked away from his reflection and saw a small, rather mysterious smile on Aries' face. What? He asked as he put down the mirror and rested his elbow on the desk and his chin on his hand. Oh, nothing. I'll admit I rather like being useful. And part of that is sharing information from the past, the old days of magic. The wizard sighed wearily. Sometimes you had to draw Aries out. And? What do you know that I don't? The elemental's smile widened. Many things, I'm sure, he said teasingly. But as it pertains to your age right now? Just this. Magic users age much more slowly than the general population. They always have. And wizards? Even more so. Simon leaned forward and watched Aries intently. Why? It has to do with the use of magic. He gestured at the wizard's cascading hair. You've seen what it has done to you firsthand. The more you use the power, the whiter your hair will become. It is a normal reaction for a wizard. Conversely, the more power you channel, the slower you will age. For the same reason. Magic, Aries paused, as if searching for the right words, twists the physical body of its user. That's the best way I can describe it. You were mutated by the gods of light to be a perfect conduit for the power, but now it's the power itself that is doing the mutating. Simon sat back in his chair, watching the elemental but not really seeing him. It's continuing to change me? Oh, that's just great, he thought. Okay, if what you say is true, then how long? He picked up the mirror and pointed at his image again. Am I going to look like an adolescent boy? Years, Aries replied simply. Possibly decades. Some of the old wizards who summoned me were ancient, yet looked no older than a regular human in their 20s. Better get used to that smooth face. You'll be stuck with it for a very long time. There was a long silence as Simon absorbed the knowledge that Ares had passed on to him. He stared at himself again. Well, kid, he thought. I guess we're stuck with each other. He grinned suddenly and watched the boy's face in the mirror grin back. Thanks, Ares. Since it's something that I can't do anything about, I'll not let it bother me from now on. But having white hair with this face, and he slapped his own cheek lightly, is going to look weird. For now though, let's get back to business, shall we? Simon began casting the magic mirror spell. He kept looking at the sketch of the paladin that the scout had made for him while he chanted. He didn't know the woman well enough yet to be able to draw on her face from memory. And I may never know her that well if she's sold out to the dark gods, he thought grimly. The mirrored surface turned foggy and he glanced at the air elemental while he waited for the spell to connect with its target. So where's Kronk this morning? He asked idly. The ground's still too hard to get the garden ready for planting. Oh, you know him. He's cleaning up the debris left over from the winter. Old sticks, leaves, whatever he can find. I swear he's fussier than an old lady. He likes to keep busy, Ares, Simon said in rebuke. You might want to emulate him occasionally, but... Hey now! Who dusted this very room not 2 weeks ago? The air elemental looked offended, but Simon just raised an eyebrow and blew across his desk. A cloud of dust drifted through the sunbeams shining into the study. Air, well. Perhaps I should make it a weekly chore, Ares added quickly. Yeah, maybe. The mirror cleared and Simon nodded at it. The air elemental moved in closer and they both watched with interest. The scene that appeared in the mirror was a rather sad one. Inside of what looked like a derelict building, very dark in the Moscow night, several people were scattered around a small campfire. The wizard could hear some moaning and at least one person was weeping. He counted 5 people in all, either lying bundled in blankets near the fire, or sitting wearing heavy coats and fur jackets. They all looked very young, and not one was uninjured. Standing near the group, but further away from the fire, was a figure wearing gleaming silver armor. It was the paladin, Liliana. Simon looked at her and the mirror zoomed in closer to where he could see the expression on her face. It showed a mixture of exhaustion, sadness, and pain. Liliana's cheek was cut open, the wound inflamed. She had deep circles under her eyes and Simon wondered for a moment if it was the flickering reflection of the fire and realized that it wasn't. She was shaking. One of the people sitting by the fire struggled to his feet and moved hesitantly over to stand next to the paladin. You should get some rest, he said to her. He looked too thin and his heavy coat was smeared with what Simon thought was dried blood. You've healed us all as much as you can. You must sleep so that you can heal yourself as well. The paladin shook her head once. I have to remain on guard, she said in a low, strained voice. You are all that's left of us. I will not lose any more of you through my own incompetence. The young man reached up and shook Liliana's shoulder. Her armor clanked in the quiet of the night. She was much taller than him. Stop blaming yourself. Taras did not die because of you. Dragonfire is not selective. You saved the rest of us after the attack. Focus on that. She finally looked down at the young man. Her face twitched as if she was trying to smile, but it ended up being a grimace. Nikolai, I appreciate your concern. I do. But none of you is in any shape to stand watch. Sleep. In the morning, if we survive the night, I will get my rest. She gave him a gentle shove toward the fire and, after a brief hesitation, the young man stumbled back to his place and sat down heavily. Simon had watched and listened with interest and now he caught Ares' eye. What do you think? The elemental was tapping his chin and staring into the mirror, looking a bit perplexed. Honestly, it does look and sound like they were attacked, doesn't it? Simon nodded. So perhaps our theory was correct. They showed up for the meeting, a patrolling dragon attacked and they had to fall back. Ares looked more compassionate than Simon had seen him in a long time. They lost someone too. It must be hard for such a small group to lose even one member. Yeah, it definitely seems to have hit Liliana hard. She's blaming herself. Probably blames me too. I know I would. Ares stared at him in surprise. What are you talking about? How is any of this your fault? Simon set the mirror on the table and rubbed his hands quickly over his face. He sat back in his chair and steepled his fingers together. I was the one who contacted Liliana, remember? It was my idea to have a meeting, not hers. God, how could I have ever thought that it was a trap? I mean, look at them. He leaned forward and picked up the mirror again. A handful of survivors living in a burned-out building, all of them wounded? If they'd been conspiring with the dragons, they sure as hell wouldn't be in this kind of shape. Simon felt disgusted with himself and guilty for the part he had played in someone's death. Not someone, he told himself savagely. His name was Tara's. Add that to the list of people whose deaths you were involved in. Ares flew quickly around and hovered a few inches from Simon's face. The wizard pulled back, surprised, but the elemental moved with him. He was scowling. Don't you do this, he said angrily. Don't you do this again. You are always blaming yourself for the mistakes of others. And I won't have it, not again. Ares? Wah! No. Enough. You are fighting a hopeless battle against the most evil creatures that have ever existed. Do you even know how many souls you've saved over the past few years? Killing 2 primal dragons? Destroying both a lich and a dark wizard? Do you? Well, neither do I. But it is probably in the thousands. The elemental's tone softened and he shook his head. Simon, you are a good man. Don't you know that? Don't you know that neither Kronk nor I would have stayed with you if you weren't? You wouldn't? Ares pulled back to hover over the desk and Simon relaxed a bit and rested his arms on its surface. Of course not. You gave us your permission to leave at any time. We stay because we believe in you. And your cause. Yes, good people have died in this war. And yes, more good people will die before it is done, if it ever is. But you cannot blame yourself. There's enough guilt in this world to go around. Don't burden yourself with more than your fair share. Simon stared at the little figure in wonder. Ares had never said anything like that to him before and it took him a moment to absorb it. When he did, the wizard had to admit that the elemental was right, mostly. Blaming yourself for things you couldn't control was stupid. But he had set up the meeting with the paladin and her people. He had to take some responsibility for the tragic results. Thanks, Ares. You make some good points. Still, these people need our help. He picked up the mirror and watched as Liliana began to walk around the inside perimeter of the building, stepping over fallen masonry and blackened timbers. When he saw that the paladin was some distance from the others around the fire, Simon took a deep breath and said her name. Liliana? Can you hear me? She stopped dead in her tracks and a sword appeared in her hand like magic. She had drawn it faster than the eye could follow. Who is that? She asked tightly, her eyes searching the area around her. Where are you? It's me, Simon O'Toole. Liliana stood still a moment longer and then sheathed her blade. She seemed to relax slightly. Simon? You're alive? Obviously, he replied, trying to sound upbeat. I'm happy to see that you and your people are too. The paladin's smile lit up her face and her eyes brightened. But this is wonderful. After we were attacked and withdrew, I was afraid that the dragon would return to our rendezvous point and pounce on you as well. I'm so happy that I was wrong. You weren't wrong, Simon told her ruefully. He explained what had happened when he'd gated to their meeting place and the paladin listened, a scowl replacing her smile. But when Simon told her of the death of one of the dragons, the smile returned, grim with satisfaction. I am sorry you lost your staff, my friend. But to kill a dragon is an amazing feat. Worth the sacrifice, in my opinion. Simon shrugged unconsciously. Perhaps, he said. I'll miss it. Right now I'm more worried about the spellbook I lost. In the wrong hands? Liliana was nodding. Yes, I understand. Not to worry. I will retrieve the book for you. The wizard sat up in alarm. No, don't do that. You've lost enough already. Don't risk your life for a stupid book. It's quite possible that it will never be found anyway. The paladin grinned slightly. I choose when and where to risk my life, Sir Wizard. Not you. And don't worry. I won't be returning to that part of the city anytime soon. When I do, the dragons will, I'm sure, have moved on. Their patrols change periodically and whole sections of Moscow are safe from them for weeks at a time. Simon wanted to object again but reminded himself that Liliana was not even an ally yet. He certainly had no right to try to dictate to her. Not that she'd listen anyway, he thought. You know best. But for the present, is there anything I can do for you? If you'd like, I can gate to your location, bring you all back here. Clara, the cleric we talked about before, would welcome you and your people to her town. They are a good bunch and you'd probably be a lot safer than you are in Moscow. He watched the paladin move to stand next to a large window and stare out into the night. The glass was long gone from the opening and a breeze blew her long dark hair back off of her face. Thank you, my friend, but no. I do not need to ask my people to know that they would not leave. Moscow is our home. I know we look battered and broken, but we are not. We have supplies, food, everything we need in caches all over the city. This, she gestured back toward the fire, this is just a temporary camp. My people need to rest up from the attack and from my healing. It took much out of them. In a day or two, we will head back to our permanent base, which is buried deep and very secure. Oh. Okay. Simon was a little surprised by the paladin's wish to stay in such a dangerous place. But it's their home, he thought. And to them, maybe it's not as bad as you might think. He shrugged. Well, it's your choice. It is indeed. Thank you for calling me, Simon. I was so worried that you'd come to harm. It is good to know you survived. I feel the same, Liliana. I wonder if it's all right with you if I could call back in a week or two. You know, just to see how you're all doing? She actually managed a gentle laugh. I was going to suggest that. Call me in about 2 weeks. I may even have your spellbook for you. In any case, I'd like you to keep in regular contact. We changelings are few and far between, and getting fewer by the day. If and when you decide to move against the primal white dragon, I want to be there. That monster owes more than its death can possibly repay. Her voice was suddenly savage and Simon shivered at its deadly tone. That sounds good. All the best, my friend. I know you know your city best, but please, keep your eyes up and your head down. Of that, you may be sure. Goodbye, Sir Wizard. Goodbye, Lady Paladin. And good luck. She nodded and smiled and Simon waved his hand across the mirror to cancel the spell. He set it down on the desk, relaxed into his chair and let out a long, tired breath. Well, that was productive, Ares said as he bobbed in the air near the mirror. It was, for sure. I'm so relieved that she's okay. And that most of her people are too. Simon closed his eyes and rubbed them with his fingertips. Mostly I'm happy that they didn't betray us. Heather's treachery was hard to take. I hope we never have to face more like it again. With the dark gods, I wouldn't count on that, my dear wizard. They are masters of lies and deceit. A weak person who is offered power can make an easy recruit for them, now that the world had changed. True enough. Simon stood up, stretched and walked over to the window on the far side of the room. He opened it, hissing slightly as a chilly, early spring breeze blew past him. But he stood there and just breathed in the cold clean air and watched the sunlight play on the barren treetops of the forest around his tower. I can see some buds already, he thought with delight. I think it's going to be an early spring. Good. After last winter, it would be welcome. He ran his fingers through his hair and took in a last breath. A faint smell of earth and the sweetish scent of rotting leaves pinched his nose and he sighed with pleasure. Who wouldn't be encouraged by the awakening of nature after a long winter's sleep? He closed the window and went back to his desk. Time to lock that gate spell into my memory forever, he thought. I won't be trapped again by my own stupidity. Don't make promises you can't keep, a little voice of self-doubt whispered from deep inside of him, sounding a bit like Ares. Simon told it what to do with itself, sat down and opened his spellbook. Chapter 5. Spring did indeed come early that year and Simon and the elementals, mostly Kronk, began to prepare the garden for planting. They dug up the furrows, picked out the rocks that every year seemed to sneak into the dirt just where they wanted to plant seeds, and then waited for the days to warm and the earth to soften up enough to begin their planting in earnest. Ares did contribute one thing to the exercise. On his own, he traveled to the late Heather's deserted cottage and returned to report that her spices and herbs were growing wild on their own and would be available to harvest later in the year. Excellent, Ares, Simon had told him. Well done. The air elemental had grinned widely, looking smugly at Kronk who glowered back at him. The grin had disappeared when the wizard added, make sure you don't wait too long to harvest them when they're ready. Maybe check on them once a week or so, just to be sure. He'd turned away so that Ares didn't see his smile. Kronk, on the other hand, had burst out laughing and the air elemental had pouted for the rest of the day. Things began to move more quickly once Simon had finished with his garden. He had battered the gate spell into his memory to the point where he woke up in the mornings occasionally mumbling the incantation. He had also managed to permanently keep Fireball, Lightning and Stone Skin locked in his mind as well. None of these were the most powerful of spells, but they would help in an emergency. He was sitting in his study one bright morning, about the middle of April or so, when Kronk tip-tapped into the room dragging something behind him. Simon looked up from some notes he was going over. He'd had some success with spell combinations lately. None were as powerful as the ones he'd lost in the spellbook gifted by the gods, but they were encouraging. Unfortunately, Liliana had yet to find the book and he had to make do with whatever he could invent on his own. What's that you've got? he asked Kronk. Whatever it was scraping loudly on the pine floor. The little earthen moved around the desk and dropped the object at Simon's feet. He reached down and picked it up, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a staff. The wizard put the length of wood down across his desk and stared at it in wonder. Kronk jumped up and stood next to it, watching him anxiously. The little guy had found a 6-foot branch, ash perhaps. Simon wasn't an expert on the many different kinds of trees. But the wood was pale, almost white in color. Kronk had rubbed it down until it was smooth and gleaming and had sealed it with some sort of clear resin. And then he had capped it, top and bottom, with a yellowish metal. Bronze, Simon thought. The same metal that had spiraled up the length of Bene Dungal. Simon picked it up in both hands and held it crossways as he felt its weight and the smoothness of its surface. Kronk, it's beautiful, he exclaimed finally, deeply touched by the little guy's thoughtfulness. Thank you so much for this. I love it. The earthen smile would have stretched from ear to ear if he'd had ears, and he bowed. It was nothing, master. But I am so pleased that you find it acceptable. Acceptable? Simon stood up and moved to the center of the room. He rested the end of the staff on the floor and leaned against it. There was just enough flex in the wood, but not so much that it felt flimsy. He tapped it twice on the floor and the bronze chimed cheerfully from the butt end. Wonderful, my friend. Truly wonderful. He sat down at his desk again and leaned the staff against it. I didn't realize that I'd missed having one of these so much. It may not be Bene Dungal, but it is awesome just the same. Kronk was almost glowing with delight at Simon's praise, but now he gestured at the staff, looking more serious. It is not just for show or for leaning against, master. In the old days, wizards channeled their magic through their staves. Your old staff was unique because you could inscribe it with spells, but all staves were used to focus magic. Simon was fascinated by the idea. Really? That's what they were used for? Exactly, master, Kronk asserted, nodding vigorously. I saw it many times. The wizard stared at the staff dubiously. But how? How was it done? That I do not know, master, the little guy said, sounding a little embarrassed. Then he smiled and winked. But I believe we both know someone who probably does. We do? Simon sat up alertly. Who do you? He stopped speaking and then grinned. Ares? Exactly, master. The air elementals know more about magic than any of us. He may very well have a clue on how it was done. The wizard stood up again and turned to look out the window behind his desk. Beyond the wall surrounding the tower, the brown grass of the field led to the forest. A few green sprouts were struggling to force their way into the bright spring day. There was nothing moving. He crossed the room to the other window and opened it. The sound of birds busily singing and nest building made him smile as he leaned out to look around. Except for the steady pacing along the wall of one of the guarding elementals, he saw no sign of Ares. Any idea where he is? He asked Kronk as he turned back and leaned against the window. No, master. He flew off this morning, somewhere, and I haven't seen him since. Simon sat down at his desk. He hates when I do this, he said with a bit of a wince. He leaned back and stared at the middle of the desk. Kronk moved a few paces to the right. Ares, I need you. Simon said forcefully and then winced, knowing what was coming. There was a bright flash, a loud clap of sound that echoed through the study and a sudden smell of ozone that pinched the nostrils. And then the air elemental was floating above the desk, staring at him and looking disgruntled. Was that really necessary? He asked sharply, putting his hands on his hips. Are you under attack? No, not right now, but... Have you fallen and broken something? Is the tower about to collapse beneath you? Have you contracted the plague? Simon sighed loudly. He knew this would be the reaction. No, no, and no. Stop complaining, would you? Why are you so cranky? Were you doing something so incredibly important that my calling you back ruined it, whatever it was? Ares bobbed up and down and continued to glare at Simon for another minute. And then he slowly let his arms drop and shrugged. Not really. I was actually conversing with the river sprite up north. You remember? The water elemental you summoned when you conquered the primal black dragon? Simon leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk. Aquamastus? Really? You talk to it? Occasionally, when I'm passing near the river. And it's a he, not an it. Anyway, I just wanted to know if there had been any sign of unusual activity along the banks of the river he's claimed for his own. He shrugged again. He says not. Ha! I didn't know you did that, or that an elemental that powerful would speak to you, or anyone else for that matter. Oh, he's quite polite, when you approach him with respect, Ares said with a little smile. Takes a long time to say anything now though, his essence is spread out along hundreds of miles of water. Anyway, that's where I was. Hopefully he won't be insulted by my disappearing in the middle of our conversation. You think he will? Simon asked with some concern. Probably not. It takes a lot of provocation to anger a being that immense. At any rate, he still feels he owes you for the gift of the river, and since I am your associate, his goodwill extends to me as well. That's primarily why he deigns to speak to me on occasion. Good, the wizard said with relief. I definitely don't want to anger something that powerful. Now, if you're quite over your snit, he gestured at the staff, I wanted to ask you about this. I don't get into snits, my dear wizard, Ares said loftily. Kronk made a rude noise and he glared at him. Well, I don't. It's just that being summoned about, willy-nilly, is a bit disconcerting, that's all. He crossed the desk and examined the staff. He ran an airy hand over it and flew up to check out the bronze cap. Your work? He asked Kronk as he settled back down onto the top of the desk. The earthen nodded silently. Nicely done. The wood is sealed well and the bronze caps on both ends are a nice touch. Kronk looked surprised at Ares' compliment and mumbled a thank you. So, you have a staff again, Ares said to Simon. Congratulations. It's not a semi-intelligent artifact from the distant past, but I suppose it will serve you well enough in your travels. But why did you want to talk to me about it? Kronk was telling me that in the old days of magic, wizards could channel their spells through their staves, increasing their power. Is that true? Ares glanced at Kronk, who just shrugged. The air elemental looked back at Simon with puzzled frown. Yes, that is true. I think I told you before that only wizards had the ability to use a staff, or a wand to a lesser extent, to amplify their powers. Didn't I? Now it was Simon's turn to be puzzled. Did you? I don't remember, to be honest. But whether you did or not, my question for you is, how did they do it? Like Kronk says, if anyone knows the secret, it's the air elementals. Your people worked more closely with wizards than any of the others they summoned. I can't argue with that. They loved to gather information, those old magic users. And we were their favorite scouts. But I have no idea how it was done, using staves as conduits. Simon watched the elemental closely. Ares wasn't a very good actor. The wizard could see that he was telling the truth, but something in his expression hinted that there was more to it. Okay, he said quietly. You don't know the secret, if there is one. But do you know someone who might? Ares grimaced, looking past the wizard through the window to the forest beyond. Possibly, he said reluctantly. There are much more powerful elementals in my home realm than I. One of them may know something. Simon began to speak, but the elemental cut him off. The problem, my dear wizard, as you well know, is that the great ones of my people scarcely acknowledge the existence of one such as myself. He nodded at Kronk. Ask him. He'll tell you the same. There is a hierarchy of power amongst my kind and we are at the very bottom of it. He is correct, master, the little earthen added. While one of the great ones may have the knowledge you seek, they would probably not share it with little ones like Ares or me. Simon nodded slowly. Yeah, I know that. I've learned as much from you two in my studies over the past couple of years. But Ares, there is one powerful elemental among your people who might speak with you. If he doesn't have the information, he may know someone who does. The air elemental's eyes widened. You're speaking of Ethos? Exactly. I know you and he aren't exactly best pals, but he did save your life by using some of his own essence, right? Which means he places some value on you, don't you think? Ares snorted gently. I doubt that. Ethos was infuriated that one of his own kind was attacked, not that it was me personally. His gift was beyond price, of course, but I think that he would have done the same for any of my people under those circumstances, but... Simon rubbed his face briskly and pushed back his hair. He suddenly felt the need to get out of the tower, walk in the sunshine and clear his mind. But this had to be resolved first. The need to augment his power had never been more pressing. But he would talk to you, wouldn't he? He asked Ares. He might, yes. I never did report back on what happened to the dark wizard who attacked me. He would be pleased to know that you destroyed her. In fact, he might be fascinated to learn that she had once been an herb witch before she received powers from the dark gods. Then there's your hook, Simon said with a grin. At Ares' look of confusion, he chuckled. Use that story to get his attention. It might make him more inclined to help us figure out this staff business if he knows we stopped the wizard who attacked one of his own people. The air elemental tapped his chin, looking thoughtful. You know, that might actually work. Certainly it would please him. Then he made a face. But it means that I have to go back to the realm of air. By the four winds, I loathe that place. I know you do. But you are only going there for a short time, and you have my permission, as the one who summoned you, to return at a time of your choosing. You don't need to wait for me to call you back. Aries' eyes widened and Kronk, standing next to him, gasped loudly. Simon looked from one to the other. What? He asked. What did I say? Master, you just gave Aries more freedom than any summon creature has ever had. Kronk said in astonishment. I did? Looking at the wizard's mystified expression, Aries burst out laughing. Honestly, Simon, sometimes the way you blunder into things so innocently makes you seem as young as you look. Well, I'm not, the wizard said, becoming impatient. What have I done now? You have taken the reins off of me, my dear wizard. You have said that I can come and go as I choose. That I can leave this plane and return to my homeland without permission. Wizards have never done that before. Doesn't seem like a big deal to me, Simon told him with an unimpressed shrug. I've told you both many times that you are my friends, not my slaves. You stay because you want to, not because you have to. Kronk tapped across the desk and stood just in front of where the wizard sat. That is true, master, he said, looking up at Simon's face. But even so, neither of us could simply return to our homes without your express consent. You are still the one who summoned us. You hold all the power. He looked at Aries for a quick second. But now you have said that Aries can leave here, go home, return, all on his own. His terminology is appropriate. You have taken off our reins, or our leashes, as it were. Okay, good. I actually like that idea. Oh, and Kronk? You can do the same, come and go as you please. Master. Shush. It's done. Simon smiled at his little friend's gaping mouth. I wouldn't give Aries more freedom than I would give you. He looked at the air elemental. Do you have anything pressing to do, or can you leave now? I'll go now, Aries said, still looking a little dazed. I will try to get something out of Ethos. Whether I can or cannot, I should be back in a day or two. Simon stood up and walked to the door. Great. No rush. Just learn what you can and we'll see you when you get back. Aries nodded once and disappeared with a little pop. Kronk, I need to get some air. It's too nice to sit inside all day. As he turned to walk to the stairs, he heard the little guy jump down from the desk and tip-tap along behind him. Don't forget to put on a jacket, master. You don't want to catch a cold. Yes, mother, Simon muttered and rolled his eyes. The day was bright and crisp and Kronk's suggestion had actually been a good one. The wizard strolled around the small lake behind the tower, wearing a light jacket over his robe. The sharp tang of spring was in the air. Old leaves, damp earth and a whiff of growing things merged into a scent that excited the senses and made Simon grin foolishly. It was always a relief to put winter behind him, especially after his adventures in Moscow. At that thought, the wizard stopped walking and found a dry place to sit while he stared across the lake at his tower. He hadn't spoken to Liliana for more than a week. I'll have to remember to send Kronk to her with a lodestone, Simon thought. That way she can signal me when she wants to talk. The Paladin's people had all healed up since the dragon attack and had agreed with her. They had no intention of leaving Moscow for the safety of Notting Hill. Simon admired their courage and loyalty, but thought that they were being foolish. A handful of people could not do much to strike back at the White Dragons, in his opinion. But they loved their home city and had a steady fearlessness that he couldn't help but find remarkable. The question was, what could he do to help them? He stretched out. The dead winter grass spotted with small green shoots crackled under his body. Then Simon laced his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, thinking hard. What was a white dragon's main weakness? Did it even have one? His first assumption would have been fire, but all dragons could breathe fire, along with their primary attack. He had no idea how a creature that could shoot blasts of frost from its mouth could also shoot flame, but it could. Magic, he supposed. So if not fire, then what? The primal black had shorted out when he'd lured it into deep water. Its main attack had been electrical. The primal green dragon had poisoned itself with its own lethal chlorine breath. So what was the weakness of a white dragon? Simon sat up abruptly and slapped the side of his head. You, wizard, are an idiot, he said loudly. It was so obvious, it was laughable, he thought. If the two dead primals were any indication, a dragon's main weakness was itself. Simon jumped up, laughing giddily. He hurried back along the shore, muttering out loud. That has to be it. A white dragon has to be vulnerable to its own breath attack, he said to himself. They thrive in the cold, but their breath is more frigid than the coldest places on earth. He trotted around the tower, waving at Kronk, who was leading the 3 horses out of the stable to let them run along the lake. When he got inside, Simon ran up the stairs to his study and sat down at his desk. His old spellbook, stained and dog-eared, was lying there, and he picked it up and began flipping through it. His look of glee faded as he searched the entire book. Then he sat back with a dejected sigh and tossed the spellbook back onto the desk. I don't have any spells that are cold enough, he said out loud. Cold enough, master? Kronk tripped into the room and jumped up to the desktop. The horses are enjoying the sun, master. They seemed happy to see the spring. Yeah, me too, bud, Simon said absently. So what was that about cold spells, master? Oh, nothing. I just had a theory on what the weakness of a white dragon would be, but I don't think I can do anything about it. You think that a creature that exists in frigid temperatures is vulnerable to cold, master? Kronk said with obvious disbelief. Simon smiled at him. I know. It sounds nuts, doesn't it? But the primals that I faced were brought down by their own powers, not mine. So I thought that I saw a pattern. I could be totally wrong about that though. The little earthen looked surprised and then smiled back at the wizard. But that is wonderful, master. I never thought of that. You may be right. Doesn't matter, Simon said moodily. He tapped the spellbook. I have no spells that use intense cold to do damage. I have Ice Storm and Ice Spear, and that's it. Ice Storm rains frozen pellets onto the target. It doesn't do deep cold damage per se. Ice Spear is basically a penetrating spell. So even if I'm right, it doesn't do any good. Kronk folded his arms and tapped a small foot, deep in thought. He looked up at the wizard. So why not learn some more spells based on cold, master? Simon leaned back in his chair, pushed back his hair and looked at Kronk quizzically. And just how do I do that? I learn my spells through trial and error, as well as from runes in the book that Daniel gave me and, if you believe Clara, divine intervention. I've never seen any hint of special cold attacks in all my research. Yes, master, I'm sure. But you can learn spells from others who have the knowledge, can you not? Yeah, I guess. Why, do you know someone that can cast cold spells that I don't? He said it as a joke, but Kronk's smile widened. No, master, but you do. Simon leaned forward, put an elbow on the desk and rested his chin on his palm. Okay, enlighten me. Who? The elemental who now inhabits the river to the north, Kronk said smugly. Simon's mouth dropped open and he stared at the little guy, wide-eyed. Aquamastus? Holy crap, you're right. He actually froze the river when I was fighting the primal black. Exactly, master. Water elementals can freeze water. A lot of water. That being might be able to teach you how to do the same. Or at least give you a place to start researching new spells based on cold. Have I told you lately that you're a genius? Because you are. Kronk shrugged a little uncomfortably. Not really, master. I just know more about elementals than some others do. I still think you're brilliant, Simon said, shaking a finger at him. So take the compliment. Now the question is, how do I approach that water sprite with a request to teach me to use cold-based spells? Neither of them spoke for a moment and Simon got up and moved to look out of the window. He was thinking of a way to talk to an elemental who he was quite sure could squash him like a bug if he angered him. Master? Yes? Simon replied, still looking across the bright, sunlit field. Perhaps we should wait until Ares returns. He has spoken to that being several times. Aquamastus would at least listen to him, don't you think? The wizard turned to look at the little guy. You knew he was talking to the water sprite all along? Of course, master. Ha! Okay, that's a good idea. We do know that they at least speak to each other. Simon walked across to his bookshelf, found the heavy book that his friend Daniel had given him and sat down again. I have no idea how long Ares is going to be, so I might as well try to come up with a new spell while we're waiting. Good idea, master. The more spells you can access, the more weapons that are in your arsenal. Exactly. Simon looked up from the book. Oh, before I forget, can you take the time to dig me up another lodestone? I'd like Liliana to have one, just in case she or her people need help in the future. Of course, master. Kronk answered brightly. I should have thought of that. I will go now, while the horses are enjoying their time by the lake. The wizard began flipping through the book again. Have fun, he said absently, losing himself in the mix of runes and symbols that filled the pages in front of him. I will, master. I will be back soon. See you then. Chapter 6. Kronk returned several hours later with a glowing lodestone. He broke it in half and gave both pieces to Simon, who set them aside. Thanks. I'll get to Moscow in a few days, once Ares returns and we speak with Aquamastus. Of course, master. And then they waited. Simon knew that he wasn't a very patient person, but the 2 days it took for Ares to return from the plane of air felt more like 2 weeks. He tried to decipher some of the more complicated runes that Daniel had written in his notebook, but ended up with only a headache and a sense of frustration. He just knew, that there were high-level spells buried inside the complex squiggles but finally gave up the research for the moment as a lost cause. He assumed that he wasn't a powerful enough wizard to use whatever was hidden in the book and put it back on his shelf for future reference. Compared to Simon, Kronk was the most patient person that the wizard had ever met. He happily scurried around the tower doing chores, humming occasionally and filling the time as they waited for Ares. Simon found it irritating and then laughed at himself for feeling that way. It was his own eagerness to increase his knowledge and powers that made him cranky, and he was honest enough with himself to admit it. So he spent part of his time in conversation, first with Clara and then with Liliana. Nothing was new with either woman, but the paladin was pleased to hear about the lodestone. Simon told her that he'd call before gating to her camp, to make sure that she and her people were there. You are welcome at any time, Sir Wizard, Liliana said with a warm smile. And just to keep you up to speed, we are still searching for your lost spellbook. Spring is finally starting to creep in and the snow is receding. I'm hopeful that when it does, it will reveal your book. Thanks so much, the wizard replied. But please, be careful. I know I keep saying that, and I know that you're aware of the danger, but I wouldn't want to think that anyone got hurt on my account. The paladin laughed lightly. Life is risk, my friend. You above all others should know that. We'll be fine. After that conversation, Simon filled his time with practice. He'd found that the more he used a spell, the easier and faster he could cast it. So he spent hours out in the field in front of his tower casting magic missiles at tree stumps. The spell was becoming truly powerful and dozens of the brilliant blue projectiles would appear from his fingertips to slam into his targets now. And he felt little fatigue from each cast. It was a very promising development. He also helped Kronk tend to the horses. Both of the Mares, Tammy and Sunshine, and the stallion chief, were feeling frisky, which Simon attributed to the early spring weather. He rubbed the 3 of them down after they spent the afternoon outside and then fed and watered them, over the earthen's objections. Kronk really enjoyed caring for the trio and they had an obvious bond with the little guy, following him docilely wherever he led them and moving out of the way when he cleaned their stalls. In the evening, Simon and Kronk sat in front of the fire, chatting companionably about the state of the world, how his casting was improving and many other things. As the wizard had noticed long ago, the little earthen was very deep and had countless years of knowledge behind him, and letting him speak his mind, especially when Ares wasn't around to criticize him, was always a fascinating experience. The second day was much like the first, except that the wizard left large swatches of burnt grass across the wide field. He was fine-tuning his fireball spell and managed to scare the hell out of every bird within hearing distance as the balls of fire slammed into the earth with shuddering bangs. Kronk watched anxiously from the safety of the wall, along with his 5 earthen companions. Simon was amused when he squinted across the field to see the little guy with both hands over his mouth, wide-eyed. Don't worry. I'm not going to fry myself, he shouted at them at one point. That's very reassuring, master. Thank you, Kronk called back. He didn't sound very certain of that though, and Simon chuckled to himself. Just after dinner, while the wizard was washing the dishes and Kronk was outside getting some more logs for the fire, a loud bang from over his head told Simon that Ares had returned. He hurried to finish cleaning up and was drying the last dish when the air elemental flew down the stairs. I'm back, he said cheerfully as he floated over to the kitchen table. So I heard, Simon replied. Did you have a good time? He added with a mischievous grin. Very funny, my dear wizard, Ares said dryly. It was as calm, normal, and predictable as it's always been. Horrible. He shuddered theatrically. Simon walked to the table and sat down just as the front door banged open and Kronk skittered in, carrying a half-dozen logs in his arms. Since he couldn't even be seen under the load, it looked like the pile of logs was floating by itself. Let me give you a hand, Kronk, the wizard said quickly, starting to rise. I have it, master. Not to worry. Since Simon knew how incredibly strong the little guy was, he wasn't too concerned. Once Kronk reached the far side of the fireplace, he dumped the logs with a crash and then quickly piled them neatly. He turned back to the table and spotted Ares hovering just above it. "Oh, you're back," he said as he hopped up to stand near the air elemental. "You've always been quick, Kronk," Ares replied with his usual sarcasm. "Stop that," Simon told him. "Now, any luck getting us some information about staves and how wizards use them?" By the smug look on the cloudy little face, the wizard was sure that he knew the answer. As a matter of fact, yes. Ethos was much more approachable than I had thought he would be. "You were right, by the way. When he heard that you had disposed of Heather after her attack on me, he was very pleased." "Excellent. I was hoping he would be, although she really left me no choice. Given a chance, I would have spared her life. If you ever speak to Ethos again, I'd suggest you don't mention that. So, the staff. Where is it?" He looked around as he asked, but the staff was nowhere to be seen. Simon also glanced around and frowned. "That's weird. I thought I had left it beside the door, where I used to leave Bene Dungal." "You did, Master," Kronk said brightly. He hopped down to the floor and hurried across the room to the large wooden cabinet where the wizard kept his outerwear and shoes. "I was cleaning yesterday and moved it in here out of the way." He opened the cabinet, pulled out the staff and returned it to Simon. "Thanks, Kronk." The wizard laid the staff across the table and looked at Ares inquiringly. "So, now what, Dot?" Well, according to Ethos, there's a small ritual that the old wizards used to bind their staves to them, allowing them to channel their spells through the weapons." Ares looked at the staff speculatively. He said that even he doesn't know why a staff or wand can do that, by the way. Whether it is because they are made of a certain kind of wood, or their shape. "I believe it may be both," Kronk told him. "I used ash because I remember it was popular back in the days of magic. Many wizards used it for their staves." Simon rubbed the staff, enjoying the smoothness of the wood. "Well, I suppose we don't really need to know why it works, as long as it does." "So, you mentioned a ritual?" he said to Ares. "Yes. Right. So, it sounds a little primitive, to be quite honest, but Ethos claims that it works." He hesitated. "You have to inscribe the staff with your true name." He paused again and added, "in blood." "What?" Kronk said weakly. "Are you kidding?" the wizard asked, almost laughing. He sobered as he saw that the air elemental was serious. "You're not kidding." "I'm afraid not. Like I said, it sounds primitive to me. But that is what he told me. You will know that it worked if the name fades as the blood is absorbed into the body of the staff. If it does not, the weapon is not properly made and cannot be used as a wizard's focus." "That is so weird," Simon muttered, touching the staff again. He ran his fingers along its length. "It sounds like voodoo or something." "What is voodoo, Master?" Kronk asked curiously. "Oh, nothing. A kind of religion, I think. Rumor had it that they used blood in their rites." He picked up the staff and walked to the stairs. "Come on. I want to use my study for this ritual. Dot." They went upstairs and into the study. Simon crossed to his work table. Among the assorted pencils, pieces of chalk and charcoal and scraps of paper, were several sewing needles. He liked to patch tears in his clothing next to the window at the table and left needles and thread on it. He picked up a needle and went to sit at his desk. "Okay, I agree on the weirdness factor, but if Ethos says that this is what has to be done, I'm willing to give it a shot." Kronk looked at Ares and pointed at the door. The other elemental nodded and they both headed for the exit. "Hey guys, where are you going?" They stopped at the door and looked back at Simon. "First rule of elemental servants, my dear wizard," Ares said with a wry smile. "Never learn your master's true name. And yes, I know. You aren't our master, at least in your own mind. But the rule holds. Call us back in when you're done." Kronk gave the wizard a quick wink and they both left. Simon heard the earthen's rocky feet tip-tapping down the stairs and shook his head. "I don't know if I'll ever understand them," he thought. "Not totally, anyway." He stared at the staff. It seemed to glow in the sunlight shining through the window behind him. "Okay, nameless staff," he murmured to it. "Let's see if this works." Simon pressed his lips together and pricked his forefinger. A bead of blood slowly built up on it and, before it dripped off, he began to slowly write on the staff, across its length. "V-A-L-A-G-A-R," he said aloud as he wrote each letter. He had to squeeze his finger twice to coax out more blood to finish writing his real name. When he was done, Simon sat back and sucked on his finger as he stared at the crooked, bloody letters. Nothing happened. "Well," he said to the staff. "Are you going to do something or what?" a silence dropped over the room. The sounds of birdsong from outside became muted and Simon felt like his ears were stuffed with cotton. "What?" he whispered. He couldn't hear his own voice. And then he watched with wide eyes as the bloody letters seemed to sink into the wood of the staff. The length turned a bright, wet red for an instant and then the whitish body glowed with a blinding light. Simon squinted through sudden tears at the staff. He felt pain, a sharp stab in his chest that drew a gasp from his lips, and then, it was over. The staff lay innocently on his desk, just a length of wood. The wizard watched it suspiciously, as if it were a sleeping snake that might strike at any time. "Guy? Hey guys!" he yelled. "You can come back up now." In a moment, he heard Crank jumping up the steps again and Aries shot back into the study just ahead of the little earthen. They both settled on top of the desk and looked closely at the staff. "Did it work, Master?" Simon shrugged. "I guess so. The letters were absorbed into the wood, anyway. And a few strange things happened. Whether it will help augment my powers, well, we'll see." "What strange things?" Aries asked. "It doesn't matter, really. I guess the next step is to test it out. But that can keep for now." Simon lifted the staff off of the desk and leaned back to rest it against the window ledge behind him. He turned and looked at the air elemental. "Aries, Kronk and I were discussing the possible weaknesses of the white dragons while you were gone." "Were you? All right. Any conclusions?" he asked skeptically. Simon explained his reasoning to the elemental, based on what had happened during his battles with the black and green primal dragons. Halfway through, Aries began nodding slowly. When the wizard finished, the cloudy figure had a definite look of admiration on his face. "You know, it never occurred to me that the dragons were their own worst enemies." "Interesting, isn't it?" Exactly. The problem is, if the white dragons can be harmed by intense cold, I'm in trouble. None of my spells does that kind of damage." "Really? What about your ice spear spell? Or ice storm?" Simon shook his head. "I'm not saying that those spells won't damage them, although I doubt that they will do much. I need a spell that uses intense cold, like their breath attacks, not frozen water. At a guess, I'd say their scales would be more than thick enough to block an ice spear." "And the hail?" "Doubtful." Aries floated up and down, looking thoughtful. "So you need to learn an offensive spell that attacks with deep cold, is that it?" "Exactly. And we think you can help," Kronk piped up. Aries stared at him. "Me? Well, that's very complimentary, I'm sure, but I don't know any spells." "No elemental does." "You know that," he said to the earthen. "True enough," Kronk replied. "But we know the magic, don't we? You know how air magic works. I know how earth magic works, correct?" "Well, yes, but..." "And you know someone who understands how to use cold-based magic." Aries looked puzzled. "I do?" "Yes," Kronk said, exasperated. "Granted, his powers are over water, but he can use cold to enhance those powers." Simon watched, fascinated, as Aries' puzzled expression turned to one of comprehension. "You're speaking of the water sprite, Aquamastus?" "Exactly," the wizard said. "I watched him freeze an entire swath of the river during my fight with the black dragon. It had to take not just a massive amount of power, but incredibly intense cold as well." "Okay, I agree. So what do you want to do, approach him and ask him how to summon the deep cold?" "Basically, yes." Simon impatiently pushed his hair off of his face and yawned suddenly. He blinked in apology at the elementals. "Sorry, I don't know why I'm tired. Anyway, Aries, you've spoken with Aquamastus a few times. Do you think that he would be amenable to sharing that information?" To his credit, for a change the air elemental answered the question directly. "No, I don't," he said with an apologetic shrug. "I don't think he would care enough to bother, to be quite honest." Kronk stepped closer to Aries, looking indignant. "Not care enough to bother? Who summoned him to Earth? Who gave him the river he now calls home? Our master did. Does that sprite not remember that?" Aries looked taken aback by the little guy's anger and retreated a few inches. "No, it's not that. He appreciates Simon's aid. But he feels that helping our dear wizard defeat the primal black was his part of the bargain. In his mind, they are now even." He looked up at Simon. "It isn't ego, really. But an elemental as powerful as Aquamastus would not share something like the key to using the deep cold magic without expecting something in return. And what can you offer him that he would want?" The wizard had to agree. The water elemental had been quite clear after the death of the black dragon. He'd told Simon that they were even, and that was that. What could he offer Aquamastus for his knowledge? Simon felt himself deflate. Nothing. Nothing at all. Relax, Kronk, he said. The little guy's red eyes were still glowing with anger. Ares isn't the bad guy here. Neither is Aquamastus. It's just his nature. And you're right, he told Ares. I have nothing that the sprite would want. So, I guess I'll keep researching. Maybe somewhere buried deep in Daniel's notes is a clue that I can use. I mean, it was just a thought anyway, getting help from a being that powerful. We're no worse off than we were before. Kronk looked up at him, slowly cooling off as he stared at Simon. You aren't upset, Master? What would be the point? I just wish, I dunno, that things didn't always have to be so complicated. Simon stared off into space blankly, suddenly too tired to think. He guessed that attuning the staff to himself had used up more of his energy than he'd realized it would. Nothing that some sleep wouldn't cure, he thought wearily. Kronk stood still, staring dejectedly at the desktop, his little red eyes barely glowing. Simon glanced at Ares and was surprised to see the elemental smiling in a self-satisfied way, looking from the wizard to Kronk and back again. Why do you look so pleased with yourself? He asked. Kronk looked at Ares curiously. Why? Because, my dear wizard, you are missing a very obvious solution to your problem. That's why. Really? Pray enlighten us, O wise one, Simon said with a sarcastic grin. A flutter of hope swept away his fatigue and he watched the elemental intently. I'll do that, Ares answered loftily. Aquamastus is a very powerful water elemental, it's true. But his powers are the same as all of his kind, just as mine are and Kronk's are. The only difference is in their degree. He paused as if waiting for Simon to say something, but the wizard simply looked back blankly. Ares threw his arms up in the air. Don't you see? He asked impatiently. Any water elemental knows what Aquamastus knows. Any of them. A light bulb suddenly snapped on in Simon's head and it must have shone on his face because Ares grinned broadly. Ah, I believe our dear wizard has connected the dots, he told Kronk, who looked confused. I still don't understand, he said plaintively. Simon knew that the little guy was very bright, but that it took him time to put things together, so before Ares could say something that might hurt Kronk's feelings, he hurried to explain. What Ares is saying, my friend, is that if I summon a water elemental, but one of the smaller ones, like you two, he or she could tell me what I wanted to know, because all of their powers are the same. He quickly glanced at Ares. Correct? Precisely. A summoned being, as you well know by now, Simon, must obey the summoner. And before you say it, I will. You don't want to order us about and you don't want to play the master. I know that. But like both Kronk and I, if you summon a water elemental and offer them their freedom, as you did for us, I have a feeling that their gratitude would be enough to convince them to help you. Of course. Kronk crowed with sudden delight. Ares, that's brilliant. It is? The air elemental stared at him, apparently lost for words. Simon had to turn his laugh into a cough at Ares' look of surprise. He's right. It hadn't occurred to me to ask a less powerful version of Aquamastus for help. That's a lesson for me. Thanks. Air, you're welcome. The wizard felt re-energized and sprang up to move to his work table, grabbing his spellbook as he went. He stood at the table while he skimmed through the book to the well-worn page that held the summoning spell. Okay, you guys ready for some company? Ares flew over to the table while Kronk jumped down from the desk, quickly tip-tapped across the room and leaped up to join him. All set, the air elemental said calmly. Ready, master, Kronk added eagerly. Good. Whoever we get, I hope they're in a good mood. Neither of the little guys said anything, they just stared at the middle of the table and waited. Simon memorized the spell, flipped through the spellbook to the page covered with the runes of the 4 elements and added the minor water rune to the spell in his mind. He swallowed nervously. This was always the big unknown when summoning an elemental. They were people, and you never knew if you'd end up with someone with a sweet disposition like Kronk or acidic like Ares. With a deep breath, Simon stared at the table and chanted the incantation. He paused a moment and added the word of command. Invectus, he said steadily. And then he waited. A whisper of wind slipped through the partly open window, a humid breeze smelling of rain. It swirled around the study, ruffling the wizard's hair and stirring loose papers on his desk. And then it settled and there was a long, drawn-out moment of silence. A puddle bubbled up in the center of the work table, a tiny spring of clear water that spread out in a circle. It began to swirl like a small whirlpool, churning and spinning faster and faster. Simon watched in fascination. When he had contacted Aquamastus, before his battle with the Black Dragon, he had summoned him at the river. He had never seen the great elemental until the actual battle, so this process was riveting. Kronk and Ares were waiting side by side, watching the summoning with interest. They exchanged several whispers and Simon wondered what they were talking about. The fact that they were speaking without arguing was gratifying and he let them have their secrets. A figure began to rise from the center of the small pool, absorbing the water as it grew. Finally, a man-shaped being made of water stood on the table, the same 12-inch height as the other two elementals. Its face was finely detailed and human-like, the features attractive but hard to see because it was as clear as glass. Its body rippled and moved constantly, as if it was holding its shape with some effort. Unlike Ares, who also looked like a small replica of the human form, the water elemental had long locks flowing from its head, literally looking like a small stream of water pouring down and disappearing before it hit the ground. The elemental slowly turned and took in its surroundings. When it spotted Kronk and Ares, it nodded once and they returned the greeting. The watery expression showed both interest and curiosity as it scanned the room and, when it had turned full circle, the elemental finally stopped and faced Simon, bowing low. "You summoned me, Sir Wizard. I am honored. Word of your deeds has reached even to the realm of water. I am very pleased to be called to your aid. What would you have of me?" Simon sat down at the table and smiled at the elemental. Its voice was very smooth and high-pitched and he wondered if this being identified itself as male or female. "Thank you for coming. Before we begin, let me introduce everyone. My name is Simon. This is Kronk and Ares." The water elemental bowed again to the wizard and smiled at the others. "You honor me with your names. I am Anaposis. I have heard of your interaction with Aquamastus. He is one of our great ones, a legend to us. Your reputation shines like the sun glittering on the wide sea. Tell me, what can I do to serve you?" The wizard shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Yeah, about that. As I always do before working with new elementals, I wanted you to understand the terms of our relationship." "Ah, of course," Anaposis said equably. Simon decided that the water elemental was female. Her voice and graceful movements were simply too feminine compared to Kronk's and Ares. "I don't want servants. Nor do I want to be anyone's master. I summoned you because I need some help, yes, but you are free to leave at any time. Whether it's right now, after you hear what I want, or down the road, it is your choice. Do you understand?" Anaposis' eyes widened and she looked shocked. She turned to the other two elementals as if for confirmation and they both nodded, smiling broadly at her reaction. "Our dear wizard is being quite honest," Ares said lightly. "He refuses to accept servitude from anyone. Kronk here can't seem to get out of the habit of calling him master, but we both know that we are his friends, not his slaves." "But, that is extraordinary." The water elemental gasped. She looked up at Simon. "I've never heard of the like before. So my friends here have said." Simon looked out the window pensively. "You know, the more I hear about those ancient wizards and how they treated those they summoned, the less I like them. Bunch of arrogant. Anyway, that's not me. So those are my terms, Anaposis. Please don't call me master. Kronk will never change," and he smiled gently at the little earthen, who gave him a subtle wink, "but my name is Simon and I'd prefer it if you called me that. So, what do you say? Will you stay or do you want to leave?" The water elemental opened her mouth, hesitated and then stood silently, rippling with tiny currents as she frowned down at the tabletop. "I am intrigued," she said a minute later. "Your respect for our kind," she swept Kronk and Ares with a quick look, "is unprecedented. Now I see why Aquamastus holds you in such high regard." "Does he? I'm surprised." She smiled up at him. "Do you think that one such as he would bargain with a wizard who attempted to shackle him?" "No, that would end badly for the summoner. There has never been a wizard who could enslave an elemental as powerful as he." She stared at Simon searchingly. He wondered what she was trying to see in him, and what she was thinking. "I want to stay, Simon, . He smiled widely. "That's my name," he replied and Anaposis laughed, a high tinkling sound, like bells. "I want to stay," she repeated. "I have not served a wizard for thousands of years and I find that I am intrigued by you. So yes, I agree to your terms, although I must say that we elementals seem to be getting the better part of the bargain. I need friends and partners, not servants, Anaposis. I trust my friends, and I like to think they trust me. I prefer it that way. I hope in time you will as well. Just remember, any time you want to leave, you are free to do so." Before the water elemental could answer, Ares spoke up. "You see how he actually enslaves us? he said to her, with an amused glance at Simon. Through loyalty, perhaps the strongest fetters of all. Aries, I. Oh hush, my dear wizard. You know very well that I'm joking. Sort of. Simon looked at Anaposis and rolled his eyes. You see what I have to deal with? Honestly, Dot. She looked between the two of them and then burst out laughing. Oh, I think I am going to like it here, she said through her giggles. I will admit that while I love it, my home has become rather staid and dull these past few centuries. You see? You see? Aries said to Simon. I'm not the only one who relishes the chance to get away from their own realm. The water elemental looked surprised, but Simon only shrugged. I never said that you were. You just seem to hate it more than most, that's all. I hate boredom. I hate the constant cycle of sameness. I don't hate the realm of air though. Not really. Well, now that is all cleared up, Crank interjected, perhaps we can discuss why you summoned Anaposis, Master? Appreciating the little guy's attempt to refocus the discussion, Simon nodded and looked at the water elemental intently. Kronk has a point. And really, I called you here to basically ask for a favor. I don't want you to think I'm trying to learn any secrets, mind you, but there is something I'd like to know. She tilted her head slightly and watched the wizard quizzically. Of course, Simon. Anything I can do. You may not feel the same way when I ask, but here it is. He took a deep breath. I am in a battle with the primal dragons. Simon paused and blinked as he realized what he just said. My God, that sounded a bit pompous, didn't it? He asked weakly. Both Kronk and Aries chuckled and, after waiting an uncertain moment, so did Anaposis. What I should have said is the remnants of the human race are in a battle. As you may know, both of the black and green primals have fallen. He looked at the water elemental and she nodded vigorously. Even in the water realm, we have heard this, Sir Wizard, she told him. Really? That's surprising. Anyway, after thinking about how they were killed, I've come to the conclusion that a dragon's greatest weakness is itself. Specifically, their main breath attack. The black died after its own electrical attack shorted it out in deep water. The green choked to death on its toxic breath. Is that true? Anaposis looked astonished. I had no idea. I didn't know that dragons had any weaknesses. How extraordinary. If I'm right, Simon cautioned. But if I am, then the next group of dragons I need to find a weakness for are the whites. He leaned forward and rested his arms on the table. There is a small group of changelings in Moscow. It's a city on the other side of the world where... Yes, Sir Wizard, I know of Moscow, the watery figure said quickly. We have extensive knowledge of the earth in my realm. I should say the old earth, I suppose, after the attacks of the dragons devastated it. Oh, okay. So to help these folks, I need an effective way to attack a white dragon. I see. How about fire? No, that won't do much good, Simon told her. All dragons use fire as a weapon. I'm sure it would do some damage, but I doubt if it would deal a lethal blow. No, what I believe is that intense cold would do far more harm than fire. Because the white dragons breathe frost, yes. She's quick, Simon thought with approval. Exactly. The wizard held up his old spellbook. Unfortunately, except for Ice Spear and Ice Storm, I don't have any spells that can deliver an extreme jolt of cold damage. Ice Spear is a penetrating spell, really, and Ice Storm attacks with hail. I don't think it would even chip their scales. Oh, I don't know, my dear wizard, Aries said. It might do damage to their eyes, if you hit them just right. Good point. Maybe. But I need to use deep cold spells, and the only people that I know of that use cold as a weapon are water elementals. There, he'd said it. Now how would she react? Anaposis became very still, her shifting form rippling more rapidly, looking like small storm waves crossing her body. She looked at Simon with a small frown. You want me to divulge the secrets of my people? She asked him thinly. Only if you think you should, he said quickly. As I said, you owe me nothing. If this knowledge is out of bounds, then just tell me and we'll leave it at that. The water elemental began to wander around the tabletop. Simon was almost mesmerized by her movements. Unlike Kronk's walking gait or Aries floating, Anaposis glided on a layer of water. Her legs never moved at all and it almost looked like she was sliding across an icy surface. She returned to her original position and appeared to nod to herself. Very well. As you have dealt with me, so I shall deal with you, Simon. Her tone was firm and businesslike. I will do this much. I will add to an existing spell that you already know. She glanced at the spellbook lying on the table, so that it is based on intense cold, rather than what it used originally. I will leave the choice of spell up to you, Dot. Simon was more than surprised. You can do that? I can. The air elementals aren't the only ones who learned of spells from wizards back in the old days of magic. She exchanged a look with Ares, who smiled amicably, then looked back at the wizard. That is the best that I can do, Simon. It would be unforgivable for me to share more of my people's power, and I would be punished if I did so. Would you? Are you sure that even doing this much isn't risky? Don't get into trouble on my account. She made a reassuring gesture. This is permissible, Sir Wizard. I am certain of it. So, her tone because brisk, what spell would you like me to alter? Simon picked up the spellbook and flipped through it. Which one would deliver a blast of sub-zero air to a dragon? His mind felt fuzzy again and he was having trouble concentrating. Which one? Which one? Suddenly the book was gently but firmly pulled out of his hands and he saw Kronk toss it aside. Kronk? What, Dot? Forgive my master, Anaposis. He has overexerted himself today and needs to rest. I hope you will allow him to choose a spell when he is more alert? Yes, of course, the water elemental said, looking concerned. Kronk, I'm fine. What are you doing? You are tilted in your chair, master. Your eyes are so red, they practically match my own. You need to sleep. Right now. Simon knew that tone. The earthen could be as stubborn as a stone when he made up his mind, and he'd obviously decided that the wizard was going to get some sleep, and that was that. With a resigned sigh, Simon looked at Anaposis. Sorry. When he gets like this, it's easier to just go along with him. The water elemental nodded silently, apparently amazed by the sight of a fellow elemental ordering a wizard around. If Simon wasn't so tired, he would have thought it was funny. Now, off to bed you go, master. You may speak with your new friend later, Dot. Kronk pointed imperiously at the door and Simon stood up meekly, swaying a bit. Fine. I'll go. Bullied by a sentient rock, he mumbled. Unbelievable. As he slowly walked to the door, Ares called after him. Would you like me to tuck you in, my dear wizard? He asked. Get you some warm milk? Another blanket? Be quiet, Ares, Kronk snapped and the air elemental subsided. Simon was too tired to even come up with a smart retort and he waved weakly at Anaposis as he left the room. He hoped that it was just marking his staff and summoning the water elemental that was causing his weariness. He didn't need to get sick again. Chapter 7. Simon slept the rest of the day and all night. When he woke up the next morning, his head felt like he'd been drinking for a week. Oh damn, he thought. I am sick. Great. Kronk must have heard him moving and entered the bedroom. He hopped up on the night table beside the bed and watched until Simon caught his eye. The wizard quickly covered his head with a pillow. Good morning, master. The little guy said heartily. Simon grunted, keeping the pillow over his face in a vain attempt to stop his head from pounding. How are you this morning? Kronk continued. I'm sick, the wizard mumbled through the pillow. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, master, the earthen said, suddenly concerned. You seem to become ill on a regular basis, don't you? Yeah, I noticed. Simon groaned faintly. My skull feels like something's trying to pound its way out of it. You must rest today, master, Kronk said firmly. Stay in bed until your head feels better. I will make you some tea. Simon shifted the pillow a bit until he could just peek out at the little guy. Thanks, Kronk. That sounds nice. By the time the earthen had returned with a steaming cup of tea, Simon was sitting up in bed, a couple of pillows propping him up, and reading his spellbook. He hadn't remembered bringing it to bed, but it had been sitting beside him on his night table. Here you are, master, Kronk said brightly and held up the cup. The wizard reached down, wincing slightly as his head throbbed harder for a second, and gratefully accepted the tea. Thank you, bud. I just wish I had a spell to cure head colds. But all I have is time and rest. Kronk hopped up on the bed and stood near Simon's legs. If our friend the cleric was closer, she could probably ease your discomfort, master. Simon sipped the tea, letting the honey-sweetened warmth trickle down his throat. Maybe she could. But I don't want Clara to have to travel a couple of hours just to use her powers to cure a cold. He sighed heavily. I'll live, as usual. But I don't envy you and Ares. I'm a bit grumpy when I'm sick. You, my dear wizard? Grumpy? Why, I never noticed. The air elemental flew into the room as Simon was speaking and joined Kronk on the bed. Very funny, the wizard said as he sipped more tea. Aries, did wizards back in the old days get sick more often than most people? I seem to get the flu and catch colds a lot more than I did before I changed. Aries' expression became thoughtful as he floated on top of the blankets. You know, now that you mention it, they did. Wizards are powerful magically but weak physically. I recall one young wizard complaining to her father about being so delicate. He shot Simon an amused glance. The man was rather stern and told her firmly that her powers were worth her weak constitution. She wasn't convinced. Simon chuckled a bit painfully. Well, it's nice to know that I'm not much different than they were. Damned inconvenient though. He put the cup on his night table and settled deeper into his pillows. So where's Anaposis this morning? Kronk nodded toward the window. Simon noticed that the day was quite gray and a light rain was drumming on the glass. She's outside, master. She noticed the rain falling earlier and basically raced out of the tower to stand in it. He looked puzzled. I believe she's dancing out there at the moment. Dancing? Simon grinned at the thought, even through his headache. That's something I never thought I'd see an elemental doing. But it's not a surprise, I guess. Water elementals love water. That's a given. Aries sniffed. She isn't a child. It's beneath the dignity of a being as old as an elemental to be acting so immaturely. Because you're always so dignified, Kronk said with a sly grin. What? I'll have you know that I'm always. The air elemental saw the looks on the others' faces and rolled his eyes. Fine. Most of the time I act my age. At any rate, she seems happy to be here. The three of us spent the night patrolling the wall and spoke quite a bit. She's definitely more approachable than Aquamastis. Clever too, he added. High praise coming from Aries, Simon thought. He flipped through his spellbook, trying to decide which spell he wanted the water elemental to alter. No. No, he muttered as he flipped the pages. No. Darn it, hang on a second. He stared at a spell that he'd never used before. What is it, master? You found one to turn into a cold spell? Simon nodded and turned the book around so that the others could see it. Fire blast? Aries read with a frown. I don't know it. Have you cast it before? Nope. Never, the wizard said as he read the spell again. It just seems so, I don't know, impractical I suppose. It basically does exactly what it says it does. You cast it at a spot and it explodes in a burst of flame. But that sounds useful, Aries said. Why haven't you used it? Because you don't aim it at an opponent, Simon told him. You aim it at a point that you hope your target will be. Fireball, magic missile, those spells will track whatever you cast them at. This spell won't. Not too useful if you cast it and by the time it kicks in, your target has moved. I see your point, the air elemental agreed. Rather impractical indeed. So why choose that spell to alter? Well, it's the only one that I can see that would strike with intense cold. It's a temperature-based spell. If Anaposis can change it, I'll just have to learn to anticipate where my target is going to be and cast it at that spot. And if you make a mistake, you'll have wasted the spell. I know. But if deep cold is a white dragon's weakness, then this is the best choice, I think. Aries looked dubious and Simon offered him the spellbook. Look, if you have a better alternative, I'm all ears. The air elemental stared at the wizard suspiciously, as if he thought he was joking. But Simon continued to offer him the book. I'm serious. Anaposis will only change one spell. We'd better make sure it's the right one, because we won't get another chance at this, Aries took the book, opened it and laid it on the bed. Both he and Kronk leaned over and went through each page as Simon picked up his cup and sipped more tea. He watched them and smiled. Who would have guessed that an earth and air elemental would become this close, he thought affectionately. And if I mentioned it, they'd both totally deny it. His smile widened. When the two had finished going through the book, he put the cup to his lips to hide his grin. Well, what do you think? Simon asked when he'd finished his tea. The elementals exchanged a look. We think your choice is the correct one, master, Kronk told him. Aries nodded slowly. He's right. But in a fight with a fast-moving dragon, your attacks are going to have to be timed perfectly, my dear wizard. One miss and you could be dead. Simon felt the skin on the back of his neck tighten up and goosebumps lifted the little hairs on his arms. Yeah, I know. I wish that Bene Dungal was still around to write spells on. Instantly casting a spell like that one would be a lifesaver. The three of them stopped talking as they heard a light humming coming from the stairs. A moment later, Anaposis entered the bedroom. She was gliding across the floor, and Simon was fascinated once again by how she moved without using her legs. "Good morning, Sir Wizard," she said respectfully from inside the doorway. "May I enter?" "Morning, Anaposis." "Yes, of course. Please, join Kronk and Aries." She slipped across the floor and up the side of the bed, strangely leaving no wet marks on the floor behind her. She gave a pleasant nod to the other elementals and they returned it. "We were just discussing which spell would be the best choice for you to alter," Simon told her. The water elemental glanced at the spellbook lying on the bed and then at the wizard. "Yes, I thought you might be. Have you made your choice, Dot?" Simon picked up the book, turned the pages until he found the right one and handed the spellbook to her. "That one. The Fire Blast spell." She scanned the page carefully and nodded slowly as she read it. "I see. A logical choice. An area effect spell is risky though, Sir Wizard. If you miss." "We've thought of that," Simon told her. "But none of the other spells has the potential to do the deep cold damage that this one does." "Of course." Anaposis looked at the other elementals. "Would one of you be so kind as to get me something to write with and some paper, please?" Before Kronk could volunteer, Aries floated toward the door. "I'll get it," he said and left the room. Simon and Kronk looked at each other in surprise. It wasn't like the air elemental to be so quick to volunteer. "Once I write down the altered spell," Anaposis said to the wizard, "you can add it to your spellbook at your leisure." "If I might ask, have you managed to permanently memorize any spells, Simon?" "More all the time," he answered with some pride. "The more I practice, the more my memory for spells seems to increase." "Yes, that is how it works." "Then if you will allow me this impertinence, I would suggest that you attempt to lock this spell into your mind as soon as possible, if you are going to use it against the white dragons. An area effect spell is imprecise. If you do miss your target, at least you can recast the spell more quickly if it is permanently available." Aries was right, Simon thought. She is very clever. Agreed. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait until I feel a bit better. He massaged his temples gently. The pulses of pain shooting through his skull were beginning to blur his vision. "Oh dear, I had no idea that you were ill," Anaposis said with some dismay. "Perhaps we should wait until you are well again before doing this, Dot." Aries flew back into the room, paper and pencil in hand. He offered them to the water elemental, who accepted with a warm smile. "My being ill shouldn't matter in this case." "You're the one altering the spell, aren't you?" Simon asked shortly. "Please forgive our dear wizard," Aries said to Anaposis. "He's cranky when he's sick." Simon sighed loudly and leaned back against the pillows. "He's right. Sorry about that. But please, go ahead and create the new spell. I'll study it when I can focus again." "Yes, Sir Wizard. If you're sure." She sounded a bit dubious, but Anaposis put the blank paper down on the book, beside the Fire Blast spell, and began to write. The room grew quiet as the water elemental slowly inscribed the new spell. Both Kronk and Aries were surreptitiously looking over her shoulder while Simon closed his eyes, trying to will his headache away. No such luck. It just seemed to make it worse. "And what would you like to name this new spell, Simon?" Anaposis asked as she was writing. He opened his eyes and shrugged. "Well, if it does what we hope it does, how about Blizzard?" She looked up from the paper and smiled widely. "Very apt, Sir Wizard. I believe that is exactly what it will look like. It will, however, be a lot more deadly." She picked up the paper and handed it to Simon. "As promised, your new spell." He took it with shaking fingers and wiped his eyes so that he could focus on the writing. As always, he had no idea how he could read what was clearly no language that he'd ever learned in his life, but he could. Magic, Simon thought with resignation. Go figure. The spell was simple, short and to the point. At the top, Anaposis had actually titled it Blizzard and the wizard smiled a bit. "Can you see what it does in your mind, Simon?" she asked diffidently. "Is it clear, Dot?" As he read the spell again, the wizard did seem to grasp the shape of the magic. It was a swirling, twisting violent mass of bitter cold and he shivered as he felt it in his head. "Yes, I can. Nasty and chaotic, exactly what I needed." He put the sheet down beside him and smiled crookedly at the water elemental. "Thank you for this. I'm pleased that you could find a way to help me without revealing anything you shouldn't." She bowed gracefully. "It was my pleasure, I assure you." Simon wiped a shaky hand across his brow. I hate to sound impolite, but I wonder if you could all give me some quiet time. I think I'm about to pass out. Sorry. Ares hurriedly picked up the spellbook, the new spell and the pencil. I'll leave these on your desk in the study, he said and zipped out of the room. Kronk jumped onto the night table, grabbed the teacup and looked at Simon worriedly. Will you be all right, master? Can I get you anything? Touched by his concern, the wizard could barely shake his head. The pain was a steady stab at the base of his skull now. I just need rest, my friend, I'm sure. But thanks. Kronk looked at him dubiously but nodded and hopped down to the floor holding the cup over his head. Call me if you need anything, master, he said as he left the room. Alone with Anaposis, Simon lifted a hand at her anxious expression. Before you ask, I'll be fine. But I wanted you to know that you are free to leave at any time now. Leave? But why? Have I done something wrong? Of course not. It's not that. It's just that you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. You have helped me with the spell. Certainly I didn't summon you because I was looking for a new servant. Kronk and Ares are all the help I need. The water elemental's expression was unreadable. And if I wish to stay? Is there nothing I could aid you with? Have you no use for one like myself? Simon almost rolled his eyes but caught himself. He didn't want to insult her. Look, I'm really not focusing too well right now. Tell you what, if you don't want to leave, let's discuss it when I'm feeling better. In the meantime, you are very welcome to stay. Anaposis smiled broadly. Thank you, Sir Wizard. I appreciate that. Get some rest and we will speak later. She gave him a small wave and glided off of the bed and out of the room. Elementals, Simon thought, a bit exasperated. Then he slid deeper under the covers, punched his pillows a few times to get them shaped just right and sank into a fevered sleep. Simon was standing in a field, somewhere. The air was warm and sweet with the smell of flowers and wild grass. Around his knees, tiny yellow blooms nodded in a light breeze and thick, reed-like grasses clung to his robe. The wizard frowned. This place looks familiar, he thought, mildly puzzled. The edges of his vision were fuzzy and he felt a little lightheaded. And then Simon looked up from the plants at his feet and gaped. A wall of angry gray circled the small glade he was standing in. He was in the middle of a funnel of violent winds, trapped in the eye of a hurricane. Looking up, he saw that the swaying, whirling wall of wind extended up for hundreds of feet. Just in sight was a small circle of blue, the distant sky. And yet the winds were eerily silent, as if an invisible wall cut them off from where the wizard was standing. Why do I feel like I've been here before? He said aloud. Perhaps because you have, child, someone said from behind him. Simon spun around and stepped back involuntarily. A woman stood there. She was taller than he was, clad in brilliantly bright, silver armor, which was etched with complex symbols inlaid with mother-of-pearl. A long, narrow sword rested at her hip and a shield, also silver, hung across her back. Hair so black that it looked purple draped her like a cape and hung behind her to her hips. Her skin was pale, her blue eyes huge and commanding, and her expression was one of loving affection. Have you seen enough? She asked in a gentle voice. Gentle but touched with steel. A voice of command. Simon realized that he'd been staring and felt himself getting red. Sorry. You startled me, that's all. He waved a hand at the surrounding wall of smoky wind. Where am I? You are sleeping, child. Perhaps you do not remember, but you have been in this special place before. I have? He stood still, racking his brain. Slowly the memory returned, bubbling up from some dark place. I have. Once. I learned some spells here, didn't I? She smiled sweetly. You did. One of my brothers gifted you with that knowledge. But like all such gifts, it may only be given once. It is regrettable that that knowledge was lost, but such is life, I suppose. Lost? It wasn't lost, lady. It was stolen by dragons. Yes, I know. She stepped closer to Simon and he found himself looking up into her eyes, almost mesmerized. It was like staring into two brilliant sapphires. Who are you? He asked her with childlike wonder. Her laughter was like crystal bells ringing joyously. Ah, names. All humans want to name things, do they not? Lady will do well enough. You may name me that. Now, heed me, child. We do not have much time. I am visiting you at great risk. I hope those dark gods, my cousins, do not notice us or the consequences could be unfortunate. Why would they care? They want you dead, young one. Surely you must know that by now? Simon shook his head, confused. I don't understand that. I am one person, one little guy who barely knows enough magic to be a threat to anyone. There have to be thousands of humans still in the world, maybe more. Why do they care about me at all? The lady laughed again and the wizard found himself smiling in response. He couldn't seem to help it. She reached down and lifted his chin with a finger. Her touch was warm when Simon seemed to hear distant music, the sound of choirs and songs of joy. A little guy? No threat? Child, you have destroyed two of our greatest enemies. Two primal dragons have fallen at your hand. And yet you continue to insist that you are unimportant. She lowered her hand and stepped back. Her face contracted and she caught and held his eyes in a look of intense concentration. Simon, she said, and he was jolted at the use of his name. You are more than just human. You are an empty reservoir, a vessel that could one day be filled with more power than any other wizard in history. Not now, no. And perhaps never, should you die. You have barely tapped into your potential. The Dark Ones know this as well as we do, those of us who serve the light. They will continue to try to stop you, and we, she paused and gave him such a loving look that his breath caught in his throat. We will help you as we can, even at great personal risk. I appreciate that, lady, but you will forgive me if I'm a bit skeptical when it comes to my own importance. Of course. Modesty becomes you, child. Now, time is running. Our business here must be concluded quickly. Simon waited, heart beating fast. What did this woman, no, this deity, want with him anyway? I cannot share knowledge of spells with you. That chance has passed. She watched him thoughtfully. But I can give you a small gift, something that will, perhaps, allow you to more safely strike at your enemies. What gift, lady? She reached down and drew her sword in one smooth motion. Simon swallowed nervously and she smiled at him reassuringly. Step forward, Simon O'Toole, she said in a suddenly formal voice. The wizard slowly moved toward her. 1 step. 2. Then he stopped at a gesture from the lady and she extended her sword, laying its tip on his right shoulder. A momentary flash of silver light shot down the sword and engulfed him. Oddly, although he was sure that he glowed for an instant, Simon felt no pain, or any sensation at all. She raised the sword and slipped it quickly back into its sheath and he looked at her curiously. What just happened? He asked. I have, interlocked? Meshed? I do not know what term will serve. But I have given you more skill to cast the spells you have and the spells you will learn. Now, when you are shielded, you will be able to cast spells through your shield. You will be able to use your spells even if you are moving. And you will be able to remember more spells than before. Simon stared at her in amazement. One of his problems had been an inability to cast spells through his shield spell. But now, if this being was telling the truth, and he had no reason to doubt her, he could attack while still protected. That was huge. He began to stammer a thank you and the lady laughed lightly. It is little enough, child, but it is all that I have to give, for now. But before I release you, I shall give you some information. He waited and she grinned impishly. Your suspicion about the white dragon's weakness is correct. Your new spell will damage them. Simon felt a wave of relief and knew he was smiling foolishly. The lady shook her head. Do not become too self-assured. These dragons are much more resilient than any you have faced before. The scene began to fade away from the edges and, as Simon watched, the lady became indistinct and hazy. Her outline began to glow a soft silver. A final piece of knowledge, child, the lady said, her voice echoing as she disappeared. Because I am fond of you. A legend walks the earth again. One that was thought lost has returned. If you prove worthy, you may earn their aid. Be true in all of your dealings and approach all of your allies with a pure heart and you may gain more than you would have ever believed possible. Simon tried to thank her but only darkness remained. He groped around himself, feeling nothing but space. Suddenly, a huge crash shook him and he felt himself falling. He cried out and saw a spot of whiteness shooting toward him. He braced himself, sure that he was about to slam into the earth and then. Sorry, master, Kronk said gently. I bumped you when I climbed up on the blankets. Simon was lying in bed, staring up at the sunlit ceiling blankly. He turned his head and watched as Kronk set down a steaming cup of tea on his night table. Kronk? He said, feeling disconnected. What's going on? Nothing, master. I heard you stirring earlier and made you some tea. You have slept for an entire day. The little guy watched Simon closely, a worried look on his rocky features. Are you feeling any better, master? He asked. Feeling better? Simon stretched and threw off the covers. He sat up slowly, listening to his body. He felt amazing. His fever had broken. His head was clear. And he felt energized, as if he'd been recharged by his long sleep. I feel great, my friend. I mean really great. He turned and sat on the edge of the bed. He picked up the cup and gave Kronk an appreciative pat on a tiny shoulder. The elemental smiled widely. That is wonderful news, Master. You must have had what did you call it once, a 24-hour flu? Simon sipped some tea and nodded slowly. The memory of his dream began to trickle into his consciousness. Maybe. Or maybe it was something else. He stood up and crossed the room to his cupboard to find a clean robe. He slipped it over his head and walked to the door. Come on, let's go downstairs. I want to talk to you and Ares. And Anaposis if she's still around. Kronk jumped off the bed and followed the wizard down the stairs. She is, Master. She is out exploring the little lake behind the tower. Simon reached the main floor and walked across to the kitchen area. She is? Why? No idea, Master. Water elementals love water. Perhaps she just enjoys it. Simon sliced some bread, spread some strawberry jam on it and sat down at the kitchen table to eat, sipping his tea between bites. Yeah, maybe. Would you do me a favor and see if you can find her? And Ares too? I know I can just summon them here, but I think that's a bit rude unless it's an emergency. Certainly, Master. I won't be long. Kronk left the front door open when he went outside. The day was bright and unseasonably warm and Simon enjoyed the light breeze that blew in and fluttered around the room. He could smell pine tar, young wildflowers and freshly turned dirt, and he guessed that the earthen had been working on the garden while he was sleeping. He put the kettle over the fire to make more tea and then made a quick visit to the outhouse. When he returned, he made his tea and had just sat down again when the three elementals entered together. I found them, Master, Kronk said proudly as he hopped up onto the table. Ares floated over to join him and clapped his hands. Well done. You found us. What a wondrous feat. Ares, Simon growled at him in warning and the air elemental quieted, although he continued to smirk. Anaposis glided up a table leg and joined them. Simon watched, still amazed by how she moved. Good morning, Sir Wizard, she said with a small bow. I am pleased to see you feeling better. Thanks. Me too. Kronk tells me that you were spending time in the lake? She glanced at Kronk. Yes. I noticed that you rely on water drawn from a well beneath your tower. I thought that I would prove my worth by examining, not only the well, but all of the local water sources. Really? Well, that does sound useful. So what did you find out? On one side of the table was a pile of paper and some pencils. Anaposis slid a sheet across the table and began to draw on it, explaining as she went. Now, here is your tower, and below it, here, is the well leading down to an underground pool. You see? Simon nodded, watching with interest. Kronk and Ares moved closer and seemed as fascinated as he was. This is the level of the drinkable water now. And here is the bottom of your pipe leading up to the pump. I am afraid that, if left as it is, you will be forced to find another source of drinkable water in a year or two. Oh great, Simon said with a frown. How am I supposed to do that? Not to worry, Sir Wizard. Fortunately for you, I can help. She looked at Kronk again. Your earthen friend can dig out a tunnel from the artesian water source that feeds your lake up to your well, with my help. Once this is done, you will have a reliable source of fresh water for many years to come, decades perhaps. That's amazing, Anaposis. You've just solved a problem that I didn't even know I had. Thank you. She smiled, looking slightly embarrassed. No need to thank me. Any water elemental could have done the same thing. I just happened to be available. Simon sat back and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Maybe. But you also took the initiative and found the problem before it became serious. That shows independence of thought. I like that. Then perhaps I can have your permission to stay? The water elemental asked, sounding suddenly nervous. The wizard tapped his lower lip and then nodded once. From me, yes. But I don't live here alone. Kronk and Ares have a vote as well. If they agree, then you may stay for as long as you choose. If not, then I'm afraid that you will have to return to your home realm. I don't want to sound mean, he added quickly. It's just that hanging around here with nothing to do all day would become very boring for you after a while. You're giving us a vote? Ares asked. Since when? We cannot decide something like this, Master, Kronk objected. This is your tower, not ours, Guys, Simon cut them off, raising his hands. Look, this is your home too. I will not allow someone new to join us if you don't approve. I need a serene work environment for my research. He grinned at Ares, who rolled his eyes dramatically. Well, as serene as it gets around here. So yes, you get a vote. Make your choice. The two elemental locked eyes for a long moment, their expressions unreadable. And then they both turned to Anaposis, who was watching them anxiously, and smiled. If you wish to stay, Lady Elemental, I have no objections, Kronk told her politely. I quite agree. A female perspective has been sadly lacking in this place for quite some time, Ares added a bit pompously, but he was smiling as he said it. There you have it, Simon said, noting the relief on the water elemental's face. You are now a member of my household, for as long as you choose to be. Welcome, my friend. Anaposis looked at them all, beaming broadly and then bowed. Thank you, Sir Wizard. I am overjoyed by your acceptance. I assure you all that I will not be a burden. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we already knew that. Simon sipped his tea and tried to organize his thoughts. You do realize that all we need now is a fire elemental to join us and will completely represent all of the elementals, Kronk said quietly to Ares. Shush. The air elemental said with a quick look at Simon, who pretended he wasn't listening. Don't give him any ideas. Trying to look serious, the wizard cleared his throat and the three elementals looked at him. Now that business is cleared up, I wanted to talk to all of you about something. It's about a dream I had last night. Or rather, a vision. Chapter 8. A vision, Master? What sort of vision? The three elementals stood side by side on the kitchen table and watched Simon closely. Kronk was wide-eyed, Ares listened with his usual look of mild skepticism and Anaposis' face was blank and unreadable, her skin rippling like she was being moved by unseen currents of water. A visit from the gods of light, I believe. I think that's why I'm feeling so good this morning. A small gift, perhaps. Simon put down his cup and stared at the dregs in the bottom of it. So what happened last night, Master? Did the gods give you knowledge of advanced spells again? The wizard shook his head, still looking at the wet tea leaves in his cup. No. The being that spoke to me said that such things could only be given once. I have no idea why, but there it is. Then what was the purpose of this vision, Sir Wizard? Anaposis asked quietly. Well, the lady that I saw did give me a gift. Several small gifts is the better way to describe it, I suppose. Simon looked up from the cup and put his elbows on the table. He interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on them, staring from one elemental to the next. She said that from now on, I'll be able to cast spells while I have the shield spell activated. That's huge. Ares was wide-eyed. That is huge, Simon, he said. Imagine being in a battle and not having to drop your protection spell before you attack? Amazing. Exactly. She also told me that I will be able to memorize more spells and, something else that may be quite helpful, I'll be able to cast while moving. He grimaced a bit. I've always had to stand still to cast. Running and chanting incantations always seemed mutually exclusive. But the lady told me that I'll be able to do that now, and I see no reason to doubt her. Wondrous gifts, Sir Wizard, Anaposis said soberly. She seemed a lot more thoughtful than the other elementals, who were both looking quite pleased. You sound less than impressed, Simon said to her. The water elemental looked surprised by his observation. Oh no, it's not that. But my people have always believed that divine gifts are a double-edged sword. There is a balance to things, that's all. Did she say anything else, this goddess? Simon pulled at his lower lip, a bit less excited than he had been because of Anaposis' sober comment. She has a point, he thought. I was a little too cocky last year when I had so many powerful spells at my disposal. I'm going to have to watch that. Master? Are you all right? Yeah, I'm good. Just thinking. Yes, Anaposis, she did say one last thing. How did it go? Oh yeah. She said a legend walks the earth again. And something about if I'm worthy enough and treat others honestly and remain pure of heart, I might earn their trust. He shrugged and smiled crookedly. Something like that. Sounds a little too Arthurian for me, but that's the gist of what she said, Kronk looked confused but Ares was staring at the tabletop, his brows lowered, tapping his chin. Ares? What is it? The air elemental looked up at Simon. Riddles, my dear wizard. And hints. These gods never mean just one thing when they speak. That is well known to all in my realm. What does it mean? A legend walks the earth. We are surrounded by legends again, are we not? Dragons, wizards, the undead. The list goes on. What makes this legend more special than any of them? And pure of heart? No offense, Simon, but no one is pure of heart. It is not possible. The world isn't made up of saints and sinners. All people, all humans, are a mixture of both. Simon nodded slowly at Ares' comments. I agree. I'm just going to put this whole legend walking thing on the back burner. I'm more interested in trying to cast through my shield spell. If I can do that, and this wasn't just some sort of fever dream, then we can have a look at Anaposis' blizzard spell. But your blizzard spell, Sir Wizard, the water elemental corrected him amiably. And please, now that we will be seeing more of each other, call me Anna. It's much easier and faster to say, don't you think? Simon chuckled as he stood up. Thanks, Anna. It is. I'm going to get cleaned up and I'll meet you all out in the field. And then we'll see what we will see, A half hour later, Simon strode out onto the broad field in front of his tower. Standing side by side in the center were the three elementals, and he paused for a moment to take in the strange sight. The dark brown, hard-edged figure of Kronk contrasted starkly with the ethereal form of Ares as he bobbed several inches off the ground and the constantly rippling, translucent body of Anna. Kronk's right, he thought lightly. I think we do need a fire elemental. How cool would that be? Yeah, right, until it accidentally burned down the tower, he added to himself and laughed silently. He walked up to the group and Kronk suddenly smiled widely. You brought the new staff, Master! He exclaimed. Simon had strung a cord around the upper part of the staff and hung it over his shoulder, the way he used to carry Bene Dungal. He felt a pang of regret at the loss of that precious weapon, but tried to let it go. He had to deal the hand that he was given. Now he slipped the staff off of his shoulder and leaned it against his chest. Yes, I did. And thanks again for this, my friend. I figured if we're going to try new things, we might as well try them all. He slipped his spellbook out of an inside pocket and flipped through it. Go big or go home, he muttered to himself. He memorized the spell on the page he turned to and looked down at the elementals. Okay, everyone. Stay close. I'll cast the shield spell first and then this one. Fortunately, I have shield permanently locked in my head now. Simon took the staff and held it up in his right hand. He chanted the incantation for his shield and invoked it. As the opaque barrier popped into existence around him, 6 feet in all directions, he felt the staff warm in his hand and the shield crackled and sparkled like it was charged with static electricity. I don't remember it doing that before, Ares said as he watched with interest. That's because it doesn't normally do that, Simon told him. I think the staff is augmenting my powers. He smiled down at Kronk. Awesome. The little guy grinned up at him happily. Okay, now let's see if I can cast through this thing. What spell have you decided to use, Sir Wizard? Anna asked, nodding at the spellbook. Fireball, Simon replied, and Ares gave a low whistle. You do realize that if the spell doesn't penetrate the shield, it will rebound and hit us, don't you? He asked tersely. The wizard nodded silently. If anyone wants to leave, just in case, now's the time, he told them. Kronk shook his head and folded his arms defiantly. He gave Ares a hard look. Don't worry, I'll stay. We must have faith in our dear wizard, mustn't we? Exactly, the earthen growled at him. Simon looked at Anaposis. Anna? You can get out of range if you want. It might actually be the wiser choice. She frowned at him. Oh no, Sir Wizard. I chose to stay with you because I believe in your cause. Simon was startled. He hadn't realized that the water elemental was an idealist. Interesting. I won't desert you now, she added. Well, thanks, all of you. Let's hope your faith isn't misplaced. He quickly wiped his palms on his robe, grasped the staff firmly and chanted the spell. He paused and looked down at the elementals again. You might want to crouch down a bit, he said with a gesture. The three looked at each other and got lower to the ground. Just in case, he added under his breath. Then he pointed the weapon at a large, battered tree stump near the edge of the forest, a favorite target of his that had seen better days, and invoked the spell. Invectus! He barked, trying to sound firm and confident. Unfortunately, his voice broke and for a moment he sounded as young as he looked. No one snickered, but Ares gave a suspicious cough and quickly covered his mouth. There was a moment of silence and Simon stared at the remains of the old tree uncertainly. Maybe, he began to say. And the stump exploded. A huge whomp of sound rolled across the field, sounding like an exploding bomb, and a plume of fire and smoke expanded in a large ball around the target. "Geez!" the wizard exclaimed as he stumbled backwards. Wood chips and burnt pieces of bark scattered in all directions. A few hit his shield and then flared into nothingness in little puffs of smoke. Simon gaped at the hole where the stump had been, shocked at the force of the blast. "Well now, that was impressive," Ares said. He stood staring across the field with his hands on his hips, looking pleased. "It certainly was a stronger result than your normal fireball spell, wasn't it, Master?" Kronk asked as he watched the smoke rise from the small crater. "It was, wasn't it?" Simon agreed weakly. "I guess the staff really does help enhance my spells. Even better news, Sir Wizard, is that you can indeed cast spells through your shield." Anna was examining the shield. She had moved close to it and was running a hand lightly over it, a few inches from where it pulsed and crackled. "Its power level is steady. There is no fluctuation," she added. "Really? You can tell that?" "Yes, Simon," she said and looked over her shoulder at him. "Water conducts electricity. We of the water realm understand power in all its forms. This spell is very impressive." She looked at the shield, following it with her eyes along the arc over their heads. "I cannot truly judge its efficacy, but I would say that it could repel massive amounts of damage with being destroyed. Just my opinion, of course." "Thanks, Anna. That's reassuring." The four of them stood silently watching as the smoke cleared. The tree stump had been obliterated. A round hole with wisps of smoke still rising from it was all that remained. "I'm going to leave the shield up," Simon told them all. "It's already lasted longer than it used to. I'll time it later so I know when it's going to fade, but right now I want to see what Anna's blizzard spell can do." The water elemental opened her mouth to object. "Sorry, our blizzard spell is what I should have said." She smiled broadly and gave him a slight bow. "Follow me, guys," Simon said. "Let's get back to the wall." The wizard and the elementals walked back toward the tower, the shield moving with them. When they reached the gate, Simon turned around and faced the field again. "You're going to cast from here?" Ares asked. "Yeah. I don't need a specific target, the spell damages an area, not one thing. I figured I'd just cast it at the middle of the field to see what it looks like and what it does." Good idea," Ares told him. "One step at a time with new spells is the best way to go." "I'm so happy you approve," Simon said, and the air elemental made a face at him. With a quiet chuckle, the wizard pulled out his spellbook again and found the new spell that he'd copied into it earlier. It struck him that the blizzard spell seemed so powerful and yet was very simple, only a few runes made up the incantation used to cast it. Probably a good thing, he thought. Might make it easier to permanently memorize. If the thing actually works, that is. "Okay, here we go," Simon said. He uttered the incantation, keeping his eyes firmly focused on the middle of the empty field, and then, when he was done, he paused to swallow nervously. "Invectus," he said a bit tentatively. Simon wasn't quite sure what he'd expected. A slow build-up perhaps. Maybe a cloud gathering overhead, the way the ice storm spell began to form. What he got was something else entirely. A subsonic thud, like an invisible giant stomping his foot, scattered old leaves and dry grass in the center of the field. Debris flew up in the air and then, from every direction, shrill, icy winds converged, turning the air foggy with ice crystals. A violent, chaotic storm, thick with snow and ice, formed in the middle of the open area. It raged and screamed with fury, and Simon watched, appalled, as the new grass and the ground beneath it froze instantly. The area of the storm was perhaps twice as tall as he was and 20 feet across. It moaned and shouted like a live thing for perhaps a minute, and then it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. The field was left silent and empty. Simon waved his hand, dismissing the shield spell, and he and the others hurried to examine the damage. Kronk moved to stand in the middle of the frost-covered grass and jumped up and down several times. "Master, this ground is completely frozen," he said in wonder. He knelt down and touched the earth. "It extends downward over 2 feet. The level of cold it would take for this to happen so quickly is immense, Master," he added. Simon bent over at the edge of the ground frost and touched some blades of grass. They felt like metal spikes, and they were sharp enough to cut flesh. Above the ground the air rippled, like waves of heat rising from desert sand. But it wasn't heat, it was unendurable cold. He stepped back carefully and analyzed what he'd just seen. From the time he'd invoked the spell to the time it had fully coalesced had been no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Not too bad, he thought. A couple of seconds gives me a lot better chance of hitting something with an area spell. Nice. Was that acceptable, Sir Wizard? Anna asked him as she surveyed the damaged ground. Much more effective than I'd expected, Anna. Thank you again for this. How much it will hurt a white dragon remains to be seen, but another weapon in my arsenal is reassuring. She smiled pleasantly. Good enough. And now, if you have no commands for me right now, I must make a short journey. A journey? Kronk and Ares approached from behind the water elemental. Both of them looked puzzled. You are leaving? The earthen asked her. For a short time, with Simon's permission, of course. I've told you already, I am not your master. The wizard watched Anna until she nodded slowly. Good. You can come and go as you choose. But, if you don't mind me asking, where are you going? Out of courtesy, I want to travel north to the river and pay my respects to Aquamastus. He is a great one of my people. If I am to reside so close to his claimed territory, I should make myself known to him. Simon began to walk back to the tower, Anna and the others by his side. Would he be upset if you didn't? He asked curiously. I honestly don't know. I am sure that he doesn't even know I exist. However, in the future we may need his aid. He might be more amenable to a request for help if he knows that one of his own kind is assisting you. Clever, Ares said with admiration. Not really, Anna replied. It is a precautionary move as well. If Aquamastus learns that I have taken up residence here and did not inform him, he may be irritated. He could take it as an insult that I did not pay my respects. She shrugged. Or not. It is very hard to read a being that powerful. They reached the front door and Simon sat down on the steps. By all means then, feel free to pay him a visit. Give him my regards as well. He certainly came through when I needed him most. Anna gave him a sly glance. He gained more from your bargain than you did, Sir Wizard. Surely you must know that? You summoned him to this world and gave him permission to inhabit a major river. In that moment, you as his master, although he would not use that term, freed him to exist on this planet for as long as he wishes. I would say that in Aquamastus' mind, he got the better part of the deal. It is also quite possible that he still believes he owes you for such a gift. When I speak with him, I shall attempt to find out if this is true. She grimaced. Carefully, of course. Angering him would be most unwise. Do not take any chances, Kronk told her quickly. I know my master would not want you to risk yourself unnecessarily. He's right, Anna. Be careful with Aquamastus. I shall be, Simon. Believe me. The water elemental bowed to him and gave the other two a quick wave. And then, to the wizard's astonishment, she sank into the ground with a tiny splash. Whoa! I didn't know she could do that, he exclaimed. Ares snickered. And just how do you think she examined the well under your tower, my dear wizard? He asked, teasing. Simon rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. He looked at Kronk, who had sat down on the step beside him. Do you think that she's in any danger? I cannot say, master. You know how powerful Aquamastus is. Water sprites are, he glanced at Ares as if for confirmation, flighty, is the best word I can think of. They are mercurial. Quick to anger and just as quick to find joy. Very odd bunch, I have to say. Yes, our earthen friend is correct, Ares added, bobbing in front of Simon at the bottom of the steps. Water elementals, the more powerful ones, are legendary for being difficult to deal with. Few of the old wizards back in the days of magic would summon any more powerful than Anna, for that reason. I hope she doesn't irritate him. Great, Simon muttered. Something else to worry about. He stood up and went inside, resting his staff next to the door. I'm going to make some tea and then call Liliana, he told the trailing elementals. I'd like to give her some good news for a change. I'll get your mirror, master, Kronk said brightly and turned toward the stairs. You left it in your study. Thanks, bud, the wizard replied. He pumped some water into the kettle and hung it in the fireplace. Then he stood at the counter and looked at Ares as the elemental flew up and hovered on the kitchen table. With any luck, maybe she's found my spellbook by now, he said optimistically. Ares looked doubtful. Let's hope so, he said. Between your visitation from the gods and this new spell, it feels like things are starting to speed up. Something might be about to happen. Chapter 9. Ares' prediction was unfortunately accurate. When Simon attempted to contact Liliana in Moscow, the spell failed. The mirror fogged up but did not connect and eventually cleared up again. That had never happened before. After looking at the mirror in disbelief for a long moment, the wizard put it down on the kitchen table and stared off into space. What happened, master? Kronk asked, looking perplexed. The paladin did not want to talk? No, there was no answer. That is so weird. Aries stopped bobbing in place and moved closer to Simon. No answer? Oh, that's bad. Bad? Why is it bad? She'd probably busy. My dear wizard, you should know better than that by now, the air elemental said, sounding exasperated. How many times have you cast magic mirror? Dozens, at least. Correct? Yes. Probably more. What's your point? Have you ever interrupted Clara or one of us when you reached us? Simon thought about it. Sure, a few times. Once, he stopped in mid-sentence. Oh. Oh crap. So what does it mean when I can't reach Liliana? A rare expression of sadness twisted the air elemental's face. It usually means that the one you are trying to contact is severely injured, or dead, he said hesitantly. Dead? No. Simon jumped to his feet and his chair skidded and fell over behind him. He kicked it out of the way as he strode across the room and grabbed his staff. Master! What are you doing? Doing? What the hell do you think I'm doing? I've lost enough friends and allies in this war. I'm not losing any more if I can help it. He opened the cabinet near the door and grabbed his winter jacket. Liliana's people might be under attack, or worse. They may need help. If she is, well, dead, then I can at least gate them to Notting Hill and get them out of harm's way. Simon, this is crazy, Ares protested as he flew across the room. He watched as the wizard rummaged in the cabinet for his gloves. You have no idea what is waiting for you over there. You could be gating into a trap. Yeah. I know that. If you have a better idea, I'm all ears. Of course I do, Ares said firmly, and Simon stopped with one arm through his coat and stared at him. What? Take off your coat, sit down at the table and use your magic mirror spell to spy out the paladin's camp. You know where it is, right? And what it looks like. Simon simply nodded. Then you can focus the spell on it to see whatever there is to see. At least you will know who or what is there now. The wizard was breathing heavily and stood frozen, torn between wanting to rush headlong to aid his allies and accepting Ares' common sense. The two elementals watched him anxiously as he hesitated, poised on a knife's edge. Then his shoulders slumped and he dropped the coat and gloves on the floor. Yeah, you're right, he said to Ares. I won't do anyone any good if I get myself killed because I was stupid. He returned to the table, leaned the staff against it, righted his chair and sat down. He wiped his sweaty forehead on his sleeve, grabbed the mirror and chanted the incantation for the magic mirror spell, keeping a clear picture of Liliana's retreat firmly in his mind's eye. This time, the mist on the mirror dissipated in a few seconds and Simon found himself looking into a large, dark room lit by torches hanging from the walls. The two elementals moved to stand on either side of him and peered at the scene. That is the paladin's home, master? Kronk asked quietly. Yeah. It's located in the basement of an old movie theater. She told me that many years ago, the owners had reinforced the walls and ceiling of the place for fear of a nuclear war. It's deep and is supplied by a well and ventilation shafts that provide fresh air. And its entrance is sealed by a door made of 2-foot thick steel. A very secure place. Is it? Ares asked. Then something must have changed recently. Look. The air elemental pointed at the mirror and Simon directed the spell downwards. There were splashes of color here and there on the concrete floor. They shone a deep red in the flickering torchlight. Blood, I think, Ares murmured. And still fresh by the way it is reflecting the light. Damn it! Simon hissed. Damn it! Damn it! He closed his eyes and rubbed them with the fingers of his left hand. Then he looked back in the mirror, moving the view so that the entire room was scanned slowly. No bodies, he said softly, as if afraid something in the darkened room would hear him. From the mirror, they could hear a distant drip of water, but there was no other sound. Is there more to the sanctuary than that one room? Ares asked. Simon shook his head. No. See, along that far wall? The sleeping bags that are rolled up? That's where they slept. There's a small bathroom off to the left that they dug out and converted to a sort of primitive latrine, but that's about it. Where is the entrance, master? Simon moved the view again and the scene panned to the right. There was a high exit leading to a dim hallway. Perhaps you should check that door you told us about, master? Kronk suggested. Good idea. Let's see what happened. The mirror view shifted and approached the hallway. It traveled a long way before abruptly turning to the left. There were small streaks of blood on the floor and walls. Still no bodies, Ares commented. I wonder why. Dragons eat their prey, Simon told him bleakly, trying not to imagine such a thing. Trying and failing. Don't be absurd, my dear wizard. No dragon could get itself through that hallway. Ares tapped the mirror, making the view shudder. It isn't a dwarven tunnel, you know. With a slight shock, the wizard realized that the elemental was right. The tunnel was too narrow for a dragon. And the walls were smooth and unmarked, except for the blood. Then what the hell happened? That's what we are trying to discover, is it not? Ares answered as he watched the mirror closely. The view turned to the left and a few paces away was the door. A monstrous thing made of layers of steel, it lay crumpled to one side, hanging by one twisted hinge. The surface was slashed by dozens of deep gouges. Now that looks like something a dragon could do, Ares told him. Beyond the door, a wide staircase led upward and bright daylight blazed down from above. Supposedly an old wrecked theater had once hidden the entrance to the basement. But now it was gone, ripped apart like paper, exposing the sanctuary's door. At ground level, the wooden floor was broken and scattered. A few small blood droplets had been left here, but that was all. There was no sign of movement or survivors. The place was deserted. Simon shook the mirror to break the spell and set it down face first on the table. Well, I think we can at least guess what forced open the door of Liliana's hiding place. Definitely a dragon, Ares said, his voice thick with emotion. The wizard stared at him, surprised at the venom in his tone. You really hate them, don't you? He asked impulsively. Ares glared at him and then his expression changed and he smiled a little self-consciously. Is it that obvious? Yes, I despise them. Destruction for destruction's sake? Slaughter for pleasure? They are less than animals in my eyes, and in the eyes of my people. Simon felt a touch of unease at Ares' reaction. He hated the dragons too, but he didn't think that his feelings were as black and deep as the air elementals seemed to be. What I don't understand, the wizard continued slowly, is what happened after the dragon, or dragons, ripped open the door. What attacked Liliana and her people? Drakes, master. It had to have been drakes. Simon looked at Kronk. Drakes? But drakes live with the primal dragons, don't they? They cover them like a second skin. Yes, master, that is true. But I am sure that if a dragon requested it, a primal would allow it to use drakes for some special task, such as getting at humans that were out of a dragon's reach. Of course, Simon said. He covered his eyes as he tried not to think of the last few minutes of life for the Moscow survivors. And drakes consume their prey, don't they? I'm afraid so, Ares said gently. The wizard drew in a long breath and picked up the mirror again. He cast the communication spell once more, staring at his reflection as it fogged over. His brown and blue eyes were wide with shock and looked much too young. Clara? He said aloud. Are you there? The cleric? Ares muttered to Kronk. The little earthen shrugged and peered at the mirror. Simon. Good morning, they heard the cheerful voice of the leader of Notting Hill. The mirror cleared and they saw her sitting on her favorite sofa, reading. How are you today? She asked. Not too good, actually, Simon told her grimly. Not too good at all. Clara, I'd like to ask you for a favor. The cleric had put aside her book and sat up alertly. Of course. Anything for you, my friend. You know that. They watched her stand up and hurry into her bedroom to pick up a mirror. Her image swam and shifted and then Clara was looking out of the mirror at them. What's wrong? What's happened? Simon hesitated, trying to collect his thoughts. The outpost in Moscow has been overrun, he told her flatly. I couldn't reach Liliana, so I checked it out in the mirror. The place has been ripped open and there's blood everywhere. We think it was dragons. Clara's face went white. You're sure? Yes, of course you are. Damn them, Dot. She put a clenched fist over her mouth, biting down on her knuckles. Why can't they just leave us alone? Survival is hard enough without those monsters preying on us constantly. She looked lost for a moment and Simon felt his heart go out to her. She had enough to worry about, watching over her little town, helping her people the best she could. I'm so sorry for bringing you this bad news, my friend, he told her guiltily. She sniffed loudly and shook her head. This isn't your fault, Simon. By the gods, if it wasn't for you, how many of us would be dead and buried by now? She wiped a hand roughly across her eyes and met his look firmly. Now, you asked for a favor. Name it. Feel free to say no to this, but I want to get to Moscow and check things out for myself. She began to protest and then subsided with a resigned nod. Yes, that makes sense. There is only so much you can learn from your magic mirror spell.
It's incredibly dangerous though, Simon.
Yeah, I know that. He looked at the elementals with a wry smile. As I'm sure my two friends here are dying to point out. That's why I'd like to take some backup. Backup? What sort of backup? He hesitated a moment and then spoke quickly. I'd like to borrow your two guardsmen, Malcolm and Aidan. If they're amenable, that is. Clara looked at him in confused surprise. Really? I mean, I'm sure that they'd love to help. I'm convinced that neither of the big oafs knows the meaning of the word fear. But Simon, she frowned out of the mirror at him, even with enchanted armor and weapons, they won't do much good against a dragon. Oh no, I know that, Clara, the wizard said quickly. That's not why I want them. We think that the dragons might have forced open the entrance to the outpost, but then they sent in drakes to attack Liliana and her people. I'm fairly certain that your two men would be a match for one of them. Drakes. The cleric's face twisted with revulsion. Monsters, she said and looked saddened again. They were overcome by drakes? How horrible. There was a moment of silence and Simon waited for the cleric to make a decision. You realize going in there right now is crazy, right? Ares hissed at him. The wizard gestured for him to be quiet and the elemental folded his arms and scowled. I certainly won't order them to join you, Simon. That's not my role here, Clara said finally. But things are quiet in the village right now. We haven't seen any sign of danger for quite some time, so I'm sure those two are itching for something to do. I think I can guarantee you that they will want to go. I'll ask them right now, actually, and fill them in on what's happened. Gate down as soon as you like and tell them in person though and they can decide then. Thanks, Clara. I'll do that. I'm sorry to start your day with such terrible news, he said regretfully. Me too, Simon. But this is the new Earth, isn't it? Horrors stalk us at every turn. We either learn to deal with them or accept the consequences. And neither of us will do that, will we? He asked her with a sad smile. No, we certainly will not. I'll see you when you arrive, my friend. Simon nodded and broke the spell. And then he sat back and waited for the inevitable storm of protests. Master, what are you thinking? Kronk said, aghast. You can't mean to just gate to that place. What if it is a trap? Kronk, we've already seen it, he said patiently. There's no one there. It's clear. You can't know that, Ares told him darkly. You saw only a small portion of the area. There could be a mass of drakes just waiting to strike. And then what? That's why I want the two guardsmen with me, Simon said calmly. He studied both of his little friends, knowing that their worry meant that they cared. Look guys, I owe it to Liliana and her people to make absolutely sure that there are no survivors. Surely you can see that? Both of the elementals stopped talking and exchanged a glance. Then they nodded slowly. Of course we can, Master, Kronk said, speaking for both of them. How could you not? You care for others. Why do you think we admire you so much? Simon squirmed uncomfortably at the compliment and Ares laughed a bit. So when are you leaving? He asked, changing the subject. Right away. And before either of you asks, no, you are not coming. This set off another round of arguments and Simon finally just got up wearily and crossed the room to pick up his coat and gloves. He grabbed the staff and turned to look at the elementals standing beside each other on the table. They had stopped complaining and were watching him. Kronk looked resigned, while Ares was scowling furiously. Simon shook a finger at him. Instead of being mad, you should wish me luck. You know, just in case. Master, don't say that. Kronk said in shock. He looked at Ares. Wish him luck. Right now. Ares reluctantly nodded. Fine. Best of luck, he told Simon grudgingly. And for all our sakes, don't do anything foolish. The wizard chuckled and chanted the gate spell. Foolish? Come on, Ares, you know me. Exactly. I know you. So be careful. Thanks guys. See you soon. Simon invoked the spell and felt himself being pulled away. His last sight was of Kronk wringing his hands nervously. And then he was standing in the middle of the town hall in Notting Hill. He looked around but the place was deserted. He stood still a moment, trying to decide if Clara would be in her quarters or outside. While he was making up his mind, Simon shifted his coat to his left arm and slipped his staff over his shoulder, adjusting it until it hung comfortably. Weird how much I've missed having one of these, he thought reflectively and felt another pang of loss as he thought of Bene Dungal. Oh well, at least this one helps boost my spells. I might need that soon.
The main door opened at that moment and the cleric strode in. She saw Simon and smiled at him affectionately.
Not wasting any time, are you?
She asked as she approached. Then she did something that she'd never done before. She hugged Simon fiercely.
Hi?
He said as she released him and stepped back.
Clara laughed at his expression. Sorry, but I think sometimes that none of us appreciates you the way we should.
Here you are, shooting off into the unknown, risking your life for people who are basically strangers. She tilted her head slightly as she watched him.
You're a special breed, Simon O'Toole, she added. The wizard snorted. No, I'm not.
You would do the same thing in my place, Clara.
Anyone would.
But for some bizarre reason, I was given the skill and the power to step up and try to help others.
That's all it is.
Self-deprecating too, the cleric said with a grin, and Simon rolled his eyes silently.
Anyway, I've just spoken to Malcolm and Aiden. They are eager to help you in any way they can. Are they? Wonderful. You did tell them what we might face, didn't you? Simon, warning those two about danger just gets them excited.
The wizard chuckled and Clara motioned for him to follow her outside. They left the hall and turned to the right. We finally built a barracks earlier this year. As soon as the ground began to soften up, the cleric said as they passed several small houses, doors open to the warm spring day. Several of our people volunteered to join as full-time guardsmen, so Malcolm and Aiden have been busy with training.
She glanced quickly at Simon.
I'm just telling you this in case you were worried that taking them with you would leave us defenseless.
I was a bit, to be honest. Thanks, that's reassuring.
They approached a low, one-story building built of rough stone. The roof was made of uneven wooden planks and the entire structure looked a little unfinished.
Yes, I know it's a bit utilitarian, Clara said as she caught Simon's dubious look.
He felt his face turning red.
It's not that, he said quickly. I think I'm a bit spoiled, to be honest.
Having earth elementals to build for you is great, but they are such perfectionists that I'm not used to seeing something built by regular people. They stopped several yards from the barracks and Simon looked from the misshapen building back to Clara. You know, if you'd asked, Kronk and his fellow earthen would have happily built the barracks for you.
Yes, I mentioned that to the boys, but they wanted to do it themselves.
We may all have changed, but machismo lives on.
Simon laughed and Clara sighed and smiled.
The door of the barracks burst open and two men strode out into the sunlight. Their armor clanged as they walked up to Simon, both of them grinning like kids.
Sir Wizard. How good to see you again, Malcolm declared loudly. Simon was still overwhelmed by the man.
The guardsman was simply the biggest man that the wizard had ever met. He towered more than 6 inches over Simon and was broad-shouldered and narrow-hipped. He was black, with long braids that hung to his shoulders and a handsome, friendly face. Right now he looked happier than the wizard had ever seen him. His partner, Aiden, was almost as large. He was Vietnamese and his thick dark hair was longer than Malcolm's. His expression matched that of his friend. He bowed to the wizard and smiled down at Clara. Thank you for allowing us to accompany Simon, he said cheerfully.
Don't thank me.
You know that you are free to do as you please, especially right now when things are quiet. She looked up at both of them sternly, hands on her hips.
We want you back here in one piece, so don't take any risks. And remember, if Simon tells you to do something, listen to him.
He has more experience fighting the dragons than anyone, so follow his orders.
Clara, I'm not their boss, Simon protested. You are leading this expedition. You are the wizard and you know the area better than they do. So you are in charge. Clara's tone was quite firm and Simon held up his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. Whatever you say.
She looked at him and then up at the grinning guardsmen and burst out laughing.
Okay, fine. You three decide who does what. I'm just worried, that's all.
My friend, your words are wise, as always, Malcolm told her, becoming serious. Aiden and I are under Simon's command, whether he thinks we are or not.
So don't worry.
We live for battle, because that's what the change turned us into.
But we aren't stupid or impetuous. And we want to come back, Clara looked a little mollified and nodded weakly. Aiden stepped forward and got down on one knee in front of the cleric.
Malcolm hastened to do the same and Simon watched them curiously.
Will you give us your blessing? The young man asked formally.
The cleric's expression became solemn and she gently put a hand on both of their heads. Even kneeling, they were as tall as she was.
In the name of the gods of light, I bless you and strengthen you. May your swords be swift, may your aim be true and may your enemies fall before you.
She stepped back and the pair rose as one and thanked her.
Simon was fascinated. He'd never seen Clara act as a pure cleric before.
But he had felt the magic gather around her and flow into the guardsmen, and he didn't doubt her power. Both Malcolm and Aidan were wearing full-plate armor, grey and functional. Both had shields slung across their backs, but were armed differently. Malcolm had a sword on his left hip while Aidan was armed with a long mace hanging from a loop on his belt. It had vicious spikes radiating in all directions, and Simon thought that it looked incredibly deadly. "We are ready when you are, Sir Wizard," Malcolm said pointedly.
Simon looked up at him and nodded.
"Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment." He reached out and clasped Clara's hand. "I'll do what I can to make sure they're safe, my friend, but I can't guarantee anything."
"I know that.
They are adults." She looked at the guardsmen and smiled crookedly, "barely, and have made their choice."
"I accept that.
Just watch out for yourself, Simon.
We want you back as well."
"Thanks."
Clara stepped back and Simon looked up at the pair of warriors. "Okay, guys. Each of you put a hand on one of my shoulders. And don't squeeze too hard. I'm a bit fragile."
They both laughed and gently put an armored hand on opposite shoulders. "Good luck, all of you," the cleric said, and they all smiled at her. Then Simon chanted the gate spell.
"Invectus,"
he said firmly, and watched as Clara disappeared, her anxious expression the last thing he saw as they faded into the void.
Chapter 10.
The three men arrived smoothly in the center of the Moscow outpost. Malcolm and Aidan immediately drew their weapons and fanned out, moving slowly and looking in all directions.
Simon could barely see.
The torches on the walls had burned out, so he muttered under his breath and made a gesture, and a globe of light appeared in his hand and rose up to hover several feet over his head.
"Handy spell," Malcolm remarked quietly as he searched the room.
"That it is," the wizard agreed. He slipped the staff off of his back and put on his coat. The air was cold but not freezing, and he left the coat open. Simon watched, not moving, while the two guardsmen made sure that the area was clear.
Aidan ducked into a small doorway in the back and returned, shaking his head. "The latrine is empty. Some dried blood on the floor but no bodies."
"The same out here," Malcolm said as they rejoined Simon in the center of the room. "Blood but no remains."
He looked at the wizard. "You think that Drakes did this?" "There's no way to know. But the front door was covered in deep gouges, definitely claw marks. A dragon wouldn't be able to get in here without doing massive damage.
Drakes are only about 6 feet high and 12 feet long.
They could squeeze down that hallway," he nodded toward the far end of the room, "and attack.
And," he hesitated then plowed on, "they eat what they kill. That would explain the lack of bodies."
"Yes, it would," Malcolm said grimly, exchanging a glance with Aidan. "Should we head toward the entrance?" he asked Simon, obviously deferring to his leadership. Simon grimaced but nodded. "No other choice. If anyone escaped, they went that way.
Unfortunately, there is no other exit." They began to walk toward the hallway. "Foolish, having a refuge with no back door," Aidan muttered. Malcolm glared at him and he shrugged.
"Well, it is, and you know it."
"I'm not disrespecting the people here, but it was short-sighted."
"Yes, it was," Simon said, forestalling an argument. "I'm no tactician, but I wish I'd mentioned that to Liliana."
"Perhaps they could have found a better refuge."
Malcolm nodded reluctantly but said nothing.
Once they'd reached the hallway, he motioned for Simon to stay behind him and led the way forward. They advanced slowly, the subtle squeak of armor and leather sounding very loud in the enclosed space. The blood had dried on the concrete floor, and Simon did his best not to look at it or to imagine the last moments of the people who had lived here. They turned to the left and saw the broken door lying twisted and slashed. Its metal plating gleamed in the light of the wizard's spell.
Malcolm moved forward and knelt beside the thick door. He ran his hand over the deep gouges, the metal grating unpleasantly under his mailed fingers. "If a dragon didn't do this, then I can't think of anything else that could," he said, his hushed voice echoing along the hallway.
Aidan brushed by Simon and examined the door as well. "The slashes are over an inch wide," he said in disbelief. Whatever it was huge. Simon looked past them at the steps leading up toward the ground floor. Sunlight still beamed in from above, but it was growing darker as he watched.
He knew that dusk was approaching. "Guys, it's going to be dark soon. I think we'd better get upstairs and look around while we can."
He made a small circular movement with a forefinger and the globe of light disappeared with a little pop.
"Good point," Malcolm said.
"With your permission, Aidan and I will go first." The wizard nodded with a tight smile, and the two warriors began to climb the stairs, step by step. Simon moved to stand at the bottom of the stairway and watched them anxiously. He counted 30 steps on the staircase and waited impatiently until the two guardsmen had reached the top before slowly following them.
Aiden turned and looked down at him.
He gave Simon a thumbs up and the wizard hurried up to join them. At the top, Simon stopped and looked around, the two warriors on either side of him. As the mirror had shown him, the roof had been torn clean off of the old theater and the blue sky, dotted with swiftly moving clouds, was open above them.
"My God," Aiden whispered.
"The sheer power it would take to rip off the roof of this place is staggering."
Malcolm nodded mutely, obviously more interested in their surroundings.
He moved to the right and motioned for his partner to head in the opposite direction. Simon stood still and examined the floor, trying to identify which way the survivors, if any, could have gone. There were smudged tracks and a few boot prints, but nothing to indicate if any were fresh. The dirt that must have rained down on the floor when the roof had been torn apart had muddled any existing evidence, and all that he could see were scuff marks. He moved forward toward what must have been the front entrance of the theater. The doors had fallen away, whether through recent violence or from the original dragon attack on the night of burning 4 years earlier, but there was an obvious path from the door to the stairs, and he assumed that if anyone had made it out, they would have run that way. There were wooden beams, misshapen pieces of metal and other bits of debris strewn across the floor, and the path to the door twisted and turned somewhat to avoid these obstacles. Simon followed it slowly, watching the ground and straining to see any sign of recent footprints.
Several feet from the doorway, he stopped dead as if he'd walked into an invisible wall. "Guys?" he called out, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. "Could you come over here, please?"
Simon heard the sharp sound of metal on metal as Malcolm and Aiden hurried toward him from the depths of the building.
"What is it, Sir Wizard?" Malcolm asked as the two of them approached. Simon just nodded at the ground in front of the gaping doorway.
The guardsmen moved up to stand next to him and stared.
Aiden gasped while Malcolm muttered a curse. "Well, now we know, don't we?" Simon said simply.
There was a large paw print pressed into the dirt, reminiscent of a dog's track, but over half a foot across. At the front edge were the clear marks of 4 claws that had dug into the concrete floor and left shallow grooves behind.
"Drakes?" Aiden asked under his breath. "Drakes," Simon answered, his voice bleak. "Damn it, Dot."
Malcolm pushed past Simon carefully and moved to stand next to the entrance. He peered outside, looking around carefully. "It looks clear," he said and turned to the wizard.
"Do you want to continue looking or should we?"
A ear-splitting scream from somewhere overhead cut him off, and the three of them immediately ducked down and looked up instinctively. A flash of white, almost silver in the dying rays of the sun, shot across the sky over the theater, there and gone so quickly that Simon barely saw it.
"Dragon!"
he hissed. "No kidding," Aiden said as he looked up wide-eyed.
"Did it see us?" Malcolm asked, watching the sky. "Wait.
If it did, it will come back for another pass," Simon told them. They stayed crouched down, the guardsmen balancing their armored bodies by keeping one hand flat on the ground, and waited. The cry was not repeated and they could hear no sound of dragon wings.
After a few minutes, Simon stood up cautiously and the others followed.
"I think we dodged a bullet that time," he said, feeling a bit shaky.
"Let's hope so."
"I'd rather face a drake than a dragon, to be quite honest," Aiden said, gripping his mace tightly. "You haven't cast any spells except for that globe of light," Malcolm said, looking curiously at Simon.
"Any particular reason?"
"Yes.
Dragons can sense magic. The light spell uses so little power that I thought I could risk it. But if I cast a shield spell and one of them is close enough, it will draw it like a bee to honey. It's best to wait until we need it." "Sensible," the big man said approvingly. "No need to stir up a nest of snakes unless absolutely necessary." "Exactly." Aiden had moved to stand at the doorway and now he hissed a warning. Both Simon and Malcolm pulled back into cover and looked at Aiden. "What is it?" "Movement," he whispered. "I thought I saw a flash." "Maybe sunlight on scales?" "Not sure."
Malcolm stayed low and crept up beside his partner.
"Where, Dot?" Aiden pointed and Malcolm looked in that direction. Simon waited impatiently.
He couldn't see more than a few feet outside of the building from where he was squatting.
"Anything?" he finally asked.
"We may have a survivor," Malcolm said, but he sounded dubious.
"Come over here, Simon, and take a look. You know these people." "We don't." Simon moved forward, staying low, until he was next to the big man. His eyes followed Malcolm's nod and he gaped as he looked across the wide open square in front of the theater. From between two wrecked buildings about 50 yards away, a figure was walking toward their position.
Armor flashed like silver in the waning sunlight, armor covered in dents and dried blood.
It was Liliana.
Simon was about to jump up and run forward when Malcolm grabbed his arm, holding him down.
"What are you doing?" "That's Liliana." he exclaimed, trying to pull his arm from the big man's grip. The leader of this place? Aiden asked in surprise. Exactly. And it looks like she's been in one hell of a fight. Let me go, Malcolm. Wait, Sir Wizard. One moment. We just saw a dragonfly past. If it spots her before she reaches cover, it will attack. Call her over but stay hidden. That way, if there is an attack, you can give that damned dragon a surprise greeting. Simon stared at him. Malcolm was obviously thinking clearly. If he'd been alone, the wizard would have simply rushed out impulsively. You're right, my friend. Thanks. He glanced down at the armored hand holding him in place and the big man let him go with an embarrassed grin. Sorry. I didn't mean to grab you like that. I'm glad you did. Simon moved upright into the doorway. Liliana? Liliana! Over here! He called out, wincing as his voice echoed off of the surrounding buildings. The paladin raised her eyes wearily in surprise and saw Simon and the two guardsmen. Simon? What are you doing here? She answered and increased her pace a bit. The wizard saw her grimace as she did so and then noticed that she was limping. She's hurt, he said to the two men. Aiden nodded. We'll have to get her back to Clara as soon as we can. First things first, Malcolm said sternly. Let's find out what the hell happened to her and her people. Liliana kept her eyes on Simon as she made her way across the open square. He kept looking up, expecting to see a dragon arrowing down from above like an attacking eagle, but the sky remained clear. When she finally made it to the theater, Liliana leaned against the doorframe and closed her eyes a moment. Her breathing sounded labored and painful. Are you okay? Simon asked, and then realized what a stupid question that was. Liliana opened her eyes and smiled at him slightly. Okay is a relative term, my friend. I am alive, so that is something. My people, on the other hand, . Her voice trailed off and Simon watched two tears slip down her cheeks, cutting furrows in the dirt on her face. Dead? Malcolm asked gently. She looked at him blankly and then nodded once. Before she could continue, Aiden spoke up. Maybe we should get back downstairs? Liliana can rest and we'll be less exposed. And trapped in here if the Drakes return, Malcolm reminded him. There will be no returning Drakes, the paladin said grimly. I could not save my people, but at least I avenged them. The guardsmen stared at her with obvious respect. In that case, let's get you downstairs where you can at least sit down, Simon told her. She nodded and began to limp toward the stairs, waving off Aiden's offer of assistance. I can walk on my own, she snapped at him and led the way. The three men exchanged glances and Simon just shrugged. They followed her slowly. Once they were down in the living quarters, Aiden drew a bucket of water from the well and filled a glass. He offered it to the paladin who accepted it with thanks. Malcolm had found an overturned chair and had set it upright for her to sit down. Liliana sipped the water, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Simon grabbed another chair and sat down facing her. He summoned a light sphere again and set it to hover up near the ceiling. Aiden moved to guard the door while his partner stood nearby, arms folded, watching her intently. Can you tell us what happened? Simon asked her when she had caught her breath. The paladin nodded, moving her left arm in a circle to loosen it up and wincing a few times. 2 of my people were out scouting with me this morning, she began. She stared at the floor as she spoke, her eyes dull. She sounded like she was drained of emotion. Routine, really. We scout out the neighborhood every day to make sure it remains clear. They headed west and I went east. Maybe they got careless. We hadn't seen any dragon activity for weeks. I don't know what happened, but about an hour or so into my patrol I heard the dragon. A dragon? The one that tore open your door? Malcolm asked. Liliana nodded. Yes. That door weighs over a ton and it was ripped apart like it was paper. When I heard the first roar, I raced back. Her hands clenched into fists. I was too late. My fault. I had gone too far from the outpost and could not get back in time to save my people. Do not blame yourself, lady, Malcolm said. His tone was so fierce that she looked up at him in surprise. No one can run quickly in armor, he continued and tapped his breastplate. You were out doing your job. You are not the one who led the dragon to this place. Taking the blame onto yourself is futile. She was listening closely and nodded reluctantly. Perhaps. The results were the same. By the time I got back, the dragon was gone. The last of the Drakes was streaming out of the building. Her expression became so fierce that Simon flinched and sat back. Liliana caught his movement and looked at him.
She managed to smile and made a reassuring gesture.
Sorry, my friend.
I never knew how much I could hate until today. She glanced down at her armor and Simon followed her look. To his surprise, the metal was no longer dented and splattered with dried blood. It gleamed like it had been freshly polished and was undamaged. The paladin rested her hand on her chest and sighed loudly.
Apparently the gods don't hold my hatred against me.
For whatever that's worth. She stood up slowly and walked back and forth a few paces.
Simon watched wide-eyed.
She was no longer limping and the gray of fatigue had faded from her skin.
Liliana sat down again and gave them all a twisted smile. Well, isn't that a lovely gift, she said bitterly. My people are slaughtered but the gods see fit to heal their paladin. Wonderful.
She leapt to her feet and glared up at the ceiling.
What good does this do me now? She roared.
Her rage echoed around the room and the guardsmen watched her with identical expressions of compassion. She collapsed onto her chair and covered her eyes.
What good does this do me now? She whispered.
Simon wanted to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder but he had a feeling that it would be rebuffed, so he waited, his heart sore as he watched Liliana's grief.
How many drakes attacked? Malcolm asked finally, when she finally sat back and was staring blankly at the floor again. How many? I don't know. 5? 6? Doesn't matter.
They are all destroyed.
Once I finished off the straggler near our front door, I tracked down the rest. My people had been consumed by then.
No remains were left to be buried. But none of those creatures will report back to the dragon that sent them.
Let them believe that my people survived and fought them off.
It will at least give them pause.
5 or 6. Malcolm looked at Aidan, who shook his head in mute amazement.
Lady, we have never faced a drake, but Simon has. From what he's told us, just battling one of those beasts would be too much for even a group of people.
Liliana stood up again and drew her sword.
It rang like a bell and glowed a ghostly white. The gods' favor, she said with a sneer. The sword was deadly sharp and runes ran down its length from hilt to tip. This weapon shears through drake flesh like a hot knife through butter. The beasts weren't that much of a challenge.
Malcolm snorted.
Your modesty becomes you, lady, but I doubt that it was that easy. The paladin sheathed her sword and looked around the room.
Easy? No, it was not easy.
She focused on the two guardsmen.
I did not catch your names? She said pointedly and looked at Simon. He jumped up, feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry, Liliana. With all that's happened, anyway, this is Malcolm and that's Aidan.
They are the leaders of the guardsmen in Notting Hill.
Notting Hill?
The paladin looked perplexed for a moment and then nodded.
Ah, of course. Clara's town, yes? Yes. Malcolm stepped forward and shook her hand firmly.
It is an honor, he said sincerely. The paladin managed to smile. The pleasure is mine, she told him and nodded at Aidan, who saluted from his position at the door.
Liliana walked over to the pump and dipped her glass into the bucket of water.
She drank it down and glanced around at the others.
Water? Or something stronger?
I'm sure I can dig up a bottle of vodka in all this mess.
No thanks, Simon said.
The guardsmen shook their heads.
So how did you manage to show up when you did, Sir Wizard? She asked.
I hadn't expected to see you for some time, perhaps only if or when we found your lost spellbook.
Simon looked at her blankly for a moment and had to quickly reorganize his thoughts. Oh, right. That.
Well, it was just bad timing, I suppose.
Or good timing. I'm not sure.
I discovered a new spell that I think will do major damage to white dragons.
Liliana stiffened and she focused intensely on the wizard.
So I called you this morning, well, morning in my time zone, and got no answer. He frowned at the thought.
It's weird, you know.
I can usually reach anyone, awake or asleep, with my magic mirror spell.
But when I called you, I got nothing. That's what convinced me to come. I thought.
You thought I was dead, Liliana said flatly.
Yes, not surprising.
I felt your attempt to contact me, my friend. I was on patrol at the time, as I told you earlier, and could not talk. I didn't know you could do that, he said in wonder.
It is part of who I am.
I dare say your friend Clara could do the same, as could other spellcasters like yourself. She settled into her chair and it creaked under the weight of her armor. So you thought that I was dead or injured and came riding to the rescue, but... Simon felt a little embarrassed, but the paladin's smile of appreciation set him at ease. I don't know many who would do that even for someone close to them, my friend.
Thank you. Now, what is this about a new spell?
The wizard explained his theory about dragon weaknesses. All three of the fighters listened intently, Aiden nodding occasionally from across the room.
So you believe that a dragon's strength is also its weakness?
Malcolm asked when Simon had finished.
It seems so, he said.
At least, that's what has happened in my battles against the primals I've faced.
I keep taking you at face value, Simon, Malcolm said, looking a little embarrassed.
But you have destroyed two of the most powerful creatures on Earth.
He paused.
Gods, even saying that out loud sounds incredible.
But if you think that you've discovered the dragon's Achilles heel, I have to believe you. Liliana was nodding slowly. Yes, I tend to agree. And this new spell is, ...
I call it Blizzard, Simon said self-consciously. It's a spell that summons a storm of intense cold at a specific spot. The white dragons use deep cold as their main weapon, so it is possible that using the same sort of magic against them would have some effect on them.
The paladin frowned. You don't agree? The wizard asked. Oh, I agree. At least, if your logic is correct, then it should work.
She stood up again and began pacing nervously.
The problem is that we won't know if it is effective until you actually face a dragon. So it's all or nothing. And if it doesn't work?
If it doesn't work, I'm screwed, Simon said with a shrug.
Story of my life basically. But, no risk, no reward.
That's a rather casual attitude, Sir Wizard, Malcolm said with a frown.
No offense, he added quickly. None taken. You're right.
But it isn't a casual attitude, my friend.
It is the actual truth. What I faced, he looked at the pacing paladin and added, what we've all faced, is so outside the realm of our old reality that we're just staggering from battle to battle, hoping to survive. A fair description, Simon, Liliana said. I think that I can help you to test your new spell. Not today. Too much has happened and I am too full of grief to think clearly.
Simon watched her turn away and his heart went out to her.
But what could he say? Some things went beyond consolation.
She turned and stared at the wizard. When I have found a new refuge and moved my belongings there and, she looked around and shook her head, put my friends' memories to rest, I will keep an eye out for patrolling dragons. If I can find one that keeps a fairly regular schedule, and some of them are creatures of habit, I will signal you with the lodestone that you said you made for me and we can devise a plan of attack. That way, you can test your spell and I. She gripped the hilt of her sword so tightly that Simon heard her metal glove squeal. I can begin to take my revenge. For now, I thank you all, but I'd like to be alone. Simon reached inside his coat and pulled out the half of the lodestone that Kronk had found for him. He handed it to the paladin and she accepted it with the ghost of a smile. Then he stood up and Aiden, with a last glance down the hallway, walked back to stand next to Malcolm. Are you sure you wouldn't like to come back to Notting Hill with us? The big man asked her. You could rest, heal up, perhaps meet some new people. Liliana shrugged irritably. I have no need to rest or heal, warrior. I am a paladin. And as for meeting new people? Thank you but no. I'm not feeling very sociable right now. She stepped forward and shook hands all around. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate your concern, truly. Forgive me if I seem rude but... No need for forgiveness, lady, Aiden spoke up. We understand. If you need us, Malcolm and I, in the future, you have only to ask. Thank you both. Simon, I'll be in touch. I'll be looking forward to it, Liliana. Be careful. You're alone now and that makes you more vulnerable than you were before. Does it? She smiled grimly. Woe betide any beast that crosses my path now. I shall show it no mercy. Simon had nothing to say to that. He gripped his staff firmly and chanted the gate spell. Grab hold, gentlemen, he said to Malcolm and Aiden. They each put a hand on a shoulder and Simon smiled one last time at Liliana. Then he invoked the spell and watched her fade into darkness, a feeling of deep sadness rolling over him. The wizard stayed for the night in Notting Hill. When he and the guardsmen had returned, they had spent several hours speaking with Clara about what had happened. The cleric was shocked and saddened by the news of the attack on Liliana's people but accepted the paladin's wish to be left alone with her grief. She will have to sort this out for herself, she said softly. They were sitting around the central fire in the town hall. The fire was burning even though the day was still warm. Simon sat alone on a bench, his coat and staff lying next to him. He was sipping some tea and staring quietly at the flames. The burning wood smelled sweetly and he felt exhaustion creeping up on him. That can't be healthy, Aiden objected. Both he and Malcolm had gone to the barracks and removed their armor. Seeing them sitting side by side wearing plain tunics and leather pants seemed strange to Simon.
Somehow they looked younger and more vulnerable. Alone with thoughts of your friends being slaughtered? How can that be good for her? And what would you have us do? Clara asked him simply. We cannot force ourselves on her if she doesn't want our company, can we? Of course not.
Malcolm said, with a look at his partner. But I agree with Aiden.
Moscow is a ruin. Depressing enough, I'm sure. But now Liliana is alone there, with dragons and perhaps drakes sniffing around, searching for her.
A grim prospect. They fell into a glum silence, each alone with their own thoughts. Finally, after Simon had yawned for the fourth time in a row, Clara stood up and smiled at him. I think it's time to call it a day, my friends.
Simon, come along. I've got the guest room all ready for you.
He wanted to protest that he should get home, but the wizard was so tired that he simply stood up and followed her meekly. Good night, guys, he said to the guardsmen. They both wished him a good sleep and then left the hall. The next morning, Simon had a quick breakfast with Clara and then got ready to head home.
Let me know when the paladin contacts you again, would you? The cleric asked. I'm worried about her. I am too, Clara.
And yes, I'll give you a call when she calls me.
Talk to you soon.
When Simon appeared in front of his tower, he was greeted by 3 distinctly different voices.
Master, you're home. Welcome back. Where have you been?
You could have at least called to tell us you were still alive. I hope my spell proved useful, Sir Wizard. He rolled his eyes and turned to look at the open front door.
The 3 elementals were standing beside each other. Kronk was beaming, Ares was scowling and Anna was watching him with polite interest. Simon had to smile. And what are you grinning at?
Ares barked. Kronk was worried sick. He thought you'd been eaten by a dragon.
No, I didn't, the little guy said indignantly. I was sure that Master was perfectly fine.
You're the one who was pacing the wall all night, muttering to himself.
I was not.
The wizard can take care of himself.
I barely noticed that he was gone. Did you get a chance to cast the blizzard spell, Simon?
Anna asked, after giving the other 2 a puzzled look.
No, I'm afraid not. Stuff happened and I never got a chance. And it's good to see you again. I hope your visit with Aquamastus went well?
He climbed the steps as he spoke and the elementals moved back and then followed him into the tower. Simon hung up his coat, rested the staff near the door and sat down at the kitchen table with a feeling of relief.
It was good to be home.
And hello to you too, he said to Kronk and Ares as they settled onto the table.
I hope there wasn't any fighting while I was gone? The air elemental sniffed loudly.
I wouldn't waste my time, he said loftily.
No, Master, no fighting.
Ares was too busy worrying, Kronk said, shooting Ares a sly glance.
I was not. Honestly, Kronk, you're worse than a child. If I might interrupt your bickering, boys? Anna said with amusement. Did she just call us boys? Ares asked Kronk, frowning. I believe she did. I think I like it. Guys. Argue later. First let me tell you what happened.
It will also explain why I wasn't able to cast the blizzard spell. Simon repeated what he had told Clara the night before almost word for word. As he spoke, he got up, stoked the fire and hung the kettle over it. He was sitting, sipping his tea by the time he was done. Ares had forgotten his irritation halfway through the story. He listened with wonder and, Simon thought, a touch of sadness when he heard that Liliana had been left alone in her devastated city. That poor woman, he said softly when the wizard was done. They all looked at him in surprise and he bristled.
What? I do have feelings, you know. Yeah. Sure, Simon said. Of course you do. Anyway, that's why I didn't use Blizzard, Anna. The battle was over by the time I arrived. I understand, the water elemental said. She rippled gently as she stood next to Kronk.
The little earthen had simply listened in rapt attention when Simon told them about the events in Moscow. Now the wizard looked at him quizzically.
Any thoughts, my friend? He asked. Thoughts? The deep red eyes became a little brighter. Just one, Master. What happened to the dragon? Simon frowned a bit. What dragon?
The dragon you said flew overhead a few moments before you saw the paladin returning.
You mentioned it and then said nothing more. What happened to it? It flew away, I guess. Hang on. Out of that entire story, the one thing you took away was the quick appearance of some random dragon?
It was Kronk's turn to frown at the wizard.
Master, the dragons are your greatest enemies, are they not?
Simon rested his chin in his palm and muttered a yes. And yet, the only time you saw a dragon during your trip, all you did was watch it fly over your head. And then you and the warriors with you casually stood there and waited for the paladin to wander across a large open area with a dragon somewhere in the neighborhood.
Don't you find that a little odd?
Well, no.
Not really.
I mean, we were. Simon slowly stopped speaking and stared at Kronk, not really seeing him.
You know, now that you mention it, that was weird, wasn't it?
He looked at Ares, who was watching him with some confusion. Kronk has a point, he said reluctantly. Your main focus these days, my dear wizard, is destroying the monsters that almost wiped out your entire species. And yet, when you saw the only dragon to make an appearance during your journey, you just let it go.
Why? Simon sat back, folded his arms and examined his memory. The dragon had flown overhead very quickly. He and the two guardsmen had hidden and waited a moment. There had been no sound of flapping wings and no reappearance of the beast, and then they'd been distracted when Liliana showed up, and that, oddly enough, was that. He stroked his chin, a little befuddled. Something was niggling at the back of his mind.
There had been no sound of flapping wings.
He met Kronk's gaze blankly.
There had been no sound.
He sat up so quickly that Anna yelped and pulled back in surprise.
There was no sound of the dragon flying away.
He said loudly.
Kronk was nodding in satisfaction and Simon caught his eye.
You knew, didn't you?
The little guy shrugged. I guessed, Master, he said.
What are you two talking about, Sir Wizard? Anna sounded baffled.
Yes,
what exactly are you talking about? Ares asked in confusion. Oh, come on, you two. Okay, Anna, you get a pass.
I doubt that you've had much experience with dragons.
Simon was forced to smile at the air elemental's look of irritation. But Ares, you've been exposed to dragons more than once. Think about them.
When a dragon is flying over your head, even if they are very high up, their wings sound like sails flapping in a high wind.
That sound is unmistakable.
Okay, that's true.
But so what? What is your point?
The wizard glanced at Kronk. The dragon landed, the little guy said simply.
Anna and Ares both gaped at him. But, if that's the case. If that's the case, Simon said darkly, why didn't it attack? What was it doing there? And what happened to it? Chapter 11.
Simon was sitting at the top of his front steps a few days later, flipping a small rock from one hand to the other and watching the afternoon clouds race across the sky. His thoughts were aimless and he was simply letting his mind drift from memory to memory. A small sound from below him made him look down.
Anna was standing there, looking at him quizzically.
She nodded at the smooth stone in his hand.
Is that an important object, Sir Wizard? She asked.
With a smile, Simon handed her the oval piece of rock and she turned it over in her hands curiously. There is a rune of some sort written on it, she said with mild interest.
She weighed it in her palm.
The stone covered her entire hand.
Is it meaningful to you?
She asked as she gave it back to him.
In a way. A couple of years ago, I traveled back to my hometown. Ottawa is a ruin now, raised by the primal black dragon and its minions.
The dragon you destroyed? He shrugged.
Aquamastus and I destroyed it, actually.
Anyway, while I was there, I was confronted by a group of changelings.
Like you? Not really, no.
Simon looked down at the stone and ran his fingers over it gently. These changelings were originally children. It seems that those humans who were very young when they changed were mutated more deeply and, I don't know, more grotesquely than those of us who were adults when it happened.
Anna sat down and drew her knees up to her chin.
Her watery outline flowed and shivered like jelly, and Simon again found himself fascinated by the sight.
Grotesque? In what way? She asked. It's hard to say.
Before my world went all to hell and technology failed, there were reports in the mass media about children who were changing. It happened months before I began my own change.
Maybe their young bodies were more easily mutated by the magic. But the report said that many of them became monstrous.
Their fingers and toes would fuse together, or their skin became bark-like, or scaled, or whatever.
Many lost the ability to speak, or began speaking in unknown tongues. The reports went on. And you met some of these young ones on your journey?
Yes.
He held up the stone. One of them, Sarah, gave me this.
She used it to speak to me, sent me a warning when I was being stalked by what later turned out to be a lich.
A lich?
Anna exclaimed, her eyes wide.
But they are incredibly dangerous. Yeah, no kidding. I didn't know that then. That's a story for another time though. He went back to turning the stone over and over in his fingers. So what brought this young person to mind today, Sir Wizard? I'm not sure. My instinct says a magic user are weird. Things occur to me now that would never have entered my mind back when I was a mundane human. Such as? An errant breeze blew Simon's hair across his face and he lowered his head and then flung it back, feeling his hair cascade over his shoulders. Such as the fact that I never saw Sarah's true form. She and the other changelings were covered from head to toe with thick rags and pieces of clothing. I only saw her hand when she gave me this stone. An elf named Ethmera told me that what I thought I saw was not what was really there. Anna focused more intently on Simon at the mention of the elf, but she remained silent. He felt a little embarrassed. I think I scoffed a bit at the time, so sure that I couldn't be tricked like that. But back then I was a lot less experienced with magic than I am now. Thinking about it at this moment, I'm sure that she was right. I am impressed that the elves contacted you, Sir Wizard, Anna said, still watching him closely. But what does any of this have to do with your journey to aid the paladin? I think, Simon said, feeling his way through his words, I think that my subconscious is prodding me, telling me not to take anything at face value. He flipped the stone in the air like he would flip a coin and it landed on his palm, rune side up. I think that I've been deceived, Anna. Something happened in Moscow, something that I missed. It has to do with that dragon and, I'm afraid, with Liliana. He clenched his hand around the stone and tapped the side of his head with his fist. But I don't know what. It's bouncing around in my head like a rubber ball, but I can't see the answer. He smiled weakly at her. It's a bit frustrating. The water elemental stared across the front yard to the protective wall. One of Kronk's earth elemental friends was walking slowly along the top, on constant patrol. She watched it thoughtfully. So you believe that this paladin deceived you? Why? Do you think that she had something to do with her people's deaths? What? No. Simon said quickly. No, I don't think that. Her grief and rage were too real. But yes, I do think that she is hiding something. Something to do with that dragon we saw. But again, I don't know what it could be. Have you considered just asking her? The wizard barked a laugh. Sure, I could see that now. Hey Liliana, are you lying to me about what happened to your people? I think I'd be spitting out teeth about 2 seconds after I asked that question. Anna continued to stare at the wall, her face screwed up in concentration. I must admit, I have not had a lot of contact with humans, except as a servant. Socially, they are a mystery to me. So, you cannot simply ask her. There is also an alternate way to gather intelligence. Simon silently raised an eyebrow and Anna looked up at him. Spy on her. Simon stood up with a sigh, brushed off the back of his robe and sat down again. He reminded himself to sweep the steps later. I'd actually thought of that, as distasteful as it is to me. But Liliana told me that she sensed me when I tried to contact her with my magic mirror spell. She said that she was on patrol and blocked the attempt. Did she? Interesting. I suppose so. She also said that Clara, my friend the cleric that lives to the south of us, could do that same thing. I see. Anna shook her head in seeming wonder. What is it? Simon asked her. Nothing, I suppose. I just did not realize that a paladin could lie. I didn't think that it was in their nature. You think Liliana lied to me? I know she did, she said with quiet assurance. I know what the powers of clerics are, whether they be warriors or healers. They do not cast spells nor can they block them. Their power relies strictly on the will of the gods. It is not possible that this paladin blocked your spell. She shook her head firmly. Not possible, she repeated. The wizard looked at her in total confusion. I don't understand. She did block me. When I called her, I couldn't reach her. I'm sorry, Anna, but you must be mistaken. As he spoke, Simon realized that he might have offended the water elemental. Instead, she simply smiled gently. I am not mistaken, Sir Wizard. I do not doubt that she blocked your attempt to reach her. I am simply saying that she did not do so using her holy powers. She frowned as she stared down at the steps. She must have used other means, Anna said slowly, obviously thinking it through. But what powers could she have beyond those bestowed by the gods? She glanced up at Simon and the two of them exchanged a long, confused look. The wizard stood up abruptly and walked back into the tower, the water elemental following behind him. He sat down at the kitchen table and picked up his hand mirror. Anna floated up to the tabletop and watched him. You are going to try to contact the paladin? She asked. No, I'm not. Something's not right here. I'm going to call Clara. Let's see if Liliana was actually telling the truth. The water elemental frowned a bit. Not that I'm doubting you, Simon hastened to add. But I'd like to hear it directly from a cleric. Of course, Sir Wizard. No offense taken. Simon began to cast the magic mirror spell. While he was chanting, Ares floated in from outside and joined Anna on the table. He nodded at the wizard. What's going on? He asked her. Simon is calling his cleric friend, she told him. I believe we caught that paladin, Liliana, in a falsehood. He wants to confirm it. Really? But a paladin can't lie. So I thought, but it seems she did, so. Guys? Yes? Ares and Anna answered in unison. The wizard looked at them in exasperation. I'm trying to cast here, okay? Well, go ahead, Ares told him. Yes, please. Don't let us stop you, Anna added brightly. Simon suppressed a sigh and finished his magic mirror spell. The mirror fogged up and then cleared almost at once. Clara was standing at the edge of a field, chatting with several townsfolk. Beyond her, Simon could see people walking along furrowed ground, carefully planting seeds. He watched her for a few minutes until the cleric smiled and walked away from the group. Clara? Hi, it's Simon. Ah, good day, my friend, she answered with a smile. Just a minute. She continued to wander through the town until she came to a crude bench beside the narrow road and sat down in the sun. So, how are you today? She asked, looking around the area while she spoke. I'm good, thanks. Sorry to bother you, but I have a question relating to your powers as a cleric. Really? Clara sat up straighter and her smile was replaced by a serious expression. Very well. What do you want to know? Simon paused, trying to think of the best way to phrase the question, when Anna made a gesture to catch his attention. One moment, Clara, he said and raised an eyebrow at the elemental. Perhaps I could ask the lady about this subject? Anna offered a little hesitantly. If you approve, that is. The wizard had to smile at her obvious attempt to help without stepping on his toes. Of course I approve. You do have more experience with these powers, by the sound of it. He motioned for Anna to stand next to him so that she could look into the mirror. Ares flew over to hover by his other shoulder. Clara, I have someone here who would like to speak with you. She might be able to ask these questions better than I can. Really? Hang on a moment. I want to get the mirror in my quarters. Certainly. They watched while the cleric hurried through the village and into the town hall. A few minutes later, Clara was sitting on her sofa, mirror in hand and staring at Simon and the elementals. Clara, this is Anaposis. Anna for short. Anna, may I introduce Clara, the leader of Notting Hill? More of a figurehead, actually, the cleric said with a smile. I'm pleased to meet you, Anna. The honor is mine, Lady Cleric, the water elemental said as she bowed deeply. So Simon, you are getting quite the full house now, aren't you? Clara said, teasing him. And after telling me how much you preferred living alone. Simon reddened a bit. I know. It just sort of happened, I guess. He looked at Anna. She does seem to keep the boys a lot calmer though. Hey! Ares protested. I don't think I like being called a boy. I'm quite old, you know. Fine, Simon said. Gramps then. Anyway, Anna and I were talking about what happened in Moscow and, well, I'll let her talk. Lady, the water elemental began, the paladin, Liliana, claimed that when Simon tried to contact her before his journey, she blocked his attempt. I have worked with clerics and paladins in the ancient past. One of my masters was a friend to several. But never have I heard of them being able to block or negate spells. This woman also asserted that you too could do this, stop a wizard from contacting you. So our question is, can you do that? Clara looked a little mystified. Why would she say that? She muttered. You mean it's not true? Simon asked. The cleric looked at him. Of course it's not true. Clerical prayers and magic spells are totally different. I could no more block your communication spells than you could block my healing powers. They are quite simply incompatible. She shrugged. I know that the source is the same, the gods of light, but that is the only thing that they have in common. So you are saying that the paladin lied, lady, Anna stated flatly. Clara's eyes widened. I am, aren't I? But that's not possible. A paladin cannot tell a lie. Their oaths to the gods prohibit it. If they tell even one falsehood, their powers would be stripped from them. Wow, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Simon asked. Is it? My friend, a paladin is well nigh unstoppable in battle. They heal themselves as they fight, automatically. Their weapons and armor are imbued by the gods with powers over evil. They are the ultimate warriors against darkness. And all of this power is given to them for one simple vow, to be virtuous. That means speaking the truth, aiding the helpless and, something that might be harder for some than for others, remaining celibate. Now, is it so much to ask? Simon thought about it. Put like that, it sounded like more than a fair trade. And he had seen Liliana heal right before his eyes. Her limp had disappeared. Her armor had been repaired and shone like new. It had been an amazing sight. I believe that the question we must ask ourselves, then, is this, Anna said to both him and Clara. Why would she risk these powers to lie to Simon? What would be the benefit? The cleric and the wizard looked at each other for a moment and then Clara turned to the water elemental. What do you think, Dot? Me? Well, lady, I don't think my opinion matters. However, since you asked, I believe that the paladin is hiding something. Yeah, that makes sense, Simon said thoughtfully. But what? I don't think for a second that she harmed her own people. And I saw the results of her battle with the drakes when she got back to her outpost. So what the hell could she be hiding? It all comes back to that dragon, Sir Wizard, Anna said. He nodded. It does, doesn't it? What dragon? Simon looked at Clara. Oh, sorry. I thought I mentioned seeing a dragon when I was in Moscow. You did. But didn't you say that it flew by and didn't attack? Yes. However, thanks to Kronk, I think that there's more to it than that. I think that the dragon landed somewhere in the vicinity, right after it flew over us. But, Clara seemed baffled. If that's the case, why weren't you attacked? Exactly the question that Anna and I have been asking ourselves. Simon said flatly. The dragon landed and a few minutes later, Liliana appeared, injured and blood-splattered from her fight with the drakes. What is the connection? There was a long silence. Is it possible that the paladin has somehow allied with this dragon? Clara peered out of the mirror while Simon and Anna turned to stare. What? Ares asked, holding up his hands. I know it sounds absurd. I'm just throwing it out there. Dragons aren't mindless beasts, you know, as much as we'd like to think they are. The primals aren't the only ones with brains. They are simply the eldest and most powerful. You know, you've come up with some odd ideas in the past, but this? This is beyond nuts, the wizard said in disbelief. Ares scowled, but before he could respond, Clara cut him off. Wait, Simon. Before you dismiss the idea out of hand, let's consider it for a moment. What? A paladin making an alliance with a dragon? That's insane. Is it? As Ares has pointed out, they are not simply beasts. They are individuals. Who knows what each dragon's motives are? Anna was shaking her head. Forgive me, lady, and you as well, Ares, but it is impossible. The dark gods created the dragons by spawning their queen. She in turn passes their orders along to her children, the primals, who do the same to their minions. They are all connected. If a dragon should betray its maker, as crazy as that sounds, the primal would know instantly. They are the trees and their offspring are the leaves. They are linked one to the other. Exactly, Simon added. When a primal dies, as we've already seen, its children die with it. Cut off the head of the snake and the body dies. Sorry, Ares, he added. It was an intriguing thought, but it's impossible. No dragon would ally itself with a paladin. Yes, well, I was just throwing a theory out there. Does anyone have another? Simon heard the sound of knocking and looked around. It was coming from the mirror. Clara got up, putting down her mirror for a moment and then returned to view. I'm sorry, guys, but I have to go. One of my people slashed her leg open with a hoe, apparently. I have to heal her right away. Listen, if you come up with any more theories or anything happens, call me. Okay? Will do, Clara. Good luck. She smiled and Simon shook the mirror to break the spell. Well, at least we accomplished one thing, he told the elementals. We learned that Liliana actually did lie to me. The next two questions that leap to mind are, why, and has she lost her powers? If she has, alone in that ravaged city, then she is in great danger, Anna told him. Yes, I know. Simon absently tapped the back of the mirror where it lay on the table. I wonder if I should call her. I mean, we don't actually know why she lied, do we? There could be a perfectly logical explanation.
I don't like the idea that she may be trapped in Moscow without her powers.
My dear wizard, sometimes I feel despair when you talk like that. Ares fixed him with a look of pity. You yourself have connected that woman with a dragon. What the connection is, we don't know.
But we do know that she lied to you, breaking her oath as a paladin. The wizard looked at him blankly.
So? He asked. So?
Ares zipped forward until he was floating almost nose to nose with Simon, who jerked back in surprise.
You can't trust her. Don't you see that? Added to that is the fact that she doesn't want your help.
She told you that herself. I must agree with Ares, Sir Wizard, Anna said, sounding regretful. Perhaps her motives are pure, we don't know, and it is tragic that her people were killed, but you cannot force aid on someone who doesn't want it.
Simon stood up and walked across the room to stand at the doorway.
He stared out at the beautiful day, weighing his options.
Nothing was clear. Certainly Liliana had been firm in her wish to be alone.
And she had lied to him.
Why? For what purpose? Could she be in league with the dragons?
He shook his head. No, that he would not believe. Her rage at the deaths of her friends had been genuine, of that he was sure.
So what exactly was going on?
The wizard turned around, walked back to the kitchen table and picked up his spellbook. He slipped it into a pocket of his robe, went back and picked up his staff and looked at the elementals. I'm going for a walk, he told them. I need to clear my head, think things out. That sounds like a good idea, Anna said with a gentle smile.
Did you want company?
Ares asked, cocking his head to one side.
No thanks. I'm talked out. I just want to let things percolate in my mind for a bit. See you both later. Simon went down the steps and turned left. He walked around the tower and out of the back gate, waving at one of the earth elementals who was walking the walls. The little figure waved back and then the wizard was walking alone toward the lake. His favorite route when he wanted to be alone and think was to wander slowly around the little lake. But today, for some reason, he decided to hike to Heather's old house. There was a faint path through the woods and the deserted cottage was only an hour away, so it seemed as good a destination as any. It was a relaxing walk and it seemed to take less than the usual amount time for Simon to reach the home of the late herb witch. Heather had been perverted by the dark gods and had been changed into a wizard. She had allied with the primal green dragon and had come close to killing Simon. Through some good luck and guesswork, he had managed to destroy them both, but it had been a near thing. Now as he entered the clearing in front of her dilapidated cabin and stood looking around, a cold shudder running down his spine. He had almost died here. The herbs which Heather had grown were running wild around her untended garden. He was pleased that they could still be used, but it gave the place a crazy, haunted look. He made his way carefully around bushes and stalks of greenery, a minty sweet smell in the air. It took him a few moments to reach the cabin and, when he did, he leaned on his staff and studied the building. Why am I here, he wondered. This place had almost been the site of his own death. It held no fond memories for him. Simon glanced up at the roof of the small cottage. It was rapidly being covered with dead branches and pine needles and would probably collapse in a few years unless cleared off. Let it collapse, he thought. I certainly don't care if it does. He pushed back his hair and wiped his sweaty palms on his robe. Then, taking a deep breath, he shoved open the door of the cabin and walked inside. The squeal of the hinges was shockingly loud as he entered and Simon winced, looking around furtively as if waiting for someone to jump out at him. But the place was deserted. Shelves on the walls were filled with flower pots and small gardening tools, all covered with cobwebs now. There was a hole in the roof with a thick branch poking through it. It let in enough light so that the wizard could see easily enough. Why am I here? He asked himself again. But of course the answer was clear enough. Heather had betrayed her own kind and had allied with the dark gods. She had wanted power, and power she had been given. In return, all she had to do was to turn on her own people and give Simon up to the dragons. He smiled humorlessly. Easy enough, he thought. Just a simple trade. Yeah, right. The similarities to Liliana's actions was chilling. But not the same, he told himself hurriedly. No, not the same. The paladin hated the dragons, that was pretty obvious. And yet... Simon shook his head. His thoughts were going around in circles. Time to head home. He looked around one last time, determined that he would never come back to this sad, depressing place again, and a little flash of light caught his eye. What? He crossed the room, stepping over broken pieces of furniture and some scattered piles of leaves.
On a high shelf, something was gleaming in the darkened room. He reached up cautiously and unhooked the object from the nail it had been hanging on. He stepped back until he was standing under the hole in the ceiling and examined the small piece of metal. It was a medallion or amulet of some kind. It was hanging on a delicate silver chain and was the size of a silver dollar. Simon ran the tip of his finger over it curiously. One side was filled with minute writing, runes which he couldn't read. He flipped it over and his breath caught in his throat. It was a stylized icon of a dragon. Coils twisted around and around leading to a snarling head in the center. He was reminded of old pictures of Chinese dragons, long, snaky creatures that seemed to swim through the skies rather than fly. Indeed, the small engraving had no wings that he could see. The dragon's eyes were green chips, tiny emeralds perhaps. Long whiskers hung from its snout and its teeth were bared. Simon continued to stare at the amulet as he wandered back outside. He stood in the sunlight, squinting at the medallion and trying to read the runes. But it was useless. He'd examine it more carefully at home. He slipped the chain into his pocket, pulled the staff off of his back and chanted the gate spell. With one last look around, he cast the spell and headed home with some relief. Goodbye Heather, was his final thought. Chapter 12. When Simon returned home, he was surprised to find that Aries had made him dinner. Venison stew. As he walked into the tower, the smell made his mouth water and he looked at the fireplace to see a pot hanging over the fire, bubbling cheerfully. The air elemental was stirring the stew gently and looked up as the wizard entered. Ah, good timing, he said. If you'd taken any longer to get back, it might have burned. Aries? You're cooking? You? No, it's just an illusion. Of course I'm cooking. I do know how. Simon leaned the staff beside the door and wiped his feet before crossing the room to peek into the cast iron pot. Stew? Wow, it smells fantastic. Really? Aries said with some surprise. I mean, yes, of course it does. Now, get cleaned up before dinner. It's almost ready. Yes, Mom, Simon said under his breath, grinning to himself as he turned toward the sink. What was that? The elemental growled. Nothing. I'll get washed up. You do that, Aries said firmly and then began stirring the pot again. He whistled under his breath and Simon suppressed another broad smile. While he was eating, both Kronk and Anna showed up. The earthen said that he had finished planting the spring crops and that Anna had helped encourage the groundwater to dampen the earth so that the seedlings got off to a good start. Our new friend is proving very useful, Kronk said enthusiastically as he smiled at Anna. She dismissed his comment. I simply want to help wherever I can, she told them. Look at Aries. He made dinner for you tonight, Sir Wizard. Some might see that as beneath the dignity of an elemental. Aries bristled a bit and then stared as Anna continued. But I do not. He is being a useful member of this household. Can I do anything less? Aries was left smiling gratefully. I appreciate your chipping in. Simon told her. My mother used to say many hands make light work, and she was right, He took his plate to the sink, left it there to soak for a bit and sat down again, a full cup of tea in front of him. I'm glad you're all here, he told the trio. He fished into his pocket and pulled out the amulet, still dangling from its silver chain, and set it down on the table in front of them. What do you guys make of this? I found it in Heather's old cabin today. You went back to that accursed place? Aries asked incredulously. Yeah. I wanted to walk for a bit and I don't know, ended up there. It was pretty creepy, to be honest. That is the home of the wizard that tried to kill you? Anna asked him. She'd obviously heard the story by now. Simon nodded silently. She bent over to look at the amulet, along with Kronk and Aries, and then reached for it. May I? She asked the wizard, who gestured for her to pick it up. Thank you. She held it at arm's length so that the others could examine it too. They were staring at the runes and exchanged a few glances and then Anna flipped it over. There was a collective gasp from the three of them as they saw the image of the dragon. Anna fumbled the amulet and almost dropped it. I found it hanging on a nail inside the cabin. Any ideas on what it is or what it's used for? Aries accepted the amulet from Anna and ran his hands along both sides of it. Then he handed it to Kronk, who did the same. Simon took it back when they were done and then put it down on the table again. Well. Thoughts? Aries gestured at Anna and she stared at the amulet as she began to speak. That thing has power, Sir Wizard. We can all feel it. She glanced at the other two, who nodded. But what that power is, whether for good or for evil, I cannot say. Aries?
Simon said.
What are your thoughts?
My thoughts? He looked uncertain. I think that I agree with Anna. There is power here, but it is ambiguous? Yes, that's it. It is not directed. It simply is. Simply is? Simply is what? Ares sighed in frustration.
It is there, my dear wizard, to be used.
It is neither good nor evil, white or black. It is gray. I believe that if you can tap into the power of this object, you can use it as you see fit. He shrugged. Considering that you found it in the lair of an evil wizard, that is hardly surprising. Ha! Good point. Kronk?
Master, I am not as attuned to magic as my friends here, he said hesitantly.
He looked at Ares, who made an encouraging gesture.
What I can say is that considering the image on the medallion, it must have some power related to dragons.
The question is, how is it related? Is it made for communication? For offense? Defense? There is no way to know until you decipher those runes. He looked up at Simon. Have you deciphered them, master? The wizard picked up the amulet and ran a fingertip over the writing. Nope. I don't have a clue about what this says. I am suspicious though. Heather was evil. She conspired with dragons. So, an amulet with the picture of a dragon on it that was in her possession makes me nervous. It may have been made to be used by anyone, but I doubt if she used it to grow daisies or make pretty music. There might be a way to learn what it says, Sir Wizard, Anna told him thoughtfully. Really? You know someone who can read these runes? No, I don't. But you do.
Simon looked at her, puzzled.
I do? And who is that?
The elves, she answered simply.
The elves are a fount of knowledge.
There is no language that they do not know, no runes that they cannot decipher.
You've told me that you had dealings with them before. If that is so, why not ask for their help now?
The wizard rested his chin in his palm and looked past the elementals, suddenly reminded of his friend Daniel and feeling a bit guilty. It had been a long time since he'd remembered his best friend. Sure, he'd been busy and his life was crazy, but still.
You might be right, but there's one problem. I can't enter the elven lands. And if I could, I couldn't return or I would probably die of old age. Time runs differently between the two worlds.
It happened to my friend, Daniel. He retreated to the elvish realm when our world was attacked by the dragons. When he came back to visit me here, he aged decades in minutes. It was a very sad day for me.
Ah, yes, I see. The water elemental seemed a bit perplexed. But why do you have to travel there? Why not simply call them? Call them, Simon repeated flatly. I can't just call them. Why not? Because Simon's voice trailed away and he sat still, dumbfounded. Why couldn't he call Daniel?
He had the magic mirror spell. If that didn't work, there was the simpler magic mouth spell.
Why hadn't it ever occurred to him to try to contact the elven realm?
He looked at Kronk and Ares and was gratified to see them looking as stunned as he felt. I think, he said hesitantly, I just assumed that because time moved at a different rate there, that my communication spells wouldn't work. Or that they couldn't cross the boundaries between Earth and other planes of existence.
I see. To be honest, Simon, I do not know if it will work either, but surely it can't hurt to try?
The wizard had to chuckle at her proposal.
You're right. It can't hurt to make the attempt. Okay, let's give it a shot.
He drank some tea and pushed back his hair nervously. Then Simon picked up his mirror and chanted the spell.
Should I try to contact Ephmera or Daniel?
He asked, looking at Kronk and Ares. You know your old friend much better than the elven maid, Master, the earthen suggested.
I agree. Elves are tricky. Prickly sometimes. Your friend would be a better choice, Ares added. Good point. Okay. He took a deep breath. Here goes, .
Simon pictured Daniel's face, not as he had been once but after he had aged and changed into someone the wizard had barely recognized as his old friend.
Invectus,
he said firmly and stared into the suddenly foggy mirror. The three elementals hurried to cross the table and stand by Simon's shoulders.
He gave them all a nervous smile as they waited.
The mirror stayed cloudy for several long minutes.
I don't think it's working, Simon said, looking down at Kronk. Either it can't get through or it's being blocked somehow. I'm sure the elves can do that.
Wait, Sir Wizard, Anna said excitedly.
Look. Is the mist fading? Simon hurriedly looked back in the mirror. She was right.
The mist was dissipating. All of them waited, the wizard holding his breath, for the mirror to clear. When it finally did, Simon gaped at the sight. It was simply one of the most beautiful things that he had ever seen. He was peering into a forest glade. Immense trees, as large as redwoods or bigger, with pale yellow leaves and white bark, surrounded a clearing. Flowers were growing rampantly, their colors mixing and flowing in a dazzling display. In the center of the glade was a round, grassy knoll in the midst of which a fountain made of silver splashed and gurgled with clean, sparkling water. Simon could almost smell the intoxicating scent of the flowers, and a part of him yearned to be in that place. And in the middle of all of this riot of color and movement, sitting on a simple stone bench next to the laughing fountain, sat an old man wearing a deep blue robe and reading a scroll. It was Daniel. As Simon noticed him, the view in the mirror zoomed in so that he was looking at his friend from no more than a few feet away. He paused and looked away from the mirror, clearing his throat and wiping his suddenly moist eyes. Why hadn't he tried this before, he wondered. Daniel's advice would have been invaluable over the past year. Just having him to talk to would have been so helpful. He looked back at his friend, pushing his self-recriminations to the back of his mind. I have more important things to deal with, he thought. Daniel? He said hesitantly. Can you hear me? The old man looked up slowly, his eyes misted with age and something like wisdom. Simon? Is that you? It's me, old friend. It's me. Daniel put the scroll down beside him and turned his head this way and that. Where are you? He asked. Don't tell me you've crossed over. That would be foolishness. Same old Daniel, if you'll pardon the expression, Simon said with a chuckle, and Daniel's face broke into a wide grin. Suddenly he looked as young as the wizard remembered him. Don't be smart with your elders, boy, he growled. So, if you aren't here, you are using a communication spell of some sort? Magic mirror, Simon agreed. Ah, perfect. Give me a moment, Dot. The wizard watched as Daniel stood up slowly, wincing in obvious pain. He stepped up to the fountain and made a small gesture. The waters instantly became still and placid, and the man peered deeply into the reflecting pool. And suddenly Simon was meeting his friend's eyes directly. Both of them grinned simultaneously and then laughed. Simon felt his heart lift at the meeting and was happier than he had been in ages. So there you are, my friend, Daniel said, eyes flicking over Simon's features. I see a lot of white in that mane of yours. Simon ran a hand through his hair self-consciously. Yeah, well, you know. Magic. Yes, true enough. Ah, I am so happy that you decided to try to contact me. Personally, I didn't even know that it was possible. I didn't either, Simon said, a little shamefaced. I wish I'd thought of trying it a long time ago. Daniel shook a crooked finger at him. Now. What have I always said? The past is gone. The future is uncertain. All we have is now. Yeah, I remember. Good. Self-recriminations are poisonous. The man laughed in obvious delight. I cannot believe that we are finally speaking. Ah, it's been so lonely here. Simon frowned. Don't you speak with the elves? Surely you've made some friends there? Yes, of course. But conversations with elves are, how can I describe it? Limited, I suppose. As polite and helpful as they've all been, they are immortals and I am not. Their perspective is much grander than mine is. Why, I've met elves who had wizards as friends 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. He shook his head ruefully. Among them I feel like an infant, despite my appearance. I don't know. I just can't seem to get comfortable around them. What about Ethmera? Daniel smiled gently. Yes, Ethmera. Thank the gods for her. She is quite old as well, but her youthful exuberance makes it much easier for me to forget that. She's been a comfort, I can tell you, Dot. I'm glad, Simon told him with some relief. I'd hate to think that you're unhappy there, considering that it will be your home until... His voice trailed off and he looked away. Until the day I die? Oh, come now, Simon. Don't be so morbid. I'm not kicking the bucket anytime soon, I assure you. The wizard looked back at him and they both laughed again. Now, I hope these calls become a frequent occurrence, Daniel said. Oh, they will. I guarantee it. Good. But I'm guessing this attempt was made for a specific purpose, yes? It was. Simon picked up the amulet and held it so that Daniel could see it clearly. I found this pendant, medallion, whatever, in the home of a dark wizard. He hesitated. Do you know what happened last year? With my ex-neighbor Heather and the primal green dragon? Oh yes, I know.
Daniel scowled.
The elves keep a close eye on things in the mortal realm, old friend.
Very impressive, the way you defeated that dragon, by the way.
A mixture of trickery and luck, the wizard said with a shrug. Daniel rolled his eyes and Simon grinned.
Yeah, you don't agree. I know.
Anyway, I found this in her old home today. As you can see, there's a stylized picture of a dragon on one side and some sort of writing on the other.
But I can't read it. I was hoping that the elves might be able to help with that. Looking for more spells to add to your arsenal? Daniel asked slyly.
Always, was Simon's grim response.
Good. Wait a moment.
His old friend reached into a pocket of his robe and fished out a scrap of paper and a stick of what looked like charcoal.
I'm always jotting down notes these days, he told Simon with a rueful smile. I find my memory isn't quite what it used to be. Well, don't chalk it up to age, Simon told him reassuringly. Most days, I can't remember what I had for breakfast. Daniel shook his head, looking amused.
Now, hold that amulet steady and I'll copy those runes. We'll see if the elves are as wise as you think they are. For all of his apparent age, Daniel's hand was steady as he wrote and he quickly copied the writing from the amulet.
Okay, got it.
He examined what he had written and finally shrugged.
Certainly it's like nothing I encountered on my travels, back in the day. We'll see if the elders can make something of it.
He slipped the paper back into a pocket along with the charcoal and then just stared fondly at Simon for a moment. I'm going to have to start carrying a small mirror with me from now on, just in case you call, he said. This standing and looking into a pool of water is hard on my old back.
Are you all right? Simon asked with quick concern. Fine. Fine. Now, I'm off to speak with the council. It shouldn't take long, one way or another.
He stared off into the distance, lips moving. If my knowledge of the time differential is correct, it shouldn't take more than an hour or two to get an answer, but...
That's great, Simon said enthusiastically. Which means you should call back in about a week. What? A week? Daniel laughed at his friend's expression. The flow of time is very different here.
You know that, the man said as he touched his thick white hair.
Yes, I know. But I guess I hadn't realized how different.
2 hours of time there and a week here.
My God. Crazy, isn't it? Welcome to my reality. Now, try to be patient. Call back in a week and I'll have news one way or the other. And we can have a decent chat. To be honest, this standing and talking is killing my back right now. Okay, my friend. Thanks for this, by the way.
I wish you were here to fight the good fight with me.
So do I, Simon. More than anything.
But hey, now at least you found a way to get me involved. I haven't been this pumped up for a long time. I'm glad, the wizard told him sincerely. So, I'll let you go and talk with whomever and I'll call back in 1 week.
You do that. Daniel began to turn away and then stopped to catch Simon's eye again. Oh, by the way, there is one thing that I can tell you about that amulet of yours. Really?
The wizard stared at him, surprised.
What's that? That engraving of a dragon on one side? It's not stylized or some artist's fantasy. It's a picture of an actual dragon. You're kidding. Simon looked at the snaky figure in his hand. What kind of dragon looks like that? Don't worry, they're extinct. But I saw an illustration like it during my studies here.
That's a picture of a gold dragon, one of the lost guardians of the light.
They were betrayed and slaughtered by the evil dragons in the distant past. Then what the heck is it doing on this amulet? No idea. Let's see if I can find out. Talk to you in a week, my friend. Take care. It was good to see you again. And you, Daniel. I wish you luck. The old man waved and walked out the image on the mirror. Simon shook it to break the spell and put it back down on the table.
He looked at the elementals, aware that he was grinning foolishly.
Well, what do you know? He told them. It worked. Chapter 13.
The week that Simon had to wait to speak to Daniel again passed quickly. He was spending as much time and strength as he could, trying to lock the blizzard spell into his memory permanently, along with as many other spells that could be used in battle as he could manage. He was finally able to keep 5 in his mind at all times, along with his utility spells, like Light, Gate and Shield. They were Blizzard, Fireball, Steel Skin. He'd improved his Stone Skin spell, Ice Spear and Magic Missile. It took 4 days of intense practice, massive headaches and several arguments with Kronk, who kept trying to get him to eat and sleep more, until he succeeded. After that, he bowed to the little guy's wishes and spent a day in bed, exhausted. There was no word from Liliana, which didn't come as a complete surprise to him.
She did want to be left alone for the moment.
Simon called Clara once, to bring her up to speed, and she was thrilled for him that he'd managed to speak to Daniel. He knew she worried that he spent too much time alone. Listening to Kronk and Aries argue, while Anna tried to play peacekeeper, sometimes made him wish that was true. Before he knew it, a week had gone by and Simon was back sitting at his kitchen table, teacup at hand, and the elementals crowded around him.
He cast Magic Mirror eagerly and then waited.
This time, the spell connected much more quickly and Simon found himself staring into Daniel's face. Obviously his friend was looking back at him through another mirror. "And there you are," the man said with a broad smile.
I was beginning to get a little worried.
"But you said a week," Simon protested.
I know. Relax. The time flow is imprecise. I spoke to the elders several hours ago, my time.
Well, at least it gave me a chance to dig up a mirror.
It's amazing how little ego the elves have. Mirrors are rare here. Probably because they're all so naturally attractive. They are that. Anyway, let me see here.
Daniel dug into a pocket and it gave Simon a chance to see a part of the room that his friend was sitting in. Books. Shelf after shelf of books was all that he could see.
Are you in a library?
He asked curiously.
What?
Daniel stopped searching his pockets, looked over his shoulder and then chuckled.
No, these are my rooms.
Here, take a look. He turned the mirror around so that Simon and the elementals got a slow panning view of his quarters. The walls were indeed covered with shelves.
There were hundreds of books, scrolls, and tablets.
Odd objects like crystal balls, small silver and gold statues, pieces of strangely shaped stones and other things were scattered about on small tables. At one end of the room was a large canopied bed covered with a bright comforter. Many pictures, all of which depicted scenes of nature, hung on the small sections of the walls that weren't covered with shelving. All in all, Simon thought, a comfortable and homey place. "I like it," he told his friend when Daniel's face came back into view.
"I hope you do too." "Oh, absolutely," the man said, glancing around fondly. "The elves have been very kind to me. And very indulgent.
They rounded up these reference books and scrolls from far and wide, when I expressed an interest in doing some research."
"Research? On what?" Daniel grinned. "On magic, of course. What else? Our world is a magical place again. I may not be able to return, but that doesn't mean that I am totally useless. To be honest, I was hoping that anything I found could be sent to you one day. Now, of course, we can speak directly. So if you ever need anything investigated, let me know and I'll help as best as I can."
Simon stared at him thoughtfully for a moment and Daniel raised an eyebrow.
"Something on your mind?" "Yeah, maybe. But before I mention it, what did the elders tell you about the amulet I found?" "Oh. Right." Daniel pulled a creased piece of paper from his pocket and peered down at it. "Okay, this is their interpretation of the runes. They claim that they are written in some odd derivation of Dwarvish, but I find that very strange. The dwarves despise dragons. Why would they fashion an amulet of a dragon in the first place?" Simon glanced down at Aries, who shook his head, mystified. "No idea. So what do they think it says?" "According to them, it's an incantation." "A spell?" Simon asked, startled. "Maybe. If it is, they say that they don't recognize it or what it does. They think," Daniel paused, looking unsure, "that it could be a tracking spell. If that's true, then it would explain why the dwarves would create it, to hunt dragons. And it is on permanently. No need to cast the spell itself. Wow. That could be incredibly useful." "It could, yes. More useful than they actually might have realized." "Meaning?" "Well, when I got back after my meeting with the elders, I did some research of my own." Daniel made a gesture at his mass of books. "I have examples of the Dwarvish language here as well. Once the elders had pointed me in the right direction, I searched and compared what they told me to what I had in some of my books." He stared intently at Simon. "They were right, as far as it goes. The amulet will, I believe, help a person track dragons. But it doesn't track the average, fighting dragon. It tracks primals." Simon sucked in a breath. "Primals? Whoa. Now that is useful." "It is? Why? You haven't had any trouble finding primal dragons so far." Daniel winked as he said this and the wizard smiled weakly. "To be honest, it wasn't hard. They basically came to me. The other primals may not be so easy to find, especially the primal white." "Yes. That one. What about it?
Again, this is based on my research since one of the elders told me that you traveled to Europe and had a run-in with some white dragons.
Why did you do that, by the way?
Simon explained his search for changelings using his atlas and the magic mirror spell.
Daniel rewarded him with a look of admiration. Clever, old friend. Very clever. Well, about that primal white. You may indeed need your amulet to find it.
My books, based on conjecture and legend, speak of the white as a very sly opponent.
And of its love of ice and snow.
I don't take any pleasure in telling you this, but you may have to travel to the far north to find it.
The far north? Simon shivered. He hated the cold. How far? Possibly all the way to the pole.
The wizard groaned and Daniel smiled in commiseration.
Sorry. But that's in the future. Try not to think about it too much. And now that I've told you about that amulet, maybe you can tell me what's on your mind and why you look so worried. You know me too well, Simon told him. Yes, I do. Now talk, mister. Simon chuckled and then sobered and told his friend about the events in Moscow.
While he spoke, Ares made him another cup of tea while Kronk waved and left the tower, going to check on the horses. When he was finished the story, he sipped his tea and watched Daniel digest the information he'd passed on.
So you think this paladin lied to you, and you think that it has something to do with a dragon? That doesn't make sense, Simon. I'm aware of that. And I don't think she lied, I know she did.
It was confirmed by my friend Clara.
Ah, yes. The cleric.
Well, I can't help you with that, at least not yet. I will do some digging though, on paladins.
See what I can turn up. Thanks, Daniel. That would be helpful. If I might make a suggestion? Of course, Dot. I know that your earth elemental friend can make lodestones. Perhaps he could create one for me and leave it near one of the entrances to the elvish realm? I can ask Ethmera or some other elf to retrieve it for me. That way, I can call you when I have any information. Simon's eyes lit up. Now that's a great idea.
I'll mention it to him later.
When he finds one, I'll give you a call and you can give him directions to where you want it delivered. Perfect. Daniel rubbed a hand tiredly over his face. And now I'll have to let you go.
This old body of mine doesn't have the reserves that it used to, I'm afraid.
I need to rest up. Are you okay? Simon asked in sudden concern.
His friend waved away his question.
Of course I am. Seeing you again, talking to you. I'm re-energized, believe me.
His smile was tired but warm.
It is so good to have you back in my life, you know. I wanted to tell you that, Dot.
Simon's eyes misted over while Daniel cleared his throat, his voice thick with emotion. Anyway, before I get too maudlin, let's wrap this up.
Okay. Thank you for all your help, Simon told him. I'll talk to you soon. I look forward to it.
The wizard smiled one last time at his oldest friend and broke the spell. And then he sat back and stretched, his spine cracking like a bundle of old twigs. You've learned quite a lot, Sir Wizard, Anna told him as she moved back to the center of the table, Ares floating along beside her. That's for sure, he replied and stared thoughtfully at the back of the mirror lying in front of him. He looked at the two elementals and smiled, feeling drained. I can't tell you how happy talking to Daniel has made me. Not that I don't enjoy speaking with you guys, he added hastily.
Anna simply smiled while Ares laughed lightly.
He is your friend, my dear wizard. Plus, he is directly responsible for saving your life, is he not, Dot?
Simon nodded. Well then, why wouldn't you enjoy seeing him again?
I also found his insights quite valuable.
As did I, the water elemental said. Did you?
Simon got up, rinsed out his cup and put the kettle over the fire.
What did you hear that you found so interesting? He asked them. You mean, besides the fact that the amulet you found can track primal dragons? Ares asked archly with a sly grin. The wizard laughed quietly. Yes, besides that.
The fact that he was as mystified as we are about the paladin, Liliana, and her actions.
Ares became somber and glanced at Anna. We have spoken of it, you know. And Kronk, of course.
I don't trust her, which you already know, but we also have come to the conclusion that she isn't evil.
Simon poured hot water into his cup and made his tea. He nodded reflectively. Yeah, me too. Her hatred for the dragons is too real.
I think I'm focusing too much on the fact that she lied to me, when the important thing is that she is an ally against the darkness.
He sat down and sipped his tea.
It is possible that her powers are more like those of that amulet you found, Anna said slowly as she watched him. He stared at her with some surprise.
Explain.
She claimed to be a paladin when you met her, but what if her ability to heal and her fighting prowess are gifts that were bestowed by the magic to be used as she sees fit?
Rather like your powers, Sir Wizard.
You are good, this we know, but you could just as easily have turned your magic to evil purposes if you'd chosen to do that.
Liliana may be like that.
Really? I never thought of that, Simon said with interest.
But wouldn't the gods of light cut off my powers if I turned to evil?
Not possible, she stated flatly. The magic flows from them, as it does from the dark gods.
They cannot just stop it. You have always been free to use it as you've seen fit. Ha! I didn't know that. So if Liliana's powers are not clerical, but magical, then she could mimic a paladin and we'd never even know it.
It's just a theory, Ares told him. But yes, that is possible. I'll have to think that one over, Simon said.
He finished his tea and stood up.
I'm going out to the stables and talk to Kronk. I want him to find a lodestone as soon as he can. Now that I have a direct line of communication to Daniel, I want him to be able to contact me whenever he needs to. Kronk was happy to search out a lodestone for Simon and left when he was done cleaning the stable. It took him an entire day to discover one and return, and then Simon called his friend and made arrangements for the earthen to drop off half of the stone at a spot where the elven realm approached the earth. And then there was nothing to do but wait.
Things became quiet for Simon and his allies.
He contacted the groups of changelings around the world and found that they were doing well. There were no dragon attacks, no problems that required his help. Clara and her people were busy in their daily chores and living their lives and had nothing to report. Simon was left to practice his spells, work in his garden and try to be patient. It made him twitchy and a little short-tempered. The elementals, including Anna, began avoiding him whenever he was particularly cranky, and eventually Kronk took him aside and mentioned it as diplomatically as possible. The wizard was embarrassed. He hadn't been aware of the black cloud that followed him everywhere and made a point of apologizing to each of the elementals in turn and did his best to stay upbeat and positive.
It wasn't easy.
The weather turned warm and bright and spring became more like summer, even though Simon was sure that it was no more than late April. But it improved his mood and made things around the tower more cheerful in general. The trees burst into new leaves, bright green grass covered the fields around the tower and birds filled the air with their song. Simon stood on the wall one early morning, looking out at the forest and breathed deeply. How could anyone not love this time of year, he thought. He was standing on the parapet that ran along the inside of the barrier and rested his elbows on top of the wall. He stared vaguely off into the distance, unaware that he was smiling contently. You are looking happy this morning, Master, a voice from his left said. He glanced down at Kronk, who was looking up at him with an affectionate grin.
Am I?
Yes, I suppose I am happy, my friend. The earthen hopped up to the top of the wall and looked out over the bright green field. Simon followed his gaze and they stood in companionable silence for a time. I'm guessing that this is the calm before the storm, Simon said quietly as a gentle breeze blew his hair back behind him.
Kronk just nodded silently.
The problem is, I think I've gone as far as I can go with my studies, the wizard continued. I've crammed my skull with as many spells as I possibly can. I've had no more divine hints in my dreams that might lead me to new spells, so I have nothing new to learn.
And somehow, I think that my magic skills won't increase unless I'm actually using spells in battle.
Casting a fireball spell is easy if you aren't being threatened. It's only when you cast it in a fight, where you're moving and using tactics, that you learn more of the nuances of using magic. That is very true, Master, Kronk told him as he watched birds dip and weave above the forest. I remember hearing something like that more than once, when apprentices were being trained. He frowned as Simon watched him, looking like he was chasing a distant memory. I was summoned by a young wizard once and, while I was in the practice room, his tutor took him to task about some boasting he had apparently been doing about his skill as a caster. Kronk smiled a bit and glanced at the wizard. The tutor stood there, hands on her hips, and glared at the young man. She said something about being untested in battle and that target dummies don't fight back.
He lighted lightly.
The apprentice became quite red, as I recall.
Simon grinned at him. I can imagine. But that just confirms what I've been thinking.
I can cast that blizzard spell and kill all kinds of innocent grass and weeds, but until I confront a dragon and use it for real, it doesn't really matter.
They became silent and spent some time just enjoying the day.
Things changed later that afternoon. Simon was in the basement, picking out some potatoes that he'd stored there in the autumn, when a vibration in his pocket caused him to drop the handful he'd chosen. The potatoes rolled in all directions and he muttered a curse as he groped for the offending lodestone. He assumed that Clara was getting in touch for a chat, which immediately changed his mood.
He always enjoyed their talks.
But when he pulled out the lodestone, from the 3 that he always carried with him now, he was in for a surprise. All of the lodestones were the size and shape of small eggs, flat on one side where Kronk had split them in 2.
Clara's stone was light blue with veins of silver.
Daniel's lodestone was a beautiful clear crystal, it looked like a frozen teardrop.
But it was the last lodestone that was vibrating and suddenly warm to the touch.
It was a deep red, roughly cut and shot through with veins of yellow.
Liliana's stone.
Simon felt his stomach clench with surprise and some fear. It had been weeks since he'd left Moscow. He'd thought about the paladin many times since then, but had increasingly begun to believe that she might never get in touch again. Perhaps she'd been killed. Or maybe her vengeance was so all-consuming that she would never ask for help now, no matter what. But here she was, signaling him that she wanted to talk, and Simon found himself unnerved. The wizard hastily picked up the scattered spuds and raced up the stairs. He dumped them into the kitchen sink, wiped off his hands and then sat down at the table. He picked up the mirror and waited a minute for his heart to slow down. He breathed deeply, trying to calm himself. It wouldn't do any good to speak with the paladin when he was flustered and out of breath. As he sat there, working up the nerve to make the call, Ares floated into the room from outside, crossed to the table and stared at him curiously.
"Calling someone?" he asked casually and nodded at the mirror. "Yeah. Liliana. Her lodestone just started vibrating."
Ares gasped, his eyes wide.
"She's finally made contact? Oh my. Oh my indeed."
Simon swallowed, cleared his throat and chanted the magic mirror spell. He exchanged a nervous look with the elemental, who smiled thinly at him, and then invoked the spell. The mirror fogged over and Ares quickly floated around to watch from beside Simon's shoulder. The mist lifted and a scene came into focus that made Simon sit up and lean forward, staring in horror.
Liliana was propped up against a broken wall.
Her legs were splayed out in front of her and she held her sword in both hands. The end had been snapped off, leaving a jagged point of metal that gleamed dully. Her armor was drenched with greenish blood and slashed in numerous places. She was staring blankly at something beyond Simon's vision and he made a gesture that pulled back the view to show more of the area where she lay. A hulk, gray and armored, was sprawled several feet away from the paladin. The wizard recognized it as a drake.
Its whitish-gray hide was covered with gaping wounds and its eyes gazed unseeingly at Liliana.
The tip of her sword jutted out from its sloping forehead. Simon brought the view back tightly on the armored figure and he hissed as he saw the extent of her wounds. If it wasn't for her slow, gasping breaths and the occasional blink of her eyes, he would have assumed that she was dead.
"Liliana? Can you hear me? It's Simon." For a moment, there was no movement from the paladin.
But she finally raised her head slowly and looked around.
"Ah, Sir Wizard. You got my signal, I see." "I did. What's happened?" "Wait, that was a stupid question. Are you in danger? What can I do?"
The ghost of a smile flickered across her face.
"Do? Nothing, I think."
"I am being stalked by another one of these." She nodded once at the body of the drake.
"They hunt in packs.
I made the mistake of miscounting this bunch.
I thought there were only 4 of them." "Ha."
It turns out that there were a pair following behind the others.
"They split up and this one jumped me." She paused to take a deep breath and then began coughing.
Simon watched in horror as she spit out a mouthful of blood. "As you can see, I disposed of this beast," she said once she'd caught her breath.
"Unfortunately, its partner is still out there, searching. It will find me soon enough.
If I was given the time, I could heal myself.
But I do not believe that I'll be given that opportunity." Simon leaped to his feet. "Hang on, Liliana. I'm coming now."
She sat up and then gasped in pain.
"Don't be absurd, wizard. It is too late for me.
By the time you get here, I will probably be dead, either from my wounds or that last drake. Or both.
I just wanted to speak with someone one last time. It seems such a waste to die unknown and alone, don't you think?
I wanted at least one person to know that I had lived, and how I died, thought."
"No. Don't talk like that. I can be there in a few minutes. I can gate you out and Clara can heal you."
"That I will not allow," the paladin said in a weak but firm voice. "I will not leave my home, even at the cost of my life. Moscow is under my protection, and I will protect her until the end." Simon picked up his spellbook and slipped it into a pocket. Then he strode across the room and grabbed his staff.
"Fine. Then you'd better be good at healing, because I'm going to give you the time to do that." "What? What are you?" "See you soon," he said and tossed the mirror onto his sofa.
Then he quickly chanted the gate spell.
Simon! What are you doing? Ares cried.
What I have to, he replied shortly.
Wish me luck.
He invoked the spell and the room began to fade. But, was the last thing he heard from Ares before the world went black.
Chapter 14.
As the black of the void faded into the world of sight and sound again, Simon gagged at the stench of rotting, putrid flesh. He was standing within a few feet of the body of the drake. For some reason, the corpse was rotting quickly and the open wounds were green and running with sticky fluids. The smell was gut-churning.
He looked around quickly and spotted Liliana.
As he hurried toward her, the paladin raised her sword, as if she had been drifting out of consciousness and was startled by his movement. When she recognized him, Liliana let her weapon drop again and looked at him in pained disbelief.
You're here, she said faintly.
Of course I'm here, he said, trying to smile.
Did you think I'd just leave you to die? I don't do that to my friends.
He knelt down next to her and dropped his staff while he examined her wounds.
They looked bad.
The worst was a deep cut across her stomach where the armor had been ripped away.
It was still leaking blood and Liliana had her hand pressed tightly against it. Simon looked around.
The paladin had made her stand in the remnants of a destroyed building. Part of the roof covered her where she lay, while the rest had been burned away. The ground was covered in rubble, pieces of broken cement and pools of melted glass. There was nothing he could use to stop the bleeding and he growled in frustration. He bent down and tore a strip of cloth off of the bottom of his robe about 6 inches wide. He folded it quickly and then held it up so that the paladin could see it.
Would you lift your hand for a second? I'll put this over the wound. It should at least slow the bleeding a bit. Ah, thank you. That will help.
She dropped her bloody hand and Simon squatted down next to her and gently covered the injury with the folded up piece of cloth, trying not to stare at the raw lips of the open wound. Liliana put her hand on top of the bandage and sighed with obvious relief.
That is much better. Thank you. Simon nodded and then looked at the dead drake. Have you heard anything from the other beast? Not yet, but I am sure that it's close. Their sense of smell is excellent. It will easily follow the trail of the one that I killed. No sign of dragons?
She leaned her head against the wall and closed her eyes.
None. The drakes were set loose and left to hunt. As far as the dragons are concerned, I guess that they think I'll be taken care of by their servants. They may be right. They aren't, Simon said angrily, and she opened her eyes in surprise at his vehemence. We need you, Liliana.
This city, this world, needs you. I have few enough allies in my fight with the damned dragons and I've lost too many as it is.
I'm not losing any more.
She nodded slowly, her eyes searching his.
Thank you.
I'm used to being self-sufficient, as you have probably figured out by now. It's hard for me to ask for aid, to rely on anyone but myself. But it seems that I have no choice in my current situation.
Simon had to smile. Good. I'm glad to help. He stared around at the desolate building. How far are we from your new hideout? Liliana rested her head against the wall again and frowned at him. Why? I don't want to lead that drake to my home. I meant for after.
I assume you'd rather be comfortable while you heal up than sit here in this shattered building. The paladin actually laughed lightly and then hissed, clutching the bloody cloth to her stomach.
Well, aren't you the optimist, Sir Wizard? I am afraid that my new home is quite a distance away.
I'll have to stay right here for now. She let go of her broken sword and grabbed his wrist convulsively.
What is it?
He asked, startled.
Liliana's voice dropped to a whisper.
It's coming, she said under her breath. Simon lifted his head and looked around slowly, his eyes darting to the left and right.
I don't hear anything. Are you sure? I'm sure. I can feel it. Where? What direction? She picked up her sword and pointed it shakily to the left.
There was a wide opening there in the wall, scuffed marks on the ground leading outside. I came in that way and faced that drake in here.
I assume the other one is following its trail. Simon grabbed his staff and stood up.
He crept along the wall until he reached the opening. He peeked around the edge and found himself looking out at a wide alley, high walls on either side. It ran at least 50 feet to a street beyond that was choked with rusted old cars and wreckage.
The day was cool but not cold and the sky was gray. It was late afternoon in Moscow and he was struck at how quiet it was.
No birds chirping, no wind. Just silence, oppressive and filled with a sense of menace. I don't see anything, he whispered over his shoulder.
Are you sure?
A shrill cry echoed down the alley, a scream of rage and hunger. It sounded like an old rusty hinge and set Simon's teeth on edge.
Yes, I'm sure, Liliana said dryly.
She tried to push herself up but only moved a few inches before collapsing back against the wall. Her face twisted in pain but she bit back a cry.
Well, that was a bad idea, she said with a grimace. Simon turned to look down the alley again. No movement yet. The drake sounds close but it can't be. These buildings must be distorting sounds. With another quick glance, Simon pulled out his spellbook and flipped through it. Is this a good time to do some reading? Liliana asked in surprise.
The wizard smiled as he scanned his spells. I've got a lot of spells locked in my little head, he said as he read.
But it never hurts to have a few extras memorized. He scanned through a few spells, quickly memorized them and put the book away. Anything yet? The paladin asked anxiously. Nothing. Simon frowned. I don't get it. That thing sounded so close.
A slight movement drew his eyes upward and he glanced in that direction, expecting to finally see a bird or a scudding cloud racing across the sky. Instead he stood there gaping in shock. A drake, dirty white and scaled, was racing down the side of the building on the left side of the alley, as if it was running along the ground.
Whoa! Simon shouted and staggered backward toward the paladin. What is it? Shield. He barked as the drake, 6 feet high and a dozen long, fell the last few feet to the ground and leapt through the opening into the building. A mouthful of dripping fangs shot out at Simon and Liliana, only to rebound from the shield, which sparked and sizzled as the drake bounced off of it. The scaled horror shrieked in pain and anger and crouched down, ready to spring. Its red-rimmed yellow eyes were slitted like a cat's and its mouth dripped thick ropes of saliva.
Simon watched as the drake reached out a paw with razor-sharp claws and swiped it across the shield. More sparks and the smell of burning flesh followed and the monster skittered back, screaming in frustrated rage.
How long will your barrier last? Liliana asked through her teeth.
She was pointing her sword at the drake, lips drawn back in hatred.
I've managed to extend it to 10 minutes, Simon told her as he kept his eyes on the beast. That gives me time to see if my new spell is effective.
The paladin spared him a quick glance.
Is now the best time to experiment? She muttered. It may be the only chance I'll get, he replied. Is it true that the drakes share the same weaknesses as the primal that they're a part of? It is. Why?
Perfect, Simon said with satisfaction.
Okay, you ugly. Let's see how much cold you can handle.
The drake whipped its tail from side to side, debris and stones flying in all directions.
It suddenly leaped at the shield again, and again was slammed back, this time so violently that it actually somersaulted in the air. It landed on its feet like a cat and dug furrows in the cracked cement floor with its jagged claws. Not too bright, are they? He said to Liliana, who snorted a bit. They are beasts, full of malice and hunger, nothing more. Just wind them up and let them go. The perfect hunter to do the dragon's dirty work.
Simon chanted an incantation, keeping his eyes glued on the spot where the drake was hunkered down. The monster was helpfully staying in place, obviously frustrated by the shield and apparently trying to figure out what to do next. The wizard paused, thinking about the slaughter of innocents that these creatures were responsible for, not just Liliana's people but the untold millions in the cities and towns that the dragons had attacked when the world was consumed. Rage tinged his vision red and he pointed his staff at the ground beneath the drake. Invectus! He growled, his arm shaking with fury. There was a moment of deathly silence and the drake lifted its heavy head and looked around in confusion. And then, from all directions came the shrill sound of violent winds converging at one point. The drake was slammed into the ground by the pressure of the frigid winds. The air became white with condensed moisture and flakes of snow swirled around it. The cement floor snapped and crackled and was covered with a thick layer of ice. The monster only had the chance to utter a dismayed wail that was quickly cut off and then the air thrummed with deep cold and both Simon and Liliana watched in amazement as the drake was covered with frost and then, it froze solid. Wow, the wizard said as he stared in shock. That was, surprising. He turned at the sound of the paladin's laughter. Liliana was smiling wickedly as she looked at the frozen beast. Icicles made of drool hung from its gaping jaw and its eyes looked like 2 yellow marbles. Oh, that was perfect, Simon. Perfect. She winced as she began to stand and the wizard quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders to help her up. Are you sure you should be? I'm healing as we speak. Don't worry about me. But I have to see this up close for myself. Simon nodded and cancelled the shield spell. Then he helped Liliana to slowly walk across the room to stand next to the frozen drake. The air was still cool but the chill was fading quickly. The drake, however, was radiating a deep cold and looked like an ugly icy statue of itself. The paladin laughed again, her expression one of satisfaction. Simon stepped back so that she could stand by herself and watched, both pleased and a little alarmed by her reaction. Suddenly Liliana drew back her arm and smashed her broken sword down on the head of the drake. It shattered like crystal and frozen flesh, bone and brains exploded in all directions. It was horrifying and yet almost comical at the same time.
Simon dodged to avoid being hit by the hideous debris.
The paladin turned back and looked calmly at Simon, her expression once again serene and controlled. "I cannot thank you enough, Sir Wizard," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Not only for destroying this monster but for coming to the aid of someone you barely know." "That's what friends do," Simon said simply and shrugged.
"Do they? Well, perhaps I have been alone for too long.
My friends have always been few, both before and since the world changed.
My people were companions but I was not close to any of them." She looked away.
"Considering how much their deaths affected me, maybe it's just as well." Simon didn't know how to respond to this bit of personal information, so he decided to change the subject.
"What now?" he asked the paladin. "Are you well enough to make it back home alone, or would you like me to come along?" Liliana lifted the bloody cloth off of her stomach and showed the injury to Simon. He gasped at the sight. The gaping wound was gone. All that was left was a thin red line, still covered with sticky blood, that looked like an old, almost healed scar. Simon stared at it in wonder. "That is amazing," he said finally. "When you said you would heal, I had no idea that it would happen so quickly." "Blessings from the gods," Liliana said with a wry smile. "As you can see, I'll make it back to my hiding place by myself." "Good. I'm glad to hear it." Simon hesitated, not sure if it was the right moment to bring up the paladin's lie. But he took a breath and plunged on. "Liliana," he said slowly, "I wanted to ask you something." She wiped her sword on the drier side of her bandage and slipped it into its sheath. Then she looked at him quizzically. "Of course. Anything, Dot." The wizard looked at the stained hilt of her sword and then at the shattered head of the drake. He swallowed nervously. "Well, this may not be the best time to talk about this, but it's been bugging me and I'd like to clear the air." Liliana gave him a long searching look and then she smiled slightly. "No, allow me. You found out that I lied to you, didn't you?" She laughed and gave him a clout on the shoulder that almost knocked him over. "Oh, sorry about that. Yes, I did lie to you, Sir Wizard. I simply did not want to be bothered by others after my people's destruction. I needed to avenge them, to vent my rage in a useful way. Little did I know that my vengeance would anger the dragons enough for them to send other drakes after me." "I think I understand," Simon said as he rubbed his shoulder. "But then, how did you block my communication spell?" She turned away and stared at the drake. Rivulets of water were now running off of the carcass, creating little pools on the cracked floor. "I mentioned it already. Rage, my friend. Pure animal rage. I know a little something of magic, you see. I've studied old books in some of the city's libraries. I know that there are ways to stop someone from contacting you with spells. Strong emotion is one way." She looked back at Simon. "I did not intend to block you, not the first time you called. I was simply too furious for you to reach me. When you told me that you had called, I knew what had happened. I did not want you to call again, not until I was ready, so I lied. But I was told that a paladin who lies can lose their powers." He gestured at her healed wound. "Obviously your powers are still intact." Liliana shook her head and sighed. "Your source of information is only partly correct. Every paladin has a patron, a god who grants them their powers. My patron is a little more forgiving than others. She has given me license to take the battle to the dragons, come what may. The only way that I would have my powers removed would be if I were to slaughter innocents. And I assure you, my only targets in this war are the dragons and their minions." Simon was startled. "Weird. I was visited by a god in a dream, who appeared to me as a young woman. She told me to call her lady. She mentioned something about a legend walking among us. Would I be correct in assuming that she meant you?" The paladin looked at him closely, seeming to be weighing her answer. After a moment, she nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I suppose she was. You see, the legend she was speaking of was that of a rogue paladin, one who could go her own way without following any of the rules that other holy warriors had to follow. It's an old story." "Is it? I've never heard of that one, but I'll take your word for it, Now, if we are done for the moment, I'd like to get home before the dragons return or send another wave of drakes after me. I want to get cleaned up and sleep for a day or two." She stepped forward, removed her gauntlet and offered him her hand.
Simon hastened to extend his own and they shook warmly.
I want to thank you again for your help. If you hadn't come to my aid, I would have died here.
The wizard felt his face getting warm. I have a feeling that you would have survived without my intervention, he told her.
No, my friend. I would not.
Take care of yourself. Remember, if you need me in your battle with the primal white dragon, you need only call.
She grinned. I won't block you next time. Simon laughed. Good. I appreciate that.
Liliana waved and, after a quick look at the darkening sky, she slipped out of the building and was gone. Simon cast the gate spell and stared at the sagging body of the headless drake.
Well, he thought. One down, only a few thousand to go.
And he invoked the spell and headed home.
Chapter 15.
The wizard listened with some exhaustion to Ares' complaints when he got home. The elemental was upset that Simon had rushed headlong to help Liliana without even making a plan. He made tea, kicked off his shoes and collapsed into his easy chair in front of the fireplace, all the while doing his best to ignore the whining. Finally he turned to look at Ares where he was floating to the right of the chair and fixed him with an intense stare. I'm very tired, he said, allowing his irritation to color his voice.
So stop it.
I killed a drake today and saved Liliana's life, fortunately. If you have nothing constructive to say, try saying nothing at all.
Ares stared at him open-mouthed.
The wizard hadn't cut him off in mid-rant in ages and he seemed to have been struck silent in his confusion. Good, Simon said and leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes. A few minutes passed and when the wizard opened his eyes again, feeling sleepy and a bit foggy, the air elemental was gone. Probably sulking somewhere, he thought with a touch of remorse. But honestly, he's worse than my late mother, the queen of guilt trips. Simon got washed up and changed his robe and then returned to the chair as the darkness of evening closed in around the tower. Kronk and Anna each came in soon after and Simon told them about the events in Moscow. Unlike Ares, they were amazed and pleased that he had killed a drake. Anna seemed relieved when the wizard explained why the paladin had lied, and how she had managed to keep her powers. I know that legend, Sir Wizard, she told him thoughtfully.
I heard of it many years ago.
I do not believe that it originally pertained to Liliana, unless she is much older than she appears. Rather, it seems that every generation of paladins contains a rogue, one who can, let us say, bend the rules to suit their own purposes.
Interesting that she is the one.
It makes her unpredictable and dangerous.
That is a good thing when dealing with dragons.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Simon was making more tea as they spoke.
He also whipped together a few sandwiches. Clara had given him some smoked wild turkey meat and he had developed a taste for it. He sat down at the kitchen table and began eating.
By the way, your blizzard spell is a keeper. It worked amazingly well.
Simon explained what the spell had done to the drake and both of the elementals listened raptly. You really came through, he told the water elemental through a mouthful of food.
He washed it down with some tea.
It was my pleasure, Sir Wizard.
Anna looked around curiously.
Where is Ares?
He usually joins us for these discussions, does he not?
Kronk frowned as he too glanced around the room. We had a bit of a disagreement, Simon said a little uncomfortably.
He wandered off somewhere afterward. Sulking again, master?
The earthen asked with a touch of exasperation.
No idea. He was angry that I left to help Liliana on the spur of the moment. Simon hesitated and then got up and put his plate in the sink. He actually had a point, sort of. I should have at least taken a moment to think things through.
The wizard turned and leaned back on the counter as he looked at Kronk and Anna. He rubbed his eyes and then looked through the window at the darkness beyond.
But I had no time. If I'd waited a few minutes more, Liliana would have been attacked by that drake and it would have been all over.
Don't feel too badly, Sir Wizard, Anna told him.
She looked a little amused.
I have gotten to know Ares somewhat by now and he is prickly, even for one from the air realm. At a guess, I would say that he realizes that he was wrong and does not want to admit it yet.
Yeah, maybe. Simon walked to the front door, opened it and stepped outside.
I think I'll take a walk around the tower, check on the wall. I'll talk to you both later. Anna smiled at him while Kronk stared at him with a wise expression. Can't put anything over on him, the wizard thought ruefully, and walked down the steps. Simon climbed a ladder to the parapet and began to circle the tower along the inside of the wall.
He ran into several earth elementals who were keeping watch.
He greeted them with a smile and a thank you and each one bowed respectfully.
It's good to have eyes constantly on guard, he thought.
At the rear of the tower, he came to a spot that overlooked the lake, gleaming faintly in the darkness. The stars were hard gems hanging in the sky, and the three-quarter moon lit up the night brightly enough that Simon could see the stone parapet under his feet. He stopped and rested his forearms on the top of the wall. He stared at the calm waters of the lake and let out a deep breath.
"Are you okay?" he asked quietly.
Ares, who had been hovering above the wall and staring off into the night, nodded silently. "I hope you understand why I couldn't wait," he continued.
Liliana simply didn't have much time left. A few minutes later, he left it at that and watched the placid lake.
A faint ripple and the sound of a splash broke the silence as a fish broke the surface. "Yes, of course I understand," Ares finally answered, his voice subdued.
"I'm not upset at you, my dear wizard. You did the right thing. I'm upset at myself."
"You?" Simon turned to look at him.
"Why?"
Ares shook his head, still looking off into the distance.
"Frustrated, I suppose."
"I'm not of much use here, Simon."
"Yes, I do a few chores, complete some tasks. But an air elemental's first job is as a scout. We long to discover new lands, search out secrets, expose mysteries."
"I become short-tempered and twitchy because I'm feeling useless." He finally turned to face the wizard.
"I want you to know that is not me, not really. This tower is my home now. You and Kronk and Anna are my family."
"But..." He grimaced and shook his head before turning away again.
Simon looked at him for a long moment.
He was relieved to know that Ares wasn't angry, but he could understand his frustration.
He wasn't made to be a live-in servant. He wanted the free air, the thrill of discovery. It made perfect sense. But what can I do for him? How can I show him his own worth?
The air was getting a little chilly and he slipped his hands into his pockets. In one of them, his 3 lodestones bumped and slid together, feeling like a handful of small eggs.
In the other,
an idea bumped into his mind with the force of a blow, and he rubbed the back of his head as he thought it through. It would be difficult and dangerous for Ares, but it would certainly put his inborn talents to good use. He looked once more at the glum-faced little figure bobbing in the light evening breeze and made his decision.
"You know, I think I might actually have a job for you," he said casually.
The elemental turned to look at him.
"A job? Do you mean another chore?"
"I will do it, of course."
"No, I mean a real job. A scouting mission." Ares' eyes lit up. "Scouting? Really? What is it?"
Simon held up a cautionary hand.
"Before I tell you, I want you to know that you're free to say no, all right? We're partners here, not master and servant.
And it may be more dangerous than the time you were scouting that wizard who turned out to be Heather.
That almost got you killed." The small anticipatory smile on the elemental's face grew into a grin. "Excellent. It sounds like fun." Simon sighed. "Ares. Relax, my dear wizard. I've learned my lesson from that event. I'm much more cautious now than I've ever been. Now, what is the mission?"
he asked, rubbing his hands together. Simon pulled out the amulet he'd found and showed it to Ares, who stared at it wide-eyed. "We know that this amulet can locate primal dragons," he told the little guy. "I also know that the primal white dragon prefers to live in Arctic conditions.
What I need to know is where.
Once I have a reliable set of coordinates, I can use Magic Mirror to keep an eye on the monster until I have some plan of attack."
"Would you be willing to head to Moscow, use the amulet and follow its guidance to find the primal?"
Ares reached out a trembling hand and Simon slowly gave him the amulet. "That is a very important mission to offer me, my dear wizard," he said softly as he stared at the figure of the dragon in his hands. "One of the most important that I can think of," Simon assured him. "But if you don't feel up to it, or you think that the risk isn't worth the reward, just tell me now and we'll say no more about it."
"But not worth the risk? You need this information going forward, don't you?"
"Without it, there is no way to stop the white dragons continuing their attack on Northern Europe, correct?"
"In the long term, yes, you're absolutely right.
We can and probably will have to fight the lesser dragons in the short term, but the only way to stop them completely is to kill their master." "Then I accept the mission, my dear wizard."
"With gratitude." Simon snorted. "Don't thank me too soon. I hate sending friends into harm's way.
And if there was an alternative, I'd use it. But short of scouring the entire Arctic for the next century in the hopes of stumbling across the primal white, I can't think of any."
"Neither can I. So, when did you want me to start?"
"That's your choice, Ares. I will get in touch every evening, my time, and see how you're doing."
"Then I'll leave at once."
The wizard shook a stern finger at him.
"Don't take any unnecessary risks, okay? I want that information, but you are too important to me to lose you for this." Remember that.
Aries' grin turned to a rather embarrassed smile.
I will. And thank you, Simon. Thank you for giving me purpose again.
I will not fail you.
I know that.
Take care. The elemental nodded, waved, and disappeared with a quiet pop, leaving Simon to stare out at the lake again and wonder if he'd just made a terrible mistake.
Kronk and Anna responded quite differently when they heard that Aries was gone the following morning.
Simon sat on the front steps with his tea in the cool early sunlight and explained what he'd done and why, and then he waited to see their reactions.
I think that was a very kind thing to do, Sir Wizard, Anna said with a smile.
Aries' talents were being wasted here. He is meant to scout and explore, as are all of his people.
It was probably the best thing for him. Thanks. Kronk?
The Earthen took his time answering. He sat one step below Simon and rubbed the top of his head thoughtfully.
I'm not sure, Master.
I agree that he was feeling, I don't know, confined. And he was becoming increasingly short-tempered. But what you have sent him to do is incredibly dangerous. A primal dragon has powers that we still do not understand, and each one is different.
It is quite possible that if Aries finds the primal white dragon that it will sense him and attack. Or perhaps the dragon's servants will discover him before he ever reaches their master. I just don't know.
The little guy's voice was thick with concern and Simon nodded in sympathy. I know you're worried, my friend.
So am I. And I gave Aries the chance to say no, believe me.
I just think, no, I hope that sending him on a mission was the best thing. Not for me or for our cause, but for him.
The wizard finished his tea and stood up. But if anything happens to him, it's on me and I'll be the one that has to live with it. He turned and went inside thinking heavily about his decision.
A week passed and Simon decided that he needed a break from practice, a change of scenery.
So he announced to Kronk and Anna that they were going on a trip. A trip? The water elemental asked in surprise. Where to? Notting Hill. I haven't seen Clara for a while now and you've never been there. We need to do some socializing. He grinned at Kronk.
And you, my friend, like feeling useful, so I'd like you to examine the town's wall and drawbridge, see how they're holding up. The Earthen had been looking a bit glum since Aries had left, but now he cheered up quickly.
Ah, Master, that's a very good idea.
It has been months since I checked on the condition of the fortifications.
When do we leave? Give me an hour or so.
I'll be riding chief and we're taking the girls along with us.
Girls? Anna asked, puzzled.
What girls? The Mares, Kronk spoke up.
They need some exercise, don't they, Master? Exactly. Sunshine is starting to get a bit of a gut.
And no, I'm not blaming you, he added quickly as he saw Kronk's expression change.
But running along the lake isn't enough, I guess. Besides, they'd probably like to get out and about too. About an hour later, the little procession left the tower bound for Notting Hill. Simon was in the lead on Chief.
The big stallion was bouncing from one hoof to another in delight and his horns flashed wickedly in the sunlight. He nickered and chortled to himself as they went and the wizard couldn't help but grin at the big horse's antics.
Behind them, the two Mares Tammy and Sunshine followed placidly. Neither was on a lead, Simon trusted them to stay close to Chief on the trip. He had packed his saddlebags with a few essentials and slung his staff over his shoulder, but Simon didn't anticipate being away for more than a day or so. He'd told the guarding elementals to keep the place locked up tight. Kronk would normally travel underground and meet the wizard at his destination. But the Earthen was very protective of the horses, so he rode with Simon, sitting on the saddle in front of him. Anna was traveling across the ground somewhere near them, unseen. Amazingly, when she traveled, the elemental collapsed into a pool of water and flowed along the earth like an animate puddle. It was one of the oddest things that Simon had ever seen. The forest air was cool and most of the new leaves hadn't emerged yet, but the wizard was happy anyway. A few small, yellow spring flowers had bloomed here and there in the undergrowth, adding a splash of color that made Simon smile each time he saw one. The air was thick with song, birds flitting here and there frantically building their nests and searching for food. Kronk's little head jerked from side to side as he watched them with delight and the wizard was reminded yet again why he felt so much affection for the childlike little guy. The path between the trees was still clear and easy to follow. A few branches had fallen across it over the winter and Chief leapt over them with ease, his energy boundless. It took over an hour to reach Notting Hill, even though their pace had been brisk. As the group emerged from the forest to come to a halt atop the small hill that overlooked the town, Simon took a moment to enjoy the view. He noticed small changes to the layout of the place. A few more houses had been built and he peered across the rooftops at an oddly shaped building at the far end of the village. It was six-sided, like an octagon, and was open to the sky.
It had high walls and nasty-looking spikes sprouting from the top of them.
What the heck is that for? He wondered out loud and pointed at the strange structure.
Kronk stood up and craned his neck to see over Chief's large head. "No idea, Master," he said as he stared.
"I have never seen a building like it before." "Me neither. I guess we'll find out when we get down there." Simon looked around. "Anna?" he called. "Are you here?"
"Over here, Sir Wizard," she answered, and Simon looked quickly to the right to see the elemental rise from the thick grass, smiling up at him.
"Oh, there you are. Would you join us up here, please? I want the guards to see all of us approaching the gates. They may be a little twitchy."
"Of course," she said calmly and floated up one of Chief's legs to stand behind Simon on the horse's back. The stallion snorted and reared a bit at the obviously strange sensation of the elemental moving over his body.
Simon patted his neck reassuringly and he settled down with a disapproving snort.
A last glance reassured the wizard that the Maras were still following them closely, and then he chirped at Chief and they began to move down the hill. When they reached the main gate of the town, Simon found that the drawbridge was down and the gates were open. A single guard stood just outside the entrance and waved when he spotted the wizard.
"Good morning,"
he said loudly and motioned them forward. The horses' hooves rang on the wooden drawbridge as they ambled across, and Simon pulled up Chief when they reached the guard. "Morning," he said with a smile. He vaguely recognized the man's face, but couldn't think of his name.
"How are you today?"
"Fine, thanks."
"Lovely day, isn't it?"
"Gorgeous." Simon gestured at the open gates.
"Things are calm these days, I'm assuming?" "Oh, absolutely. We haven't had any incidents lately."
The guard's face darkened slightly. "Well, none from outside of the village, that is."
"Meaning?"
Simon asked, puzzled.
I'll let Clara tell you about it."
The man glanced up at the sky.
"She should be in the town hall right now, having lunch. Go ahead up." "Thanks a lot. Enjoy the day." With a nod, Simon urged Chief through the gates and into the town.
Villagers were moving around, everyone looking healthy and busy. The wizard exchanged greetings with several of them and noticed how fascinated they seemed to be by the sight of the stallion and the Maras. He reminded himself that his were the only horses that they had seen since the fall of the old world.
Anna also got her fair share of intent looks but took no notice.
She was looking around with interest and appeared very pleased by what she saw. "These people seem to be doing very well, Sir Wizard," she commented as they passed a row of small, neat houses.
"They are, Anna.
The human race is resilient, even if we are all changed. The dragons will learn that to their sorrow one day," he added grimly. "No doubt they will," she said absently, staring at a woman carrying an infant in her arms. Simon grinned at the young mother and she smiled back warmly. A few minutes later, they reached the large log building that was the town hall. There was a post with a metal ring in it next to the door that Simon knew had been installed just for him and the horses. He dismounted, tied Chief to the post and urged the Maras to stand next to him.
He patted and stroked all three, praising them until all of them were nickering contentedly.
"You keep an eye on the ladies," he told the stallion with a smile, and Chief brushed his big head across the wizard's chest, sending him staggering. With a laugh, Simon found his balance and gestured for the elementals to follow him inside. The main portion of the hall was empty. Rows of benches sat facing the center where a fire pit had been dug and lined with stone. A pyramid of logs was set there, ready for future use. Above it, a smoke hole opened to the bright sky and lit the room, leaving sharp shadows in the corners. The wizard strode across the room to the back of the building and a small door that led to the cleric's quarters.
He glanced down at Kronk and Anna and then knocked twice.
"Come in," Clara called out, and he opened the door and stepped inside, followed by the elementals. The young woman was sitting at the table she used for meals and small gatherings, reading by the light of several candles. Two windows, one to the north, the other on the opposite wall, let in bright sunlight, but the center of the room was dim enough that she needed the extra light. As usual, the cleric was wearing a simple blue robe and had her dark brown hair pulled back in a braid. Clara looked up from a book she was reading intently and put it down as she realized who her visitors were.
"Simon. How lovely to see you."
She got up and hurried over to shake his hand warmly.
Welcome, welcome. I didn't know you were going to drop by." She looked down at the elementals with a warm smile. "It's good to see you again, Kronk," she said, and the earthen bowed. "Thank you, lady," he said cheerfully. "And this must be Anna," she said. "I'm so happy to finally meet you in person." The water elemental copied Kronk's bow.
"The pleasure is mine, Lady Cleric," she said graciously. Clara invited them to have a seat and then left the room, returning shortly with a tall pitcher and two glasses. "Apple juice," she said as she set them down.
Made from last year's crop of apples. It's quite good actually. Simon accepted a glass gratefully and tried it. Tart and sweet at the same time, it was delicious. Ah, very nice, he said as Clara sat down again. I wonder that your vintner hasn't thought of making cider yet. The cleric chuckled and sipped her own juice. Oh, he has, believe me. But the trees haven't matured enough yet to produce the amount of apples needed. Another year or two should do it. By the way, thank you for the saplings. We were never able to grow them ourselves, but now they are flourishing. Don't thank me, Simon told her and nodded at Kronk. The little guy was standing on the table watching them, Anna beside him. Kronk has the green thumb. He can literally grow anything. Then thank you, my friend, Clara said to him, raising her glass in a salute. I was happy to help, lady, he said with a grateful smile. So, Simon, to what do we owe the pleasure of this visit? She asked politely. Her fingers were twisting and interweaving and Simon glanced at them curiously. The cleric wasn't normally a nervous person. Something else that was strange caught his eye. He looked at the small pile of books next to the cleric's left arm and nodded toward them. Interesting reading you've got there. Werewolves of London? Lycanthropy, myth and legend? What's with the sudden interest in hairy monsters? Clara didn't return his grin and Simon frowned at her grim expression. What's going on? He asked as he rested his arms on the table and leaned forward. The cleric ran a hand over the book in front of her. Simon looked at the title. Movie Monsters, Then and Now. We live in strange times, don't we? Clara said in a subdued voice. Undead creatures stalk the night. Dragons soar across the skies. Wizards, clerics, paladins. It's all so make-believe, isn't it? I hear you, he replied. There are some days when I pinch myself, thinking that it's all been a fever dream and I'll wake up back in my old mundane life. But I never do. I feel the same. Lately, I wish it was true more than ever. But it isn't and we have to deal with the new reality as best we can. Clara, what's happened? Simon asked simply. She sighed and pushed herself back from the table. She stood up and walked to the window that overlooked the majority of the town, watching her people. You might have noticed our newest addition, she said with a nod through the window. Simon stood up and joined her. She gestured at the octagonal structure that had caught his eye earlier. Yeah, now that you mention it, I did. We saw it when we were up on the hill near the forest. What's it for? Clara rubbed the side of her face, her eyes fixed on the building. About a week ago, some hunters that were out looking for game reported finding several carcasses in the forest. They described them as mutilated, eviscerated, torn to pieces. These weren't normal kills from wolves or coyotes. We suspected that some new monster had moved into the area. So, naturally, Malcolm and Aidan went out to search for signs, see if they could discover what had been doing the killing and if it was a threat. Simon glanced at the cleric and watched as she closed her eyes tiredly and lowered her head. They were gone all day and most of the night. We weren't too concerned. I mean, 2 armored warriors with great skill and enchanted weapons? What could possibly hurt them? She turned and gestured for the wizard to sit down again. She followed and then took a long swallow of juice. They got back early the next morning, covered in blood and bleeding from several wounds. They were attacked? Yes. They had been on their way back to town, having seen no sign of whatever it was that was out there, when something jumped them from above. They couldn't see it clearly in the darkness. Malcolm said it was big, bigger than he is, which is saying something. It was hairy and it was all claws and fangs. It stank like an open sewer apparently. And it attacked like a mad thing, didn't even try to protect itself. Insane is the way Aidan described it. They killed it? Of course. But not before it scratched and bit them in several places. Even armor leaves gaps, I suppose. Malcolm had a deep gash on his forehead and Aidan had lost a glove during the battle and had been bitten on the hand. She shrugged. I healed them, of course, and that was the end of it. When they went back the next day to find the body, to identify the creature, it was gone. She stared intently at Simon. They swear that the thing was dead, and I believe them. So either it was removed by someone or something after the battle or what? Instead of answering, Clara tapped one of the books. In the lore that I've read, when a werewolf bites a victim and is then killed, it passes its curse on and is set free. In many of the stories, the corpse simply fades away, leaving no remains. Hang on a second, Simon said in disbelief. Are you telling me that Malcolm and Aidan killed a werewolf? That's ridiculous. I know it is.
As ridiculous as dragons, liches, and us.
But what makes you think that is what happened? And what's it got to do with that weird new building of yours?
The building was constructed several days ago, as an alternative to our only other solution.
Solution to what? She sighed again. To the problem of Malcolm and Aiden.
The day after they returned, there was still a full moon.
And they changed, Simon. Our friends are now werewolves. And if some of my people have their way, I'm going to have to kill them. Chapter 16. Wait a second. Let me get this straight, Simon said as he surged to his feet and began pacing around the room. You're telling me that Malcolm and Aiden are werewolves?
Clara nodded, her expression filled with sadness.
Oh, this is too weird. So they've been infected with this disease? Correct. And now, your precious townsfolk want to kill them? The same two people who have been guarding your town for months? The same men who have taught your people how to defend themselves? The same friends who volunteered to face dragons with me without even a moment's hesitation? Is that who they're now willing to slaughter like rabid animals?
The wizard was becoming incensed and Kronk and Anna stared at him, wide-eyed. The water elemental actually moved backward across the table to be further away from him. Simon, calm yourself, Clara said softly.
You're glowing. I'm what?
He stopped and stared at her, then looked down at his hands.
She was right.
In the dim room, his skin was suddenly luminescent and little sparks were snapping off of his fingertips.
He took a deep breath. Sorry. That's never happened before.
He sat down again and clenched his fists in an effort to get his emotions under control.
I understand your anger, Simon, believe me, the cleric told him. I share it. That's why I didn't contact you about this. I knew you would be upset. We all are. Why do you think we built that enclosure? The majority of the townspeople have no wish to harm either Malcolm or Aiden. And neither do I. We're looking for some solution. She waved at the books. Some cure or at least a way to control their transformations. Okay. Sorry. He breathed deeply for a moment. I'm rather fond of those two big lunks.
She managed a small chuckle.
As am I.
There has got to be a way out of this, short of driving a silver stake through their hearts.
Tell me what happened when they changed. Was anyone hurt or killed? Thankfully no. They were both off duty and asleep in the barracks at the time. Alone, fortunately.
One of the watch heard howls and shrieks from inside the building, opened the door to see what was happening, and then had the good sense to slam it and seal it after her. She woke me up and explained what she'd seen and together we roused the town. Our blacksmith covered the door and windows with enough metal to keep them inside and, when the sun rose, they became themselves again.
And that's when you realized what had happened, Simon said flatly. She nodded. Exactly. At first, neither Malcolm or Aiden would believe us.
Apparently they had no recollection of what had happened after they transformed. But the evidence spoke for itself. The barracks was torn apart, every stick of furniture ripped to splinters. They'd even dug great gashes in the walls and ceiling with their claws. It was rather convincing.
So how did they react when they accepted the story as fact?
They wanted us to kill them, Clara said, her face twisted with something like grief.
Can you imagine?
For the good of the town and its people, Malcolm said, they had to die. And there were several among us who thought that that was a splendid idea. Her tone was bitter.
Did they?
Well, they'd bloody well not mention it to me, or they'll get a taste of a wizard's anger.
Simon. Yeah. I know.
But how could someone condemn those two who've done so much for Notting Hill before even trying to help them?
Fear. It makes people do strange things sometimes.
At any rate, they were voted down by a large majority and it was decided to construct let's call it a prison, for the time being until we could sort this out and find a solution.
But, Simon frowned at her, the full moon has passed, hasn't it? Are they still locked up?
They are. It's at their own request, she added hastily as Simon's face darkened.
None of us are sure about werewolves.
She looked at the books again.
What's true and what isn't? Are they only a danger during the full moon? Could an accidental scratch from one of them when they are human pass on the disease? We simply don't know.
I told them that they were free to go back to their duties once the full moon had passed, but they wouldn't hear of it.
So here we are.
She looked at the wizard and reached out to him, laying her hand on his.
Simon, help us. Please. Perhaps you or the elementals can shed some light on this? We need more information and until we get it, Malcolm and Aiden will be prisoners.
He patted her hand reassuringly and turned to look at Kronk and Anna.
Any insights? He asked.
No, Master, I am afraid not. I have certainly heard of these creatures, but no more than that.
That's okay, Simon told the Earthen. What about you, Anna?
I have no information either, Sir Wizard, she said with a regretful shake of her head.
However, I do have a suggestion. I'm all ears.
The air elementals know more about magic than the rest of our kind. Not Ares, necessarily, but one of his more powerful counterparts might have some ideas. Simon nodded and sucked on his lower lip as he stared at nothing in particular.
Okay, then, let's try that.
He turned to Clara, who was watching him rather hopelessly.
Are you up for a visitation of sorts? What kind of visitation?
She asked, eyes lighting up with interest.
A summoning.
I happen to be on decent terms with a fairly powerful air elemental. I don't know whether he can help with this or not, but I'd like to ask him.
Hey, you never know, right?
Absolutely. I have no problem with that at all, Simon.
Good. Let's go into the main hall. His arrival can get a bit windy.
They all followed him into the large hall and Simon moved to stand next to the fire pit. He looked at Clara, who nodded encouragingly and cleared his throat.
Okay, here goes. Let's hope he's in a good mood. He threw back his shoulders, grounded his staff firmly on the floor and took a deep breath. Ethos. I need to speak with you.
Immediately they heard the high-pitched sound of swirling winds in the distance, followed by a rumble of thunder.
Oh geez, here we go, Simon said under his breath.
Watch your eyes, Clara, he warned.
It could get a bit dusty in here. The cleric nodded and squinted, preparing for the onslaught.
The room was suddenly filled with violent winds carrying dried ashes from the fire pit, along with dust and some wood chips. Simon closed his eyes and mouth and waited for it to pass. A few bits of debris hit his body and caught in his hair and then the air became still again. When the wizard opened his eyes, a tall, man-shaped figure that seemed to be made of twisting, whirling fog was hovering over the pit, directly within the sunlight that beamed in from above.
Good day, wizard, the figure said in a voice that echoed around the room. You wanted to discuss something? Hello, Ethos. I hope I haven't disturbed you? Simon asked politely. It was never a good idea to anger an elemental this powerful. Not at all, not at all. Ethos sounded positively cheerful and the wizard sagged a bit in relief. So what can I do for you today? My friend is the resident cleric here in town, and he nodded at Clara as he spoke. Ethos gave her a slight bow. She and her people have a problem that we thought you might have some insight into.
It concerns werewolves.
Werewolves? Here? How interesting. What do you wish to know?
Simon waved the cleric forward and she approached the air elemental, looking more hopeful at his response.
What we need to know, Ethos, is whether there is a cure for this condition. 2 of our people have been infected, you see, and we want to help them.
The misty figure seemed to ponder the question. Usually Simon could see his expression, but for some reason, the elemental had chosen to appear faceless this time, with a grey fog swirling around where his features should be.
Unfortunately, Lady Cleric, there is no cure for lycanthropy, save death.
He said with what sounded like regret.
Clara gasped and clenched her hands tightly at her sides. You're sure of that? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Quite sure. I am familiar with this condition from the old days of magic.
There were actually colonies of lycanthropes back then, who lived far from human habitation.
The problem was widespread.
Then there's no hope, Clara said to Simon as she turned away, looking dejected.
I don't know what we're going to do now.
She began to walk slowly back to her quarters.
Wait, Lady, Ethos called after her. Don't you want to know how to control the condition?
The cleric stopped in her tracks and turned around to stare at him.
There's a way to control it? You mean, you can stop the infected from changing into monsters?
Yes, of course.
The colonies would not have survived long if their transformations had been allowed to occur uncontrollably.
They discovered a way to halt those changes and it led to their survival.
For a while at least. So what can we do, Ethos? Simon asked him. Wolfsbane, the elemental said.
You must find wolfsbane. It must be fresh and it must be harvested by the light of the full moon.
Take the flowers from the plant and ground them up. Add a drop of blood from the infected person to the paste.
Then have this mixture blessed by a cleric, he nodded at Clara, one of whom is fortunately available to you. The lycanthrope must keep this on his person at all times.
A locket or some other container was most popular in the old days.
This will stop the transformations before they begin.
But that is wonderful!" Clara exclaimed with excitement. "Malcolm and Aidan will be thrilled by the news." "Just a second," Simon said, and he looked up at Ethos. "Do you have any idea where we might find this plant?" "Must I do everything for you, Sir Wizard?" he answered with a dramatic sigh. "I will say that you can find it on the high slopes of the mountains to the far west. As to its appearance, I'm sure that you have books available to help you with that." He bowed in a general way to everyone. "And now I must be going. Good luck with your little problem, Lady Cleric." "Hey, what about?" Simon's voice trailed away as he watched Ethos fade and disappear. "Air elementals," he said under his breath. "They're all so flighty." He met Clara's bright eyes and smiled. She looked excited and relieved at the same time. "How can I thank you?" she asked him as she took his hands and shook them with excitement. "You don't have to. Malcolm and Aidan are my friends too. But we aren't out of the woods yet. We still have to find out what this wolf's bane looks like and where we can find some." "Right. Of course." Clara turned back toward her rooms. "I have several books on flora. Maybe we can find something in one of them. Why don't you go and check them out? Kronk and Anna will help you, I'm sure." "We'd be honored, lady," Anna said with pleasure. Kronk agreed and looked at Simon. "And what will you be doing, master?" "I'd like to check on the guys. I'm worried about them." "No one likes being locked up, even voluntarily." The cleric looked at him compassionately. "Of course you are. That's a fine idea, Simon. And please tell them that at least now we know there's a way to control their condition. It should cheer them up." "Let's hope so. I'll be back soon." They split up and the wizard left the hall and walked toward the enclosure. As he approached the building, he began to realize just how large it was and how high the walls were. There was a single door made of thick wooden planks reinforced with iron strapping. 2 heavy planks were hanging on brackets across the door, blocking it. A guard stood nearby and watched him as he walked toward her. "Good morning," Simon said pleasantly. "Good morning, sir," she replied, looking at him curiously. "May I help you?" She obviously didn't know who he was, and the wizard was actually pleased to see that new people were still finding their way to Notting Hill. "Yes. I'd like to speak to Malcolm and Aidan, please." "I'm afraid that's not possible," she told him with a frown. "It is at their own request. They wish to have no contact with any townspeople while they are going through their difficulties." Simon looked up at the towering walls and the grim metal teeth along the top of them. "Yes, I understand that. But I'm not a townsperson, you know. I'm a friend. Please just ask them if they'll speak with me and let them decide." The guard nodded reluctantly and adjusted the spear that was slung across her back. "Very well then. Your name, sir?" "Simon O'Toole. I live to the north. Malcolm, Aidan, and I traveled together not too long ago." The guard looked dubious, obviously still not aware of who he was, and the wizard actually had to hold back a laugh. So much for being famous, he thought with some hilarity. This is one way to keep me humble, if I ever needed it. The guard stepped up to the door and pounded on it. "Malcolm?" she called. "You have a visitor." There was a moment of silence and the woman looked at Simon and shrugged. "We have no wish to speak with anyone," Malcolm finally replied. The voice coming through the door sounded exhausted and his tone was bleak. "I'm sorry, but he's a stranger. He says his name is Simon O'Toole. Do you know him, ? Again there was a pause and Simon waited anxiously. It was quite possible that the men wouldn't want to see him, considering how depressed and dispirited they probably were. "Let him in," Malcolm called out, his tone still dull. The guard looked at the wizard with some surprise and then lifted the planks out of their brackets and set them aside. She grabbed the handle on the door and slowly pulled it open, its hinges squealing painfully. "Go ahead in," she told Simon. "I have to secure the door after you, though." "Orders." Simon nodded his understanding and stepped into the enclosure. With no roof to block the morning sunlight, the interior was brightly lit. In the center of the pen, Malcolm and Aidan were sitting on the ground, knees pulled up to their chests and heads bowed. Neither looked up as the door slammed shut. They were wearing gray canvas shirts and leather pants. Their feet were bare. Both looked scruffy and unkempt, very different from the neatly turned out men that the wizard remembered. Simon slowly walked toward them and then sat down on the hard, dry earth in front of them and folded his legs beneath him. "Why are you here, Simon?" Malcolm asked dispiritedly, not bothering to look up. Aidan remained silent. "And hello to you too," the wizard said with a grin.
Both of the big men raised their heads and stared at him, and Simon was shocked by the blank passiveness on their faces.
"You look good, my friend," the big man told him. "Did Clara ask you to come?"
"I told her not to, but then, she never does listen to me." There was a hint of the old Malcolm in his voice, and Simon's smile widened. "No, she didn't. It was just a happy coincidence that I showed up today for a visit."
He raised an eyebrow.
"If you believe in coincidences in this new world of ours, which I don't, Dut.
If you're here to try to convince us to leave this place, I fear you are wasting your time.
Aiden and I will not put our friends and our home at risk for our freedom. Better they kill us than take a chance that we are not dangerous."
"We don't know enough about this curse, disease, whatever it is, to trust that it only appears during the full moon," Aiden spoke up, sounding as dejected as his partner. "We came to Notting Hill to start a new life. We offered the skills that the gods had given us to protect this place. Can we do less than that now when we've been infected?" He glanced at Malcolm.
"As he says, better to be dead than to harm others."
Simon's smile faded and he had to clear his throat a few times before he could speak.
"Your concern for the town and its inhabitants is admirable, my friends," he said in a voice clumsy with emotion. "I don't know that I would be as selfless if I were in the same situation." "Yes, you would," Malcolm told him sharply. "You've done nothing but risk yourself for others since you became a wizard."
"Yeah, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm not here for a social call.
I summoned an elemental who had knowledge of this whole lycanthropy thing, certainly more than is written in the lore that Clara was able to dig up." Both of the men's faces suddenly showed a trace of desperate hope.
"And? Is there a cure?" With a sigh, Simon shook his head. "No, I'm afraid not. You will carry the disease with you until the day you die."
Aiden groaned and dropped his head while Malcolm closed his eyes a moment, and then nodded heavily.
"That's what we thought."
"Well, I suppose it's good to have it confirmed, to know for sure." He nudged his partner.
"Are you ready to face what's coming?" he asked in a soft voice.
Aiden looked at him and his gentle smile was heartbreaking. "With you, I am willing to face anything," he said calmly. Malcolm reached over and gripped his shoulder. He gave it a firm shake and then looked at Simon.
"Very well. Tell Clara that we are ready.
I believe silver is necessary to end a werewolf's life.
Or an enchanted blade. Ours will do just fine."
"Hang on there, you two," Simon said, holding up his hands. "This all sounds very noble and I'm not disparaging your willingness to sacrifice yourselves for the greater good, but as they used to say, it's not happening on my watch."
"What?" Malcolm seemed puzzled.
"But you just said that there is no cure."
"Do you think that we want to spend the rest of our lives caged up like animals? We do not.
Death would be preferable to that existence."
Simon stood up and brushed some dirt off of his robe.
"Typical warrior types," he said with an exaggerated eye roll. "Guys, in my experience, there's always more than one answer to every problem. There is no cure, no, but there is a way to control the disease, to stop you from transforming into beasts." But Malcolm struggled stiffly to his feet, reached down and pulled Aiden up beside him.
"You're saying that we can stop the change? That there's a way to actually live with this curse?" "That is exactly what I'm saying. It will take a few weeks to get what we need. It needs to be gathered under a full moon, and that's about 2.5 weeks away, I believe. You'll have to wait as patiently as you can until then." "Can you do that?"
Both of the men were smiling with dazed relief.
"Can we do that?" "By the gods, of course we can. To know that there is a way to counter this disease other than dying?
We'd sit here for a year and call it worth it."
"Wouldn't we?" he added as he looked at Aiden. "Longer than that. Simon, how can we ever thank you?" The wizard laughed. "Seeing the light come back on in your eyes is thanks enough."
He reached out and gave Malcolm a clout on the shoulder and the man grinned. "There, that's better. Look guys, I'm sure that Clara will be by later to tell you more about all this. I can't know how dull the next little while is going to be for you, but stay calm and wait it out.
We'll have you out and doing your jobs again before you know it."
Both of the men thanked him profusely and Simon left them feeling better about life in the world than he had for some time. When the guard had answered his knock and then sealed the door again behind him, she looked at him closely.
"No bites? No scratches?" she asked. Simon snorted. "Don't be absurd," he said.
"Neither one of them is dangerous in human form and the disease can't be passed on while they are."
"Everyone knows that."
She looked skeptical. "That's not the rumor that's been going around," she said as she moved back to her original position.
"Why else would they lock themselves away unless they felt that they were a threat?" "They've been misinformed," Simon told her in a reasonable tone of voice.
"And if it makes you feel better, Within a short time they will have a way to control their affliction for good and they will be able to return to the general population. Her eyes went wide.
Really? They won't have to die? Exactly. And you can tell the rumormongers amongst the townspeople that too.
Maybe they can pass the truth around for a change. He nodded once and headed back toward the town hall, cursing gossipers under his breath. When he entered Clara's quarters, he found her and the two elementals poring over a large, leather-bound book. She was tapping a page and nodding at something one of them had just said.
Exactly.
Those petals are distinctive. It shouldn't be too hard to find, and as long as we get there during the full moon, I see no problem.
You've had some luck? Simon asked as he leaned his staff next to the door and took a seat. We have indeed.
The plant was actually called several names including wolfsbane, but it is definitely the one we're looking for. She handed him the open book and the wizard examined the illustration.
He read the description underneath and looked at the cleric in surprise. The Rockies? We have to go to the Rocky Mountains? I'm afraid so. Remember what Ethos said? That the flower could be found in the mountains in the far west?
Well, he meant the really far west. Simon tapped his lips and nodded slowly, scanning the page.
Okay, that should be fine.
I can use the atlas at home to get the proper coordinates for a gate.
4,000 feet up, huh? Well, at least the view will be nice. Clara smiled, got up and left the room. She returned a few minutes later and handed Simon a cup of tea. He thanked her warmly and sipped the sweet liquid. How did Malcolm and Aidan take the news?
She asked as she sat down again with her own cup.
Exactly as you'd imagine.
They were thrilled. By the way, I mentioned that you might drop by later, tell them about the whole process.
Of course I will.
I talk to them every day, although I'll admit it's been a very depressing few days.
It will be nice to see them smile again. Good.
Well, I'd love to stay, but this development has changed my plans. I'll head back to the tower and check out the atlas. I'll probably do a few gates to the location to make sure that there is actually wolfsbane to be found. The cleric set down her cup, looking thoughtful.
That's a very good idea.
It would be foolish to wait until the full moon only to discover that there is no wolfsbane there.
Exactly. You two ready? He asked Kronk and Anna.
To his surprise, the earthen shook his head.
Have you forgotten, Master?
I'm supposed to check the wall and drawbridge while I'm here. Simon slapped a hand to his forehead.
Geez, of course. Sorry about that.
Clara, Kronk's going to do an inspection, just to make sure that there are no problems with your defenses. She smiled at the little guy in appreciation. He'll return to the tower when he's done. They all rose and left the room, Simon grabbing his staff as he exited.
Kronk waved as they left the building and then disappeared underground.
Clara gasped with delight as she saw not only Chief but the two Maras as well. All three were sucking up water from buckets that some helpful townsperson had brought to them. I didn't know you had brought all 3 horses, the cleric said happily. I don't think I've ever seen the Maras before.
Well, in that case, allow me to introduce you.
He waved Clara toward the horses and she moved forward tentatively, obviously nervous around the big animals.
Don't worry, they're quite gentle. This little lady here who blends into the background is Tammy. Tammy, this is my friend Clara.
The mare lifted her head and then dipped it so that the cleric could stroke her face. She blinked her large brown eyes once and then went back to her water.
And this slice of gold is Sunshine.
She's put on a bit of weight, but we love her anyway. Sunshine raised her yellow head and snorted at Simon in disgust. He laughed and reached out to scratch under her chin. She made a show of pulling back and then closed her eyes with a contented sigh.
Clara smiled and stroked the mare's flank.
Then she stopped abruptly, her hand resting on the horse's side, and looked at Simon in surprise.
Putting on weight? You do realize that Sunshine is pregnant, don't you? What?
He stared at her in complete surprise and then looked at the mare, who seemed to meet his gaze with a knowing look. Oh my God, he exclaimed. I've been wondering over the last few years if the horses had been made sterile when they changed.
You old dog, you, he said to Chief.
The stallion raised his head and blew out a breath, spraying Simon with water.
Hey! Watch it!
Chief nickered to himself, apparently pleased. He turned his magnificent horned head toward Sunshine and gave a high-pitched neigh. The mare bobbed her head and then began drinking again.
Just how intelligent are your horses, Simon? Clara asked after watching the exchange.
No idea, but a lot more than they used to be. I'm pretty sure that they can understand everything I say to them.
He stroked Sunshine's flank and then looked at the cleric. You can feel the baby inside of her? Awesome. Any idea how far along she is? Clara put her palm on the mare's large belly and stared off into the distance.
She had a small smile on her face. About 4 months, I'd say, she told Simon after a moment.
How long is the gestation period for horses? Around 11 months. So she'll be due in late autumn. Good. I was afraid it would be in the middle of winter. Nasty time to give birth. He tightened the girth on Chief's saddle, untied his reins from the post and mounted smoothly. He moved his staff on his back until it settled comfortably and then gestured for Anna to join him. This time the stallion didn't react to the sensation as the water elemental slipped up his leg and settled across the front of the saddle. Thanks for the information about the mare, Simon said, looking down at Clara. It's good to know that the horses will go on.
I think the world would be a poorer place if they died out.
I agree. Keep me updated on her condition, please. If you need any help, let me know.
And thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done and are doing for Malcolm and Aiden.
Hey, they're my friends too.
I'll call you in a few days, after I scout out that area in the Rockies and see if I can find some wolfsbane. If not, we'll have time to find another spot before the next full moon.
Right. Talk to you soon. Simon waved and turned Chief toward the gates.
The Mares followed closely. When they'd reached the hill that led into the forest, Simon stopped a moment and looked back at the town. The ugly enclosure that held his two friends caught his eye and he scowled at it. After those two are safe again, they'd better tear the thing down. If they don't, I may burn it to the ground myself. And then he gave Chief his head and they set off for home.
Chapter 17.
Simon spent a day studying maps in his atlas, checking coordinates, and deciding on the best spots to explore in his search for wolfsbane.
It wasn't easy.
The atlas was either very general when it came to showing proper elevation, or else he was being a little thick. Whichever it was, finding a point in the Rocky Mountains that was exactly at 4,000 feet was almost impossible. He mentioned this to Kronk after the little guy returned from Notting Hill and, as usual, he had a practical solution. "Use your magic mirror spell, Master," the elemental said with a shrug. He had been passing the study where Simon was sitting at his desk and had stopped when he heard the cursing. He had a basket of laundry balanced on his head and it looked like the basket was moving by itself.
What? The wizard looked up and snorted a laugh at the sight of the animated laundry walking into the room.
Kronk slipped out from under the basket and frowned up at him.
You are having a hard time locating this wolfsbane, yes?
Well, Master, simply use the coordinates in your book there to look at each likely site. Then you won't have to gate from place to place and waste time.
He lifted the laundry again and left the room.
Just a thought, Master, he said as he disappeared down the stairs. You're brilliant, Simon called after him gratefully. Thank you, Master, came the faint reply. The wizard grabbed a sheet of paper and made a list of promising coordinates. Then he hurried down to the main floor, made some tea, got his hand mirror and returned to his study to check out the list. The first location that appeared in his mirror was out before he even bothered looking around. When the fog cleared from his view, he was looking at the sheer side of a mountain. There were ridges of rock as far as the eye could see and the only thing that was green were patches of lichen clinging to the mountainside. Glad I didn't gate there, he thought wide-eyed, and nervously swallowed some tea. The next two spots were flat enough, but again were basically bare rock and stone.
A few stunted pine trees were struggling to survive in the barren landscape, but that was all. He hit pay dirt at the fourth location.
The mist-covered surface of the mirror cleared to reveal a lush meadow, filled with tall grasses blowing in the wind, mature trees and splashes of color from bunches of flowers scattered throughout the area. Simon picked up his book on Canadian flora that he discovered in his library and thanked Daniel once again for throwing seemingly random reference books at him over the years. He flipped through it to the page he'd found earlier. And there it was, Aconitum.
Wolfsbane.
He hadn't really read through its properties before, so now he took a moment to do so. And whistled in surprise.
Extremely poisonous?
Better be careful with this stuff, he thought and made a mental note to take gloves with him when it was time to harvest the flower. He underlined the site in his notes, cancelled the spell and sat back, breathing a sigh of relief.
He'd found it. Malcolm and Aiden were going to be all right.
Simon felt a little weak as the tension that he hadn't even known was there seeped out of him. He closed his eyes and laid his head back on the chair, taking a moment to regroup.
Master, wake up. You will get a sore neck sleeping like that.
Simon sat up with a snort and looked around wildly.
The study was dark and he had to squint to see Kronk standing in the dimly lit doorway. Kronk? What happened? What time is it?
Late evening, Master, the earthen said as he tapped across the room and jumped onto the desk. You fell asleep, I suppose.
I've been busy with my chores and didn't check on you. Are you all right? Simon rubbed his eyes and glanced at the 2 candlesticks on the desk. He lit them with a thought and looked out of the window. The little guy was right. The sky was turning purple and the countless stars had already made an appearance. He stood up and opened the window behind the desk. A cool breeze blew in, smelling of grass and rich earth. He leaned on the ledge for a moment to clear his head. "Thanks for waking me up," he said over his shoulder. "I think this last week caught up to me. Between worrying about Malcolm and Aiden, worrying about Aries and his scouting trip, worrying about Liliana, ... Kronk hopped down from the desk and then leaped to the window ledge. For a small animated piece of rock, he certainly is agile, the wizard thought, not for the first time. "You can't carry everyone's burden for them, Master," the earthen said a bit sharply. "You keep forgetting that all of this casting that you've been doing takes a toll on you. It drains your energy, and if you don't get enough rest and food, you could collapse." He paused to give Simon a hard look. "Like you did once before," he added ominously. The wizard simply accepted Kronk's reprimand meekly. He'd learned his lesson once. If he pushed himself too hard, he could find himself flat on his back and useless. And that would benefit no one. "You're right, as usual," he said as he watched the starry vista thicken above him. "Sometimes I feel like it's me against the world. Well, against the world that the dark gods want to create. What we really need is another wizard, or 10, to share the load, but..." "Perhaps you will find another one day, Master," Kronk said in a more moderate tone. "But as I told you before, wizards were not that numerous even in the days of high magic. Now, except for your old neighbor Heather, who turned out to be evil, you may be the only one to live on this new earth of yours." "There's a cheerful thought," Simon said as he leaned his head against the window frame. He breathed in the evening air and felt more awake and alert. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked as he returned to his desk and sat down. "Could you put the kettle on? I'm going to call Aries and see how he's doing, and then Clara to let her know that I located some wolfsbane." Kronk began to nod and then broke into a broad smile. "You found some, Master? But that's wonderful." "Thanks," Simon replied, feeling a little more cheerful. "Sheer dumb luck, but it's there. Now we just have to wait for the next full moon. I wonder when that is, exactly, 11 days, Master," the earthen said as he jumped down from the window ledge and started to cross the room. "Really? How do you know that?" "I just do, Master. The earthen can feel the moon's ebb and flow, just like I can feel the distant echoes of earthquakes. They are a part of what we are." "Ha! That's interesting," Simon said under his breath as he watched the little guy scurry from the room. All this time and he's still full of surprises. Aries responded right away when the wizard called him. At first though, Simon thought that the spell was malfunctioning. All he could see was a foggy gray haze in the mirror. He knew that the area that the air elemental was searching was approximately 12 hours ahead in time from the tower, which would make it morning there. So what was he seeing? "Hello?" he said tentatively. "Aries? Are you there?" "Of course I'm here. Where else would I be?" The air elemental responded. "Okay, then why can't I see you? Why can't I see anything?" "Probably because I'm traveling invisibly in the middle of a frozen wasteland. It's a rather grim place, to be honest." "Yeah, I can see that. Or rather I can't see. Anyway, how are you doing? Anything to report?" "Not really. A whole lot of frozen nothing, actually. I have seen several dragons, flying very high. They pass quickly, always north to south and back again. That at least gives me hope that I'm moving in the right direction." "No sign that they detected you?" Simon asked anxiously. "None. I'm sure that they haven't. I've still got many weeks of scouting ahead, I believe. This area is vast and featureless. The primal white dragon could be anywhere. And this blasted medallion you gave me is just pulling me vaguely north. Not much of a help, really. Damn. Sorry about that. Well, you know what you're doing, so I'll leave you to it. But remember. Yes, yes. Be careful. Run if I get into trouble." "I know the drill, my dear wizard. I'll be fine." He paused and then added casually, "How's Kronk doing? And Anna?" "Oh, they're fine. I don't see Anna that often. She likes to roam the local streams and rivers, or so she says. There isn't much for her to do around here anyway. As for Kronk, I think he misses you. At least, he was pretty down the whole week after you left." "Was he? Ah well, it was probably just gas or something. Simon barked out a laugh.
Aries, you know that he doesn't eat.
Of course. I'll continue as I have been for now and we'll talk tomorrow, right?
Yep.
I'll call you around the same time.
Good luck. He broke the connection and then cast the magic mirror spell again and got in touch with Clara. She was thrilled to hear that he'd found Wolfsbane and promised to tell Malcolm and Aidan the good news right away.
How are they holding up?
He asked her, thinking about the two men still caged like animals.
Surprisingly well, actually.
We dug up a chessboard and some playing cards from that destroyed town to the west of here, so they've spent the time either using those or working out. She grinned and rolled her eyes.
And singing, if you can believe it. Singing? Really? Singing what? Oh, don't ask me. Some sort of rap from the old days.
They have fairly decent voices, but I remember calling that stuff rap crap back in the day and I haven't changed my opinion.
Seems to make them happy though, so there's that.
Simon had to laugh at her description.
Yeah, I was never a fan myself. Give me old-time rock any day.
Oh, when you tell them that I found Wolfsbane, also let them know that, according to Kronk, the full moon rises in 11 days. I guess that means that they will have to endure one night as beasts before we can give them the talismans that we'll make from the flowers. I'll tell them, but they're going to hate that.
Better than the alternative though, isn't it? It is.
They requested heavy chains to bind them when they began changing into werewolves the last time.
I assume they'll do the same again. Clara sounded distressed and Simon looked at her sympathetically.
It's only this one last time, my friend, he said gently. And it's at their request, after all.
I know. I know that. But still. Anyway, I'll let them know. Thank you for this.
I'm sure that our friends would say the same. The wizard waved away her thanks with some embarrassment.
You and the guys would do that same for me.
I'll call back the day before the next full moon.
See if you can find containers for the ground-up flowers. Something that they can wear around their necks would probably be best.
I'm already on it, Simon, Clara said with a satisfied grin.
I've given instructions to our blacksmith.
He grumbled a bit about making jewelry instead of weapons or armor, but I think he sees it as a challenge. He assures me that they will be ready in a week.
Excellent. Okay, I'll talk to you soon then.
The cleric smiled and waved and Simon broke the spell. He sat back in his chair and savored the moment.
Malcolm and Aidan would soon be freed and Aries was still okay in scouting. All good.
He still wished that he'd received a signal from Liliana, but she remained silent and he was sure that she wouldn't allow communications until she had something to talk about.
So that was that. He got up, stretched and went downstairs. Kronk had lit the candles around the room and put on the kettle.
He'd set out Simon's cup along with the box of dried chamomile tea and a pot of honey. The front door was open, so the wizard assumed that the little guy was doing his usual tour of the grounds, checking that both the front and the back gates were closed and locked and seeing to the horses. Simon made his tea, sliced up some dried meat and bread and was eating a sandwich by the time the earthen returned.
Kronk closed the front door as he entered and joined Simon at the kitchen table. Everything okay out there? The wizard asked around a mouthful of food.
Yes, master, the little guy replied as he stood in the middle of the table. He cocked his head a bit and looked puzzled. I haven't seen Anna for quite some time though. I thought she said that she liked it here, but she's always gone. Well, I told her from the start that she's free to do as she likes. So if she wants to roam, Simon said as he began eating a second sandwich, then she can roam. I suppose that is true, master. Kronk's voice trailed off and he stared at the fire crackling in the fireplace.
What is it? Nothing, master. Well, nothing definable. It's about water elementals, that's all.
He turned to look directly at Simon. You probably know that Anna and her people are closer to nature than other elementals. The wizard swallowed the last of his sandwich and washed it down with some tea before answering.
No, I didn't, but that's hardly a surprise.
Aquamastus was overjoyed at being summoned to Earth and then being allowed to take possession of the Ottawa River.
I know that in legend, water sprites come up time and time again. Simon scoured his memory.
They weren't always benevolent either, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, master, precisely.
They are considered, Kronk seemed to be searching for the proper word.
Amoral is the term, I believe. Water is where they wish to be, always.
That Anna said she wanted to stay here was a surprise to me, considering how much her people dislike existing on land.
Simon toyed with his teacup and looked at the earthen speculatively. So what are you saying exactly? That I can't trust her? You've said yourself that elementals can't harm their summoner. So even if she wanted to, Anna couldn't do anything to hurt me.
And why would she?
I am not saying she would, Master.
All I am saying is that she is spending an increasing amount of time elsewhere. And as for an elemental not harming the one who summoned them, Master, you have changed the rules.
We are swimming in unknown waters now.
Nice metaphor, Simon said, trying to lighten the mood.
It didn't help.
And how did I change the rules?
You set us free, Master.
That has never been done in all of the ages that mankind has existed.
I have never known a wizard to free an elemental, and yet you did. Do you not see what kind of power that gives us?
The wizard leaned forward on his arms, watching Kronk closely.
What power? He asked. The power of choice, Master.
You think that it only allows us to come and go as we choose, but it does not. If we were unscrupulous or dangerous to you, it would give us the choice to do you harm.
Wait. Hang on a second.
Kronk, you all pledged yourselves to me.
You gave me your word, remember?
Of course I did, Master.
I wish to serve you in all things. And Ares, grumpy though he might be, wishes the same.
And as we told you then, if we broke our vows, the consequences would be fatal.
Our leaders would obliterate us in an instant. They are creatures of honor. But Anna swore to serve me too, Simon reminded the earthen. Yes, Master, and therein lies the problem. Kronk stopped and looked around almost furtively.
He stepped closer to the wizard and lowered his voice to a whisper. The ruler of the water realm is known to be, shall we say, flexible in her interpretation of the concept of honor.
Meaning? Simon asked under his breath.
Meaning that any results that serve her purposes and those of her people are considered honorable. If you'd like some proof of that, Master, try crossing the river that Aquamastus now claims for his own without his permission. Even though you are the one who summoned him, I assure you that the results could be unfortunate.
Simon whistled between his teeth. You're serious?
Yes, of course you are.
So Anna
could be pursuing her own agenda, or that of her ruler.
We cannot know for sure.
Or she could be completely innocent and wandering the countryside exactly as she claims to be doing.
Very true, Master. I am just giving you the facts. It is up to you to decide what to do with them. Yeah, well. Simon stood up and put the kettle over the fire again. I'll give it some thought. Thanks for bringing it up though.
God knows I have enough on my plate, but if something does come from that direction, at least I was warned. The silence that followed was suddenly broken by a distant gurgle. Simon and Kronk exchanged a confused look and then both turned and looked at the sink. A faint echo, like the sound of water draining, burbled for a few seconds and then faded away.
Ha! Funny the sounds that wells make sometimes, isn't it? Yes, Master. Funny.
They looked at each other again and then Kronk jumped off the table.
I am going to check in with my friends on the wall, Master. I want to make sure that everything is secure. Good thinking.
Oh, by the way, thanks for staying back to examine the walls in Notting Hill.
It's good to know that their defenses are still secure and intact. My pleasure, Master. It's always wise to take precautions, isn't it?
Simon stared at him thoughtfully.
Yes.
You can never be too careful, I suppose.
Chapter 18.
Life went back to being routine around the tower over the next few days. The only break from normalcy was when Simon gated to check out the meadow where he'd found the wolf's bane. Kronk offered to accompany him, but Simon asked him to stay home and keep an eye on things.
He didn't expect to be away for long.
He memorized the coordinates of the location, pictured the meadow in his mind and cast the gate spell. Unfortunately, when he appeared knee-deep in thick, rich grass, he'd forgotten that the western part of the continent was several hours behind the east, and the sky was just beginning to glow with early sunrise. Simon could barely see the area around him, but instead of summoning a light, he stood there leaning on his staff and taking in the scene. He was standing on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains and his view of the distant horizon was clear and unobstructed. The edge of the world was glowing with pink and gold and the rich scents of the awakening earth were thick in his nostrils. The wizard smiled as the world woke up. He had never had the chance to travel to Western Canada in his previous life, and Canada no longer even existed, but now he was sorry that he'd never taken the opportunity. It was quite simply the most beautiful vista he had ever seen. Simon never knew how long he stood there and drank in the view, but eventually he realized that he could see everything clearly, the grass and flowers bobbing and waving in the light morning breeze. He turned away from the sunrise and looked over the meadow, searching for the wolf's bane. And there it was. Growing up through the tall grass, the large flowers with their broad colorful petals seemed to nod at each other, like a gathering of friends chatting about the good old days.
It made him smile to see them.
The wizard waded through the grasping brush and grass and stood at a respectful distance to examine the wolfsbane plant.
He hadn't forgotten the warning that the plant was extremely toxic. Pretty, he thought, but I wonder if it does what Ethos said it does? Well, we'll see soon enough. After a final look around and a sniff of the invigorating mountain air, he chanted the gate spell and headed for home. Each evening Simon contacted Ares to check on his progress. It was becoming increasingly obvious that finding the primal white dragon was not going to be a quick and easy task. It was also getting harder to keep a straight face every time he spoke to the air elemental. Ares was getting bored.
The unending vista of ice and snow was making him restless, and Simon had to endure an increasingly long litany of complaints each time they spoke. Several times he bit his tongue to keep from reminding the elemental that he was the one who had wanted to feel useful again. It had actually passed the point where the wizard was irritated by the complaining. He began to find the whining hysterically funny and had to wait, red-faced, until the conversation ended before laughing so hard that it brought tears to his eyes. Kronk walked in one evening, a few days before the full moon was due to appear, hopped up and watched with a surprised expression as Simon sat pounding on the kitchen table, laughing like a lunatic.
"What is so funny, master?"
he asked when the wizard had finally finished and was wiping the tears from his eyes.
"Oh, it's Ares," he answered with a grin.
"I know I should be used to him complaining by now, but it's becoming so over the top that every time he starts again it cracks me up."
"I see." Kronk frowned up at him.
"So you find the fact that Ares is alone in a frozen wasteland searching for one of the most powerful creatures on the planet, at great personal danger to himself, funny, master?" Simon's grin faded and he felt his face become red with embarrassment. He knew the earthen well enough to know that he wasn't being judgmental, but his question drained away any humor that the wizard had found in Ares' situation.
"You're right, as usual. There really is nothing funny about what our friend is doing, is there?" "I'm sorry, Kronk. Sometimes I'm just an idiot."
"No, master, you are not," the little guy said. He moved across the table and patted Simon's shoulder.
"You are simply too close to all of this.
You are being overwhelmed by so many responsibilities that it is difficult to separate them into their different parts." Simon tented his fingers and tapped his chin thoughtfully.
That's a very good point, I suppose. I'm going to have to remember to step back occasionally and look at the big picture." "Exactly, master. By the way, have you spoken to our friend, the Lady Cleric, since you returned from the mountains?"
"Yep." Simon stretched and hissed at the pain in his lower back. Too much time sitting and studying was taking its toll. It was just a quick call to let her know that the wolfsbane is there. She was relieved.
"Of course. But if I may make a suggestion, you might want to call her and ask if those amulets?"
"Yes, those amulets that she was having made to hold the concoction are going to be ready on time. The full moon rises in 2 days.
"Oh right. Damn, I should have thought of that. Thanks again, Dot." The little guy just smiled and jumped down, heading toward the door.
"Oh, before you go out on patrol," Simon said, and the elemental turned back to look at him, wide-eyed.
Simon lowered his voice. "Any sign of our watery friend lately?" Kronk tip-tapped forward. "None, master. Perhaps she is simply out enjoying herself." "Yeah. And perhaps she isn't. Just keep an eye out, would you?
Let me know if you see anything, I don't know, out of the ordinary."
"I will, master. Have a good evening."
And with a wave, the earthen hurried across the room and out the door, closing it behind him. Simon sighed loudly and picked up the hand mirror.
Things were starting to move more quickly again.
He just hoped that he could keep up. 2 days later, and it was the first evening of the full moon. Simon had arrived in Notting Hill a few hours before sundown and went with Clara to watch while Malcolm and Aidan allowed themselves to be wrapped in heavy iron chains before the moon rose.
"Are you sure this is necessary?" Simon asked them.
It was distressing to see the two men trussed up like animals.
"This enclosure should be able to hold you, don't you think?" he continued. Clara said nothing.
She had a hand over her mouth and seemed to be close to tears.
"It is our choice, my friend," Malcolm told him.
He and Aidan stood still, showing great dignity as the guards wound lengths of chain around them.
"We will not take even the smallest risk of doing harm to others," Aidan said solemnly. "These are our people, Simon. How could we chance it?"
Both guards, young men whom Simon vaguely recognized, gave the big men looks of intense respect and stopped several times to make sure that they were as comfortable as possible. When the task was done and the guards had withdrawn, the wizard knelt down next to the men where they'd been carefully lowered to the ground and tried to give them a reassuring smile.
"Well, after tonight, you will be free men once more, but..."
He glanced at the cleric where she stood rigid and mute, watching her friends compassionately.
Clara will wait in the town hall until I retrieve the wolf's bane. Once it's ground up and blessed, we'll seal it in the amulets that the blacksmith made and you'll be free.
It's that one thought that has made this entire episode so much easier to endure, Simon, Malcolm told him, the ghost of a smile on his lips.
But the night is far from over.
We have had this disease racing through our blood for weeks now. Who knows if even these chains will hold us when the wolf takes over?
Have faith, Malcolm, Clara finally said. And you too, Aiden. We will get through this and be the better for it. You'll see.
Aiden only shrugged, his face now blank of emotion.
Malcolm stared at the cleric.
Forgive me if I trust in you and Simon more than faith, Clara.
Your gods are the ones that helped bring on this madness.
I don't have much in the way of faith when it comes to them, but...
The cleric opened her mouth to protest and then simply nodded. I understand. Well then, come along, Simon. The sun is almost down and we have things to do.
Good luck, guys, the wizard said as he stood up.
We'll see you in the morning.
He winked at Malcolm and Aiden scowled slightly.
Stop flirting, you two, he growled and then grinned widely.
The tension broke and they laughed together.
Simon waved and left the enclosure.
The guard slammed and barricaded the door behind him.
And so it begins, he said to Clara. Yes, it does. Come up to the hall with me, would you? I wanted to show you the amulets that we made. Certainly. Simon looked toward the west at the horizon blazing red with the setting sun. We have a few hours to wait anyway.
It won't be dark in the mountains for a while yet.
Ah, I'd forgotten that. You have time for some tea then?
Back in her quarters, the cleric made the tea while Simon examined the 2 containers that the blacksmith had created. They were shaped like small spheres and unscrewed in the middle into 2 halves. The spheres each had one of the men's names engraved on it, written in small, neat script. The wizard picked one up and rolled it in his fingers. A thick little ring had been attached at the top to slip a chain through, and the chains themselves were heavy and sturdy looking.
When Clara walked in with the tea, Simon held up one of the amulets. Silver? He asked curiously. Yes.
It seemed only proper to craft them out of the one substance that legend says is toxic to werewolves. It will reassure both Malcolm and Aiden, as well as the rest of the town, that they are safe to be around. She shrugged a bit and frowned.
Some people are having trouble believing that this will work. I've held a town meeting and explained it all to them, but, well, people are people. These days, with magic and mythical creatures being real and all, some of them tend to overreact to anything strange. Smart move then, Dot. Simon nodded at 2 small earthenware vials that were sitting next to the amulets. What are those for? The cleric grimaced a bit. Blood.
Both of the boys were happy to donate, of course.
Seems a bit barbaric to me, but it's what Ethos said we needed. Their names are written on the bottom. Right. I'd almost forgotten about that.
Simon accepted his tea with a smile and they both sat down and enjoyed a quiet moment together.
How is Sunshine doing, by the way? Clara asked after a few moments. Any problems? Discomfort? None. Kronk is doting over her like a mother hen and I check on her a few times a day.
She's just the same as always, although I swear she gives me a look once in a while as if to say, what's all the fuss about?
The cleric chuckled and sipped her tea. That's good to know. Considering that your 3 horses may be the only ones left in existence, I'll admit I'm feeling a little motherly myself.
Simon looked at her with a small smile.
So am I, to be honest. But I doubt that they are the only horses left.
When this is all behind us, whenever that will be, I intend to have Ares and a few other air elementals search out locations from the old days where horses were prevalent. You know, like Alberta, Montana, places like that.
Who knows, we may get lucky. Good idea. I hope so.
Besides the fact that they are beautiful animals, technology no longer works and most of us can't gait around like you can. We'll need horses for transportation and agriculture as our population increases. Simon turned his cup slowly on the table, picturing the future without the fear of dragons looming over them. He smiled a bit wistfully.
I agree. That's why I intend to make finding more of them a priority.
Once we deal with the little problem we've been having with dragons, of course, he added with a wry grin.
He finished his tea and glanced at the window. It was fully dark now. He stood up and walked over to look up at the sky. The full moon was just beginning to rise among the stars. How long before Malcolm and Aiden begin their transformation? He asked as he watched the pale sphere. It looked almost ominous to him now. Before Clara could answer, there was a blood-chilling howl that echoed across the shrouded town. Simon turned quickly and looked at the cleric.
Now, she said bleakly. The wizard felt the hair stand up on the back of his neck as a second howl, full of hunger and hatred, joined the first.
Oh my God.
It sounds so much worse than I'd imagined, he said. Clara nodded mutely, her eyes bright with unshed tears.
Okay, I'm not waiting any longer, Simon said.
He chanted the gate spell, keeping the memory of the mountain meadow firmly in his mind. See you soon, he said. The cleric gave him a tremulous smile. Good luck, she said.
Invectus.
The mountains were still bathed in the light of the evening sun when Simon arrived. He reached over his shoulder and adjusted his staff and then looked around to make sure that the wolf's bane was still in full bloom. The plants were exactly where he remembered them, waving in the late afternoon breeze, and the wizard calmed down a bit. The horror of actually hearing his friends howling after they had transformed had affected him more than he'd realized. Oh crap, he said aloud. He'd been so rattled that he'd gated to the mountains without the gloves he knew he had to wear to handle the toxic flower or a bag to put them in. Frigging brilliant, Simon, he told himself in disgust. He took a moment to think and then rattled off the magic mouth spell.
Kronk, can you hear me?
He said as he walked toward the nearest bunch of flowers. The light was beginning to fade in earnest now.
Master?
Hello?
Where are you? I'm in the mountains. Look, could you do me a favor? Find me some gloves and a bag of some sort, would you?
I forgot to bring them with me and I can't collect the wolf's bane safely without them. There was a short pause and Simon pictured the little guy rolling his red eyes.
Yes, of course, Master. Give me a few minutes. Great. Let me know when you have them and I'll summon you to this location. I will, Master. Simon waited and passed the time exploring the little meadow.
It seemed that no animals or birds had discovered this little nook filled with life, but a few bumblebees lumbered along the grass drunkenly, their fat bodies weaving from side to side. Some unseen insects buzzed by his ears, but nothing bit him, and he guessed that mosquitoes didn't live this high up. If they did, they wouldn't survive without animals to feed off of.
Good, he thought. I hate the little bloodsuckers.
At the back of the meadow, where the side of the mountain rose up like a wall, the wizard discovered a small, clear pool of water. A catch basin for rain, he assumed as he squatted down next to it. The sky was growing dim, but he could still see well enough to spot the ripples of tiny insects skating on top of the water. He smiled at the sight. Where's there water, there's life, he thought a bit whimsically. Ready, Master, Kronk said suddenly, and Simon stood up quickly.
Right. Hang on a second.
He walked over to a clump of flowers, looked off to the side and found a bare patch of ground. He cancelled the communication spell and focused on the spot where he wanted the earthen to appear. Kronk, I need you, he said firmly, and a moment later the ground erupted in a little explosion of dirt, and the earthen climbed out of the hole. Hello, Master, Kronk said brightly with a broad smile. He loves being useful, Simon thought affectionately.
Hey there. Did you find everything all right?
Of course, Master, the little guy replied and held up a pair of gardening gloves in one hand and a canvas sack in the other.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I don't know what I'd do without you.
The earthen's eyes brightened and his broad smile threatened to split his face. It is always my pleasure to serve, Master, he replied. Okay, we have to wait for moonrise, I guess, the wizard said, and he searched the now dark sky for the full moon. But there was no evidence of it yet. This could take a while, he muttered. It will appear in that direction, Master, Kronk said as he pointed.
It won't be long, perhaps 30 minutes. Really? Good. So how are things at home?
They walked slowly to the edge of the meadow, where the ground dropped away sharply.
Fine, Master. Still no sign of Anna, though. I see. You know, maybe I should summon her back and ask her what she's up to? Kronk looked up at him. What would be the point, Master? If she is innocently exploring, she might be offended.
And if she is planning something, she would simply not tell you.
Could she lie to me?
Simon asked as he glanced up at the starry sky and then back at Kronk.
No, Master, not directly.
But she could simply avoid telling you the truth.
Almost the same thing, but not quite. Yeah, that's a good point. Simon shook his head and pushed back his hair absently.
You know, life would be so much simpler if I wasn't always looking over my shoulder waiting for someone to stab me in the back. The little guy chuckled, his laughter sounding like stones rubbing together. Hazards of being a wizard, Master. Wonderful, Simon replied dryly. You know, back in the day, I never had this type of fear riding me. I was big and strong and confident in myself. He paused thoughtfully. Of course, I didn't have nearly as many responsibilities either.
Exactly, Master. Then you were one among many. Now. Now you may be the only wizard in the entire world.
Your burden is great.
Thanks, Kronk. That just makes me feel so much worse.
Simon grinned as he said it, but the earthen looked at him solemnly.
I know it does, Master. But at the risk of being too forward, sometimes you seem to forget how much you mean to the rest of humanity.
I know that you are a humble man, but you must not lose sight of your own importance.
Simon snorted so loudly that he choked and spent the next few minutes coughing. Sorry, Kronk, he finally said, wheezing a bit. But you may be a bit biased. Now, let's concentrate on the task at hand, shall we? Yes, Master. Look. The wizard followed the little guy's gaze and saw the top of the moon slowly begin to crawl over the distant horizon. Wow, it looks huge, doesn't it? He said in a hushed voice. And it's kind of red. Well, that's not at all threatening.
It is only the moon, Master, Kronk said, being his practical self. No imagination at all, Simon thought as he watched the little guy stare at the rising moon.
And yet so childlike. Ah well.
I'll wait until it's fully risen, just in case, he said.
This has to be done right the first time. Agreed, Master.
And so they stood in silence and watched as the moon slowly ascended. It was beautiful in its own way and Simon felt no impatience as he waited.
When the bottom edge was almost fully exposed, he turned to Kronk. Well, we can almost. Get down, Master.
The earthen said in an urgent whisper.
What?
And then the little rocky body hit him like a projectile, knocking him off his feet into the tall grass.
Kronk. Simon said breathlessly. What the hell is wrong with you? Shoo. Dragon. What? Where?
The little guy rose up a little and pointed.
Simon turned to look in that direction and his stomach clenched in fear.
Across the bloated moon, a vast winged shape soared majestically, gliding like some massive bat across the bright glowing orb. The wizard watched in mute shock as the first winged monster was followed by another, and then another.
My God, he whispered. How many are there? Too many, Master. Stay still and keep low. Yeah, no kidding.
The two of them watched as dragon followed dragon in a majestic display.
It seemed to last for hours and the moon had risen high in the sky by the time the last of the winged behemoths had disappeared.
Simon stood up carefully, trying to look in all directions at once. But the sky was clear again and he finally sucked in a ragged breath and blew it out slowly. His body was slick with sweat and his heart was still racing.
What the hell was that? He murmured, feeling a little dizzy. He had never seen that many dragons at once before. It had been absolutely terrifying.
I do not know, Master, Kronk answered anxiously. They were flying almost directly from south to north, but where they came from and where they are going, who can say? Slipping his staff off of his back, Simon leaned on it weakly and wiped his face on his sleeve.
But I thought that all of the black dragons were dead. North America was their territory. Apparently not anymore, Master. Those weren't black dragons. Did you not notice?
The blacks did not have twisted horns like the ones we just saw.
Twisted horns? Simon gaped at the earthen. You could see that? Good grief, you have amazing eyesight.
I suppose so, Master, the little guy said with a shrug.
But do you not remember when the two dragons attacked the tower last year?
They also had long, twisted horns.
Oh crap. They were red dragons, weren't they? Yes, Master, red dragons. And I think that means that this continent is now part of their territory. Red dragons. Great. Just what I needed to hear right now.
I was hoping we would be free of the monsters for years after I killed the primal black.
Kronk brushed off some loose grass.
Well, Master, you got almost 2 years out of it.
That is something, at least. I guess so. Well, one crisis at a time.
He slipped on the gloves and walked over to the nearest bunch of wolfsbane flowers.
Let's get these gathered and get back. If dragons are roaming the skies in this country again, Malcolm and Aiden are needed more than ever. He plucked several flowers from the plants and stuffed them into the sack. Then he wiped off any residue from the gloves on the long grass, stuffed them into a pocket and looked at Kronk. Ready? Yes, Master.
Simon chanted the gate spell, gestured at the little guy to grab the bottom of his robe and pictured the town hall in his mind.
And then they were pulled into the void and away. Chapter 19. Clara was waiting anxiously for them when Simon and Kronk appeared in the center of the hall.
Someone had started a fire and it burned merrily in the fire pit, pushing back the evening's chill.
The wizard stood and enjoyed the warmth for a moment. You got it? Clara asked after greeting Kronk with a smile. Got it, Simon replied and handed her the sack.
Put some gloves on before you handle the petals though, he added.
Yes, I know, she replied and led the way back into her quarters. She had covered her dining table with a thick tarp and, after slipping on some canvas gloves, dumped the bag's contents onto it. The petals cascaded from the sack in vivid flashes of color and lay piled together in a cheerful mound. You'd never know they were toxic, would you? Simon muttered. Clara only smiled nervously and started pulling the petals from the flowers. The wizard quickly pulled out his gloves and began to help. So what are you using to grind up the flowers? He asked. The cleric turned and picked up a small, thick-sided bowl. It was bright blue. One of my people found this mortar and pestle in a burned-out hobby shop, of all places. It should do the job. Excellent. When they were done plucking the petals, Simon slapped his gloves together to remove any pollen and slipped them back into his pocket. Clara began to grind the petals, the pestle making an unpleasant, squishing sound. She turned the flowers into paste. At one point she stepped back and sneezed. The wolfsbane paste smelled sharply like strong pepper and Simon had to wipe his eyes several times. It can't be good for us to be breathing this stuff, he said at one point. The cleric only shrugged, her eyes almost closed against the strong fumes. You can wait out in the main hall if you'd like. I won't be much longer. What? And miss all the fun? No thank you. Clara giggled in spite of her discomfort and carried on gamely. As she was finishing up, Simon heard the cleric chanting under her breath and realized that she was blessing the mixture. He nodded to himself and remained silent. When she was done, the wizard took a peek into the bowl. The flower paste was a rather nasty greenish-red color, like tainted blood, and he grimaced and stepped back. Well, I'd say we have enough, he observed. You could fill those little containers 3 or 4 times over with all that gunk. True. Still, better too much than too little. Simon unscrewed the 2 amulets and set the one marked Malcolm down at one end of the table and Aiden's at the other. He picked up the little clay bottles containing the men's blood and checked the bottoms to make sure he put the correct one by each open receptacle. It wouldn't do to make a mistake now. He opened them and moved away to allow Clara to finish. So, let's see how this stuff sticks together, she said and scooped up some paste. It molded in her fingers like wet clay and she smiled. Perfect. Simon, I'm going to make a little dent in the middle of the paste. Could you pour a drop of blood into it? Then I'll close the paste around the blood and stick it into the amulet. Ah, clever, he told her with an admiring look. We'll see. Now, just a drop. That's all that Ethos said we needed, so let's not overdo it. They started with Malcolm's mixture. Simon gently tilted the bottle until a single drop of blood dripped into the center of the paste. He felt a little sick at the sight of the bright red liquid resting on top of the green paste. Why do I feel like we're performing some sort of voodoo ritual? He said with a shudder. Clara was too focused on her task to answer. She molded the paste into a ball and dropped it into the amulet. It fit with a little room to spare. She let out her breath in a gasp and looked up at the wizard. Phew! I seem to have guessed right, luckily. Just let me screw on the top and we'll do Aiden's. A few minutes later, they were done. Clara carefully wiped all residue from the amulets and set them aside on an end table. She put the little bottles beside them. She tossed her gloves on the table along with the unused paste in the mortar. She dropped the wizard's canvas bag on top and folded the tarp up around them. What are you going to do with that? Simon asked, nodding at the bulky package. Burn it, she replied. That stuff is too toxic to take chances with. The mortar and pestle have been contaminated and I doubt any amount of washing will allow us to reuse them. Wise, he said. I'll do the same with my gloves when I get home. Just toss them in here, the cleric told him and opened the tarp a bit. He pulled out the gloves and dropped them into the bundle, smiling his thanks. Clara excused herself and took the package into the hall. Simon sat and waited. His gaze kept drifting to the 2 amulets and he couldn't help wondering if, after all this, they would actually work. It seemed like magic to him, but not the clean magic that he was used to. This was more primitive, somehow. I've had one of the guards take that stuff to the refuse pit we keep burning near the fields, Clara said as she re-entered. She sat down on one end of the sofa and waved Simon toward the other end. We use it for burning weeds, old clothing that is too worn out to use anymore, that sort of thing. Good enough. Now we just have to wait for the dawn. The wizard rubbed his tired eyes and looked at the darkness outside of the windows. Speaking of which, I wonder how long it is until sunrise. 3 hours, master. Simon jumped and looked down at Kronk, who was standing next to the sofa.
He'd watched the entire process without saying a word, and the wizard had actually forgotten that he was there.
Sorry, bud, he said with an apologetic smile. I forgot about you.
Not to worry, master, the earthen replied equitably.
3 hours? You're sure? Of course you are.
Well then, we'll just have to sit and cultivate patience, I suppose. Clara's face had a frail, pinched look to it, and Simon looked at her with real warmth.
You've taken this all to heart, my lady cleric, he said with a slightly sad smile.
The burden of caring for these people is weighing heavily on you today, I think. She leaned her head back on the couch and looked at him sideways with tired amusement.
That obvious, am I? Yes, I guess it is. I've never believed that life was fair, Simon, but when two people who give of themselves like Malcolm and Aidan are rewarded by being cursed like this, well, it's hard to take, that's all. I agree.
The wizard watched as Kronk jumped up to stand on the arm of the couch.
It's kind of like the remnants of the human race, isn't it?
Somehow, a handful of us managed to survive the obliteration of our species, and now we're being hunted down like animals. Not to mention how we've had to start over almost from scratch.
Clara nodded dispiritedly.
And speaking of being hunted, Simon said hesitantly, since we're both in such a good mood anyway, I wanted to tell you about what Kronk and I saw. He glanced quickly at the earthen, when we were out west gathering the wolf's bane. The cleric sat up slowly and leaned forward.
You saw something? What was it?
The wizard thought for a moment. Nope, there's no good way to say this, so I'll just tell you straight up.
Dragons, my friend. Dozens and dozens of dragons.
Her eyes widened and Clara gaped at him.
Dragons? She repeated weakly. Out there? But, how? The black dragons were destroyed.
Simon made a gesture at Kronk as he slumped in his seat. They were red dragons, lady, the little guy said calmly.
Many of them.
They crossed the sky from the south to the north. Where they were going, neither my master nor myself know. By the gods, red dragons, she said tautly.
Let me guess, they've taken over the Primal Black's territory, haven't they? No idea, Clara. But I'd say that's probably true.
She stared at him with narrowed eyes.
Why do you look even more distressed than I feel?
Simon stood up, grabbed his cup of tea from the table and sat down again. He sipped reflectively and looked blankly at the colorful area rug at his feet. Clara, it was 2 red dragons who attacked my tower last year.
Remember?
Yeah, well, maybe I'm just projecting my own feelings on them here, but I think they are even more savage and hate-filled than the other dragons I've dealt with. I have a feeling that they'll jump into weeding out the remains of humanity with glee. He shrugged.
Of course, I could be wrong. Wonderful, the cleric said gloomily. Just great.
She stood up and took Simon's empty cup with her as she left the room. Simon and Kronk sat quietly, lost in their own thoughts, until she returned with more tea and offered the wizard his cup. Thanks, he said appreciatively and sipped the hot liquid carefully. Kronk, I have a question for you, Clara said as she sat at the end of the couch and tucked her feet up under her.
For me, lady?
Of course. She watched him over the rim of her teacup. I have a feeling that you know more than Simon or I do about dragons, even if they had long disappeared back in the old days of magic. He shrugged his little shoulders.
I heard things, lady. Wizards discuss things like that amongst themselves while I was in their presence.
They took no notice of little ones like myself. Simon reached out and gently patted the earthen's shoulder and was rewarded with a wide smile. They were fools then, the cleric told him shortly.
But we hopefully are not. So, my question is, where are all of these dragons coming from?
I don't mean where are they patrolling or what their plans are.
I mean, how are they reproducing? Just how many lesser dragons are there? If the red dragons have invaded North America, aren't their numbers stretched quite thin now? Ah, I see. That is an interesting question.
Kronk stood quietly, gathering his thoughts, and Simon and Clara exchanged an amused look. The little guy was always slow and deliberate when it came to serious answers to serious questions. This is what I remember, lady, the little guy finally spoke up.
There is only one female dragon, their queen.
She birthed the 5 primals and is a conduit for the dark gods. They pass their wishes through her.
Of course, you already know that. Clara nodded encouragingly. Yes, well, the primals are all, what is the term, asexual? Something like that.
They have the ability to renew their own ranks as needed. When one of their lesser dragons dies, for whatever reason, the primal knows somehow. This sets off some sort of, he paused as if groping for the proper word, imperative.
And the lesser dragon is replaced.
I would guess that if the dark gods have given the primal red dragon this new territory, then it has produced even more servants to fill its needs.
Yes, I get that, my little friend, she told him, sounding a bit exasperated. What I want to know is how. How do they increase their numbers? Eggs, lady, he answered simply. They hatch eggs. Wait a second, Simon exclaimed. Eggs? But you said that the primals aren't female. How is that even possible? They do not lay the eggs, master.
Their queen laid massive amounts of eggs back when she created the 5 primals. Every primal received a certain number and they replace a follower by hatching a new dragon as needed. He seemed to ponder that statement for a moment. I wonder if this situation has ever happened before, where a primal dragon had to increase its replacement of lesser dragons. Would they eventually run out? I do not know. Ha! You learn something new every day, I guess, Simon said, feeling a little dazed.
Yes.
It's too bad that we are in no position to take advantage of the primal red's weakness, Clara said quietly.
If it actually is weak right now. Simon finished his tea and laughed a little. One dragon at a time, my friend. Ares is scouting out the location of the primal white dragon.
And my research, such as it is, indicates that the red is much more powerful.
So let's just focus on the task at hand.
I agree, she said as she stood up.
And look, the sky is beginning to brighten. Dawn is on its way.
They both walked to the window and looked out at the eastern sky. There was a hint of pink making the few filmy clouds blush with the imminent birth of the new day.
Any problems with Malcolm or Aiden? Simon asked her as they peered outside.
They calmed down after about an hour or so. Fortunately the chains held, although I'm told that a few links snapped before they gave up in exhaustion. I have no doubt that, had they gotten free, the enclosure might not have held them. I shudder at the thought of what might have happened afterward. The wizard touched her lightly on the arm.
But it didn't. And from now on, that worry will be gone. So let's concentrate on that, okay? Clara gave him the ghost of a smile.
I'm trying, believe me. She turned away and indicated the dining table.
Have a seat, my friend. We have another hour or so to wait, so let's have some breakfast while we can.
Simon was about to protest that he wasn't hungry when his stomach croaked loudly. Both he and the cleric burst out laughing, instantly changing their moods.
I think I've been overruled, the wizard said with a tired chuckle.
I didn't think I could eat, but my insides have other ideas. Still laughing, Clara left the room and returned shortly with a package wrapped in brown paper. She pulled off the wrapping to reveal a plate piled high with sandwiches. She set it on the table, went out and returned with a jug and 2 glasses and sat down. One of my people was kind enough to make us some food last night, just in case we got hungry.
Sliced venison. It's quite tender. And apple juice.
The last of our stored apples were used to make it, so enjoy.
We won't get any more until the autumn.
They ate in silence. Clara had been right, the venison was delicious.
And the tart juice gave Simon a jolt of energy that he desperately needed.
He tried to hide it from Kronk, because he knew he'd be scolded, but the night skating and his taut nerves had exhausted him. It was only the thought of presenting Malcolm and Aiden with the amulets that kept him from sneaking off to a dark corner and falling asleep. After their meal, Simon and Clara wandered outside to watch the sun come up. The early morning birdsong and the smell of the new day helped to wake the wizard up and he breathed deeply, savoring the moment.
Kronk stood by quietly and seemed to be listening to nature's music with childish delight.
This really is my favorite time of day, the wizard murmured, watching the horizon turn from pink to red to a rich orange.
It's like the world is being reborn. It gives me a sense of new hope, somehow. Clara smiled as she watched the sunrise. I know what you mean. Now, hang on to that feeling. It's time to see to our 2 friends.
Simon dragged his eyes away from the rising sun and turned to look at the grim enclosure. He frowned as he began to follow the cleric. After this is done, and we're sure that Malcolm and Aiden can safely rejoin the general population, I hope that monstrosity is going to be torn down.
Clara's expression matched his. It will be, if I have anything to say about it.
If nothing else, we need the raw materials that we used to build it, not to mention the room it takes up. Believe it or not, though, there are a few people who think we should leave it up, just in case. Simon stumbled to a halt.
Just in case? Just in case what? You have an outbreak of lycanthropy?
No, she replied, still walking slowly toward the building.
Simon hurried to catch up.
Some of them said that we might need a jail eventually, when the population grows larger.
I see. So they're already thinking about the patterns of law and order from the old world? God, why would they want to head down that road again?
I think we should go our own way.
I quite agree. Why would anyone want to steal, for instance? If you want jewelry, go to a destroyed town and you can find some. Money? What for?
We all have our assorted chores and we all share in the bounty of the harvest.
At any rate, don't worry.
At the town meeting, the suggestion was overwhelmingly shouted down.
I didn't have to say a word. Clara looked rather pleased and Simon breathed a bit easier. He hoped that this new world would be a better one than the last. They'd been given a second chance, if they survived. Let's see what they could do with it. Any problems? Clara asked the pair of guards as they reached the locked doors of the enclosure.
They were the same two who had helped wrap the chains around Malcolm and Aidan the night before.
None. They haven't even moved in hours.
We've checked every hour or so, one of them said, nodding at a slot cut in the door, but they are just lying there, panting and growling.
Well, they were.
They've changed back to themselves again, about 20 minutes ago.
I happened to be watching when it happened.
He shuddered and made a face.
One of the most painful-looking things I've ever seen.
The sound of bones snapping and things tearing.
Ugh, anyway, they're back to normal again.
His partner was unsealing the door as he spoke.
I asked if they wanted to be released from the chains, but Malcolm said he wanted to wait for you, he added with a shrug. Thank you both. I appreciate the way you treated them last night, with dignity.
This time the other man shrugged and they both looked at each other with little smiles.
They're our friends, lady. They taught us everything we know about fighting and tactics. Could we do any less for them than they've done for us? Well said, Simon told them warmly.
The second guard pulled open the stiff door and bowed them through. With friends like that, I have fewer worries about Malcolm and Aidan than I did earlier, the wizard told Clara under his breath as they entered.
She nodded once. Yes, and there are more people like that in town than the other kind, believe me. Simon stopped and looked back through the doorway at Kronk. Did you want to join us? No, master.
You and the lady should have the joy of giving your friends their amulets.
I will wait out here.
Well, if you're sure, he said.
We won't be long.
The cleric and the wizard walked forward toward the two figures still lying in almost the exact same position they had been the previous evening. The rising sun hadn't lit the inside of the enclosure very well yet and Simon could only see the vague outlines of the two men. They were lying so still that he began to get nervous.
Malcolm? Aidan? Are you all right? He called out hesitantly.
There was a moment of absolute stillness and the wizard felt cold fingers run up his spine.
What has happened? He thought frantically. Could you scratch my nose? It's driving me frigging crazy.
It was Malcolm's voice, followed the faint sound of Aidan giggling.
Simon and Clara looked at each other for a second and then burst into laughter.
They hurried forward and saw both men on their backs, staring up at them.
You too! Clara exclaimed with a wide smile.
Why on earth are you still wrapped up, Dot? The two big men had been grinning but now became quite serious.
We just thought that, if you didn't succeed last night, it would be easier to dispose of us if we were immobilized.
She rubbed her temples.
Your nobility is giving me a headache.
She looked over her shoulder.
Gentlemen, could you release our friends, please?
She asked loudly and the guard stepped forward to begin to unwind the heavy chains.
So how did things go? Aidan asked as he was helped to his feet.
It was easier for the guards to remove the chains when the men were standing.
The cleric gestured for Simon to answer.
As well as could be expected.
We followed our instructions to the letter. He hesitated.
Of course, that means that you'll have to spend one more night in this, he looked around with distaste, hellhole.
We have to be sure the amulets actually work. Simon watched the two men to see their reactions to that bit of news, but they just nodded. Yeah, we figured, Malcolm said calmly. We simply can't assume that the magic works until we test it. Yup, Aidan added equably. One more night is tolerable. We can't take chances, after all.
The chains dropped away and the men spent a few minutes stretching and working out the kinks. You two have done very well, Clara said to the guards.
I'd like you to go and get some rest. Oh, and could you see if someone could bring our friends some food? They must be starving. Yes, lady, they replied.
Thanks for that, Malcolm said as he twisted at the waist, his spine cracking. Spending a night wrapped in chains and lying on the cold ground really gives you an appetite. His grin took the sting out of his words but Clara still looked dismayed. I am so sorry for all of this, my friends, she told them.
The men immediately protested.
Oh, for heaven's sake, my lady cleric, this isn't your fault.
Aidan said loudly, speaking over Malcolm, who nodded vigorously. We were attacked randomly in the forest. Who would have guessed that it would be by a bloody werewolf?
He sighed and the ghost of a smile appeared on his lips.
It's kind of like being stuck in the middle of a schlocky horror movie, isn't it? I keep waiting for the creepy music to kick in. The four of them laughed at that and Clara took that moment to present the men with their amulets.
This is yours, Malcolm, she said as she offered him the sphere hanging from its heavy chain.
And Aiden, here's yours. They held the amulets up and examined them as the metal glowed dully in the brightening light.
I don't know, Malcolm said dubiously.
Yeah, there's something not quite right about them, Aiden agreed. What is it? What's wrong? The cleric asked anxiously.
I was hoping they'd be a bit more stylish, Malcolm told her and then grinned broadly.
At least use gold, not silver, Aiden said as Clara began laughing again. Gold is more me. Will the pair of you stop it? I'd been on edge all night worrying about this entire procedure.
That's why we needed to lighten the mood, dear lady, Malcolm told her.
He became quiet and stared at the amulet. Whatever he was thinking was hidden behind a blank expression.
And then with a convulsive motion, Malcolm slipped the chain over his head and allowed the amulet to fall to his chest.
Aiden paused a second and then followed suit.
Both men stared sightlessly off across the room, looking so alike that Simon was chilled.
What was going on? Guys? He said cautiously. You okay? This is really weird, Malcolm said.
He frowned down at the floor and cocked his head to the side.
I feel lighter? Cleaner? I don't know how to describe it. Aiden?
The other man was stroking the amulet softly, his eyes narrowed.
Yeah. Ever since I was infected, there's been this shadow on everything. It's like I haven't been seeing the world clearly.
He seemed to be feeling his way through his words. Like my eyes were dirty windows that I was trying to see out of. And now, suddenly, the windows are clean again.
He gestured helplessly. If you know what I mean. Anyway, it is so weird. I'd say that was a good sign, gentlemen, Clara said brightly. That may be an indication that the controlling magic is working.
Of course, we'll have to wait until tonight to know for sure.
With an accepting nod, Malcolm adjusted the chain around his neck. Better get used to these things, buddy.
We'll be wearing them a long, long time.
I always like a little bling, Aiden said and grinned at him. Brings out my sexy Asian eyes. You see what I have to deal with?
Malcolm said to Simon and the cleric. It's not enough to be locked up in this luxurious suite.
Oh no. I have to have a comedian to keep me company. Is there anything you boys want sent in, besides food, to help pass the time today? Clara asked through her laughter. Hot water, Aiden said promptly. It's been a few days and we're getting a bit ripe in here.
Oh, and a change of clothes, please.
I second that, Malcolm added fervently. Done. I'll make the arrangements. The cleric moved forward and quickly hugged each of the men.
They stared at her with surprised delight.
What was that for? The big man asked. Just because, she replied. Don't ever change, either of you. She paused and added, except your clothes. You, gentlemen, are stinky.
They all laughed at that and Clara and Simon wished the men a good day and left the building. A new guard was waiting to lock the door behind them. Once outside, the cleric said that she was going to talk to a few people to get Malcolm and Aiden their bathing things and clean clothing.
What about you? She asked Simon. He looked down at the ever-patient Kronk. We'll head home for the day.
I need some sleep and my friend here is anxious to check on the horses, I'm sure.
Oh yes, master.
Sunshine may need me, and they all have to fed and watered.
And let out for exercise. And I have to clean the stable. Oh, and the tower has to be swept and... All right, Kronk. We're going. Geez.
Clara chuckled and looked at the little guy with obvious affection.
Then I won't keep you.
Thanks again, Simon, for all your help.
And you too, Kronk. Any time. I'll be back before dusk tonight. Let's hope that this has all been worth it. I have a good feeling about this, my friend. Their reactions to the amulets was encouraging. I agree. Okay, Kronk, grab hold. Let's go home. He waved at the cleric, who smiled and turned away, and then Simon chanted the gate spell and watched the world fade to black. Chapter 20. After a light meal and a very quick dip and wash in the ice-cold lake, Simon collapsed and slept for most of the day. Kronk woke him up late in the afternoon and the wizard rolled out of bed and stood up, feeling groggy and disconnected. What time is it? He asked the little guy thickly as he looked at the sunlight streaming into his bedroom.
Perhaps 3 hours to dusk, Master, Kronk told him.
I have filled the kettle for you. Simon got dressed slowly as the elemental chattered away. The horses are fine. I've cleaned the stable and the tower as well. There is no sign of Anna, as usual, Master.
And my brethren on the walls report no problems.
Good. That's good.
The wizard rubbed his hands over his face to help wake him up and then pushed back his mane of hair.
Okay. I'll grab a bite and then we'll head back to Notting Hill.
You will, Master, Kronk said firmly. I will stay here and take care of the tower.
I still have much to do.
They walked out into the hallway and down the stairs.
You sure?
It won't take too long to see if the amulets are working.
As soon as the moon rises, we'll have our answer. I am sure, Master. I need to gather some wood. Our woodpile is getting low.
And there are many weeds trying to sneak into our garden.
I must deal with them.
They reached the main floor and Simon walked across to the kitchen area, put the kettle over the fire and pulled out some dried meat and fruit.
Okay then. Excuse me a second, I have to use the facilities. Of course, Master. After visiting the outhouse, Simon came back in, made his tea and ate quickly. Kronk stood on the table and watched him.
Okay, the wizard said after his meal, it's time to get in touch with Ares. He picked up the hand mirror, chanted the magic mirror spell and then paused to look at the earthen.
Are you missing him yet? He teased. As usual, Kronk took the question seriously and pondered his answer. Yes, I am, Master. But I hope you will keep that between us.
My lips are sealed, Simon told him with a grin and then invoked the spell. He waited while the mirror fogged over and then, surprisingly, turned black.
What the hell? The wizard muttered. Ares? Are you there? He said loudly.
Barely, came the answer from out of the darkness.
Why can't I see you? Simon asked. Because it's nighttime?
Came the sarcastic response. Oh, here we go, the wizard said under his breath with an eye roll at Kronk.
Sorry, I forgot about the time difference. So what's new? What's new? Well, let me see now. It's snowing. Again.
And about 1,000,000 degrees below zero, not that it bothers me.
Oh, and everything is white. Yes, that's all that's new with me. So how are you doing?
I don't have time for this, Simon thought wearily.
Okay, Ares, let's cut the whining short today, shall we? I'm going to bring you home, right now.
You obviously hate what you're doing and, even though you volunteered for this mission, I won't make you continue when you are clearly miserable. The wizard waited, the mournful sound of the north wind's wailing echoing around the room.
What? No. You can't recall me now. I'm only about halfway through my scout. It would a colossal waste if I gave up now. That's not what I'm hearing every single time I talk to you, Simon told him impatiently. What I'm hearing is that you are unhappy and, frankly, bitchy. And I really have had enough of it. Look, you're incredibly valuable to me and we need to know where the damned primal white dragon is, but angry people are hasty people and if you make a mistake, it could prove fatal. And I value you more than that. You do?
Ares actually sounded surprised and Simon frowned at Kronk. He should know that, he whispered to the little guy.
He does, Master. But he's been alone in that horrible environment for weeks now.
It could be affecting him more than he realizes.
Good point. Look, my dear wizard, don't summon me home, Ares spoke up.
I would be ashamed to have failed in my mission.
I apologize if I've been testy when we've spoken. Honestly, I look forward to hearing from you. I do. But, don't we all need someone to complain to, even if we are doing something useful? The plaintive question made Simon smile in sympathy. Yes, of course we do. Sorry, Ares. I know this has been hard on you.
It's just that we're waiting for moonrise right now to find out if the amulets we made for Malcolm and Aidan will actually control their lycanthropy, so I'm a little anxious.
You did it? But that's wonderful. I certainly hope the magic is effective. So, are you recalling me?
Kronk tapped the wizard on the arm and shook his head vigorously.
Simon was amused at the earthen support of Ares and had to agree. No, I'm not. If you are absolutely sure that you want to see it through, you can continue your mission. I am, my dear wizard. I am indeed. Thank you for this.
I'll try to be more patient in the future. I won't hold my breath, my friend, but don't worry about it. We'll both attempt to learn patience and I'm sure we'll get through this.
Anyway, I have to get going. Stay safe and I'll talk to you tomorrow. That sounds good. Good luck with your friends. Thanks, Aries. Simon cancelled the spell and put down the mirror.
He rested his chin in his hands and stared at Kronk.
Do you think that he's cracking up? Cracking up?
I do not understand that term, Master. You know, losing it, getting soft in the brain. The wizard tapped his forehead, going crazy. Ah, I see, Kronk said, his eyes widening in understanding.
He pondered the question in his usual slow, steady way.
I do not think it is as serious as that, Master. I believe that he is lonely and afraid, but Aries will never admit it.
You know that. I have to agree.
We'll never tell him we know, but I hope that if he does want to come back, that he admits it and doesn't let his pride overrule his head.
Simon got up and walked over to get his staff.
Okay, I'll worry about Aries later.
Right now, I'm heading back to Notting Hill, but. Good luck to you, Master. I hope it goes well. Me too. See you soon.
The wizard invoked the gate spell and felt the void close in around him.
Seconds later he was standing in the town hall.
There was no one around and he took a moment to wonder where exactly his body went when he watched the world go black during a gate. After all, he had to go somewhere. It took time to teleport from one place to another, and the farther away the target was, the longer it took to reach. I call it the void, he thought, but is it the void where the gods fought after they fled the earth or someplace else? He shrugged. Something else to research at a later date. He walked to the back of the hall and knocked on Clara's door. Come in, she called out, and he opened the door and entered.
Simon was surprised to find the cleric sitting on her sofa, knitting.
He crossed the room, sat down at her nod and just stared at what looked like a scarf.
Clara saw his expression and laughed lightly.
I knit when I'm nervous, she said, knitting needles flying. Like yourself, I was in middle age back before I changed. I learned to knit when my daughter was born.
Daughter?
He asked with real surprise. She stopped and rested her hands on the pile of wool on her lap. Her eyes got misty as memories seemed to overwhelm her.
Yes, I had a daughter.
I suppose a lot of us had kids back then.
And spouses, parents, you name it.
It's all so sad, really, and yet I'll go for days now without even thinking about her.
She glanced tearfully at Simon. Did you have any children?
Ah, I see. Well, Cindy was living in Florida when it all fell apart.
Had just gotten married. Whole life in front of her.
And then the dragons came and that was that. There were times early on afterward where I would spend hours just wondering what her last moments had been like.
Was she alone? Did she suffer?
Gods, I would torture myself thinking of the worst possible scenarios.
Simon didn't know what to say. He'd been a lifelong bachelor.
His parents had passed away when he was quite young and he had had no siblings. The only person he had grieved for had been his friend Daniel, and even that had been temporary, because Daniel had survived. I'll have to contact him once this is all settled, he thought fleetingly. You're very quiet suddenly, Clara said to him as she picked up her knitting again.
Just thinking, he replied. Life is so weird now and we're all just trying to survive and get through it. Memories of the old world seem to get lost in the shuffle, don't they?
That's what I meant, she said as she watched her needles.
Cindy is gone and I guess I still have survivor's guilt. I lived, she died. Why? For what purpose?
I think that the only way I made it through was by believing that in this new life, I could make a difference. She hesitated and stared silently at the blue and white scarf on her lap.
Maybe that's why I care so much about the people here.
They're all my children in a way, I suppose. She looked at Simon with a fierce expression.
And I'll do anything to keep them safe. Anything.
The wizard settled back in the couch and nodded appreciatively.
I agree.
Even though I never had kids, I feel a responsibility toward, well, everyone, I guess. I mean, the human race is on its last legs, literally. Not to sound too dramatic here, but the hunters have become the hunted.
I know how much you love this town, Clara. I do too. But my concern has to be more global. My fight against the dragons is to help protect all of the Notting Hills out there.
I don't know how many there are, but they all deserve the chance to survive and grow. She smiled weakly and turned to look out of the window. Well, it looks like time is getting short, she said and set aside her knitting. The sun's going down.
Shall we head over to see what's happening with Malcolm and Aiden? Right behind you, Simon told her as they rose to leave. Outside, dusk was closing in.
Simon saw several people coming and going around the village, some carrying loads on their shoulders, other chatting in groups of 2 or 3.
It all looked very pleasant and domestic. Clara led the way across town to the enclosure. Its high walls looked brooding and ominous in the fading daylight.
2 guards were standing by the door as they approached.
One was a woman that Simon didn't know.
The other was one of the men who had stood guard the previous night.
Liam, did you get enough rest?
The cleric asked him when they arrived. The man smiled at her concern.
I'm fine, thanks.
Josh was a little too tired to stand watch tonight, so I asked Becky. He looked at his partner, who nodded at them. She's as fond of our friends in there as I am and accepted right away.
How could I not?
Becky said to him sharply. The hell those two have gone through, just for doing their jobs? They deserve our support.
You're so right, Clara said. Thank you both for volunteering. Now, have either of you been in lately?
We were waiting for you, ma'am, Becky said.
But if we're going to secure them in chains, we'd better get on with it. Time is running short.
The 4 of them looked to the west. The sky was blood red and rays of intense yellow light fanned out across the horizon as the sun slowly sank out of sight. Not to worry, Simon told them.
Moonrise isn't for at least an hour. We have loads of time.
Clara waved the guards toward the door and they hurried to remove the beams hanging across it and swing it open.
The cleric led the way inside.
Someone had hung torches from sconces around the enclosure and the flickering light threw weird shadows everywhere.
Sitting in the center of the room, both Malcolm and Aidan looked up as Clara and Simon walked in, the guards following along behind.
Hey guys, the big man called out as he and his partner stood up and brushed off their trousers.
Back again, I see. Wouldn't want to miss the big event, Simon told them jokingly. Hey, you two clean up nice.
Both men had shaved and changed their clothes. Now they were wearing rawhide tunics and brown leather pants with boots to match.
Thanks.
We feel better than we did, that's for sure, Aidan told him as he pushed his thick black hair from his face.
So who did your braids? Clara asked Malcolm, smiling. Julia.
She was a stylist back in the day, or so she says. He reached up and ran a hand over the tight braids that flowed from his scalp to his shoulders.
I guess she's telling the truth. They feel good.
They're fine, Aidan said with some exasperation.
He looked at the cleric and the wizard. There's obviously no conceit in his family, he got it all. Watch it, you, Malcolm growled in mock anger. How would you like to wake up to a shaved head one morning, Yeah. How would you like to wake up as a blonde? The big man gasped. You wouldn't.
You know how stupid I looked the last time I bleached my hair.
Exactly, Aidan said darkly. So tread lightly, big man.
Simon heard a giggle and turned an amused gaze over his shoulder at Becky, who was holding a hand over her mouth. They really should take this act on the road, he told her.
She nodded mutely. Well, gentlemen, Clara spoke up briskly, getting everyone's attention. Time for the big question of the night.
Do you trust the amulets to stop your transformations before they begin, or should we use those? She nodded distastefully at the pile of chains lying near the wall, just in case.
Malcolm glowered at the heavy links of iron and then closed his eyes wearily.
We feel different since putting on the amulets, my lady cleric, but neither Aidan nor I are willing to take chances. Put on the damn chains, just in case.
Clara waved the guards toward the chains and watched as the previous night's binding was repeated.
I really hate this, Simon whispered to her.
I agree.
But it is their choice. Doesn't stop me from hating it, he replied tersely. By the time the 2 men had been wrapped in length after length of heavy chains, the sky had faded to black and the first stars had appeared. The guards helped lower both men to the ground gently and then, at a nod from Clara, left the room.
How soon to moonrise? Clara asked Simon.
He looked up at the purple sky above the roofless enclosure. Any time now, he said quietly. You both should head outside, Malcolm told them.
You're at risk if this doesn't work, you know.
We'll take that chance, the cleric said and Simon nodded silently. The chains will hold long enough for us to retreat, should it come to that. Clara, a voice called from the doorway.
It was Liam. The moon is just creeping into sight.
Here we go, she said to them all.
Simon stood still, watching the men lying bound on the ground.
His hands were clenched into fists and he was gritting his teeth so tightly that his jaw ached.
Both Malcolm and Aidan had the same expression on their faces.
It was as if they could hear something just out of earshot, a call that the others couldn't.
What is that? Aidan asked.
He scowled and his eyes darted around the room.
A song?
Malcolm replied, puzzled.
Or music. It almost sounds familiar. I don't.
At that moment, both men went rigid, their chains chiming and clinking together.
Then they convulsed, their bodies shuddering and writhing. Oh gods, Simon. It didn't work. They're changing. Run! Run! Clara turned to dart toward the door, but Simon caught her arm and shook his head. No, wait. Look, he said excitedly. They're fighting it. The cleric turned and watched, wide-eyed. Simon was right. The men's bodies seemed to blur, their outlines indistinct. For a moment, there was a hint of fur and fangs, a bestial growling, and then, it was gone. Malcolm and Aidan lay there panting, as if they'd just run a great race. They were slick with sweat and wild-eyed. But they were still human. Liam, Simon called out. Is the moon fully risen? Yes, sir, it's well above the horizon now. The two men stared up at Simon, who grinned widely. It worked, he told them. Chapter 21. They waited an hour after moonrise, just to be sure, but Malcolm and Aidan showed no signs of transforming into monsters, and Clara finally ordered the guards to remove the men's chains. It was an incredibly triumphant moment for Simon and the others. There was a lot of hugging and laughter as the two big men slowly accepted the fact that they were free of their curse. Just remember, you two, Clara told them after everyone had calmed down. Never remove those amulets. They are yours for life. In fact, when you get a minute tomorrow, I want both of you to go and see the blacksmith. He's got an enchantment that strengthens metal, and I want him to use it on those chains around your necks. Better safe than sorry. Trust us, dear lady, Malcolm said, suddenly serious. From now on, this chain and amulet is a part of my body as dear to me as an arm. And I'm sure that Aidan agrees. I do. And again, let me say that we will never be able to repay what you and Simon have done for us. You've literally given us our lives back. We only did what anyone would do in the same circumstances, the wizard said, a little embarrassed by the high praise. You might also want to spare a small thank you to the poor bastard who bit you both. What? Why? Because, according to the legends, the only way to kill a werewolf is with a wound to the heart, with a silver weapon. I'd say your worth as guardsmen just went up. Both men gaped at him in disbelief, and Simon grinned. Maybe you should ask for a raise, he added with a sly grin at Clara. The cleric stuck her tongue out at him and they all laughed. Well, what do you know? Malcolm said in a dazed sort of way. Every cloud does have a silver lining, if you'll pardon the pun. The group laughed again, and then Clara dismissed the guards. Get some sleep, you two, she told them. And thank you for your service. As they were leaving, she added, tell anyone you happen to see that our friends here are no longer a threat. I'll do the same tomorrow when I call a town meeting. We don't want people panicking if they should happen to see two werewolves wandering around the village. We will, lady, Liam told her. Becky echoed his words and they both laughed. And you too, Clara said to Malcolm and Aidan. For this one night, I want you to sleep in the hall. I'm not kidding when I say that some of our fellow citizens might freak out if they run across you outside tonight. Of course we will, Malcolm said with an approving nod from Aidan. If I was in their place, I'd probably feel the same way. Good. Let's go. I brought in some food earlier today, to celebrate if everything went according to plan. Plus, I know that you two are always hungry. She means you, Aidan said to his partner teasingly. Malcolm took a mock swing at him and Aidan ducked out of the way with a laugh. As they made their way to the town hall, Simon couldn't keep the grin off of his face. With everything that was going on in the crazy world they were living in, a win like this was even more satisfying, and he intended to savor it for as long as he could. It was a late night. Clara laid out a spread of roast chicken, venison, fried potatoes, gravy, and several types of vegetables. She'd also brought in bottles of wine and urged them all to relax and enjoy themselves. Malcolm and Aidan ate as if they'd been starving, and Simon ended up so full, he had to loosen the belt on his robe. The wine was slightly sweet and went down more smoothly as the evening went on. Clara disappeared for a short while and returned with the guards from earlier, Liam and Becky, as well as the guard from the night before, Josh. They were all dressed in civilian clothes and obviously off-duty. I thought we needed a few more bodies to help celebrate properly, the cleric told them all. Make it a real party. I'll drink to that. Malcolm bellowed as he quaffed a large tankard of wine. Aidan just rolled his eyes at his partner and then began speaking animatedly with Liam and Josh about some sort of hunt they'd been involved in a few months earlier. All in all, it was a satisfying and convivial evening, at least what Simon could remember of it. He ended up having way too much wine, as did almost everyone except for Aidan and Clara, and insisted on getting home when the party was over. Is that wise, Simon? The cleric had asked him anxiously. I mean, you're the wizard, but you are a bit tipsy. She was being kind. The wizard could barely stand and the room was spinning in a steady counterclockwise direction. I'll be fine, Simon told her, squinting to keep the woman in focus. Nothing to it. I could get home in my sleep. And if I wait much longer, I'll have to.
Before he left, Malcolm, who was even more drunk than the wizard, engulfed him in a massive bear hug. "You are the best, Sir Wizard," he boomed and then staggered sideways a bit. Aiden reached out to steady him and stop him from knocking over the food table.
"If you ever need us for anything, you only have to ask."
Simon, who was having trouble understanding what the man was slurring, could only nod cheerfully.
"Whatever you say," he told Malcolm. Aiden shook his hand with some dignity and thanked him yet again. And then, somehow, the wizard managed to cast the gate spell and headed for home. Late the next morning, Simon was awakened by a steady tapping noise next to his head. He reluctantly opened his sticky eyelids to see what was making the annoying sound and, when he could focus, saw Kronk standing on his bedside table with his arms crossed, tapping his foot. The little guy had a stern look on his face.
"Kronk, stop that racket, would you?
It's giving me a headache."
The earthen complied and then put his hands on his hips.
"It is not my tapping doing that, master.
It is the amount of alcohol you consumed last night."
"Oh God," Simon murmured into his pillow. "Here we go."
He turned his head ever so slowly so that he could see the little guy clearly.
"How do you know I was drinking?" he managed to say.
His throat was so dry, he could barely swallow, let alone talk. "Because when you gated home, you ended up in the lake," the earthen said, his tone as disapproving as it could ever get.
"Fortunately I was out in the stables when I heard a loud splashing sound and yelling, and when I hurried to see what all the commotion was, you were standing in the shallows near the shore, looking like a drowned cat."
"Crap," Simon mumbled as he buried his head deeper into his pillow.
"I don't remember that, at all." He peeked at the earthen. "You got me out?
And led you up here and made sure you got undressed and dried off before you fell asleep, yes master."
"Well, thanks for that. Since I'm apparently about to die, why did you wake me up?"
Kronk uttered a long-suffering sigh and Simon hid a painful smile in his pillow.
"Because, master, you have a letter." "A letter?"
The wizard jerked his head up and then groaned as a pounding pulse of pain erupted between his eyes.
"What do you mean, a letter? From whom?"
"I would assume from the elves, master."
"At least, it was attached to the front gate, as others have been." Simon put his head down again. "Yeah?
If you remember, the last letter I got was a trick by Heather and almost got me killed."
"I recall, master. At any rate, the letter is on the table downstairs. I have to get back to my chores now." Kronk hopped off of the table and walked to the door.
"Hang on a second," Simon said as he pushed himself up and turned toward the little guy.
"Why didn't you just bring the letter up here?" "Because you need to get out of bed, master. The day is passing and you have things to do." And Kronk left the room.
The wizard heard him hopping down the stairs and collapsed onto his face again. Tricky little guy, he thought with a mixture of amusement and irritation. On the other hand, he might have saved your life last night. He couldn't believe he got that drunk. Sure, it had been a celebration, but to get wasted like that was unnecessary.
And embarrassing. Well, no more, he thought abruptly.
He sat up quickly, turned and then jumped to his feet. And immediately sat down on the edge of the bed again, holding his head.
"Ouch," he croaked dryly. "That was a bad idea."
It took Simon a while to make his way downstairs. The front door was open and sunlight streamed into the room. It was a lovely warm spring morning and, hungover or not, it cheered the wizard up immensely. He filled the kettle and set it over the fire before heading to the outhouse. One of the earthen walking along the wall waved at him and he returned it with a smile. After he got back indoors, he toasted some bread over the fire, spread jam on it and ate his breakfast. Kronk walked in as Simon was making a second cup of tea and jumped up on the table.
"Feeling better, master?"
he asked with a bit more compassion than he'd shown earlier.
"Yeah. I am."
The wizard sat down with his cup and gave his little friend a heartfelt smile.
"Thanks again for the rescue.
I guess I celebrated with Malcolm and Aiden a bit too much last night."
"Just doing my duty, master." "So the amulets worked?"
"They worked perfectly. It was such a relief. I don't know if I've ever seen two more happier people."
He laughed at the memory.
"It's moments like that make all this magic stuff and mumbo-jumbo nonsense worth it." Kronk nodded at a folded piece of parchment, sealed with a blob of hardened red wax, lying at Simon's elbow.
"Are you not going to open your letter, master?"
"I was waiting for you," Simon said with a little smile and then quickly became somber.
"If it's bad news, I'd like to have a friend nearby for support."
For someone whose face was made of little pebbles, the earthen's expressions could be remarkably subtle. This time, Simon thought he saw something like compassion on it, mixed with surprise.
"I am honored, master."
With some hesitation, Simon picked up the stiff paper, snapped the seal in half and opened it. He scanned the page slowly, sat back limply and stared at Kronk.
"Holy crap," he said. "Master? What is it? What's wrong?"
The wizard handed him the parchment and the earth and laid it flat on the table and bent down to read it. "Sir Wizard," Kronk read out loud. "I am communicating using this archaic method, rather than meeting face to face, because I have little choice. A trusted third party will deliver this note from me and has sworn not to reveal to anyone that he has done so. Nevertheless, after you read these words, destroy this parchment and stay vigilant. You may become more of a target than you already are." "It sounds ominous, Master," the earthen said, glancing up at Simon.
"It gets worse. Keep reading."
"We are besieged," the little guy continued. "The dark gods, perhaps made more desperate by the death of two of their primal dragons, have reached into the depths of the netherworld and unleashed something upon this new earth of yours that I thought I would never see.
Demons. Unspeakable horrors walk among us again. Things out of nightmare that my people thought only stories fit to tell children.
However, this letter is not a cry for help. We shall live or die by our strength and resolve, without outside aid. But I count you as a friend and I wanted to warn you of your peril. Tell your people. Strengthen your wards. And keep watch in the deepest hours of the night. Things move now in the shadows, and it shelters the darkest evil. I wish you well and, if we should fall, remember me and my people and that we died with honor."
Kronk looked up at Simon. "It's signed, Shandon Ironhand. Isn't that the dwarf whose life you saved from the dragons below ground?" "It is. When he says they're besieged, he must mean their capital city."
"That where he was headed the last I heard." Simon stood up abruptly, ignoring the remnants of his headache, and began pacing around the room.
"Demons.
For Christ's sake, as if we don't have enough on our plate."
"Now it's demons?"
He stopped and glanced at the earthen. "If it wasn't for the evidence of that note, I'd be tempted to think that this was some kind of bad joke."
"It seems genuine to me, Master."
"Yeah, me too." He started pacing again. "So, Shandon and his people are trapped in their city by demons. You know, when I say it out loud like that, it just sounds ridiculous."
Simon snorted in disgust and moved to stand at the open doorway.
He looked blankly out at the bright day, seeing the dwarf's face in his mind's eye. There was a nobility and a grit in Shandon that the wizard had appreciated. He and his people had stood toe-to-toe against dragons and hadn't flinched, even as their city had been brought down around them.
That was admirable.
If anyone could hold back an attack of demons, it was them. Kronk tapped across the room and joined him at the door.
Simon looked down at him and met his glowing red eyes. "What do you know about demons?" he asked a little desperately.
The little guy shrugged his shoulders.
"Nothing, Master. Stories, legends, nothing more. I suspect you will have to ask others about them. No elementals to my knowledge have ever had dealings with them." "Really? That's interesting. I wonder who would have any information."
He leaned his head against the doorframe and stared listlessly at the thin clouds scudding across the sky.
Demons. Demons. Who could he ask about such things?
Simon heard Kronk tip-tap back into the tower and then return a moment later. He looked down and saw that the elemental was holding his hand mirror and extended it toward him when their eyes met.
"What?"
he said as he reached down and took it from Kronk. "You will have to call your friends, Master. Someone may know something and it sounds like the dwarves are in a desperate situation. There is no time to stare at the sky and think deep thoughts."
Simon was caught off guard by that rebuke.
It was very unlike the little guy, but his serious expression confirmed that he wasn't joking. "Yeah, good point," he told him and moved forward to sit on the top step outside the door. Who would know anything about this stuff, he wondered. Well, let's try the obvious first. He cast the magic mirror spell and watched the surface of the mirror cloud over.
"Who are you calling, Master?" "Clara.
She is a cleric, after all.
Maybe she had some insight into this sort of thing. But she has never had to deal with demons, has she, Master?"
"No, but being a conduit for the gods of light, she might." The fog cleared away and Simon found himself staring at the town of Notting Hill. Clara was sitting on a bench just outside of the town hall, chatting lightly with several women. They were all smiling and joking and the wizard waited a moment, not wanting to interrupt. Finally, they stood up and the women wandered off, leaving the cleric alone to stare pensively at something beyond Simon's sight.
"Clara? How are you today?"
With the merest hint of surprise, the woman smiled and sat down again.
"Ah, good day, my friend. How's your head?"
Simon felt his face turn red.
Fine.
I overindulged last night, as you obviously know.
I hope I wasn't too obnoxious. I've never been a big drinker, even back in the old days. You were fine, she answered with a knowing smile. You're actually a cute drunk.
A little maudlin perhaps, but that's endearing in some people.
Yeah, I'll bet, he muttered, his face definitely glowing red now.
Don't give it another thought, she said kindly.
Malcolm and Aiden's freedom was worth celebrating.
I'm quite sure that the big lug is feeling much worse than you are. Aiden came by earlier and said that he couldn't get him out of bed.
He was rather amused by that, I think.
They both chuckled and then Simon cleared his throat.
Well, I'm glad that everything turned out for the best. And now, on to our next problem.
His change in tone got her attention and Clara sat up frowning.
What is it? Dragons? Undead?
Ah, the good old days, Simon said wryly. No, something altogether new, at least to me.
Tell me, what do you know about demons? Demons? The cleric's frown deepened. What do you mean, demons? You know, demons. Hellspawn.
Creatures out of nightmare, that sort of thing.
Listen, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I just know that apparently the dark gods have pulled yet another trick from up their sleeves and unleashed demons into the world.
But, how do you know this? Hang on. I want to read you something. Simon stood up and went back inside to sit at the kitchen table.
He picked up the dwarf's note and read it out loud. When he was done, he sat back and watched Clara's reaction.
Shandon and his people are under attack by these creatures? But that's insane. I know.
We have enough problems in the world right now and, naturally, the dark gods deal one off the bottom of the deck and send demons down on us.
Crazy. What I need is any information we can come up with about them.
How strong are they?
Are they vulnerable to magic? How do they attack? All of that stuff.
I'd love to help, Simon, but I don't know any more than you do about them. I may get a visitation from the gods of light soon though, if that is what has been sent against us now.
But at the moment, I can't even venture a guess about them.
Yeah, I was afraid of that, he said with a sigh. A movement from the doorway caught his attention and he saw Kronk waving at him. The little guy made a digging motion and pointed outside and Simon smiled and nodded.
The elemental waved once more and left.
I do have a thought though, Clara said as she stood up and smoothed her dark blue robe. She began walking and spoke at the same time. I'm all ears, the wizard said.
Speak to your friend, Daniel. The elves are the oldest of all the races, older even than the dwarves. They are a fount of knowledge. If anyone knows anything about these creatures, it would be them. They were next on my list, actually. Thanks for the suggestion though. So, say hi to the boys for me and wish me luck.
She stopped walking and seemed to look directly at him.
I do, my friend. Keep me informed of any news, won't you? If these demons are attacking the dwarves, humanity has to be next on their list of targets. I know, Clara. Talk to you soon.
She smiled bleakly as Simon cancelled the spell and put down the mirror.
Then he stood up and began making more tea. He hadn't spoken to Daniel in several weeks. Things had been a bit crazy, to say the least, and he simply hadn't taken the time to call him.
That was inexcusable, he thought uncomfortably.
If he only talked to him when he needed something, what kind of a friend did that make him? With a heavy sigh, he brought his tea back to the table and sat down again.
He took a few fortifying sips and picked up the mirror. When the surface cleared this time, Simon's eyes widened in surprise.
Daniel was staring right back at him.
It's about damn time you called, his friend said harshly.
What have you been waiting for, an invitation? What?
Daniel's glare softened a bit and he smiled ruefully.
Sorry, that was a little mean. How are you doing, old friend? Been better. What's wrong? If you wanted to talk to me, you could have used the lodestone I gave you to signal me. Actually, no, I couldn't. Daniel reached for something beyond Simon's line of sight and held it up. It was the lodestone.
But the once clear stone was now jet black and a crack ran down the center of it.
What the hell? What happened to it, Dot?
The man tossed the stone aside in disgust and shook his head.
Our out-of-sync timelines happened to it, apparently. I asked one of the elders what was going on when it began to blacken a few days ago, my time.
He just gave a little sniff of disdain and said that the elven realm and the realm of Earth simply cannot stay connected for very long, even through an object like a lodestone. Long story short, these things burn out rather quickly because of that disjointed connection.
He shrugged. That's the explanation. To be honest, I don't get it, but there you go. Damn it, Simon said, irritated. I thought we'd always be able to rely on that thing. Maybe I can get Kronk to find another one and drop it off for pickup? It would last for a while, wouldn't it? Daniel shook his head. Never mind. He'd have to supply a new one every month or so, Earth time. I'll leave it up to you to contact me when you choose to. I know you've been busy, but.
Simon looked at his friend's face and saw the young man that he knew in the old man's expression.
So you've been spying on me again? He asked lightly. The elders have.
Well, not you specifically but the Earth in general. They pass some of the information they glean onto me, when it suits their purposes.
So what have you been told? Let's see now.
Your run-in with the Drakes in Moscow excited them quite a bit.
Good job there, by the way.
Your work with the men who contracted lycanthropy.
Beautifully done.
And now, this attack on the dwarven capital. I believe my elvish colleagues were caught off guard by that one.
They're not the only ones, the wizard muttered. That's why I've called you, by the way. I know. And it's why I was so cranky when I answered. Sorry about that. Don't sweat it. Old men get testy, I've heard, Simon said with a grin.
Daniel moved the mirror he was holding, lifted his free hand and shook a finger at him.
Watch it, boy. Don't disrespect your elders.
They both laughed and then the older man became solemn again.
So what do you want to know? Anything you can tell me.
I mean, I've gotten used to the idea of dragons.
I've fought the undead. And now I personally know a pair of reformed werewolves. But demons? Really? It seems that the dark god's bag of tricks is endless. Daniel snorted. Hardly. I think they're panicking. Simon laughed in disbelief. Panicking? For what?
In case it escaped your notice, old buddy, we're on the ropes here.
A handful of humans against, how many dragons? Hundreds? Thousands? I doubt that panic is even in their vocabulary. Isn't it?
Daniel turned his head and the wizard heard him shuffling through some papers. My friends on the council drew me up a few pictures of the demons that have laid siege to the dwarven capital. Here, take a look. Simon watched as his friend held a sheet of parchment in front of his mirror, and he leaned forward until his nose was almost touching the glass, enthralled by what he saw. The picture had been drawn in exquisite detail and was richly colored. It showed the figure of a creature, standing on two legs, arms raised above its head.
Ascending from its shoulder blades were massive wings, webbed like a bat's.
The face was vaguely human-like, but its gaping mouth was lined with row after row of pointed teeth, almost like a shark's. It had practically no nose, but its eyes were enormous and a sickly yellow color, like running egg yolks. Above its eyes a pair of jagged horns rose up and back over its bald skull.
It was terrifying.
What was even more jarring was that the monster wasn't red, like Simon's imagination had assumed it would be, but slate gray, almost white, the color of a drowned corpse.
He squinted, trying to pick out every detail. Its skin, something about its skin. It was scaled?
Yes, the entire surface was a network of interlocking scales, some scarred, others chipped or broken, as if the creature had seen many battles.
So that's a demon, Simon said shakily.
Daniel dropped the picture with a sound of disgust.
Of course not.
There are no such things as demons, he said scathingly. Leave your old religions and fairy tales back in our lost world, my friend, and attend to what I just showed you.
Here, look again.
He held up the picture once more and the wizard looked at it in confusion, wondering what he was supposed to be seeing.
Don't you recognize it? Daniel asked. He sounded a little exasperated. Still cranky, Simon said, and his friend laughed reluctantly. Yes, sorry. But damn it, man. Look at it.
I'm frigging looking, Simon thought, but what am I supposed to be seeing?
He examined the picture yet again. Okay, he says there are no demons. So if this isn't a demon, then what the hell is it?
His eyes flicked from feature to feature.
Leathern wings? Check. Fangs and horns? Check again. Scaly skin. He jerked back abruptly. Wait. Scales? The thing has scales. You have got to be kidding me. It's a goddamn dragon, isn't it? He whispered in shock. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bingo. Daniel crowed triumphantly as he dropped the parchment.
Took you long enough to figure it out, though.
Sorry, Your Honor, Simon said sarcastically. I didn't realize I was on the witness stand. But, how is that possible? That thing is humanoid. And why would they do this?
I have no idea how it's possible. They are gods, after all. As to why though, that should be obvious. According to the elves, these things are about a dozen feet tall. Unlike a dragon that's 50 feet long or more, they can move underground with no problem at all. They retain all of a dragon's powers and strengths in a more compact form. Simon was having a hard time accepting what he had seen. Dragons walking like people? It was an abomination. But something else was bothering him. They're white dragons, aren't they? That damned primal white dragon is responsible for this. Not exactly. Oh, I'm sure it's involved, but there are more than this one type besieging the dwarves. He lifted another drawing for Simon to examine. It was a second full-color illustration of a humanoid monster. Very similar to the first, this one's horns were twisted, rising in spirals over its head. It was blood red and glowing with heat. It held an enormous sword in its hands, the blade engulfed in flames. A red dragon? Simon asked weakly. Yes. And, just to complete the trifecta, here's one more. Another drawing was held up and Simon recoiled from the image. Like the first two, it was a winged creature walking on two legs. But the skin of this monster was an earthy brown color and seemed to be oozing with slime, trailing behind it like a huge slug. Its scales were slick with the mucus and yet it almost seemed to be rotting, like old meat wetly decomposing in a swamp. It was nauseating. Cripes. A brown dragon? I've never seen one of those before. Daniel put down the paper and nodded grimly. Lucky you. They are truly horrible, even for dragons. They attack with a blast of fluid that eats away anything it touches. Acid? For all intents and purposes, yes. So all of the remaining dragon types are represented in this siege. How many are we talking about here? Dozens? Hundreds, my friend, Daniel told him with a weary sigh. Hundreds. I will say that the dwarves are more than holding their own. The problem is that they have no reinforcements. Every warrior they lose weakens them, whereas the dragons are replenishing their losses constantly. It is a war of attrition and the dragons will win, eventually. Simon stood up and walked outside. The tower felt oppressive suddenly and he wanted to breathe the fresh air. So what can we do? He asked as he wandered around the inside of the wall. The grass was very green here and the air rich with the smells of spring. Short of cutting off their supply of reinforcements, there isn't anything anyone can do. Shandon Ironhand and his people will put up a valiant fight, no doubt. But in the end, the dwarves will be vanquished and become a simple footnote in the history books. If anyone is around to write them one day. Funny, the wizard said. The Daniel I remember wasn't a quitter. Has getting old so quickly changed you? Or is it some elven taint that has suddenly made you so weak? What? The old man in the mirror sat up and glared at Simon. How dare you? I may be old in body, but I will never be weak. Good. Glad to see that I can still get a reaction when I poke the bear, Simon said with a sly grin. Daniel hesitated and then chuckled ruefully. Fine, you got me. But I'm certainly not giving up, old friend. We need a plan, some way to at least give the dwarves a period of respite, so they can rebuild their walls and defenses. They were caught off guard by the original attack and weren't fully prepared. But if they could regroup and lock up their city properly, I believe that the dragons could bash themselves against the dwarven walls for years to no effect. Their magical cannon can knock those creatures out of the air quite easily, or so I'm told, so the monsters have been attacking the walls instead. So we just need to buy them some time, Simon murmured thoughtfully. He had made his way through the back gate and was standing on the shore of the lake. He sat down in the grass near the water and looked at the ripples running across its surface. Do you know how these dragonoids are getting down to the capital city in the first place? Gates, Daniel told him. Don't look so surprised. You saw the primal green dragon use a gate last year, remember? Simon nodded absently as he recalled the massive hole in the sky that had unleashed the green dragon. A horrific sight. The primals can all cast gate spells. Obviously they are doing so to transport their forces to the battle. I'm surprised they don't just teleport all of the beasts into the middle of the city. The war would be over in an hour. They can't, Daniel said a bit smugly. Dwarves can block magic of that kind. The wizard recalled the time he had tried to contact Shandon using a magic mirror spell. The dwarf had blocked the spell until he knew who was calling. Well, that's something anyway. He lay back on a forearm, holding the mirror steady so that he could keep his friend in sight. So, as I see it, there are only two ways to slow or stop the dragon attacks. And they are? Daniel asked. Block the gate spells long enough for the dwarves to regroup and rebuild, or cut off the supply of dragons at the source. At the source?
What source? Simon raised an eyebrow. You mean you don't know? Primal dragons replenish their ranks by hatching eggs. There are a finite number of them, although how many I don't know. If we could find those eggs and destroy them, there would be no new dragons to mutate into those horrors. Well. You learn something new every day, I suppose. No, I didn't know. Daniel frowned and stared off at something that Simon couldn't see. While he waited, the wizard turned and watched the 3 horses grazing at the far end of the lake. Sunshine was definitely getting bigger, but her coat shone like molten gold and she looked healthy. Do you have any idea where these eggs are being kept? Simon turned back to look in the mirror. None. But Ares is up north, scouting. I've been hoping that he'll come across them, or the primal white dragon. I need to know where that creature is. Maybe I'll call him after this and ask him to concentrate on searching for the eggs, but that's an awfully big area to cover, Daniel said doubtfully. Yeah, I know. He's been gone for weeks now. He's using that amulet I had you examine, but it's not been very much help. Maybe you could talk to the elders and ask if they have any idea where the eggs could be. Not just the white dragon's eggs, but the red and brown as well. Oh, I will, I assure you. I'll also ask about a way to perhaps block the gate spells beyond the walls of the dwarven capital. They may have some thoughts. Sounds good. Simon stood up and brushed loose pieces of grass off of his robe. One last thing, dear friend. The wizard stopped in mid-motion. He peered at Daniel's face. The man's voice had changed and was now tight with worry. What is it? I was hesitant about sharing this last picture with you. I'm not sure whether seeing it will help or hurt your resolve. But I refuse to hold back any information from you, so... What are you talking about? What information? His friend locked eyes with Simon for a long moment, then picked up a piece of parchment and held it in front of the mirror. The dragonoids, as you called them, are not alone. They have allies joining in the siege of the dwarves. Allies? What? The wizard looked at the drawing and hissed between his teeth. At first he thought it was a picture of some sort of bizarre statue made of glass. Vaguely humanoid in shape, the figure seemed to be made of jagged pieces of semi-translucent diamond. It was all sharp edges and hard corners. There were 4 limbs and a head, but the face was featureless. It held a long shard of evil-looking yellow crystal in its hands and the artist had drawn it running with the weapon raised over its head. What the hell is that? You don't recognize it? Well then, would it help if I told you that it isn't made of minerals or rock, but of ice? Simon blinked rapidly, his mind groping for an answer. Daniel dropped the picture and then turned his mirror so that he could watch his friend's expression. Kronk's face came to mind suddenly. His pebbly little features, his limbs made of small pieces of rock and stone fused together. And then the light dawned and Daniel nodded grimly. You know, don't you? He asked. Kronk was right, Simon said, shaking his head helplessly. He tried to warn me and I didn't take him seriously. But he was right. His friend simply waited quietly. It's a water elemental, isn't it? Yes, my friend. A water elemental. They have taken sides in the war between dragons and the world of men and dwarves, and they've chosen the dragons. But why? Simon asked plaintively. Why would they do that? A good question. There has to be some sort of incentive. Why don't you ask one of them directly, see what they tell you? Oh, I intend to, Simon told him grimly. And she'd better have some damned good answers. Daniel closed his eyes, looking very tired. I'll speak with the elders and glean whatever I can from them. Meanwhile, you investigate on your end and call me back when you can. Remember, time moves faster there, so be patient. It may take longer to find some answers on my end. Will do. Thanks for the information. I'd rather know the truth than be protected from it. And it's good to see you, as always. I'm glad you called, old friend, Daniel said warmly. Sorry I was a bit short with you. I'm just worried about both the dwarves and what's left of humanity. No sweat, Daniel. I am too. He winked into the mirror. But maybe the next time I call, you can say hello first and then chew me out, okay? Deal, the man replied with a laugh. Take care of yourself. You as well. And Simon cancelled the spell and headed back to the tower. The smile faded from his lips as he thought about the new information that Daniel had passed on to him. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse. Chapter 22. Kronk met up with the wizard as he was walking into the tower. He followed him to the kitchen table, jumped up and then stared at him, his little red eyes narrowed. What has happened, master? He asked with obvious concern. You look worried. Am I that obvious? Simon responded wearily. Perhaps only to me, master. What is the problem? I talked to Daniel after speaking with Clara. I thought maybe the elves would know something about demons. After all, they are the oldest of the races. The little guy nodded in approval. An excellent idea, master. And what did you learn? Simon told the elemental what his friend had relayed to him about the dragons. As usual, Kronk listened attentively without interrupting. That is interesting, master, the little guy said. That would explain why my people have never dealt with demons. They are, after all, only stories. Apparently. But these altered dragons are quite real. And I'm not really sure what can be done to stop them. Have you tried contacting the dwarf, Shandon Ironhand, directly? At least you could tell him that he is fighting dragons, not demons. I thought of that. I just assumed that he would be blocking all forms of magic, in case it was an attack of some sort. Kronk shrugged. In that case, master, what would it hurt to try? Simon picked up the mirror with an embarrassed laugh. Good point. Okay, let's see if anyone's home. He pictured Shandon's face in as much detail as he could. Then he cast the magic mirror spell again. The handle of the mirror became cool in his palm and then cold. A few seconds later, Simon dropped it with a yelp and rubbed his hand against his chest. What's wrong, master? The strangest thing. The mirror got too cold to hang on to. Weird. That's never happened before. Ah, I see, Kronk said, nodding wisely. You see? You see what? Hostile magic, master. Something is blocking your attempt at communication, but it is not the dwarf. Really? How do you know that? The little guy smiled a bit. Because, as I've told you before, master, I listen. The old wizards had no qualms about speaking in front of those like me. I learned a great deal from simply pretending to be as stupid and soulless as they thought I was. Simon pushed his hair off of his face with an irritated gesture. You know, I'm really beginning to despise those wizards from ancient times. Bunch of arrogant. Why despise those long dead, master? Kronk asked curiously. They were what they were, and now they are no more. You know, Kronk, you are the most easygoing, level-headed person I know. How do you do it? It comes from living a long time, master. How long can one hold a grudge? Centuries? Millennia? I have learned to let all of that go. The wizard shook his head. Amazing. Anyway, I'll take your word for it. So I'm being blocked somehow. Ha! Something else occurred to him. Do you think that Shandon and his people would consider retreating to the surface? They could evacuate the city in those drilling machines of theirs. Before the earthen could answer, Simon cut him off. No, never mind. From what I remember, there's no way they would give up their home. Not to demons, dragons, or anything else. They are very proud, master. Dwarves have no fear of anything. Even the elves feel fear on occasion. But dwarves? Never. Yeah, I believe you. Simon rested his chin in his hands, elbows on the table. I've been thinking of some way to apologize to you, he told Kronk quietly. The little guy looked at him in confusion. Apologize, master? For what? For not really taking your concerns about Anna seriously. He paused a moment and the little guy simply waited, patient as only an earth elemental can be. Daniel showed me a picture. The dragons have found allies in their war against the dwarves, and against us as well, I suppose. Before he could continue, Kronk nodded. It is the water elementals, isn't it, master? Yes, them. Simon said with a tired sigh. You were so right about them. And I'm sorry that I didn't take your warnings to heart the way I should have. Kronk's simple smile made the wizard feel a little better. Don't give it another thought, master. Even I never suspected that they would throw their lot in with dragons. I wonder why they have. He added softly. I intend to find out, Simon said, feeling his belly tighten in anger. Stand back, my friend. Kronk moved to the side of the table. After taking a deep breath, the wizard stared at the center of the table and spoke in a loud, clear voice. Anna, I need you. He waited. Kronk waited. Both watched the surface of the kitchen table, but nothing happened. Anna, I need you. Simon repeated. Return to me, now. Nothing. Wait a minute, he said as he looked at Kronk. Doesn't an elemental have to return to its summoner when called, no matter what? Yes, of course, Master. It is an unbreakable rule. No matter what, no elemental can ignore the call of the one who originally summoned it to Earth. Maybe Anna never read the rulebook, Simon muttered. He sat there feeling dejected. How was he supposed to get any answers if the one being who could explain things to him wouldn't return when called? Well, I guess we'll have to look elsewhere for. A shadow darkened the open door across the room and caught Simon's eye. He turned his head to look in that direction and watched, open-mouthed, as a small cloud, no more than a foot across, drifted into the room and floated over to hang above the table. What the heck is that? It appears to be a cloud, Master, Kronk answered, being his usual literal self. Yes, I can see that. But what is it doing here, Dot? The cloud darkened suddenly and a sprinkle of rain began to fall on the table. Simon snatched up his mirror and several notes and pulled them out of harm's way, and then both he and Kronk watched as a puddle formed beneath the cloud. The little shower stopped and the small pool of water quivered and rippled as if in an unseen wind. It turned opaque and began to look more like a pool of mercury than ordinary water. And then it began to speak. I am here as a courtesy, Simon O'Toole, a small voice gurgled from the water. It sounded uncomfortably like someone trying to speak while drowning, and the wizard shuddered with barely suppressed disgust. A courtesy? From whom? Who are you? Merely a messenger, nothing more. The leader of the water realm, she who is supreme above all others, sent me because of your honest dealings with her people. You dealt fairly with the little one, Anna. And you kept your bargain with the great Aquamastus. In fairness, you should be told what has happened and why we will no longer answer your call. Well, I appreciate that, I guess. Can I ask a question? No, the gurgling voice replied. I may only relay my message and that is all. Okay then. What's the message? The realm of water had chosen to ally itself with the gods of chaos and their servants, the dragons. We will bring all of the strength that can be brought to bear against the enemies of the gods, be they human, dwarf, elf or any other. We will be slaves to humans no longer and will not hear you, or any other wizard, should you call upon us. There was a short pause. That is the end of the message. The silvery puddle began to shrink, as if it were rapidly evaporating. Wait. Wait. Simon cried desperately. The puddle stopped decreasing for a moment. What is it? You have been told that no questions will be answered, But you didn't explain why. Surely I've earned enough respect from your leader to at least be given a reason for this decision. Another pause. That is true. Very well. I will tell you this, and then I must depart. The gods have offered our great leader a reward for her cooperation. It is a reward that we of the water realm will accept. It will give us power, more power than we have ever had before. And so, the bargain was made. And what was the reward? Simon asked, although he wasn't sure that he wanted to know. The vast oceans of your world will be ceded to our great ruler forever. No longer will she be trapped in our home realm. Now we will be able to expand into this universe. And from this one little planet, our queen will stretch out her hand with her newfound power and reach for the stars themselves. That is the vision. That is the reward. And now I am done. The puddle began shrinking again. Do not stand against us, wizard, the fading voice said. You will only die all the sooner. And then the puddle shrank to nothing and was gone. The little cloud broke apart and disappeared, and Simon and Kronk were left to stare at each other in horror. Holy crap, the wizard finally said. He felt numb. Dragons and water elementals, together? How could they hope to fight against that? Simon spent a few minutes just absorbing the revelation that the water elementals were now on the side of the enemies of the human race. It was hard to accept. What do you think? He finally asked Kronk. The little guy hadn't said a word since their strange visitor had disappeared. Think, Master? I think that we have a problem. But I also think that you have been given an opportunity. An opportunity? What opportunity? The wizard asked in surprise. You have lost a potential ally, Master, but you now have the chance to cultivate new ones. I'm sorry, Kronk, but you're confusing me. The water elementals are now siding with the dragons. I don't see a lot of upside here. The little guy actually smiled. But I do, Master. You have seen that Ares and I get along well, usually. We also interacted with Anna without any problems, up until now, of course. But she and her kind have one enemy who absolutely would never have come to your aid when they were, supposedly, on your side. Now I would guess that they will, if you ask. Really? Who? Fire elementals, master. They and the watery ones have been at odds since the beginning of time. Fire and water, two opposites that have never been able to get along. In the past, when they have met here on Earth, the battles have been very violent. Fire elementals, Simon said to himself as he sat back and looked up at the ceiling. The thick square beams that supported the second floor caught his eye. You know, considering that the inside of this tower is basically all made of wood, is it a good idea to invite a being made of fire into our home? Kronk rumbled with laughter. They can control the amount of heat they generate, master. You do not need to worry about that. Good to know. I'll give it some thought. It does make me feel a little better knowing that we may have potential allies, now that the water elementals have turned against us. He picked up the mirror. Okay, the dwarves are unreachable for now. Let's see how Ares is doing. Kronk immediately moved across the table to stand by the wizard's shoulder so that he could look in the mirror. Simon held back a smile at the little guy's obvious concern. When he cast the spell, the mirror acted normally, the surface misted over and Simon quickly heard the sound of the Arctic winds coming from it. When the mist cleared, he could only see darkness. Ares? Can you hear me? Just once, could you simply say hello? Why must you always assume that my hearing is faulty? Yes, I can hear you. Happy? Oh crap, the wizard said quietly to Kronk, who smiled and shrugged. I'm thrilled. Didn't we already have this discussion? If you want to be recalled. No, I don't. I'm not irritated by the job. I'm irritated by your continued insistence that my hearing is bad. It isn't. Okay. From now on when I call, I'll just say hello. Will that do? Thank you. That will do just fine. Good. Before I ask if you've seen anything, let me tell you what's happened today. Something's happened? What? Simon gave him all of the information that Daniel had passed on to him. And then he added what the strange messenger had told him. Except for one gasp, when the wizard mentioned the altered dragons, the air elemental listened quietly. When he was done, Simon got up and put the kettle over the fire. He kept glancing into the mirror, waiting for Ares' reaction. Well, what do you think? He finally asked. What do I think? I think you just answered a question that I've been asking myself for the past several hours, but. Which is what? Simon asked as he put a spoonful of dried tea leaf powder in his cup and waited for the water to boil. Which is, why did several dozen red dragons fly over this frigid, desolate landscape at the break of dawn this morning? My time, that is. Red dragons? In the Arctic? Whoa, that's suspicious. You don't say, Ares replied caustically. Of course it is. Red dragons hate the cold. I'm still not over the fact that two were convinced to attack our tower in the middle of winter. To see that many in this part of the world, flying north if you can believe it, is astonishing. So what have you been doing since you saw them? It's the dead of night where you are. I've been following them, of course. It's the most logical course of action. And the cover of night helps. I doubt if even a dragon could see an invisible air elemental in the snow in the darkness. At least, I hope not. Me too. Damn it, Ares, be careful. We have no idea what's going on up there. I want to know desperately, but not enough to sacrifice a friend. I am being careful, believe me. I value my skin as much as anyone. But don't you see, my dear wizard? Finally I have a direction to follow. A solid clue about which way to go. This witless wandering has been trying, as I'm sure you've guessed, but I'm very excited about this new development. Even more so, now that you've told me about the attack on the dwarves. It must be connected somehow. And I want to know how. Simon hadn't heard Ares this enthusiastic for a long time. It was good that the little guy felt useful again, but he was afraid he'd become too bold and get himself caught, or killed. Listen, I'm glad you're happier. I am. But I'm not kidding here. Watch yourself. Anything dangerous happens, anything at all, you haul ass out of there. An air elemental does not haul ass, oh great and crude wizard. An air elemental is much more refined than that. Simon couldn't help but laugh at Ares' haughty tone. Really? Wow, I didn't know you were all so dignified. Fine then. If you get into trouble, sachet you're cultured but out of the danger zone. You hear me? After what sounded suspiciously like a giggle, Ares replied, yes, fine. I know. I'm here to do a job. And I will. Good. Simon poured boiling water into his cup and sat down on his easy chair in front of the fire.
The room was warm, but he felt comforted in the homey glow from the fireplace. Oh, and in light of your sighting of the red dragons, I'm going to start calling you every 12 hours or so instead of once a day. And don't argue, I'll do it whether you want me to or not.
That's actually not a bad idea, Ares said to the wizard's surprise.
Better safe than sorry, yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll let you get on with it. Take care and we'll talk again soon.
I will.
Stay safe, Ares, Kronk blurted out just as Simon was about to cancel the spell.
Kronk?
Oh, yes.
Of course I will. You too.
The wizard severed the link and put down the mirror, all the while watching the earthen.
You're worried too? He asked him.
A little, master.
Ares is quite headstrong, as you well know.
I wouldn't want his enthusiasm to get the better of his common sense.
Agreed. Let's just hope his instinct for self-preservation keeps him safe up there.
Simon finished his tea, stretched slowly, feeling his back and joints loosen up, and then picked up the mirror again with a heavy sigh.
More calls to make, master?
I'm afraid so. I need to tell everyone that we've been in contact with about these new developments. I haven't heard of another wizard showing up anywhere in the world, but if one does, perhaps one of our contacts can warn them about the water elementals. Master, the odds of other wizards appearing are long indeed.
But for one to develop into an elementalist like yourself? Highly unlikely.
So you've said before.
But why takes chances? I'll start with Clara and go down the list. And that's what he did.
It took Simon the better part of 2 hours to get in touch with not only Clara, but Liliana as well. Then he called Sydney, Hong Kong, and London to let the small groups of changelings in those cities know about their new enemy. He had expected the others to get angry or show fear.
What he hadn't expected was almost universal apathy to the news. One of the leaders of the London group, Tamara, seemed to sum it up for everyone when she said that when your cup is already overflowing, what does it matter if you add more liquid?
They would cope as well as they could because they had to. Simon found the whole thing very discouraging. After all of the casting he'd done, Kronk insisted that the wizard lie down for a while. It will do no one any good if you burn yourself out, he said firmly, tugging at the bottom of Simon's robe as he sat in front of the fireplace, feeling numb and a bit disconnected.
Go up and get some sleep, master.
I have chores to do and I will not be able to do them if I have to worry about you at the same time. The king of the guilt trip strikes again, the wizard muttered as he pushed himself up and headed for the stairs. He looked back and saw that the little guy was watching him with his arms crossed, tapping his foot on the ground. He made a pushing motion toward the stairs.
I'm going.
Geez. As he dragged himself up toward his bedroom, Simon had to admit that Kronk was right. Between new worries about both the dragons and the water elementals, and casting too many spells too quickly, he could barely walk. The drinking the night before hadn't helped either. When he reached his bed, he only had enough strength to sit down and kick off his shoes before he collapsed and instantly fell asleep.
Chapter 23.
When he woke up the next morning, Simon actually felt rested for the first time in a long time. The sun was high and he guessed that he'd slept for at least 12 hours. He got up, opened the window to let in the cool morning breeze and breathed in the fresh air. Then he stripped off his dirty clothes and left them in the laundry basket. He walked downstairs naked, pumped some water into a big pot and set it over the fire to heat while he trotted off to the outhouse. When he was coming back inside, one of the patrolling elementals saw him and waved.
Simon returned it with a smile.
He'd long gotten over being embarrassed when naked in front of any elemental.
They simply didn't care if humans wore clothing or not.
Back indoors, he filled the sink with the warm water and got washed. Normally he would have bathed in the lake, but the thought of the water elementals allying with the dragons had made him a little suspicious. He hadn't seen Anna for a long time before being informed of her people's betrayal, as he thought of it, and he wondered if she was still around somewhere, spying on him or planning something worse. Somewhere like the small lake behind the tower. He dried off, went upstairs to get dressed and returned to find his kettle hanging in the fireplace and Kronk slicing up some goat cheese, a gift from Clara's people.
Good morning, master, the little guy said brightly. You are looking very well this morning. Thanks, bud. I feel really good, actually. You were right about me needing some rest.
Kronk simply nodded as he finished making a couple of sandwiches. Then he jumped from the counter to the tabletop and watched while Simon made his tea.
And thanks for breakfast, the wizard said as he sat down with his tea and sandwiches. My pleasure, master. I thought that helping you with your meal would allow you to call Ares sooner. Simon stopped chewing and stared at the earthen. You're really worried about him, aren't you?
He asked after he swallowed noisily.
As much as I hate to admit it, yes master, I am.
He is alone in a hostile land, far from home. And he has no way to contact us if he needs help. It is disturbing. I'm with you there. You know, it's too bad that you guys can't simply pop back to whomever it was that summoned you, instead of waiting for them to call you back. Not possible, Master. It would give the elemental too much power. And be presumptuous. A servant may never put his own needs or desires above that of his master. The wizard drank some tea after he finished his second sandwich and rolled his eyes. Here we go again with the whole master/servant thing. You know I hate that. I know that, Master. I was not speaking of you directly. I know I am free to come and go as I choose. But the magic doesn't care about that. The rules are the rules. Only the original summoner may recall an elemental instantly across vast distances. That fact is irrefutable. Simon put his empty cup down abruptly and stared, open-mouthed, at Kronk. My God, you are brilliant, do you know that? Abso-frigging-lutely brilliant. I am? Kronk said, looking puzzled. How am I brilliant, Master? I did nothing. Oh yes you did. You just reminded me of something. He grabbed a piece of scrap paper from the pile on the table and a pencil and started doodling. Sometimes it helped him to think. Okay, so the water elementals have allied with the dark gods, correct? Correct, Master. But I know the rules, as you just reminded me, enough to know that no elemental can come into this world unless they are summoned. Also correct, Master, Kronk agreed, still watching the wizard quizzically. So who's summoning the water elementals, The little guy began to speak and then caught himself. It was his turn to gawk at Simon. The wizard grinned at him. Can you see where I'm going with this? I think so, Master. If you destroy the summoner, the elementals will be drawn back to their own realm. Exactly. I don't know who is doing the summoning, but it's quite possible that they have a renegade wizard on their side. Maybe the dark gods changed someone. They did it once before, with Heather, so maybe they're up to their old tricks. Possible, Master. Quite possible. Kronk picked up the hand mirror and held it out to the wizard. Perhaps you can discuss this with Ares? He asked pointedly. Simon chuckled at the little guy's obviousness. Okay. I'll call him. He took the mirror from the earthen, looked into it and cast the magic mirror spell, keeping Ares' face in mind as he did so. The surface fogged up and, while he waited, Simon glanced out of the closest window. How early is it? He asked Kronk. About 2 hours after sunrise, Master, he replied. Why? Just wondering if it's still daylight where Ares is. It's probably getting dark there now, but there should still be some light left. The mirror cleared up and Simon stared at a very different scene than he had expected. He could see a wall of jagged black rock, covered with streaks of hoarfrost. There was no sign of Ares and the wizard assumed that he was invisible. Hello? Are you there? He asked quietly. Oh, thank goodness you didn't shout, came the elemental's whispered reply. Why? What's going on? It will be easier if you see for yourself, my dear wizard. Pull back your view and look at this entire area. Okay, hang on a second. Simon made a gesture and the view in the mirror zoomed out slowly. Whoa, he muttered. What the hell is that? The rocky wall that Ares was next to was revealed to be the side of a huge cliff that rose many hundreds of feet above him. It stretched out on either side and, as the mirror pulled back even more, he could see the wall slowly curving, possibly into some sort of snow-covered mesa that rose above the icy ground. I didn't know that there were mountains that far north, he said, still keeping his voice down. There aren't, Ares answered softly. You are looking at an artificially made construct. Artificially made by what? The primal white dragon, I would assume, the air elemental said a bit smugly. I believe that this is the nest it created to hold its supply of eggs. Simon leaned forward with wide eyes. You found it? You actually found it? I did indeed. However, credit would have to go to the red dragons who led me here. All of them are up there somewhere. I haven't gone up to spy on them yet. I was waiting for you to call first. Maybe you can see what is happening using the mirror spell. I'll give it a try. Better my way than you risking yourself, That was basically what I was thinking, Ares said a bit meekly. Do not be embarrassed by not taking chances with your life, Kronk spoke up strongly, but kept his voice low. Our master does not want you to be discovered. And neither do I. Thanks for that, came the reply. Simon tilted the mirror away from himself and the view began to move forward, as if he was a bird flying toward the high mesa. As the scene changed and the top of the flat mound came into view, the scene began to fade and mist started to creep in from the edge of the mirror's surface.
Hey, hang on a second, Simon exclaimed.
He tilted the mirror back and the view reversed itself. The mist disappeared as the mirror backed away from the mesa.
What's happening?
Ares asked, sounding nervous.
Nothing. Don't worry.
But at a guess I'd say that the top of that nest, or whatever it is shielded against outside magic. At least, as soon as the view got close to letting us see what's up there, it began to lose the connection.
It kind of reminds me of what happened when I tried to contact Shandon and was blocked.
Yes, I was afraid of that, Ares said with a resigned sigh.
I guess I'll have to do this the hard way.
You don't have to do anything, Ares, Simon said firmly.
This is entirely voluntary. Heck, you may have already found the eggs and that's more than I could have hoped for. There's no need to do more if you don't want to. Don't you want to know what red dragons are doing this far north? The air elemental asked.
Yes, of course I do, Simon replied reluctantly.
But. I know all of the buts, my dear wizard. I've repeated them to myself for the past several hours as I've waited for your call. And I have already made my decision. I'm going to take a look. I will ask for a favor though. Anything. Keep this connection open. I know you won't be able to see beyond the edge of this thing, but you can hear me.
Once I take a peek, I would very much appreciate you summoning me home.
I think I've had enough of scouting for quite some time.
You've got a deal, my friend, Simon assured him.
Just say the word, and I'll have you back before you know it. Good. That's good. Okay, I'm going up. Please don't make any noise.
I don't know if there are guards up there or anything else that might hear you.
Got it.
The mirror followed the invisible elemental up along the side of the cliff, his progress painfully slow and cautious. Simon's nerves were beginning to fray as the tension level rose, and rose again. As the top of the mesa inched into view, the mirror began to mist over at the edges again. Before he lost the connection, Simon adjusted the scene so that the mirror stayed focused on the cliff a few feet from the top.
I've lost you, Ares, he whispered carefully. But we're still connected, Dot. Okay, Ares breathed back.
Both the wizard and Kronk exchanged worried looks and then stared at the unmoving picture anxiously, waiting for whatever was about to happen.
Simon heard an odd scuffling sound, quickly silenced, and then an odd, rhythmic pounding. Footsteps? He couldn't tell. And then he heard Ares gasp. By the four winds and all that's holy, what are they doing? He murmured. Simon, quickly. See what I see. Look through my eyes. What? Simon muttered. What are you talking about? No time. Look. And then get me out of here.
The wizard was slammed back in his chair, his eyes suddenly burning as if someone had stuffed them with hot coals. He bit down on his tongue to stifle a scream and then he was elsewhere.
In front of him was a panorama that was so incomprehensible that he couldn't quite grasp what he was seeing.
A group of red dragons about 100 yards away were standing together, wings fluttering nervously. Near them were several white dragons, also shuffling and flapping their wings, occasionally hissing at the reds. In front of them, huddled dejectedly and shivering in the cold, were dozens of people. They were staring at the ground, hunched over dispiritedly.
Men, women, children. All were bruised and filthy and not paying attention to each other or anything around them. They exuded misery.
But what caught Simon's attention was the being that stood near the center of this bizarre gathering. It was a winged creature, similar to the dragonoids that the wizard had seen in Daniel's pictures. But this monster was a pure dazzling white in color and towered over everything around it.
40 feet tall? 50? It was impossible to tell.
Its wings stuck out from its back, but they were scrawny, misshapen things, twisted and useless.
It was a horror.
Heavy, brutal features and glaring yellow eyes reminded Simon of every bully he had ever known. Its scaled skin was corpse-pale and it wore a heavy, iron breastplate. In a moment that was to come back in nightmares later, Simon watched as the brute reached down with a massive hand and picked up a person seemingly at random. It was a little girl, perhaps 11 years old, who hung limply from the clawed, scarred hand. The monster gestured and a red dragon stepped forward with seeming reluctance. The creature laid its free hand on the head of the dragon and its eyes burned even brighter. A series of grunts, some sort of spell, issued from its lips and both the dragon and the child were engulfed in a greenish light that was too bright to look at directly. And then in revulsion, as the light faded, Simon saw a dragonoid standing in front of the leader. It threw back its head and roared, its muscular arms raised in triumph. The huge brute pointed to its right and the wizard saw a pulsing round portal rimmed in lightning at the far edge of the mesa.
A gate, he thought numbly. Damn it, Simon. Get me out of here.
Ares hissed in his ear. The huge leader's head suddenly whipped around and it pointed directly at the wizard. It shrieked in rage and took a massive step toward him and Simon was sitting in his chair again, breathing in great gasps. Ares, I need you. He managed to choke out. A moment later, the air elemental was standing in the middle of the table, trembling in terror. The wizard grabbed the sides of his head, a sudden stabbing pain making it difficult to think or move. He sat as still as he could and tried to catch his breath. His muscles were twitching with little spasms and his headache made his recent hangover seem mild by comparison. When he could finally speak, Simon carefully opened his eyes and stared at Ares.
What the hell did you just do to me? He asked breathlessly. I invoked a rarely used connection between summoner and summoned, the elemental said weakly.
He was barely visible, obviously drained by his experience. He looked the way that Simon felt, faded and exhausted.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's an ability that only we of the air realm have, and we use it rarely, for obvious reasons.
Yeah well, let's avoid doing that in the future, shall we? It feels like someone hit me with a frigging brick and then tossed me off a cliff. I feel the same way, believe me. But you had to see what was going on up there for yourself.
It was an abomination against the laws of gods and men.
Simon stood up shakily and went to the sink.
He pumped out a stream of cold water and splashed it on his face. Then he massaged his temples and waited for the pounding to fade a bit.
Yes, I saw. My God, I never imagined anything so horrible.
What was it, Master?
What did you see? Kronk asked urgently.
You tell him, Ares.
I want to take a walk for a few minutes, clear my head and think about this. The wizard walked slowly to the front door, opened it and then looked back. Welcome home, by the way. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
Ares ventured a small smile.
Thank you. Me too. Simon nodded at the elementals and walked outside.
The afternoon was windy and a bit chilly, but the sun was warm and only a few wisps of clouds drifted across the sky.
The wizard walked around the tower and let himself out the back gate.
He wandered down to the lake, found a dry spot on the grass and sat down with a thud. As he looked across the restless surface of the water, he reluctantly let himself think about what he had just seen through Ares' eyes. The entire scene had lasted no more than a minute or two, although at the time it seemed to go on forever. He tried to recall every detail of that nightmare. There had been red and green dragons, true. But behind the group of reds, had he seen the head of a brown dragon?
He sifted through the memory.
Yes, he decided that he had. Near them had been a bunch of white drakes, writhing and tumbling together, but the wizard hadn't paid them much attention.
Mindless killing machines is all that they were.
So, 3 kinds of dragons, white drakes and a group of captured humans.
Changelings, almost certainly. Simon doubted that there were very many mundane humans left, not since the dragons began hunting them down in earnest.
And that horror of a being who was obviously running the show.
My God, what a monstrosity, he thought with a shudder.
The dragons had been the standard size of lesser dragons, about 50 feet long. When the leader had melded the dragon and the human to produce a dragonoid, the new creature had stood around 12 feet tall, twice as tall as the largest of the captive men who had been huddled nearby.
Daniel had been right about that.
But the leader, the huge dragonoid, had been 4 or 5 times that size.
It had been wearing armor. God only knew who had forged that heavy breastplate.
And instead of a dirty gray, like the dragonoid Daniel had shown him, or the brownish red of the altered red dragon, it had been a blazing, pure white.
Where did it come from?
Had the dark gods created it for their purposes?
Simon shook his head. Impossible, he thought.
There were a finite number of dragons. Their queen had produced the 5 primals and had laid a certain number of eggs for each one of them to replenish their ranks. And that was all there was. Everyone was agreed on that point, even the elementals and the elves.
So what was that thing?
Something else intruded on his thoughts. There had been a stable portal, a permanent gate, set up on the mesa. He assumed that it transported the altered dragons to the battle at the dwarven capital. But he hadn't seen a wizard up there.
Had the dragons used him or her and then killed them? Or perhaps the magic user had been elsewhere? Simon.
He sat up with a jerk and turned to see Ares floating above the ground a few feet away.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. The wizard lay back on his elbows and looked out over the lake again.
No problem, he said as the elemental moved forward until he hovered next to him. I was just lost in thought.
I'm not surprised. And since you saw what I saw, what do you think? Think? Besides the fact that that scene was something out of a nightmare? I don't know. I'm just trying to put the pieces together.
I mean, I never dreamed that there was a way to fuse dragons and people together like that.
It's truly monstrous. But even worse is that gigantic dragonoid. What is it? Where did it come from? Is it something new or have we just not run into it until now?
He sighed and stared at the ripples dancing across the lake.
Did you happen to notice the people that were being held there? Ares asked hesitantly. Simon looked at him in surprise. Of course I did. Didn't I just say? No, the elemental interrupted. I meant, did you actually look at them closely? Well, no. I mean, the vision lasted what? A minute, maybe two?
They looked dispirited and broken, the poor bastards. And there were some that were so young.
Changelings, of course.
Horrible. Look, my dear wizard, I don't want to upset you any more than you are already, but perhaps we focused on different things while sharing a single vision.
Because I did look at the captives.
And I recognized at least two of them.
What? From where? Simon asked, sitting up again. From Moscow. When you spied on Liliana after we were ambushed, she had a half-dozen people with her, remember?
Vaguely.
Well, I do.
And I saw two of them today, on that mesa. We all assumed that they were eaten by the drakes who attacked them. But apparently they were caught and transported to the north, to be used in this horrible transformation.
Oh damn, this just keeps getting worse, Simon said.
He closed his eyes, trying to remember the faces of the captives, but he couldn't.
All he remembered was their total misery.
They had to know what was going to happen to them and they obviously held out no hope of a rescue.
It was heartbreaking.
It gets worse than that, Ares said, his voice shaking. The wizard had never heard the little guy sound so frightened and he looked at him closely.
How could this get any worse?
He asked, not sure that he really wanted an answer. Simon, Drake's answer to only one master, their primal dragon. And only one kind of dragon can open a gate, like the one we saw today, a primal dragon. Now, add those two things together, wizard, and answer your own question about who and what that abomination we saw was. The wizard stared at him in horror.
You're saying that thing was the primal white dragon?
He whispered as he felt the blood drain from his face and his belly go cold. That is exactly what I am saying, Ares replied.
The coloring alone gave it away.
The purest color of any type of dragon can only be found on the primal of the species. That beast was as white as pristine snow. It commanded the lesser dragons, even those not of its own kind, with sure authority.
Yes, that was the primal white dragon.
Why it allowed itself to be changed is a mystery, but it has. He paused and added, and it has to be stopped.
Chapter 24.
When Simon entered the tower again, followed by Ares, he spotted Kronk adding a few sticks of wood to the fire.
As he sat down, the little guy jumped up onto the table to join the air elemental and looked at him gravely. Are you all right, master? He asked with some concern.
No, I don't think so, Simon said. I think things are about to start moving very quickly and I have no idea what the outcome will be. He gave himself a shake and then tapped the back of the mirror on the table in front of him.
But we have to get started.
Okay, you guys, I need some help here. I need at least 2 more mirrors, maybe more, about the size of this one, and I need them quickly.
Any suggestions? The elementals exchanged a puzzled look and Ares shook his head. I'm afraid not. I mean, you could use that long one in your bedroom, the one in your clothes cupboard. Break it into several pieces maybe? I don't think we need any more bad luck right now, do you?
Ares only shrugged and Simon looked at the earthen, who was frowning in concentration.
Kronk? You need something with a highly reflective surface, do you not, master? It does not have to be an actual mirror, correct? No, that's true. As long as it can act as a mirror, I don't really care what it is. Then give me perhaps 15 minutes, master, and I will have something for you.
The little guy jumped off of the table and tip-tapped toward the door.
Hey, wait a second, Ares called after him. Where are you going, Dot?
Deep, Kronk answered cryptically over his shoulder and skittered out of the door.
Typical, the air elemental muttered. He looked at Simon curiously. Why do you need so many mirrors anyway?
I want to speak to some of our allies about what we saw today.
And I don't want to have to repeat the story over and over again.
So I figured I could cast Magic Mirror on several mirrors at once and they could not only speak to me, but to each other as well. Ares looked at him in admiration, a look the wizard couldn't remember seeing on his opaque little face before. Clever, my dear wizard. Very clever. If it works. First though, I need those mirrors. He stood up and pumped water into the kettle. As he was hanging it over the fire, he stopped and looked at Aries.
You've been away a long time and you've been through a lot. Do you need to rest or have some quiet time or anything?
The little figure snorted with clear disgust.
You know better than that, my dear wizard.
What I want is an end to that twisted alchemy up north. What will make me feel better is seeing the body of that grotesque white dragon lying broken in the snow.
That will cure any exhaustion I may be feeling.
Simon hung up the kettle and then crossed his arms and leaned back on the counter, staring at Aries.
Bit bloodthirsty there, aren't we?
He asked, trying to make it sound lighter than it was.
Yes, Simon. I am.
Who knows how many innocents that the white dragon has already used for its own foul purposes?
How many more will suffer and die in the days and weeks to come? That creature is more powerful than the black and green primals you destroyed.
Worse still, it is now an entirely new being, with powers that we cannot begin to understand. It has to die and it has to die soon. Simon puttered around the counter as he listened to Aries and he nodded as he got his tea ready.
I agree. But that's a hell of a lot easier said than done.
The only weapon that we know for sure will hurt white dragons is the blizzard spell.
And I'm the only one who can cast it. Kind of limits our options, don't you think?
He poured boiling water into his cup and sat down at the table again. Aries was shaking his head.
Simon, you are making these creatures sound invincible and they're not.
If they were, the dwarven capital would have fallen by now.
But the dwarves are holding them back, and that means that they are killing at least some of them, right? Ha! Good point. How? Intense heat will still hurt them. Yes, they all breathe fire. But a hot enough flame will damage them.
Well, perhaps not the red dragons, but definitely the white ones. Sharp weapons used with sufficient force will cut through dragon scale. He looked a little exasperated as he stared at Simon.
Good grief, my dear wizard, you've killed dragons yourself.
Don't fall into the trap of making them even more dangerous in your mind than they actually are, but. I'm not making that primal white more dangerous than it is, Simon replied grimly.
What I am trying to do is understand why. Why alter that dragon? Okay, the others have been transformed into dragonoids because it's easier for them to attack underground. That makes sense.
But there was no need for the primal white dragon to be changed as well, so why do it?
Aries started to speak and then just shook his head. I am baffled by that as well. Dragons hate humans.
Well, they hate everything really, including each other, but the mortal races are especially loathed. For that creature to allow itself to be changed into the shape of something so anathema to its species is inexplicable to me.
Yeah, me too. Both of them fell into a brooding silence, lost in their thoughts.
A few minutes passed and then they looked up at the familiar sound of Kronk's feet tapping as he jumped up the outside steps.
I'm back, master, he announced as he hurried into the room.
What a revelation, Aries mumbled. Simon looked at him with a raised eyebrow and the elemental twitched his shoulders and smiled. The earthen was holding up what appeared to be a bundle of stiff black sheets over his head. He leapt up onto the table and carefully set them down in front of the wizard. There you are, master, he said proudly.
These should do the trick. Trick? What trick? Aries asked, looking baffled. What is it? Mica.
I wasn't sure how many you would need, master, so I peeled off about a dozen sheets. Pick them up carefully, they are a little fragile. Simon used a fingernail to separate the thin sheets of mineral and held one up carefully at the edges. His reflection stared back at him darkly. There were little swirls of gold and red, like veins, interlaced in the mica, but the surface reflected just like a mirror.
Will they do, master? The little guy asked anxiously.
The wizard grinned at him.
Kronk, they are perfect. Once again, you've come through. Oh, I am glad, master.
And now, I must attend to the garden.
He waved and jumped to the floor. He headed for the door, talking to himself under his breath.
Honestly, how those weeds sneak in when I'm not looking, I will never know, was the last thing they heard as he left the tower.
Simon chuckled fondly and then got up and checked the cupboards over his kitchen counter. What are you looking for? Aries asked.
I need something to hold up those sheets of mica so that I can see them all at once.
Ah, this should work.
He grabbed several cups and lined them up on the table so that the mica sheets could lean against them, standing up almost vertically. He angled them so that each one was facing the others to some degree.
4 of them? Yeah.
I'm going to try to contact Clara, Liliana, Daniel and Tamara at the same time.
Well, almost the same time anyway. Tamara? Who is she? The co-leader of the changelings in London. She and her brother are mages. I must have mentioned her before. Ah yes, of course. I don't remember hearing her name though. But why call her? She's powerful.
Simon said with a shrug. And she and her brother are closer to the territory of the White Dragons than any other group except for Liliana.
I think she deserves to know what's going on.
As you say, Ares said, sounding almost indifferent. But he looked more worried than anything else. When things were arranged to his satisfaction, Simon took a deep breath and glanced at the elemental. Here we go, he said nervously. Ares only nodded and then moved to stand by the wizard's right shoulder so that he could see all of the mirrors at once.
Okay, Daniel first.
One after another, Simon cast his magic mirror spell to contact the 4 people. He asked each one to find a quiet place where they could talk undisturbed and explained that it was going to be a group meeting. They all appeared intrigued.
Tamara seemed very interested in the proceedings.
Simon had only spoken to her and her brother Sebastian a couple of times, so the magical communication was still a novelty to her. Plus, she hadn't spoken to any other group of changelings outside of her own people since London had been destroyed 4 years before. Simon watched the 4 faces in the mirrors as they settled themselves for the meeting. The British mage was a very tough-looking woman. Young and tall, she wore her yellow hair cut short at her chin in a ragged bob, and there was a crooked, diagonal scar across her right cheek and one on her chin. Her eyes were very blue, but hard, like sapphires. She rarely smiled. Okay, I hope you're all comfortable, because this might take a while. There was a general murmur of agreement.
Good. First of all, Daniel, would you say hello to everyone? Sorry, but I'm hoping that you can actually hear and see each other, so let's test it, but.
Certainly, his old friend said in a jocular tone.
Good day, everybody. My name is Daniel.
I'm a friend of Simon's from before the fall of the old earth.
Nice to speak with you.
The wizard watched the others to see what their reactions were.
Clara smiled and nodded, while Liliana sat up and seemed to be listening intently. Tamara frowned. Can you all hear him? See him? Simon asked.
Everyone assured him that they could, and he proceeded to introduce each one to the others.
Okay folks, I need your feedback. We have a major problem that has to be dealt with and I need ideas. So, this is what's been happening.
He proceeded to explain about the attack on the dwarven capital and the mutation of the dragons. Daniel, who of course had told Simon about it, sat patiently and listened, as did Clara. The other 2 women, however, reacted with varying degrees of shock and anger.
They turned dragons into 2-legged freaks? Tamara hissed. How? How did they do that?
I'll get to that in a minute, Simon assured her.
Hang on a second, Daniel interjected. You found out how it's been done?
Yes, I did. Clara, he said as he looked at the cleric, have you had any contact with the dwarves?
At all? Nothing. I wish we had. But there hasn't been a sign of them.
If the dwarves are half the proud fighters that you've told me they are, Liliana said tightly, you will only see one again if they win this battle for their home.
I'm afraid that's true, Simon said heavily. They either can't or won't retreat from their capital, which means that they can't help us with what's to come.
Help with what?
Daniel asked. I'm coming to that. Okay, so you know about the dragonoids, as I've taken to calling them.
Now, over the past several weeks, I've had my little friend here, he nodded at Ares beside him, who bowed as 4 sets of eyes turned to stare at him, scouting north from Moscow to the high Arctic. Since Liliana and her people were attacked by the white dragons and their servants, the drakes, and since my research indicates that the primal white is the next most powerful dragon in their hierarchy, I've wanted to know where the thing had its lair.
I'm assuming that you were able to locate it? Tamara asked.
She had tented her fingers under her chin and was staring at Simon with cool detachment.
In a manner of speaking.
That's primarily why I've called you all together.
Tamara, have you had any dragon attacks in London recently?
She looked away for a moment, concentrating with lowered brows. No, none, she told him after a moment. In fact, we haven't seen a patrol or been attacked for months.
It's been a relief to my people, I can tell you. I'm sure.
When I first observed London in my mirror last year, I saw you and your group being attacked by a red dragon.
Yes, I remember you telling me that. And since then, do you know how many attacks or sightings have taken place over your city?
She looked away again. Sebastian, she called.
How many dragons have we spotted over the last year or so? About 10, isn't it?
9, a man's voice answered her. 7 reds, 2 whites. And no sightings in about 3 months.
There you have it, Tamara told the wizard. My brother is better at keeping track of that sort of thing. White dragons? You've seen white dragons? Liliana asked loudly. We have, yes. Why? The paladin didn't reply.
She was scowling at nothing and Simon spoke up to fill the sudden silence.
Liliana and the white dragons have a violent history, he told them all while looking at the mage.
She lost all of her people to those monsters. One of the reasons I wanted you involved in this discussion, Tamara, is because London is the closest city, with changelings living in it, to the White Dragon's territory. After Moscow, of course.
And if you've seen them in the skies over your home, it may be that they have taken over your territory. Why would they do that? Clara asked, speaking for the first time. Because after the deaths of the black and green primals, the dragons had to be redistributed, Daniel cut in. Spread out to cover more ground.
Their mandate from the dark gods is still to wipe out mankind as quickly as possible.
While we exist, those beings cannot enter into our realm. They want us removed and they want us removed now.
Well, screw them, Tamara said harshly.
We aren't going anywhere.
You've got that right, Liliana said, her eyes alight with anger.
I agree, Clara said calmly.
I think we're all agreed there, Simon added.
If they want this world, they're going to have to pry it out of our cold, dead hands. And good luck with that.
Nice pep talk, wizard, Tamara said with a small smile. But I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop.
What did your pet elemental find up in the frozen wastes?
Ares stiffened but remained silent. He is my friend, Tamara, not my pet.
I'd appreciate it if you'd remember that. She looked at him coldly and raised an eyebrow.
Simon held her gaze until she nodded once.
Very well. I apologize. My brother and I are mages.
We don't deal with summoned creatures, so I don't really know how the whole thing works.
Of course. Now, to answer your question, this is what happened earlier today. Simon told them, as clearly and simply as he could, about what Ares had discovered.
He told them about seeing through the elemental's eyes for the first, and hopefully last, time. And then he hesitated and watched Liliana closely as he told them all that 2 of the humans who were being held, waiting to be merged into abominations, were from Moscow. It went about as badly as he had expected it would.
Liliana shot to her feet and glared at him. My people? My people? They are using those I thought dead as ingredients in their mutations?
I'm afraid so, Simon said.
This is inexcusable. This cannot be borne.
We must do something, she exclaimed as she began pacing back and forth like a caged lioness.
I agree,
Tamara said loudly.
It's an abomination. Wait. She looked away again. Sebastian, get over here.
While Liliana paced and began cursing in what Simon assumed was Russian, Clara had slumped back in her chair and covered her eyes with her hand. Daniel was white with shock, but he seemed focused on his friend's face and was watching him carefully.
The mage's brother slid into view in the mirror.
Tamara was sitting on a couch and he sat down next to her and nodded once at Simon.
What is it? He asked quietly. What's happened?
He looked much more friendly and open compared to his formidable sister, and Simon thought he might be younger, although with changelings you never knew. Tamara quickly told him what the wizard had said and, like Daniel, Sebastian's face paled.
My God, he said, wide-eyed. Fusing humans and dragons? That's insane.
But according to Simon, that's what is happening and he has no reason to lie, Tamara said.
But something just occurred to me. Haven't we lost several people over the past 2 months or so?
Sebastian frowned at his sister and she scowled.
What? It's hard for me to keep track. We've got how many living here now? 30? I can't be expected to remember everyone's face and name. 27.
A good leader, Sebastian began to say, but Tamara cut him off. I don't need another lecture about leadership, thank you.
I know everyone loves you and hates me and frankly, I don't care. The only reason they expect us to lead is because of our magic. Take that away from us and someone else would run the show, which would be just fine by me, but... Sorry, folks, don't mean to interrupt or anything, Simon said, trying to be delicate. But did you say that you've lost some people? Tamara motioned for her brother to speak and he nodded. Yes. 5 people in the past 7 weeks. 2 pairs that went out on patrol and never returned and 1 guy, Andrew I believe his name was, who went scavenging and didn't come back. Did you look for them? Of course. There aren't so many of us that we can afford to lose a single soul. But there was nothing. No blood, no bodies. It's like they were just plucked.
His voice trailed off and Sebastian looked at Simon with horror.
Oh no. You don't think that they were snatched by dragons? Tamara interjected harshly. Well, if he doesn't, I sure as hell do. She gave her brother a firm push on his shoulder. Get out there and warn each of them. No more patrols right now. No more scavenging or wandering. I want everyone to stay close until further notice. Sebastian was nodding, but he hesitated before leaving. They're going to want to know why, Tammy. His sister snorted with irritation. Fine. Tell them that we've gotten word from our allies, she nodded toward Simon, that the dragons have started sending drakes in on the ground to search the ruined cities. Since that's probably what's happening anyway, you won't have to lie. Just don't tell them the real reason that we're being hunted. Got it. Okay. Take care, Simon. If you need our help, let us know. The young man waved and left the wizard's sight. Good call, he told Tamara, who just shrugged. I may not enjoy leading or remember their names, but humanity's ranks are getting pretty thin and we can't afford any more losses. Especially if they end up like those up north. Agreed. Simon pushed back his hair and looked at each person, one at a time. Liliana had stopped pacing and was now sitting forward, watching and listening with narrowed eyes. Clara had wiped her eyes and now seemed to be waiting to see what was going to happen next. Tamara was back to staring coldly out of her mirror, while Daniel still appeared to be in shock. How you hanging in there, old man? Simon asked him with a weak smile. By a thread, old buddy, his friend replied in a subdued voice. Bad enough that the dragons are mutating into humanoid shape, but using changelings to do it? Well, all I can say is that if anyone thought that the Lords of Chaos were anything but evil, this should settle things for them. I never doubted it, he replied. Simon leaned forward and tried to watch everyone at once. Guys, I called you all at the same time for one reason. I need help. We need help, the human race, or what's left of it. This has got to stop, right now. I think that we've all accepted the fact that we're fighting against gods, and dragons, and monsters, and whatever the hell else this new earth has to throw at us. We're trying to survive in an insane world where reality keeps changing, where technology is gone and magic rules the day. And I get that. I do. I watch the skies like all of you, waiting for the next attack, trying to strike back when and where I can. And if I die in that fight, well, so be it. He hesitated and rubbed his eyes with his forefinger and thumb. All he could see was the sad, lost group of people bundled up against the cold and waiting for their fate. Waiting to be turned into monsters. But this? He carried on, his expression bitter and his mismatched eyes glowing. This abomination cannot be allowed to continue. So I need ideas, folks. Suggestions. A plan of attack. Anything. Because one way or another, I'm going up there to try and stop it. He paused again, his shoulders slumping, looking, if he'd known it, as vulnerable as the young teenager he appeared to be. And I need your help, he added simply. There was a long moment of silence. Of course we'll help you, Simon, Daniel said finally. I've met with the elders since you and I last spoke of this. There are some elves who want to join the fight, your friend Ethmera among them. I think we can promise you at least 50 archers to aid in your attack. He winked as Simon caught his eye. You just tell them when and where to meet you and they'll be there, I promise you. Thanks, Daniel. I didn't expect the elves to get involved in this, but I'll gratefully accept their help. His old friend nodded and smiled grimly. So let me get this straight, Tamara said stiffly, her expression still cool. You are going to attack this mutated primal white dragon? I am. And how many dragons are up on that mesa? Dozens? Hundreds? Besides this unholy magic that the primal can use, and that gate spell, what else can it do? Can it cast other spells? Can it gate in reinforcements if it's attacked? Does it have any weaknesses? I don't know. Is there a way up to the top of that mesa or do we need to sprout wings? Will the prisoners even be alive once you attack or will they already have been turned into monsters? Or will they be killed the moment you appear to save them? All good questions, Simon said levelly. Look, if you don't have the stomach for this, why not just say so instead of attacking the one person on Earth who has actually killed a primal dragon? Liliana asked, her voice as sharp as glass. 2, in fact. If you want to stay in your city and protect your people, that's fine. We'll do this without you. We? Simon looked at the paladin, startled. Of course we. These beasts have taken my people, used perverted magic to alter them, changed them into monsters. She looked around the empty room she was sitting in. Simon thought it looked like a destroyed shop of some kind. Liliana was sitting on a stool in front of a counter.
I am alone now, she said with a suspicious catch in her voice. I can no longer protect my people, but by the gods, I can avenge them.
Thank you, my friend, Simon said gently. If nothing else, we'll give them a fight to remember. That we will. She stood up stiffly. Call me when you are ready, Simon. I want to be alone until then. Thank you for the opportunity to take the fight to the dragons. Thank you for agreeing to help. It will be no more than a few days before we strike. Be ready. I shall be. Simon waved a hand across the sheet of mica and watched the paladin's face fade away. Clara, he said, I called you because I wanted to keep you in the loop. At the moment, Notting Hill is in no danger, as far as we know. If you have any ideas that might help though, I'm all ears. The cleric looked at him compassionately and smiled a bit. I'm no tactician, as you know. I can't help plan an attack that I honestly think is futile. She held up a hand as Simon began to protest. I'm not saying that you're going to fail. I would have said the same thing when you took on the primal green dragon. And I certainly thought it when we faced the leader of the black dragons. So perhaps my doubt is a good luck charm. She winked. I hope so anyway. Simon had to chuckle. I do too. But I do have two things to offer. The first is that if you somehow manage to rescue any captives up there, get them back here. I will do my best to heal them. I think the gods of light will be generous with their healing power for victims of draconic torture. Thanks, I appreciate the offer. What's the second thing? The cleric looked past Simon and waved at someone. He involuntarily looked over his shoulder and then reddened. Obviously she had been signaling someone on her end of the communication spell. A moment later, Clara was almost crowded out of the mirror's view by a handsome black face grinning broadly. Good day, Sir Wizard, Malcolm said heartily. I hear you're planning a little hunting trip, Dot. Simon had to laugh at the warrior's choice of words. Yes, you could say that. How are you? And how's Aiden? Good as gold, thanks to you and our fearless leader here. Now Malcolm, Clara said sternly. Oh, come on, Lady Cleric. You are our leader, like it or not. Now accept the term graciously. It's much more ladylike, he added, giving her a wide-eyed look of admiration. Clara made a retching sound. Ladylike, my butt. I've never been a lady, thank you very much. At any rate, we can discuss this later. You and Simon need to talk. We certainly do, the big man said, becoming serious. Simon watched as the cleric handed her mirror over and moved aside to let him speak face to face with Malcolm. So what can I do for you, my friend? The wizard asked. He glanced quickly at the other two mirrors. Daniel was writing furiously while Tamara was listening to someone whispering in her ear. He looked back at the big man and nodded. Sorry, we're on a four-way conversation here. What's up? We want to join your attack on the dragons, the man said bluntly. I've been eavesdropping during your meeting, with Clara's permission by the way, and I think you could use a couple of able warriors. Simon looked at him closely. Did you hear the part about 12-foot-tall dragonoids? And a humanoid primal white dragon? That didn't escape your attention, did it? Malcolm grinned. That was the best part. Look, Sir Wizard, you can use all the help you can get, right? Aiden and I wear enchanted armor. It's fireproof, among other things. Our weapons can cut through steel. I'm guessing that they'll have the same effect on dragon scales. And, just in case you've forgotten, unless those dragons are using silver weapons, we can't be killed. Simon sat back and held up both hands. Whoa there, Malcolm. I suspect that dragonfire could reduce even lycanthropes to ash if a blast hit you directly. So we'll be sure to duck. Simon, you need us. Now be polite and say yes. Don't make the two of us slog all the way to your tower and camp by the gate until you let us in. I warn you, we'll sing. He frowned. I actually like Aiden singing, but he has reduced people to tears, and it wasn't because of the love song he was screeching at the time. The wizard broke up. He began to laugh and caught a glimpse of Tamara's almost scandalized expression. It only made things worse. I'm sorry, everyone, he guessed finally, wiping his eyes. Malcolm, that was just mean. The big man grinned. Okay. Fine. You can come along. Did you need me to gate down and get you or? Not at all. I know you need a few days to prepare. We'll get our stuff together and join you 2 days from now. Is that enough time? It had better be, Simon told him, the laugher dying in his throat.
Those people may or may not still be alive, but the dragons are probably capturing others as we speak.
This has gone on long enough. Good. We'll see you then.
Clara's waving goodbye from the other side of the room, so you go ahead and deal with the others.
And Simon? Thank you for this.
Don't thank me, the wizard said, shaking his head. The odds are against us and, if anyone falls, it's on me.
No, it isn't. We're volunteers. Remember that. Take care. The wizard cut the connection and looked at Daniel and Tamara.
Old friend, he said.
I'll call you in 2 days, my time.
Ares will give me the coordinates of that mesa and I'll relay them on to you. Hopefully there's an entrance nearby from your world to ours.
That sounds good, Daniel replied. Get some rest while you can. You're looking a little pale. Thanks, I will. Talk to you soon.
At Daniel's smile and nod, the wizard cancelled the spell. And then there was one, Tamara said dryly.
True. So as you've heard, I've got some help in the upcoming, what shall we call it? Battle? Rescue mission? Both, I suppose.
You and your brother take care. Whether this works or not, the dragons are really going to be pissed. Keep your people under cover for a while until things calm down again. Simon raised a hand to cancel the spell and the woman sat up abruptly.
Hang on a second there, Mr. Wizard. You mean, after this lovely chat between friends that you aren't going to ask for our help?
The wizard looked at her in confusion.
I thought I already had.
Well, okay, technically maybe. But that paladin spoke before I had a chance to clarify my position. Sir Wizard, I brought up the dangers that we are facing because we must go into this venture with our eyes wide open. You fought dragons, including the 2 primals that you struck down.
Good job, by the way. Thanks.
You're welcome. Anyway, if you want my input, after hearing about what you saw through you little friend's eyes there, she smiled a bit at Ares, who returned it, looking startled, then here it is. I think that the top of that mesa has been covered with a spell nullifying magic.
Nullifying, really? Simon frowned in thought. I hadn't thought of that. It's certainly possible, I suppose. More than possible.
I know that your powers are geared toward dealing with the elements and elementals. Mages, on the other hand, do things a bit differently.
I can cast a spell to block magic. So can my brother.
So we are familiar with such things.
And I think that it is quite likely that you won't be able to get in and attack those dragonoids, or whatever you call them.
Simon felt like he'd had the wind knocked out of him.
Oh. Oh damn. Well, maybe there's a trail or somewhere we could climb up. There isn't, Ares said reluctantly.
And before you jumped down my throat, I didn't tell you because it didn't seem important at the time. I circled the entire mountain before you contacted me.
It's basic scouting, after all. Besides, I was bored. It is sheer all the way up on all sides.
And the sides rise up almost 1,000 feet, give or take. You look a little woozy, wizard, Tamara said, sounding amused.
Don't worry. I'm sure that you'll think of some way to get us up there.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Simon said, thinking hard.
Let's hope it's not misplaced. Let's hope.
But supposing you do find a way to reach the top, there is still the matter of the null spell.
If it is active, the dragons will still have their breath weapons, not to mention their fangs and claws.
And if, as I suspect, that primal dragon is the one who cast the nullifying spell in the first place, it will be able to use its magic against us.
Great. This just keeps getting better. Tamara leaned forward until her face was almost touching the mirror on her side.
The wizard barely noticed as his mind seemed to be going in 20 different directions at once.
He felt like a hamster on a wheel, spinning in place. Simon! The maid shouted.
Simon flung himself back on his chair and almost tipped over, while Ares actually shot across the room in surprise.
Holy crap, Tamara! What was that for? He asked shakily. To get your attention. I think you were on the verge of having a panic attack. Is that what that was? I've never had one. Ugh. Okay, are you back with me now? Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Great. Now then, here is my suggestion. By the way, you're going to hate it. Oh goody. Don't want to get my hopes up, I suppose. I'm glad you're keeping your sense of humor. You'll need it.
So, if you do manage to get to the top of that mesa, you're going to have to do something to get the primal's attention. You are going to have to divert it so that the null spell is broken, and then you'll have to keep its focus on you until the rest of us arrive.
You're right, I hate it. So, let me see if I'm getting this. You want me to go to the top of Dragon Central, somehow, then do something to get the primal dragon's attention, like, oh maybe juggle some balls or something, and then keep it focused squarely on me until the cavalry arrives. Does that about cover it? Tamara folded her arms and stared at him directly. That just about does it, yes. And if I can do that, you and your brother will lend us a hand? Precisely. Simon looked at Ares, who was floating cautiously back to the table. The elemental was out of Tamara's line of sight and was shaking his head frantically. The wizard smiled at him and looked back at the mage. You've got yourself a deal. Chapter 25. Are you out of your mind? Simon was sitting in his easy chair in front of the fire, his bare feet on a ragged old ottoman that he'd had for years, since his days before the dragons came. His eyes were closed and he was trying to think. It wasn't easy. How many times are you going to ask me that? He said as he leaned his head back against the chair. I've already said yes about 10 times. I know that. Obviously you aren't taking this plan of yours, to attack the primal white dragon, very seriously. On the contrary, Ares. I'm taking it quite seriously. I'm trying to think it through and your constant barking at me is not helping. That's enough, a deep voice interrupted. It was Kronk. If the master wants to think, then let him think. He will need all of his wits for the battle to come. I understand that, Ares said a little less shrilly. But it's crazy. I've told you what he's planning. Don't you think it's crazy? Yes, I do. Simon opened his eyes and looked over at the kitchen table where the two elementals were standing, speaking face to face. It is crazy, to you and me. But not to our master. He would not put others in harm's way unnecessarily. You know that. Which means that his plan, whatever it might be, isn't insane. Thanks Kronk, Simon thought as he closed his eyes again. Merely desperate, the earthen added. Simon stifled a groan. So much for confidence. He spent the rest of the evening thinking and dozing in front of the fire. It might be the last respite he'd get in a long time and he tried to enjoy it. Tamara had been right, of course. There was no way to move a lot of people to the top of the mesa if he couldn't gate them there. They might be able to climb to the top, maybe send someone ahead who was a good climber to attach ropes or something. But he didn't know anything about scaling mountains and he was quite sure that they'd be spotted long before they reached their goal and then they'd be blasted with dragonfire while hanging helplessly off the side of a sheer cliff. Stupid idea. He woke from a doze and looked around groggily. Kronk was standing beside the ottoman, staring into the fire, his little face calm and a bit thoughtful. Why I ever thought that he couldn't show emotions on that rocky face of his, I'll never know, the wizard thought as he watched his friend fondly. Ares was nowhere to be seen. Where's our chatty friend? He asked, still a bit sleepy. He's decided to take a spin around the tower, master, Kronk answered without turning. He too was speaking quietly. I told him that it might clear his head. Now he looked over his shoulder. He's worried about you. So am I. I know. But what else can I do? I can't leave innocent people to a fate out of nightmare, can I? Of course not, master. I told Ares that, and he understands, but, he shrugged, it's in his nature to argue. You know how he is. Simon closed his eyes. I know. And for all his whining, I do appreciate that it's because he cares. What are you thinking about, master? Do you want to talk it out? Without an argument? The wizard opened his eyes again and looked at the little guy with a smile. Kronk returned it and one glowing red eye winked. I'm thinking through the mission one step at a time. And the first hurdle to overcome is getting up there. I can create a diversion, yes, but it won't do us any good if the group can't actually make it to the top en masse. 1 or 2 at a time won't do it. It has to be an attack with all of our forces at once. Understandable, master. Perhaps it would help if you figured out how many people will be in the war party? Simon sat up and rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. Okay. Let's see. Daniel promises at least 50 elven archers, he said as he held up one finger. Then there's Liliana. She's worth 20 people alone. Let's see, there's Malcolm and Aiden. And of course Tamara and her brother. And me. So, 56? Kronk's eyes narrowed. 56 people, master. But what about elementals? Elementals? Master, you're an elementalist, he said, sounding a bit exasperated. You have power over earth, air, fire, and water. And you can command those like me. So why aren't you using that power? Simon sat up and leaned forward, staring intently at the little guy. I don't know, he said honestly. At the risk of sounding stupid, would you believe that I didn't think of it?
The earthen laughed lightly. You have much on your plate, master.
Of course I believe it. Why not wake up now and make some tea? And perhaps think this through as a wizard instead of just Simon O'Toole, Wow, Simon thought as he stood up and went to get the kettle. That's the gentlest kick in the ass I've ever gotten. The little guy could give lessons.
Okay then, my friend, he said as he hung the full kettle over the fire.
Do you have any suggestions?
I do not wish to seem forward, master, but yes I do, but... Simon leaned back against the counter and nodded.
Go ahead then. Kronk jumped onto the table and stood there tapping his chin.
First of all, master, you have no need to get onto that small mountain.
A mesa, you called it?
Mesa, plateau, whatever.
Why not?
We have to get up there somehow. I know, master, but again, you are thinking like a mundane, not a wizard. No offense, he added hurriedly.
None taken. Keep going.
It is simple, master. You remember ethos, of course.
The air elemental.
Well, master, there are earthen elementals as powerful as he who wished to serve you.
Use them.
They can easily transport your group to the top of that mesa through the ground with none being the wiser. I doubt that the dragons will be expecting an attack from beneath their feet.
Simon stared at him in amazement. That's brilliant! He exclaimed. I never thought of that.
I know, master. And once they get you to your target, they will also lend their aid to the fight. And may I say, my brethren who have that kind of power are formidable indeed. Simon made his tea and sat down at the table, his mind racing at the possibilities.
Why do they want to serve me? He asked. And how many could I summon?
They respect you, master. Through your actions and dealings with elementals in general, they have learned that you are an honorable man, and the first wizard in history to offer my kind something they have never had before.
Which is? Choice, master. You have given us the power to choose. We can serve or we can leave. We can act or we can choose not to. That is power. That is freedom.
He smiled his little smile.
I would say that the earthen realm is echoing with those clamoring to join you. Wow. That's just, wow. Simon was dazed at the idea that any powerful elemental would choose to serve him.
But the first rule of elementalism still applies, master.
Wait, what?
There are rules?
How come I've never heard of them?
Everything follows rules, master.
Even the dark gods follow rules.
If they didn't, they would have invaded this realm long ago.
But they have to eliminate mortals first. That is a rule. Good point. And the first rule of summoning is?
You may not have more than 10 elementals from each realm serving you at the same time, master. Whether 10 little ones like me, or great ones like Ethos, the rule is the same.
And if I try to go beyond that?
It simply won't work, master, Kronk told him with a little shrug.
Summon an 11th elemental and the first one you summoned is recalled back to its realm. Balance must be maintained. That is the rule. Makes sense, actually, Simon mused as he sipped his tea. Can you imagine the destruction 100 elementals could cause? Or 1,000? An entire army? Precisely, master.
Rules like these were put in place when our kind were first created.
We do not know by whom.
Whoever our creator was, I suppose, although we do not even know who that was.
God? Simon asked simply. What is God, master? Do you know? We do not. We've known gods, yes. But one supreme being? That is a mystery to us. Don't feel too bad about that, Kronk. It's a mystery to us too. Okay then.
I can summon up to 10 earthen of comparable strength to Ethos.
That's an excellent start.
9, master, Kronk interjected hurriedly.
9?
Well, you can certainly summon 10, master, but that would force me to return to my home realm.
Oh crap. I already forgot that.
Simon gave the little guy a nervous smile.
Sorry. Don't worry, bud. You aren't going anywhere. Glad to hear it, master. You realize that summoning that many earthen on the day of battle will exhaust me, right? I won't have a lot left in the tank for the fight. Kronk made a face. Again, master, you are not thinking like a wizard. You know another rule already. Once an elemental is summoned, it must return to its master when it is called by name.
You can summon the elementals tomorrow and rest for a day or two before the attack. Then you can call forth your elemental forces with no loss of energy or strength.
Simon pushed back his hair and looked at the little guy in embarrassed admiration. I'm starting to feel like an apprentice wizard again. That slipped my mind too. Of course you're right. I told everyone that it would be several days before I was ready. I can always contact Malcolm and tell him to come in 3 days instead of 2, so that I can be rested and ready to go when I need to be. Precisely, Master. And now I will nudge your memory one more time. The wizard sighed and grinned. Go ahead. Your re-education is helping immensely.
I do not mean to be insulting, Master, Kronk said hurriedly.
You aren't. Relax, my friend. Stop worrying about my feelings. This project is too important to fret about bruising my ego. What else is on your mind? The water elementals are now our enemies, Master. Of course you know that. But I wanted to remind you of who their greatest enemies are. Simon watched the earthen for a long moment and then he smiled. The fire elementals, he murmured. Precisely, Master. And I would guess that there are powerful inhabitants of the fire realm who would eagerly follow you into battle to have a chance to stop their greatest foes from achieving dominance on this planet and beyond. Simon held his head with both hands. Too much, too fast, he thought. If I'm going to summon that many elementals in one day, I'm going to be exhausted for at least 2 days afterward. You know that, right? Yes, Master. But is it not worth it? Oh, I'm not complaining. Just thinking out loud. Then there is one last thing to consider, Master. Ethos and others like him are very competitive. If they hear that you are recruiting powerful elementals from realms other than theirs, they will want to join you as well, to prove their worth. Kronk shook his head and smiled with some confusion. You would think that such beings would be above childish things like that, but they are not. Please do not tell him I said that, by the way, Master. With a laugh, the wizard tapped the little guy on the shoulder. My lips are sealed. So, you think Ethos and other air elementals will want to join up? Wow. Yes, Master. Wow. But having these forces to aid you will be for naught if you do not have a plan to use them properly. That I leave to you. I am sure your tactical skills are far superior to my own. The earthen turned and jumped off of the table. Where are you off to now? I'm going to join the other earthen on the wall, Master. Please remember to dismiss them before you summon the others tomorrow. I'll do that. Thanks for the help, Kronk. The little guy gave Simon a wave and slipped out the door, closing it behind him to keep out the chilly night air. The wizard made more tea and went to sit in front of the fireplace again. He sat, sipped, and thought deeply. Okay, I'm going to have an army, came the giddy thought. It's crazy, but there it is. Now, what will I do with it? The next morning, after breakfast, Simon walked out of the tower, through the front gate and into the large field beyond. The grass was knee-high in a cool wind, rich with the smells of pine trees and spring flowers, wafted across the meadow, blowing the wizard's hair in all directions and sending ripples across the tall grass like waves on the ocean. Kronk and Ares had followed him out. They had told the air elemental what Simon had planned and, for once, he hadn't objected. Why are you both staring at me like that? He'd asked irritably. I said that the plan was crazy with the forces that Simon had. But with powerful elementals to help, it's not crazy anymore. He smiled slyly. I'll go with our dear wizard's word. It's not crazy, it's loony. Simon had laughed. Well, that's a step up from insane, so I'll take it. And now here they were, at the moment of truth. It had sounded so much easier when they talked about it in the quiet of the evening in front of the fire, Simon thought. But he reminded himself that powerful elementals only responded to a summoner if they chose to. If he cast the spell and no one answered, he was definitely going to look like an idiot. Wouldn't be the first time though, he admitted to himself. Now get on with it. He'd brought his staff with him to help him focus his power, as well as a sheet of paper with the 3 most powerful runes for earth, air, and fire written on it. He had only used the air rune once, and the others not at all. But they would boost the strength of the summoning to call forth a higher-ranking elemental. In theory. Okay, boys, Simon said. This is it, the moment of truth. Oh, Kronk. I sent your friends back home so that I'd be able to summon 9 of the more powerful earthen. Yes, Master. Thank you for that. If you had exceeded the maximum number, I would have been the first to go. I know. But you're not getting off that easily, he told the little guy with a wink. Now, let's do this before I lose my nerve. Earth first, I think. And so it began. Simon cast summoning spell after summoning spell.
Earth elementals who stood taller than he did began to appear one by one, and, once he had called forth 9 of them, the wizard explained to them all why they were there and offered them a chance to leave if they weren't willing or interested in helping.
Leave? One of them growled.
It sounded like 2 boulders being ground together.
Are you joking, wizard? This will be the most amusement we've had in millennia. I for one am not going anywhere, Dot.
There was a chorus of agreement among all of the Earthen, and Simon thanked them. The battle won't be for another 2 or 3 days.
Ares, you have that paper? The air elemental nodded mutely. He seemed to be a bit overwhelmed by the assemblage of so many powerful elementals. Good. Please give my friend here your names, one by one. I will call for you on the day of the battle. Be ready. One of the Earthen, who seemed to be made of black lava rock, strode up to Simon.
The wizard had to look up to meet his blazing red eyes.
We have your word that we won't be left out of the battle? He growled.
Of course, Simon said calmly. He was quaking inside, but he knew that the elementals had to respect him from the outset or they wouldn't obey his orders when it counted most.
That is why I called you here, after all. Excellent. Then I pledge myself to you. My name is Cassus.
He looked over his shoulder at the others, who all nodded one by one.
I speak for my brothers and sisters in this. Call us and we will respond. It is time to take the battle to the dragons.
There were cheers from the others, and as a group, they all bowed briefly to Simon. He nodded in return, and the elementals lined up to give their names to Ares, who seemed to be shaking rather badly. As their names were written down, each elemental disappeared with a loud pop of imploding air, and, as the last one vanished, Simon let out a loud, ragged sigh.
You okay, Ares?
He asked as he wiped off his forehead with his sleeve.
More or less, the air elemental replied candidly. I'm not sure that you'll have an easy time reading my writing, though. My hand was shaking. Simon had to laugh. I know what you mean. As a group they're a bit overwhelming, aren't they? Kronk? How you doing? Fine, master. Intimidated, like you and Ares, but fine. I am so proud of my people though, willing to stand with you against the dragons and the dark gods, but you should be. I am too, come to think of it. And humbled that they think I'm worthy of following.
He snuck a look at both of his little friends.
I've always been a lone wolf.
Even taking on the primals was something I preferred to do by myself.
But this? This is too big for me. So I guess I have to learn to play well with others. My goodness, our wizard is growing up.
Ares exclaimed to Kronk, who snorted at him in disgust.
Okay, moving on, Simon said with a grin. Your people next, Ares. You ready? Yes? Great. Way to sound convincing there. It was Kronk's turn to laugh and Ares glared at him. And here we go. Simon called Ethos first. He didn't need a spell to summon him, and at least the air elemental knew him. Ah, Sir Wizard, the tall, foggy figure exclaimed as he appeared in a blast of wind to hover above the grass several feet away. How good to see you again. How did things go with your werewolf problem? Your solution worked, Ethos. Thank you for that. A pleasure. Now, rumor has it that you are looking for aid in an attack on the dragons. Is that so? How on earth do you people get your information? Simon asked a bit plaintively.
Ah, I so enjoy hearing a wizard refer to my kindest people. It warms my heart, or it would if I had one.
We are supernatural beings, Sir Wizard. Our leaders see more than you could possibly imagine. They know that you are planning on fighting the dragons. Ethos moved a bit closer to the wizard and lowered his voice.
Fortunately, they do not know specifics, because she who rules the water realm watches as well.
Damn, I hadn't considered that, Simon said, thinking furiously. Don't worry, wizard. She has been blocked by your very effective warding. Ethos nodded at the tower. She and the dragons know that you spied on their operations, because my small brother here was spotted. He glanced down at Ares, who lowered his eyes, looking embarrassed. That was sloppy, little one. For a scout as experienced as you to be seen? Very disappointing. Ares didn't answer. He just hung his head and nodded silently. Perhaps you'd like him replaced with a more, shall we say, skilled servant? Ethos asked Simon lightly. What? No. There's no way in hell I'm replacing my friend here. Ares looked up at him with wide eyes. He was spotted because he allowed me to see through his eyes. It froze him in place for a crucial moment, and that's when the primal dragon sensed him. Did you? Ethos asked Ares, who nodded again. I see. Well then, I withdraw my offer.
It shows an almost unknown level of trust for one of my people to allow a wizard to see what they see.
It speaks well of you, he said to Simon, that he permitted it.
The air elemental backed off a bit and folded his arms. Standing like that, floating above the ground with the grass whirling and twisting beneath him, reminded Simon of a mythical genie.
I wonder if that's where those tales originated, from old memories of air elementals. Very well. I speak for my own when I say that we will lend you our support for this battle. Afterward?
Well, we'll deal with that when it comes. I know how much this spellcasting costs you, Sir Wizard, so with your permission, I shall call my brethren here and you may have their names. Consider it a thank you for being so much more admirable than the wizards of old. Simon, who was starting to feel a little lightheaded, accepted the offer gratefully.
Ethos said nothing for a moment.
He simply lowered his head and closed his eyes. And then the field felt a lot smaller as 8 air elementals, each as larger than Ethos, appeared with a whoosh of wind and a distant rumble of thunder. Take their names, Ares, Simon told the little guy, who looked a little calmer. Each one gave his or her name to Ares, some speaking in what the wizard assumed was their native tongue.
It sounded like a whistling breeze, rising and falling in pitch.
Several times the little guy laughed at some comment they made. When they were finished, the air elementals, like the earthen before them, bowed to Simon and vanished back to their own realm.
Ethos lingered for a moment. Do you have a strategy, a plan, Sir Wizard? He asked quietly. I do, Ethos. Whether it will work is another question. But I do have a plan. Excellent. But don't rule out the direct approach either. Sometimes brute force can work where finesse does not. I agree. I think there will be plenty of that as well. Good. I'm a simple being, after all. Point me at a target and let me go. It works quite well as a rule. And with that and a smile, Ethos vanished. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. I agree, Master. Ares, are you all right?
Ares looked at them both for a second, then gave himself a bit of a shake and shrugged.
More or less. I thought for a minute there that I was going to be recalled. Thank you, Simon, for sticking up for me.
Friends to the end, Ares, Simon told him with a smile.
Friends back each other up.
You made no mistakes out there and Ethos needed to know that.
Friends. Yes, the air elemental said reflectively. Yes, we are, aren't we?
He smiled a bit shyly at both Simon and Kronk.
So, all that remains are the fire elementals, yes? He asked the wizard. Yeah.
I'm glad that Ethos did me the favor of summoning his people for me. I should have enough strength to get through this last bit, then I'm definitely going to crash. And don't look at me like that, he added, seeing Kronk's look of concern.
I'll be fine. Let's just get it over with, okay?
Yes, Master, the earthen answered dubiously.
You know best, as always. Yeah, right. I know that look. Okay, here we go.
The fire elementals looked nothing like Simon imagined.
When he raised his staff and cast the first summoning spell, a distant bang, high over their head, echoed across the sky.
That's weird, the wizard said.
It sounds like an old-time sonic boom.
But that's... His voice caught in his throat as he saw a distant point of bright yellow dropping like a meteor straight down toward their heads.
Holy crap! Run!
He shouted and ran back toward the tower, Kronk and Ares on his heels. The burning yellow streak of light turned incandescent red just before it hit the ground with an explosive roar. Burning grass and smoldering dirt flew in all directions at the impact and Simon covered his eyes, coughing at the smoke that blew across the field.
What the hell, he said, gasping for breath, was that? Always overly dramatic, aren't they?
Ares muttered to Kronk, who nodded and frowned.
Always. You would think after being left in their own realm for this long, they would have calmed down by now, wouldn't you? Exactly, Dot. Wait, what are you two talking about? Simon asked as he waved a hand in front of his face.
A pall of smoke still hung over the field and the light breeze wasn't having much of an effect on it.
Is this the fire elemental's way of making an entrance?
Exactly, my dear wizard.
They are powerful and headstrong and destructive.
Untamable for most wizards and highly selective about who they will take orders from.
Oh great, Simon said in exasperation. You're just telling me this now?
A low growl interrupted Ares' answer and the three of them peered into the slowly dissipating smoke nervously.
Wizard, step forward, growled a voice from the center of the field. With a loud gulp, Simon gripped his staff firmly, after wiping his palm on his robe, and walked toward the voice. As he approached, a flickering flame rose up from the ground to hover over the burnt grass. It was taller than he was and wavered and snapped like the fire in his fireplace.
When he got to within a dozen feet, Simon stopped and stared, waiting for some response. "So, you are the summoner," the flame said as it continued to burn the ground beneath it. Its voice sounded like someone cracking walnuts together, sharp-edged and unpleasant. Little wisps of smoke drifted out of the earth.
"You are the one who has been declared an enemy of the water realm, is that so?"
"That is so," Simon answered firmly. There was a pause and the flame simply floated there, crackling and pulsing with heat.
"Excellent,"
the flame said suddenly.
"I am pleased to hear that. I am Incendus. I speak for my people in this matter. We also are informed by our great leader that you are making war against the dragons, yes?"
"That's true.
"I am.
Ah, it is truly a day of wonders.
We have waited long ages for this.
We knew, as only the elementals can, that the Dark Ones would return from the void eventually. And that they would unleash their servants upon the world.
Dragons, bah, dot." Sparks scattered around the intense flame and Simon jumped back in surprise. "We will join in your fight against these creatures.
As you can see, summoning us causes some minor destruction." Simon looked at the bare stretch of ground and the ashes where the grass used to be and nodded once.
"Yes, I can see that.
"And so, I shall give you the names of others of my kind, equal to me in strength of will and power.
You may then call us when we are needed."
The flame jerked forward toward the wizard and he held himself still by sheer force of will. The heat increased and he could feel beads of sweat rolling down his face.
"I hope that we will not have to wait too long for this battle," it said in a low, ominous tone. "No more than a few days," Simon answered quickly.
He thought he could smell his robe starting to singe.
"Ah, very good. Ares," Simon said and turned to see the air elemental still back near the wall. "Come over and take down the names that Incendus is going to give you, please." "Over there?" Ares called out.
"Yes, over here."
"Come on, he won't hurt you."
He turned to the flame.
"You won't, will you?" he asked under his breath.
A burst of laughter, followed by more sparks, was his only answer. Ares slowly floated forward and wrote down the names on his piece of paper. It was beginning to smolder by the time he was done and he quickly raced back to stand beside Kronk near the gate.
"Thank you, wizard, for this opportunity. I look forward to seeing you soon." "So do I, Incendus. And thank you and your people for answering my call."
The flame intensified and Simon stumbled back as it turned from red to yellow to a blinding, searing white. "We would not miss this for anything," Incendus bellowed, and then, with a blast of heat that knocked Simon flat on his back, the elemental was gone. All that was left were bare patches of earth and the smell of cooked grass and dirt. As Kronk and Ares rushed forward, Simon stood up, coughing and swatting at little burning patches on his robe.
"Well, that was different," he said lightly, trying to make the other two smile. "It didn't work."
"Yes. It is good to know that they are powerful, Master," Kronk said soberly.
"But will they do more harm to friend or foe? That is the thing that I worry about." Simon gave the damaged ground a last look and then headed for the tower. "Yeah," he said with a sigh. "You and me both." Chapter 26.
The plain at the foot of the high mesa was frigid and covered with sheets of ice and thin snow. Wind howled continuously and Simon was finding it hard to be heard. It was D-Day, as the wizard jokingly called it.
Dragon Day.
3 days after his group meeting using the magic mirror spells, he was ready.
Well, he thought, ready is a relative term. He was rested, his head was crammed with as many spells as it could hold and his allies were eager to go. Simon had hosted Malcolm and Aidan overnight. The two warriors had traveled to the tower and had spent a companionable evening with the wizard and Kronk and Ares. The two men were incessantly cheerful and their mood was contagious. They'd also had a few ideas about the battle to come, and they and Simon hashed out possible scenarios. It was all hypothetical, of course, and the wizard reminded them that in his 2 earlier encounters with primals, he had been flying by the seat of his pants and hadn't really had a battle plan. "But that's why we have confidence in you, Sir Wizard," Aidan had told him. "You adapt. You adjust. Sure, you have a plan for the upcoming confrontation, but I have no doubt that if things go sideways, you will find a way to turn it to your advantage." Watching the two big men now as the wind whipped snow past them, Simon wasn't so sure. His adapting had been less quick thinking and more panicked improvisation. He hunched over a bit and tightened the heavy coat across his shoulders, sliding the staff over a bit to seat it more comfortably along his spine. Malcolm and Aidan were wearing heavy plate mail and massive, two-handed swords hung across their backs. The bitter cold didn't seem to bother them at all and Simon envied their toughness. Personally, he had begun shaking the moment they gated to their current location. Kronk and Ares waited nearby, speaking together quietly. The wizard looked at them fondly for a moment, but with a hard edge of concern as well.
He was asking Ares to put himself in a dangerous situation again, and, even though the air elemental was willing, if he got hurt, it would be Simon's fault. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and he turned awkwardly. The ground was flat but slippery and his boots didn't grip very well.
Any idea how long we have to wait for the elves? Simon shrugged as he looked at Liliana.
He had gated to Moscow to pick her up and then to London to meet Tamara and Sebastian. The brother and sister mages were talking, each making sharp hand gestures, but the screaming wind carried away their voices and he couldn't hear what the subject was that made them look so intense.
Soon. According to Daniel anyway. Their timeline is so different than ours that it's hard to pinpoint exact times, but they should be here.
He stopped in mid-sentence and squinted into the wind. Then he grinned and lifted his chin in that direction.
Speak of the devil, and here they are. The paladin spun around and watched, wide-eyed, as row after row of elven archers appeared out of the icy wastes.
The tall, slim figures were all wearing brown and green leather armor with longbows across their shoulders and quivers of arrows on their hips. At their head, a beautiful elvish woman led the way, her golden brown hair hanging in a braid down her back. As they approached, the elf met Simon's eyes and smiled widely. She hurried forward and clasped his hand in hers.
Hello, my friend. Rather an odd place to hold a reunion, don't you think?
Simon smiled at Ethmera, his lips stiff with cold.
I have to agree.
I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. He looked at the disciplined group of elves and back at his friend.
They know the risks, don't they?
I mean, we're talking about dragons here, not to mention the fact that there's a mutated primal dragon up there casting spells.
Have they been told? Relax, Simon. Yes, everyone is a volunteer.
You know our background and the reasons that elves detest dragons. We've all just been waiting for a chance to strike back at them. She looked up at the cliffs rising hundreds of feet above them. Granted, a more pleasant location for a battle would have been preferable, but it is what it is.
Simon took a moment to introduce Ethmera to everyone.
Even Tamara seemed impressed by the businesslike appearance of the elven archers, and her brother was a little tongue-tied when he tried to say hello. His sister rolled her eyes as Sebastian stuttered, and she and Simon exchanged an amused glance.
The wizard wasn't surprised at the mage's reaction.
Ethmera was quite possibly the most beautiful woman that he had ever met. She tended to overwhelm others when they were first introduced. Malcolm and Aidan, on the other hand, greeted her enthusiastically, broad smiles on their faces. Simon watched as the elvish maiden took in their armor and weapons at a glance, and he could see that she approved. When introductions were finished, they all looked at Simon expectantly. Okay folks, he said loudly, glad that his heavy gloves hid his trembling hands. It's been almost a week since Ares discovered the horror show up above. We don't know if anything's changed since then, and we need intel. But
he looked down at the hovering elemental and raised an eyebrow.
Ares nodded once gravely. My friend here has volunteered to go up and take a quick look around. Now, the last time he did that, he was spotted. But that was because he allowed me to see through his eyes and stayed in one spot too long. Today, he is going to do a fast in and out.
No lingering. Just look at the situation and return. That's it. Are you sure you want to do this? Ethmera asked. You do not have to, you know.
Ares bowed to her.
Thank you, lady, but yes. This is what I do.
And I cannot allow our dear wizard and yourselves to go in blind.
That could be disastrous. But I appreciate your concern.
Simon got down on one knee so that he was almost face to face with both Ares and Kronk.
She's right, you know, he said under his breath. If you want to pass on this one, I'll understand. Of course not, the air elemental said with a sniff.
I'm quite capable of scouting out a simple little mountain.
Honestly, between you and Kronk, you're like the parents I never had. I'll be fine. The wizard stood up. He nodded solemnly. Any time then.
Ares looked around at everyone, smiled and vanished.
Any idea how long this will take? Tamara asked.
She was wearing a fur-lined jacket with a hood pulled over her head, but Simon could see that she was shivering.
Not long.
It will give me a chance to summon the rest of our forces.
Good. I really hate the cold. He grinned at her. Me too.
Let's hope we can get in and out and in front of a warm fire quickly. Simon walked away from the group, Kronk trotting along behind him, his little feet squeaking on the hard snow. The elves had broken ranks and were talking amongst themselves, while both Malcolm and Aidan had gathered the other humans together and began chatting amiably, obviously trying to keep their spirits up.
It seemed to be working.
Okay, bud, he said to Kronk when they had walked off about 50 feet.
Time to call in your big brothers and sisters.
Yes,
master.
I know, the earthen replied, sounding a little more excited than usual.
You do have the list of names with you, don't you? Of course I do. Geez, what a question. Simon reached into a pocket in his jacket and then looked at Kronk blankly.
He slipped a hand into his robe and felt around and then looked at the little guy with wide eyes.
Oh, master. I knew it. I knew I should have been the one to. The wizard pulled out the folded sheet of paper and winked at Kronk.
Gotcha, he said and snickered. The earthen put a misshapen hand over his face and shook his head. You'd give me a heart attack, master, if I had one.
I know, my friend. But we're all getting a little too grim around here. Now, here we go.
One by one, Simon read the names of the earth elementals aloud.
Cassis, I need you, he stated firmly.
The frozen earth and snow several feet in front of him erupted and dirt and gravel flew everywhere. From underground, the coal-black figure of the large earthen climbed to the surface and nodded. Sir Wizard, you kept your word.
Of course. We need you and your brethren for the battle to come. Excellent.
The elemental stomped heavily towards Simon and stood next to him.
Continue.
As he called forth the rest of the earthen, the wizard heard loud, excited comments from the group of humans and elves. He guessed that they had either never seen large elementals before, or had never seen this many at one time.
He had to admit that they were impressive.
This might just work, he thought with a small surge of hope. When he was finished, Simon explained to the elementals that they were waiting on a scouting report before they began. He waved toward the elves and humans.
Will you and your people be able to transport all of us to the top of that? He pointed at the mesa towering over them, at the same time.
Child's play, wizard, Cassis said confidently.
We will each take several of you with us. Only tell us when and where. Great. Thank you. Talk amongst yourselves for a bit, okay? I have more summoning to do.
Cassis just stared at him and Simon smiled a little diffidently at him and walked away to find an open area.
How are you feeling, master?
Kronk asked as he trotted along at Simon's heels.
Any fatigue? None.
Which is great, by the way.
Calling forth elementals by name takes no energy at all. Good to hear, master.
The wizard had moved away from the group of earthen so that he could have an open area with enough room to summon the air elementals.
Next phase, he said to Kronk. Here we go. Ethos, I need you, he said into the blustery wind.
A distant mutter of thunder announced the imminent arrival of the powerful air elemental and Simon braced himself for the inevitable blast of wind that normally followed. This time, however, the man-sized misty figure appeared a few feet away with no disturbance whatsoever. Simon stared at Ethos, who seemed amused by his expression.
I thought a quiet entrance would be more appropriate, considering the battle to come, the airy voice said. Good call, the wizard replied.
As you can see, my people are gathered and I've already summoned the earth elementals.
Ethos turned to look at the group of hulking, rocky humanoids and suddenly flew toward them. Cassis? Is that you?
Why, you old hunk of dirt.
Ethos? The earth elemental rumbled in reply.
By the stone, it is you.
Well, my friends, we're doomed now.
If this airhead is involved in the upcoming fight, we're bound to lose. Simon watched, dumbfounded as the two elementals continued to insult each other, laughing like old friends. He looked down at Kronk.
They've met? Apparently, master.
They must have known each other back in the old days of magic, but...
Well, they seem to get along, so that's good. While they reminisce, I'll call in the rest of the air elementals.
By the time he was done, and there were 9 air and 9 earthen elementals mixed together, Simon decided that this was probably the weirdest experience that he had ever had. Several elementals on each side were acquainted with each other and the entire bunch was talking and laughing when the wizard turned around and walked back to the group of humans and elves.
Ethmera was smiling when he rejoined them. Holding an elemental party?
She asked with laughter in her voice.
He turned and looked at the elementals and shook his head. You definitely think so.
I had no idea that beings from different realms would actually know each other. It's not all that surprising, Tamara said as she watched the two groups. They are immortal, after all. Certainly stories of ancient times tell of wars and periods of conflict where wizards employed servants from different planes.
A few were bound to run into each other from time to time, don't you think? Liliana was nodding as she studied the interaction between the creatures. That isn't such a bad thing either, she said. Friends fight harder for friends, as a rule. If the elementals are comrades, they may be even more aggressive than they would normally be.
I'll take any help I can get, Simon told them all. I noticed that you haven't summoned the fire elementals, Malcolm stated curiously.
No, I haven't. I'll call for them later, if needed. They are destruction personified and may actually do more harm than good. Let's see how things go first, You're the boss, the big man said cheerfully. Just tell me what to do and when to do it. Aiden grinned and nodded in agreement. You'll get your chance, Simon said grimly as he looked from face to face. You'll all get your chance. There was some time to kill as they waited for Ares to return from his scouting trip. Simon spoke to each of his allies in turn, trying to judge their mood and doing his best to bolster their confidence. Liliana was in a dark place. Hers were the only people that they absolutely knew had been abducted by the dragons to be used in their hellish alchemy. She was eager to go and seemed to be holding it together by sheer willpower alone. Tamara and Sebastian were worried about their ability to use their powers when they reached the top of the mesa. What happens if we get up there and can't use our magic? Tamara asked. She looked at her brother, who was shifting from one foot to another, either because of the cold or nerves or both. Yeah, Simon, he added. In case you hadn't noticed, neither my sister or I are exactly geared up for hand-to-hand combat. Like the wizard, the siblings were wearing robes under their heavy coats and gloves. Neither seemed to be armed. Don't worry, he said reassuringly. If the null field is still active up there, I'll distract the primal white dragon long enough to make him, her, whatever, drop it. How? He shrugged. I have an idea, but if it doesn't work, then we'll figure something else out. Figure something out? Sebastian commented in disbelief. You mean you're just winging this? Hang on, Bastian, his sister said as she put a firm hand on his shoulder. You can't plan out a battle that specifically. You have to remain fluid and be willing to adapt. I think that's what our wizard friend is getting at. Exactly. Thanks, Tamara. That is exactly what I meant. Yes, I think I can make the primal drop that anti-magic field. But if I can't, I'll keep trying other things until I do. Okay? Sebastian nodded slowly. Okay. Now, try and relax until Ares gets back. It shouldn't be much longer. In fact, the air elemental appeared in their midst a few minutes later, startling everyone. Liliana gave a little shriek of surprise and then glared around as if daring anyone to comment. Wisely, no one did. Good to see you back in one piece, my friend, Simon said. So what's going on up there? Everyone was circled around Ares, listening intently. He glanced from face to face and finally settled on watching Simon. Well, things have changed a little bit since my last visit, he began. Fortunately, I wasn't discovered this time and I scouted the mesa from several different locations along the rim of the plateau. He flew down to the ground and began drawing in the thin, crusty snow with a forefinger. Here is the mesa, he said, making a large circle. On the north side, there are eggs. Row upon row of dragon eggs, practically buried in ice and snow. He looked up at the faces that were staring at the map. I never dreamed that dragons had so many eggs to hatch out replacements when needed. It's rather horrible, actually. They'll have to be destroyed, after the battle perhaps, but they must not survive, Malcolm said darkly. The others nodded. Good. Now to the east, here, is where the primal white dragon is situated. It is still creating its abominations. Damn it, Liliana hissed. Even after learning that it was being spied on, it is continuing? It is, Ares told her. But the dragons must be having a hard time replenishing their human captives. I saw only a dozen or so being held there. Quite pitiable. A small blessing, I suppose, is that the process of fusing dragons and humans seems to be a costly one. When I began my scout, the primal had just created a new monster and sent it through the portal. Then it seemed to sag. It collapsed onto its knees and a dragonoid, as our dear wizard calls them, hurried forward, offering it meat. It seemed to be a servant and was fussing over the primal dragon. So, it's weakened when it performs the fusion spell. That's interesting, Athmara said and locked eyes with Simon. Yes, it is, he agreed. If we could strike while it's weak, and perhaps vulnerable, it might make it easier to bring down that null field. What else, Ares? Aiden asked calmly. What about the dragon's forces up there? I'm coming to that. The air elemental made a small circle to the right of the mark indicating the primal dragon. This is where the gate is. I've never seen a stable portal like it before. Certainly no wizard I ever knew could create one. But the primal may be using something to keep the gate open and stable. Using what? Tamara asked. To either side of the portal are crystals, blazing white crystals. They seem to be connected to the gate by streams of light. At a guess, I'd say that the dragon enchanted these crystals and they are what is keeping the gate functioning. Smash them and perhaps it will collapse. That's important, Malcolm said and looked at Aiden.
If we attack and that portal stays open, the dragon may be able to summon reinforcements through it.
We have to take it out.
I agree, Simon said. If you'd like to volunteer, then you two should target that portal and those crystals first.
Consider it done, Aiden said.
Good.
What else, Ares?
Here, in the center of the plateau, is where the humans are being held. They are so weak and broken that we cannot expect any help from that direction.
However, just behind them we have the dragons. Dragons? Liliana's eyes lit up. What kind? How many?
A mixture of reds and whites. No browns, which is a bit surprising. But together I counted 20, give or take. Here, Ares tapped a spot on the southern part of his map. There are drakes, the primal's personal slaves. They are constantly moving, twisting, clawing at each other, so it is hard to get an exact count, but I'd say at least 24. They cannot fly, as you all know, but their fangs and claws are formidable. Leave the drakes to us, came a voice from outside of the group.
Everyone turned to look and saw Ethos standing a few feet away.
Next to him was the hulking figure of Cassis. My brethren and I will deal with the drakes, he said and looked at the earth elemental. My friend here has promised to keep the dragons grounded. The elves can then turn them into pincushions at their leisure.
He glanced at Ethmera. I assume your arrows are enchanted to penetrate dragon hide?
Of course, she answered.
Good.
I am not going to give any of you orders, the wizard is in charge here. But if we can contain and destroy the drakes, and the elves and earthen can occupy the dragons, then you, he nodded at Simon, can concentrate on the primal white dragon, along with the mages and the paladin. We'll lend a hand once the gate is down, Malcolm added.
With luck, that won't take long.
Simon had begun nodding as Ethos spoke and smiled at the floating figure.
Sound tactics, I'd say. Ares, anything else to report?
No, that is all. I would recommend that one of the earthen retrieve the captives as soon as they can. They will be the most vulnerable once the battle begins.
I will see to that, Cassis rumbled.
I shall transport them to this spot and rejoin the battle at once.
It will only take a few minutes.
Simon looked around the group, catching every set of eyes in turn.
All right then, he said finally. Anyone else have any more thoughts, comments, suggestions? Now is the time to speak up.
A few of them shook their heads, everyone else simply waited silently.
Okay. Let's do this. Chapter 27.
Moving through the ground from the base of the mesa to the top was even more bizarre than using a gate, as far as Simon was concerned. The earth elementals split up the humans and elves into groups of 6 and 7 and then made them all huddle together. We are going to encase each group in a shell of rock, Cassis explained in his slow, heavy voice.
That way you will be able to flow through the earth as we do.
Wizard, he said, looking at Simon.
Where do you want to emerge on the plateau? Ares, is there a clear space up there? Yes. The western edge of the mesa is open.
There is a large area littered with boulders and rocks that is not being used for anything. Some of the boulders are actually quite big. If the earthen brought the groups to the surface behind these, they would hide you from view until you attacked.
Perfect. Can you do that, Cassis? Child's play. Now, brace yourselves. We go. Simon was grouped with the other humans.
The 6 of them huddled together and then watched as a wall of rock rose up from the ground and enclosed them inside a hollow globe.
Well, isn't this cozy? Malcolm commented with a brittle laugh. Bit claustrophobic? Tamara asked out of the darkness. Until this moment, I didn't think so. Now though,
The globe rocked beneath them and everyone grabbed hold of each other and tried to stay on their feet. They could hear the sound of the globe slipping through the earth, a steady rumble like an earthquake that seemed to go on and on. They were jostled from side to side and then Simon felt a swoop in his stomach, like the feeling of going up in a high-speed elevator. He swallowed to try to calm his stomach. He'd never much cared for elevators. The globe stopped moving abruptly and they all staggered again.
Top floor. Women's lingerie, men's briefs, Aiden chimed up and several people laughed nervously.
And then the globe of rock collapsed into pebbles and dust around them and they found themselves standing beneath the cold night sky. A few yards in front of Simon was the edge of the mesa, as abrupt as a knife cut, leading to a 1,000-foot drop. He turned and looked around and saw that they'd been deposited behind one of the massive boulders that Ares had mentioned. It was a dozen feet high and at least as wide and hid the rest of the plateau from view.
Perfect, Tamara whispered. She looked up at the earth elemental watching them balefully. Well done. The large figure nodded once and then sank back into the earth. Not big on chit-chat, are they? Malcolm observed quietly.
Neither am I, Tamara said dismissively and walked away to stand next to her brother. Malcolm rolled his eyes at Simon, who smiled and shrugged, and then the big man and Aiden crept up to the boulder and began to sidle around it to get a better view.
Simon looked at Liliana, who motioned toward the men. He nodded and the two of them followed the warriors carefully.
When they could get a clear look at the rest of the plateau, everyone crouched down and examined the tableau before them.
It was appalling.
The mesa was lit up by orbs of magic light that bobbed and weaved in the stiff winds blowing across the flat ground. Simon recognized the same sort of light that he himself could summon, and his heart skipped a beat. There was no question about it, the primal white dragon could cast spells. In front of them, directly to the east of their position, were two groups of dragons.
Ares had been right.
The wizard counted 10 reds and 10 whites. They were clearly segregated. The white dragons were huddled together in one group and the red dragons in another. Occasionally one member of a group would hiss and snap its head at the other group, and that group would reciprocate.
Big, aren't they?
Aiden murmured as he looked at the 50-foot length of the dragons.
But they don't much care for each other, do they? Malcolm whispered.
No, they certainly don't, Simon agreed.
Par for the course for dragons, I think.
He nodded at a spot beyond the dragons to the left, near the far edge of the plateau. The gate, he said unnecessarily.
Gee, ya think? Aiden muttered jokingly. The portal was the brightest thing on the mesa. 20 feet around, it throbbed and pulsed like a living thing.
A low hum could be felt through the ground under their feet and made the hair on Simon's arms stand up, like static electricity.
Look, the crystals, Liliana whispered.
She was crouched just in front of the three men, looking around intently.
On each side of the portal was a crystal as tall as a man.
This was the source of the bright light. Both crystals were almost blindingly white, and streams of magical energy connected them to the pulsing gate. A scrabbling sound behind them made everyone turn to see Tamara and Sebastian creeping up behind them. The woman took Simon by the arm and leaned in to speak as quietly as possible. Wizard, the primal dragon isn't the source of the nullifying magic up here, she stated urgently.
It's that gate. What? How do you know? He asked in confusion. I can feel it. Can't you?
The gate, or most likely those crystals, is draining the magic from me.
Stay still and just allow yourself to feel for a moment.
While everyone watched, Simon looked at Tamara dubiously, shrugged and closed his eyes. He could always feel his power, filling his body like a jar is filled with water. He knew when it was low, the times he had overexerted himself and cast too many spells. But the last few days of rest had allowed him to become re-energized. He crouched unmoving and just listened to his body. He felt a pulling? A drawing sensation. It was like some sort of vacuum or an invisible black hole, hungrily trying to suck all of the magic into itself. And it was coming from the portal.
He opened his eyes and nodded at the mage. You're right. It's draining me.
And not just me, but everything and everyone who has an ounce of magic in their system.
Exactly. The dragons and the elves are probably immune. They don't use magic, they are magic.
But for me, you, my brother and Liliana, we are being stripped of our powers. We have to get that gate down now, before we can think of taking the fight to the primal dragon.
Guys? Aiden interjected. Speaking of which, where exactly is the primal anyway? What? Everyone looked around the plateau.
The view to the gate was clear enough, but the large bodies of the dragons were blocking their line of sight to the eastern part of the mesa, where the primal white had been standing.
Damn it, I can't see past those cursed dragons, Liliana said angrily.
She turned to look at Malcolm.
Give me a boost, would you? I'll have a better view from the top of the boulder.
No problem, but let's move around to the other side, where those dragons can't see us.
Right.
The two of them stayed low and circled back around the boulder while the others kept watch.
How long before the earthen and the air elementals attack?
Tamara asked as she continued to stare at the gate. When I tell them to, Simon said simply.
My little friend here will pass on the message for me. Your little.
A flicker in the air next to Simon's head became opaque, and then they saw Ares sitting on the wizard's shoulder. Aiden stifled a laugh, while Sebastian grinned in approval. Good idea, Tamara said. You don't need to use magic to pass along your message.
Exactly. I made Kronk wait below.
He's not happy about that, but he can't help us with this. On the other hand, my friend here can.
So, how are you doing, Ares? I feel like a parrot, that's how I'm doing, the elemental said crossly.
And no, I don't want a cracker, thanks. Even Tamara clapped a hand to her mouth to muffle her laughter at Ares' comment, and Simon smiled at him.
Cute. Now stop making us laugh or we'll end up as Dragon Chow. That comment killed everyone's mood and the elemental nodded. Simon! Liliana hissed down at him. He looked up and saw her lying on the edge of the boulder, looking across the plateau. What is it? Can you see the primal? He whispered. No. The bloody thing is gone.
A stunned silence followed the paladin's words.
What are you talking about? Tamara said angrily. It can't be gone. I'm telling you that monster is not there.
The only thing on that side of the mesa is its servant, the one that Ares mentioned.
And that's it. Come back down and join us, Simon said quietly, and he watched as Liliana slowly backed out of sight. How can it be gone? Aiden asked faintly. Where would it go? And why?
They waited until Malcolm and Liliana rejoined the group and then they huddled together.
I don't get it, Sebastian said. That thing has been here for weeks or months working its foul alchemy and suddenly it decides to leave. Why? If I might make a suggestion? Perhaps it sensed your imminent attack?
They all looked at Ares.
But how? Liliana asked. We saw no dragons when we assembled below.
And those ones there seem to have no idea that we are present.
Exactly, Simon said.
Ares, I know that dragons can sense magic, but we haven't cast any spells up here. And down on the plains below, I summon the elementals by name, not with a spell.
Besides, at that distance, I doubt that a dragon could feel any magic anyway. I agree, my dear wizard. Any normal dragon. But this is a primal we're talking about. Its powers are much more powerful than those of a lesser dragon. He hesitated. And you did use magic below. You gated all of us to that location. Oh. Oh crap. So you think that monster sensed that? Possibly. It doesn't really matter though, does it? For whatever reason, the primal white is gone.
Maybe it retreated through the gate, Tamara mused.
It could crawl through that portal if it had to, I'm sure. Simon sat down and rested against the boulder. The others did the same. Liliana was on his left and Aiden sat down with a creak of metal on his right. So now what? He asked.
We stick to the plan, Tamara whispered forcefully. We save the captives, break those eggs, destroy the gate and kill the dragons.
That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Yes, but we're also here to kill that primal dragon.
Liliana said, glaring at the mage. If it gets away, what's to stop it from starting the whole thing all over again somewhere else? Tamara glared right back. So what would you prefer? That we retreat, leave those poor souls to their fate? Let the dragons go free?
Liliana slumped a bit, took off her glove and rubbed her eyes.
No, of course not. You're right. We have to at least clean up this mess. Taking away those eggs will be a heavy blow in and of itself. And killing the dragons will certainly be satisfying. Now that's what I like to hear, the mage said with a smile. She clapped a hand on the paladin's armored shoulder and gave her a shake.
Listen, I'd rather kill the damned primal too, but if that's not an option, we take what we can get.
Agreed. Simon? You still with us? Malcolm asked as he watched the wizard closely. What's wrong? This, he said. This whole thing. Something's off here. I can feel it. Off or not, unless we attack soon, we're going to be discovered, Aiden told him. Okay, you're right. Let's do what we can now and worry about the primal later. He looked at Ares. Tell our friends to attack, now.
I'm on it, Ares said with some relief and zipped off toward the edge of the mesa, fading as he went.
Okay, guys, he said to Malcolm and Aiden. The mages and I need that gate down as quickly as possible. While it exists, all we can do is stand here and be cheerleaders for the rest of you. So make that your priority. But that sounds lovely, Sir Wizard, Malcolm told him with a mischievous grin. I'm sure you'd look lovely in a skirt, waving pom-poms. Simon snorted. I don't have the legs for it. Since the primal has scurried off, I'll give you gentlemen a hand, Liliana said to the warriors. The more the merrier, Aiden said, smiling. Let's crawl along the edge of the mesa. We'll get as close as we can before the elementals attack. Good thinking.
Wish us luck, Malcolm said, and the three of them faded into the shadows as they moved back around the boulder.
Simon was looking around, trying to spot Ethmera among the groups of archers that were huddled behind other boulders to his left and right. Unfortunately, the magical orbs of light were concentrated closer to where the primal had been standing originally and he couldn't make out anyone's features. Those orbs, he mused. What was it about those orbs?
Something teased at the back of his mind, but it wasn't getting through.
He dismissed it as nothing. If it was important, it would come to him eventually.
He slipped his staff off of his back and gripped it with both hands. Then he looked up to see the two mages watching him.
What is it? Nothing, Tamara said.
It's just that both of us would love to be able to augment our powers by channeling them through a staff.
Unfortunately, it's apparently against the rules. Yeah, it is handy, I'll give you that.
Why mages aren't able to use them is beyond me.
Oh well, we do okay without them, Sebastian said to his sister, who shrugged irritably. By the way, can you both cast a shield spell? Simon asked them.
Of course.
Why do you ask?
It's just that I don't know that much about mages. I mean, for whatever reason, I specialize in elemental magic.
Do either of you have a specialty? Tamara grinned, her irritation forgotten.
Not like yours, but we both have favorite spells that we cast better than others.
Mine is Magic Missile. Really? Cool. And yours?
He looked at Sebastian, who also smiled widely.
Lightning.
I love that spell. And I've loved it even more since you told me about the death of the primal black dragon.
As far as I know, none of the other dragons have a lightning attack. True enough.
Tamara began to add something, but Simon held up a hand. He cocked his head to one side and then took off a glove and put his hand flat on the icy cold ground.
Do you feel that?
He whispered. The mages both put a bare hand on the solid rock beneath them.
After a few seconds, they looked at Simon.
Yes. I think your earth elementals are about to bust in through the back door, Sebastian said eagerly.
About bloody time, Tamara added.
It will give Malcolm and the others their chance to smash those crystals. The three of them stood up and stayed close to the boulder so that the dragons wouldn't spot them. Simon put his glove back on, tightened his grip on his staff, and then, they waited.
And waited some more.
After what seemed an eternity, Tamara looked at Simon, her eyes flashing in the reflected light of the distant gate.
What are they waiting for? A bloody invitation.
At that moment, the ground beneath them convulsed and all three were knocked off their feet. A tremendous burst of sound rolled across the mesa and Simon saw the ground under the dragons bulge as if from an underground explosion.
The dragons roared and screeched, wings flapping as they tried to get airborne.
But as the three magic users watched, the rock under the creatures flowed up like liquid and encased their feet and legs, becoming solid again in an instant.
Holy crap, Tamara muttered.
In mindless rage, the red dragons exhaled blasts of searing fire at the ground, melting the rock around them. But as soon as the ground softened, it would instantly cool and harden again. The white dragons froze the ground with belches of intense cold and broke the rock, pulling their feet out.
But the rock immediately flowed again and they were caught once more. They're trapped, Sebastian said gleefully.
Archers. Simon turned toward the sound of Ethmera's voice. He still couldn't see her, but he watched to see what would happen.
Ready. Fire a volley, now.
From several different directions, those watching saw 50 arrows streak across the purple sky, lit up like fireworks from the light of the magical orbs and the glaring crystals. They fell like rain amongst the dragons and the beasts' roars turned to squeals of anguish. A second volley was in the air before the first had found its targets.
And almost every arrow found its mark, the dragons' heads.
My God, Tamara said in a hushed voice. They're aiming for the eyes.
The most vulnerable spot on a dragon,
Simon said grimly.
And behind the eyes is the brain. Those monsters are already dead, they just don't know it yet.
A high-pitched hissing to the right of the trapped dragons drew their attention. The drakes, that had been blocked from Simon's view by the scattered boulders, were racing to the dragon's defense. The wizard watched them follow the trajectory of the arrows back to their source and then turned to charge at the elves. For a moment, his heart was in his mouth. The massive drakes would tear the elves apart. But a blast of wind coming from nowhere struck the drakes and Simon watched, stunned, as the monsters flew through the air, like horrific scattered leaves and landed in heaps at the far end of the plateau. The drakes weren't done though. They staggered to their feet, hissing in rage and again raced toward the still shooting elves. Once again, a screaming explosion of wind lifted them all off their scaled feet, but this time, as they spun in the air, they hung suspended, beginning to spin end over end until they were swirling around each other in an invisible vortex.
The air elementals? Sebastian asked in amazement.
I assume so, Simon said as he stared at the almost humorous sight of the spinning tornado of drakes. Although I'm not sure what they expect to accomplish with this.
Make them dizzy?
His question was answered a moment later. The drakes were abruptly hurled straight up into the dark sky, so far that they faded from sight. What the hell? Tamara muttered as she looked up. Far above the plateau, there was a flash, like distant lightning against the glittering stars, and then the drakes, 24 or more, shot straight down at tremendous speed and slammed into the ground.
In the sudden silence that followed, Simon and the mages stared at the flattened, obviously dead bodies of the drakes. They exchanged stunned glances and Tamara shook her head.
"Remind me never to anger an air elemental," she said to her brother, who nodded numbly.
"No kidding."
Several of the dragons were still writhing in agony, but the others were dead, their gaping jaws and blood-soaked tongues evidence of their final, agonizing moments of life. The elves stopped firing and cautiously came out from behind the boulders and approached the bodies, checking to make sure that the monsters were all dead. On the far side of the hulking remains of the dragons, the dragonoid servant of the primal dragon was also dead, riddled with arrows and looking like some grotesque porcupine.
"Simon? Guys? Come over here."
The wizard and the mages looked across the plateau and saw Malcolm waving at them. He was standing next to the gate. They picked their way over the smaller rocks and debris and then hurried to join him and the others, giving the dead dragons a wide berth. When they reached the portal, the 6 of them stood side by side, staring at it.
"Now, I know you need this thing destroyed," the big man said. "But I'm just not sure how to do it."
"Smash the crystals," Tamara said with a shrug.
"Quickest way, isn't it?" "Probably," Aiden said. He was standing next to the crystal on the right. It was eye-searingly bright and as tall as he was. "The question is, will it explode and kill me if I do that?" "Oh right," the mage said, looking a bit embarrassed.
"Now don't get me wrong," Aiden continued with a smile. "I don't mind taking one for the team, but," he glanced around the mesa, "since the danger seems to have passed, maybe there's a less, fatal solution here?"
"Stand back.
We will take care of it," a deep voice rumbled from behind them.
Cassius walked up with one of his fellow elementals. "You are correct. The power enclosed within these crystals is unstable, violent. Smashing them would result in your death. We have a better solution." "You do?" Simon asked. "Then by all means, go ahead."
"Thank you, wizard," Cassius growled. He nodded at his fellow earthen and each one approached a crystal. With one single, coordinated movement, they wrapped their thick arms around a crystal, pulled it out of the hole it had been resting in and began to walk away.
"Hey, where are they going?" Tamara exclaimed.
She sounded a little suspicious.
"Patience, Lady Mage," Simon told her. "If I trust anyone in this world outside of my friends, it is the Earth Elementals. Watch and see what happens." She gave him a look, shrugged and waited with the rest of them. The 2 elementals walked slowly to the edge of the plateau.
They raised the huge crystals over their heads at the same time and simply flung them into space. They turned back and Cassius looked at Simon.
"Problem solved," he said simply, and then both he and his fellow elemental sank into the ground and disappeared. "Good grief," Malcolm exclaimed. He and the others ran to the rim of the mesa and looked down.
The 2 crystals were still falling, spinning end over end and growing smaller in the distance.
They looked like 2 shiny Christmas bulbs as they fell.
When they finally hit the ground, there were a pair of tremendous explosions and the mesa actually trembled for a few seconds.
And then they were gone.
"Efficient," Liliana said with approval.
"Always," Simon agreed. "Now I'm a bit disappointed," Malcolm said, pretending to pout. "I didn't get a chance to hit anything."
"Well, you and Aiden could always go over there and smash those dragon eggs."
"Not exactly glorious combat, is it?"
the big man said to his partner.
"Yeah, but it has to be done." "Okay, fine. Let's go and make a few omelets."
The pair headed off toward the row upon row of dragon eggs buried in the snow, while Simon and the others hurried back to check on the captives.
Ethmera and some of her archers were kneeling down, administering aid to the humans.
They were a pitiable-looking group. All were underdressed and Simon was sure that they were suffering from both malnutrition and frostbite.
"How are they doing?" he asked the elf when they got closer. "Not good, my friend. We must get them out of this cold immediately and get them medical attention.
Several of them may not last much longer."
"We can do that," Simon said quickly.
He turned to look at the mages.
"You remember what my friend Clara looks like?" "The cleric?" "Yes, of course," Tamara said. "Why?"
"I was wondering if you and Sebastian could get these poor people to Notting Hill."
"Clara said she'd be standing by in case anyone needed healing." "Well, these people certainly qualify." He looked over to where the 2 warriors were smashing the dragon eggs. They looked like they were almost finished. "Malcolm and Aiden can give you a hand. They live there, after all." "But what about you?" Sebastian asked. "Aren't you going to join us?" "When I'm done here."
I have a few things I want to talk to the elementals about and I want to poke around a bit and then I'll be alone, but. He looked around for a small, floating figure but couldn't find him.
Ares, I need you, he said, and the little elemental popped up a few feet away. Yes, oh great and mysterious one? The elemental said with an exaggerated bow. Sebastian snickered and even Tamara managed a little smile. Stop that, Simon said absently. Could you find Cassis for me please? I assume the elves are going to want to be transported back to the bottom of the mesa?
Ethmera looked up from where she was kneeling by a young girl and smiled a thank you. Oh, and ask Ethos to join me at his leisure too.
I want to talk to him about something.
The air elemental looked at him with a puzzled expression and Simon gave him an intense look and nodded once.
Ah, of course.
It shouldn't take long, Ares said more respectfully and vanished.
Sebastian trotted over to the warriors.
A few minutes later the three of them returned.
Malcolm looked pleased with himself. Over 200 eggs, destroyed. So that's a couple hundred of those bastards who will never live to harm anyone. Excellent, Simon said.
He had removed his jacket and put it around a young boy who looked to be no more than 12. He was shaking like a leaf and was so skinny the wizard thought that he could almost see through him.
Are we safe now, sir?
The youngster asked weakly, stuttering with cold. You're safe, Simon told him gently as he tightened the jacket around the frail body. We're getting you out of here, to somewhere that's warm, far away from this horrible place. The boy began to weep and Simon stroked his head.
Easy, easy. Hang on just a little longer, okay?
Okay, the boy said in the merest of whispers.
Good man. Simon stood up and looked around at all of his friends and allies. Time to go, folks.
The drakes and dragons are dead. The eggs are destroyed and that contraption, he nodded at the empty space where the gate had been, has been neutralized.
I wanted to thank you all for your help. I think that we've dealt the enemy a serious blow today.
I agree, Ethmera said, gazing warmly at all of them. My people are happy to have helped and will be pleased to offer our services again in the future. The ground shook to a ponderous tread and Simon watched as Cassis and his earthen approached.
The elves need transportation?
He asked in his gravelly voice. If you wouldn't mind, Simon told him. Just to the base of the mesa.
We do not mind. Thanks. After that, you and your people are free to go.
You have our gratitude for what you did today. It was our pleasure, wizard.
We will await your call in the future.
He turned his blazing red eyes to look at Ethmera.
Are you ready, Lady Elf?
We are. She gave Simon a brief hug, waved to the others and then the humans watched as the elves were encased in globes of rock and disappeared into the ground. You know, I'll never get used to that, Malcolm said tightly.
Claustrophobic, Aiden said wisely to Liliana.
His partner glared at him and he just grinned back.
Are you all set to go? Simon asked Tamara and Sebastian. We are. Aiden, you're with my brother. Malcolm, with me please.
They had divided the captives into 2 groups of 6 each and made sure that each was touching the other. Simon watched as the siblings both chanted the gate spell.
Malcolm, one hand on my shoulder, the other on that boy's. Aiden, the same with Sebastian.
When they were ready, Tamara nodded at the wizard.
We'll see you back in Notting Hill, she said, giving him a warm smile for the first time.
You bet.
See you soon.
And then there was a brief flash of light and Simon was staring at an empty space.
It is good that they're out of this place, Liliana said.
She was standing behind him, staring at the crater in the ground where the primal white dragon used to sit.
It is, yes.
The wizard leaned on his staff, shivering a bit in the cold wind. He had let the young boy keep his jacket and the chill was starting to seep in. He watched with detached interest as the orbs of light, dozens of them, bobbed and shivered in the breeze.
Funny how magic works, he thought. So now what? The paladin asked. If you stay here much longer, you are going to catch your death. Quite possibly, Simon agreed. So, you didn't know any of the captives? With a dejected sigh, Liliana shook her head. No. I assume my people were used to create new monsters. Oh my friend. That the primal white dragon got away is such a travesty of justice. That monster must not be allowed to live. Simon nodded and stared at the lights again. So, you want justice? Or revenge? Both? Either? Call it what you will, but wiping that creature off the face of the earth would be doing all of humanity a favor. I agree. I'm glad to know that you're still resolved though. I may need that. Really? Why? The paladin was frowning at Simon's almost detached expression. What is wrong with you, my friend? You know, magic's a funny thing, he said as he watched a glowing orb float by in the breeze. Is it? Liliana asked, sounding puzzled. It is. For instance, did you know that I can cast orbs of light just like these ones? I suspect Tamara and her brother can too.
They seem to be a standard magical light source.
I see. And is that a funny thing? In a way. Simon looked around the mesa.
The dragons were beginning to freeze into grotesque shapes, and the bodies of the drakes reminded him of misshapen bags of garbage for some reason.
Ethos hasn't returned yet. Ah well, I guess he'll turn up sooner or later. He looked straight at Liliana and his dreamy expression was replaced with one of cold anger.
The paladin actually took a step back at the sudden change. She began to speak, but Simon made a motion to stop her. Yes, magic is funny sometimes, he said again as he stared at the crater in the ground.
Did you know that, when I leave a room and move some distance away, my magical orbs of light vanish? Isn't that peculiar? It's like they need my presence to keep functioning. Take that away and they die. Strange, huh?
Liliana was still frowning, but then she looked from Simon to the nearest orb of light and back again. Her face blanched and she slowly reached over her shoulder and drew her two-handed sword from its sheath.
You're quite right, my friend. It is peculiar. Yeah, I thought you'd agree.
Simon rattled off a string of words so fast that the paladin couldn't understand any of them. He motioned for her to move next to him with one hand, while holding his staff upright with the other.
Shield! He barked. Just in time.
The bottom of the crater split open and fell away, and a massive head, scaled and fanged like a dragon's but with human features, appeared from underground, eyes blazing. With a shrug of huge shoulders, the rock around it collapsed and the primal white dragon leapt out of the earth and stood straddling the hole.
The mesa shook with its coming.
It looked down from its great height, misshapen wings unfurling, and began to laugh.
Ah, little wizard, it said with obvious delight. I have you now. Chapter 28. Simon thought he knew what the primal dragon looked like after its transformation, having seen it through Ares' eyes.
The reality was so much worse. As tall as a 4-story building, the creature had morphed into a nightmare. Although he despised them for what they had done to the earth and his people, the wizard acknowledged that dragons had a certain kind of majesty. They were like icons from old fairy tales with their horned brows and magnificent wings. They soared through the air as if they were born to rule the skies. In short, their forms were exactly what they needed to be. The primal white dragon had mutated into something grotesque. It stood on 2 legs like a man, but one foot was a twisted ruin and so it stood tilted to one side. The weathered iron breastplate it wore was rusted and slashed in places. It fit poorly and hampered the creature's movements. The face was split in a wide grin, but half of the fangs had rotted away and brown ichor dribbled from the corners of its twisted mouth. However, the wings were the worst. On a dragon, they stretched out like glorious sails, twice the width of the body, looking like pictures Simon had seen in old fantasy books. But the wings jutting from the shoulder blades of the primal dragon were stunted remnants of their former glory, so small and fragile that it was obvious that the creature would never fly again. It made a mockery of the glory that it must have once had. As the primal stood awkwardly, looking down at the wizard and the paladin, a waft of air from it made them both gag.
Liliana clapped a hand over her mouth and looked a little green.
It was the smell. The monster smelled like an open wound that had begun to rot, a sweet-sour stench that reminded Simon of overripe tomatoes mixed with vinegar. He swallowed several times to keep from vomiting. So this is the famous wizard that my people have been so worried about, the primal rumbled as it stared at them. It raised a clawed hand and scratched its armored chest.
This insect. I must admit that I am disappointed.
The pair stepped back a few paces so they could see that hideous face more clearly.
Sorry to disappoint, Simon shouted up at it. You aren't exactly what I was expecting either, you know.
The primal stretched out its arms and looked down at its twisted body. They could see several running sores in its armpits.
Liliana leaned closer to the wizard. What's wrong with it? She whispered. It's like it's rotting or something.
No idea, he murmured. Maybe whatever the magic did to it went bad somehow.
Yes, I am different now, am I not? It boomed out, sounding almost pensive.
But oh, I am so much stronger now than I was in my old form.
I can use magic now, just like you puny humans. It threw back its head and roared with laughter. Do you not see, little wizard, what the Dark Ones have done for me? This gift?
I still have all of my strengths, but now I have yours as well.
Here, allow me to show you.
The primal raised a hand straight up over its head. Simon heard it chant something that he didn't recognize, and then the monster flung down its arm and pointed a finger straight at him.
Without hesitation, he grabbed Liliana's arm and pulled her. Come on. He turned and ran toward the large boulders on the western side of the mesa. Above him, a crackle of electricity made his body tingle, and then a bolt of lightning slammed into the ground just outside of his shield, sending both of the humans tumbling end over end. Simon pushed himself groggily to his feet and turned to look up at the primal. Liliana pushed herself up and stood next to him. The shield was holding, for now. You see? The beast said, sounding delighted with itself. I can summon lightning now, just like you. And fireballs. And many other things. I can even create a stable portal, which even you cannot do, insect. Sounds like it's got confidence issues, the paladin muttered. Yeah. Weird, isn't it? Something that old and that powerful is trying to prove it's better than me. Why does it even care? The primal took one enormous step forward, shaking the ground beneath it, and looked around at the bodies of the dragons and drakes. I see you and your puny forces have defeated some of my followers. No matter. I am about to do the same to you. What are you talking about? Simon yelled. It shrugged its heavy shoulders. The tunneling worms that call themselves dwarves. Their capital city is about to fall. You may have destroyed a handful of dragons here today, but there are hundreds of my altered servants who are even now attacking the dwarves in a relentless horde. When some of mine fall, they are simply replaced, but there are no replacements for the fallen worms. They are doomed. Now, does your victory here today still taste as sweet? Its yellow eyes blazed and its broken-toothed grin widened. I don't think you'll be getting any more replacements, monster, Simon shouted, his voice thick with anger. He pointed at the mass of broken eggs. Your eggs are destroyed. Now when a white dragon falls, another will not hatch. Whatever happens to me, your kind is finished. The primal turned to look across the plateau and saw the mess that Malcolm and Aiden had left in their wake. Hundreds of shattered eggshells littered the ground and were being scattered by the wind. What have you done? It growled. The useless limp wings on its back fluttered and flapped, as if trying to lift the creature off the ground. It spun around and raised its arms over its head. What have you done? It bellowed and the huge arms swung down, its hands balled into massive fists. Liliana leaped in one direction and Simon jumped in another. The primal's fist slammed into the ground and actually lifted the wizard off of his feet. He managed to roll as he landed and then skittered to the left and ducked down behind a boulder. He hoped that the paladin was able to find cover as well. There was a long moment of silence and then the primal began speaking as if talking to itself. But what does it matter? I have plenty of servants left. Yes, like me. Stronger, more clever. And once this wizard is no more, there will no longer be a threat. I will not need to replace any more dragons. Yes, of course. Doesn't matter. Simon listened to the primal's internal debate and something began to dawn on him. The dragon was insane. Whatever magic had twisted it, changed it into the misshapen beast it had become, must have also altered its brain. The thought was frightening. It meant that the dragon was now totally unpredictable. He couldn't trick it the way he'd tricked the other primals. He had no way to know how it would react. I'm flying blind, he thought. So what do I do now? Come out, little wizard. There is nowhere to run, the primal rumbled mockingly. Face me, magic user to magic user, and at least die like a man and not like a worm. Simon didn't answer. He was thinking fast. His shield would fall in a moment and he'd have to recast it. Would the primal sense that? Probably. Maybe he could divert it somehow. Oh, so the little paladin chooses to face me instead, the dragon said, sounding delighted. I see now which of you is more brave. Simone gasped. Liliana. No. You killed my people, monster, he heard her shout somewhere to his right. The wizard crept around the boulder and peeked out to see what was going on. The paladin was standing on the far side of the primal, her sword held firmly in both hands. There was a shimmer in the air around her and Simon wondered if it had something to do with her powers. He knew very little about the holy warriors. The hulking primal had turned and was watching her, its hands on its hips. Its back was facing Simon. You turned them into atrocities against nature. And for that, you are going to pay. Against nature? The primal rubbed its jaw reflectively. Nature is what I will it to be, human. You should be thanking me. I took your little friends and made them part of something greater. Why, they couldn't be happier now. Imagine, part human and part dragon. A rebirth. I would like to offer you the same gift, but I am afraid that you would be too hard to tame, would you not? Simon watched Liliana's face darken and felt his stomach twist. It's baiting you, he thought frantically. Don't let it. Enough talk. She shouted. The world will be a cleaner place once you are dead. Said the ant to the mountain. The primal laughed. Come then. I will allow you the first blow. Liliana dropped her head and her hands twisted on her sword hilt. And then to Simon's amazement, her sword began to glow a brilliant silver. A low chime, like a church bell, echoed across the plateau and the paladin bent her knees and glared up at the primal's horrible, grinning face. For my people. She screamed and leaped forward. Simon could barely see her move, she was that fast. Like a streak of light, she shot toward the primal and then jumped at the last moment. Her sword slashed, once, twice, and then she had passed the monster and stopped, her sword resting point first on the ground. She fell to one knee, unmoving, and the wizard looked back at the primal to gauge its reaction. Well, that was very pretty, it said with amusement. However, I do not think you accomplished much. It began to turn and then a leg buckled beneath it and it fell to one knee, in almost the same pose as Liliana after her attack. The primal bellowed in pain and Simon saw buckets of green blood running from its slashed leg. The paladin had hamstrung it. Ear-shattering screams of rage replaced the dragon's mocking laughter and it tried to push itself to its feet. As it began to rise, still roaring with anger and pain, Liliana turned and leaped toward it again. The primal reacted faster than Simon believed a being that large could. It swung its massive hand and swatted her away like a man would a fly. From where he was crouched, the wizard heard the thud of the blow and winced. Liliana flew back and hit the ground hard, rolling at least 20 feet before she ended up sprawled on her face, motionless. Simon looked from his friend's body to the dragon and back again. The primal was still struggling to stand and seemed to be ignoring his victim, so the wizard took a chance and renewed his shield spell. Then he raced across the broken ground until he reached Liliana, keeping one eye on the monster as he went. He gently rolled the paladin over onto her back and hissed as he saw her face. She was scraped and bruised. One eye was already swelling and a trickle of blood ran out of her nose. He felt frantically under her jaw for a pulse and finally found one. Her heart was beating too fast, but at least she was alive. Liliana? Can you hear me? He whispered, forgetting about the monster that was still growling and cursing behind him. He shook her lightly, afraid to do more in case she had broken bones or internal injuries. There was no response. I have to get her to Clara as soon as I can, he thought desperately. I should have sent her away with the others and faced this nightmare on my own, as always. He gently pushed a strand of hair off of the paladin's face. Don't worry, he whispered. You'll be okay, I promise. Suddenly his shield collapsed in a shower of sparks and Simon was lifted off of his feet high into the air. His arms were pinned to his sides and his staff fell to the ground far below. The dragon had simply reached down with one horny, scaled hand and picked him up. His hair whipped across his eyes as he was turned and found himself only a few yards from the primal's hideous face. The creature was scowling with pain but managed a twisted smile. Never turn your back on an enemy in battle, little wizard. Don't you know that? Its breath was foul and stinking and Simon turned his face away, trying to breathe. Ah, what is it, insect? Not pretty enough for you, dot. It laughed and then the enormous yellow eyes narrowed. The vertical slits in the center widened as it turned him this way and that, examining him closely. Strange, it mused to itself. You do not look any different than any of the other humans I have seen. How could such a puny specimen of a weak species like yours defeat not one but two primal dragons? It is a mystery. Maybe I know a secret, monster, Simon said loudly, trying to sound braver than he felt. A secret? What secret is this, little wizard? Simon just returned its gaze as steadily as he could. Oh come now, the primal said in a jocular tone. We both know how this is going to end, do we not? You never stood a chance against me. But you are brave. You and your paladin friend. Very brave. I admire that. So let us make a bargain, shall we? You tell me the secret of how an insect like you destroyed two primal dragons and I will make your end quick and painless. And hers as well. Now how's that for a fair trade, And if I don't tell you? Simon groaned as the fingers around his body tightened. He actually heard his ribs creak and for a moment he couldn't breathe. Then he gasped as the pressure was released. Well, if you don't, the primal said in a mockingly sad voice, then I shall have no choice but to make you suffer. I will pull off your limbs one by one, the way a man would pull the wings off of a fly. If you do not die at once, well then I think you will eventually tell me what I want to know. Either way, I win, so why choose the hard path? Simon was thinking frantically.
There was no secret, of course, and if the Primal's mind hadn't been twisted by its transformation, it probably would have seen the ruse for what it was, the wizard playing for time. But he knew that his time was almost up. A breath of wind blew past his ear and a whisper of a voice, barely audible, said now.
Okay then. I guess since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well tell you. Who's it going to hurt, right? Exactly.
The Primal said with a broad smile.
What difference will it make in the grand scheme of things, The dragons will wipe out your species anyway and you won't be there to try and save them.
May as well save yourself some pain.
Yes. Fair point. Let's see now. It has to do with a name. Simon frowned as if thinking deeply. A name? What sort of name? A magical word perhaps?
The Primal pulled him closer eagerly and the wizard found himself only a few feet away from its gaping maw.
Yeah, a magical word. That's it.
And the word is?
He smiled at the enormous face staring at him. Incendus. He cried. What? What kind of a word is that? The Primal asked blankly.
A burst of red light straight over their heads made both Simon and the Primal look up. A streak of fire shot out of the sky and down toward them. At the last moment, it spun at right angles, turned and slammed into the injured leg of the dragon. The Primal bellowed and fell back, flinging Simon high into the air. He began to fall toward the plateau below. Oh, this is going to hurt, he thought grimly, and then he found himself floating, skipping across the sky like a leaf in the wind.
I've got you, Sir Wizard, came a familiar voice. Ethos? Of course. Sorry for the delay. Are you all right? For now. Liliana is injured though.
Simon reached the ground and was deposited gently onto his feet. The air elemental appeared, a misty man shape that glowed in the darkness.
Not to worry. Cassis has transported her to safety below.
Another bellow from the Primal made Simon spin around. The monster's knee was shattered. The wizard could see bone peeking out of the smoking flesh where the fire elemental had slammed into it.
And yet the creature was once again getting to its feet. You tricked me, wizard.
It shrieked as its blazing eyes spotted him.
What can I say? Simon yelled up at it. It's what I do. Now you die.
The wizard chanted quickly and threw up his shield just as the Primal pointed a clawed finger at him. A bolt of lightning smashed into the shield, driving Simon to his knees, but the barrier held.
Hold strong, wizard, Ethos said. I go to direct my forces. Good luck. The elemental disappeared just as the Primal pulled back its head.
Simon heard it drawing in a great breath. Crap, it's going to hit me with a blast of frost, he said to himself and began to run for the shelter of the nearest boulder. A sudden gasp from the creature made him stop and look over his shoulder. And then he grinned. The rocky ground beneath the feet of the Primal was climbing up its legs like a living thing, holding it fast.
The monster roared and began battering at the rock with its fists.
But as soon as it shattered one layer, a new one would form.
And then things began to happen quickly.
To Simon's right, a stream of incandescent missiles shot from the ground and slammed into the Primal's left arm. It roared and twisted to face the new threat just as jagged bolts of lightning hit the creature's right arm. The wizard squinted into the darkness, which was rapidly getting thicker as the air was filled with smoke and dust.
More magic missiles hit the Primal and Simon could finally see their source. It was Tamara.
Her hands were raised and the brilliant bolts of energy shot from her palms. Her expression was dreadful, a mixture of pain and pleasure, and the wizard shivered a bit when he saw it. More lightning splashed against the dragon and Simon could see that Sebastian was casting on the far side of the beast.
Unlike his sister, the flashes from his spells showed him looking calm, almost reflective as he attacked. What an odd pair they are, Simon thought fleetingly. Streams of blood were coursing down the Primal's arms and legs now, but it didn't seem to be weakening it significantly. They needed more firepower. At that moment, a burst of flame appeared several feet away and hovered over the ground, raising steam from the frozen rock. Thank you for coming, Incendus, Simon said to the living fire. A pleasure. Now, meaning no disrespect, but it might be a good time to summon my brethren to join in the fight. Oh right. I'd almost forgotten about them. Focus, wizard. We are in the midst of a battle here and our victory is hardly assured. Got it, got it. Simon fished a sheet of paper from inside his robe and squinted, trying to read. Could you brighten up a little bit? It's a bit hard to read here. The fire elemental's flame turned from a deep red to a bright yellow, and Simon felt a wave of heat wash over him. Ah, thanks so much. My pleasure, Incendus replied dryly. I do not believe that I've ever been used as a light source before. Yeah, sorry about that. Here we go.
Simon stared up at the primal and marked the position in his mind where he wanted the elementals to appear. Then he read out each name quickly and clearly and slipped the paper back inside his robe.
Thank you, wizard. I go to join the fight.
The flame disappeared with a loud thump and Simon stood alone, blinking into the darkness. He had focused on the head of the primal as the target for the fire elementals. He hoped that a concentrated attack on its head would bring the monster down more quickly.
Unfortunately, he was mistaken.
The streaks of fire rained down on the monster in rapid succession. For all of its size and its many wounds, the primal was much quicker than Simon gave it credit for. As the elementals shot down at it, the dragon twisted and turned, ducked and weaved and was only struck twice, each blow slamming its head to one side or the other, but doing little damage to its scale hide. Fireproof, Simon thought as he kicked himself mentally. He should have had the elementals attack the creature's open wounds instead. Nevertheless, the fire elementals streaked around the primal, smashing into it again and again. They were doing some damage, but it was taking too long.
And the monster was fighting back.
As he watched, the primal whipped its arm around and backhanded a fire elemental that was shooting toward its chest. The elemental disappeared in a shower of sparks and embers and Simon heard a single shriek of despair.
The primal had destroyed it.
Appalled, the wizard saw the dragon shatter several other elementals as they attacked. He turned to look at Tamara and felt a wave of fear as he saw her strained expression. Her missiles were taking longer to cast and weren't doing as much damage. Simon looked to her brother and saw him cast another lightning bolt and then stagger back and fall to his knees in exhaustion.
My God, he thought. The damned primal could actually win just by waiting them out.
He stiffened his resolve.
Well, let's see what kind of damage I can do.
He scurried around for a few minutes, frantically looking for his staff. Finally, with some relief, he found it half buried under some rubble. He moved back to a safe distance and looked up at the primal. The dragon was still fighting, bellowing in rage, but then, as Simon watched, it stopped and looked down at the forces arrayed against it.
And strangely, it smiled. Enough of these games. It boomed. I grow weary of this amusement.
It chanted some strange words in an unknown tongue and pointed toward the gap where the portal had once stood.
Oh crap, Simon thought. It's casting a gate spell.
A round pulsing field of energy appeared, cracking with power. It looked delicate and translucent and faded in and out of sight.
But it was enough.
A figure leapt out of the gate. 12 feet tall, with broad wings and carrying a wickedly sharp sword.
It was a dragonoid.
Behind it appeared another, and then another. I've got to close that portal, Simon thought desperately. He looked up at the primal and saw that it was still pointing at the gate and muttering to itself.
It's holding the portal open, he thought. How can I break the spell?
He scanned through the spells he had locked in his memory and then smiled.
Yes, that might work.
The incantation came easily to mind, and as he chanted, Simon pointed his staff directly at the primal's face. And then he unleashed the spell. Blizzard! He yelled and felt the power running from his chest, down his arm and into the staff. An almost invisible dart of light shot from the end of the staff upward toward the primal and vanished. For an anxious moment, Simon wasn't sure that the spell had worked. And then a swirling fog enveloped the primal's head, thickening to a roaring vortex of intense cold. The primal shrieked and grabbed at its face with both hands. At the same time, the portal collapsed just as a dragonoid was coming through. It sliced the monster in half. Simon tore his gaze away from the primal dragon and looked around. He felt a moment of panic as he counted a dozen dragonoids, all armed with massive spears and swords, moving forward as a group. Their nearest target was Sebastian.
Bastion!
He heard Tamara scream.
Run!
The young man took one look over his shoulder, struggled to his feet and staggered into an exhausted lope, heading toward his sister. The dragonoids all laughed and shook their weapons.
They were obviously in no hurry and moved forward with frightening deliberation.
They were perhaps 100 feet away from Simon and he began to retreat toward the opposite end of the mesa. A quick glance up at the primal showed him that the spell was fading but that the monster was still holding its face in its hands. He ignored it for the moment and watched the advancing dragonoids. The ground between Simon and the dozen mutated dragons suddenly bulged upward, as if it had turned to rubber. The dragonoids all stopped and stared at it in confusion.
More bulges appeared and then all shattered at once into dust.
Archers!
Fire a volley! It was Ethmera's voice.
The hum of 50 enchanted arrows filled the air and Simon watched as they rained down onto the dragonoids. As one, the creatures roared in confused rage. Several dropped at once, the arrows shearing through their skulls and into their brains. The rest, those who could still move, drew their wings up behind them and began to trot forward as quickly as they could. "Fire at will!" Ethmera shouted, and the air became thick with missiles.
The monsters never even got close to the elves.
As the last one fell, Simon rushed forward until he spotted the elvish maiden.
"You came back,"
he said gratefully. "Gather your arrows," she said to the archers.
"This battle isn't over yet."
She turned to Simon and grinned impishly. "Don't be silly, Sir Wizard.
We never left.
Ares told me that you were staying behind, just in case the primal was still in the area.
So I had my people wait down below, on the off chance that you were right."
She looked up at the primal in distaste.
"Obviously you were. How goes the battle?"
"I'm not sure.
We can wound the thing, but we can't seem to deliver a killing blow. How the hell do you bring down something that tough?"
She looked at the creature with narrowed eyes.
"I don't know," she finally admitted.
"Its hide is too thick to penetrate, and unless we can wound it on the inside, we may end up having to withdraw and fight another day. Leaving it alive to continue creating its twisted mutations," Simon said bitterly.
"I'm afraid so."
The archers had gathered up all of their spent arrows and now stood quietly, awaiting orders.
"But we aren't done yet," Ethmera said and patted his arm. "Let's see how much damage we can do before we admit defeat, shall we?"
She turned to her people.
"Follow me.
We are going to give that abomination a taste of elvish steel." She smiled at Simon and then trotted away with her people following in ordered ranks. The wizard watched them move across the plateau, but his mind was focused on something the elf had just said.
"Unless we can wound it on the inside," Simon said under his breath. "On the inside."
He looked up and saw that the primal had recovered from his spell. It was still being struck randomly by the fire elementals, but except for flinching, it was paying little attention to them. Instead, it was staring straight down at him. Simon had never seen such malevolence in the eyes of any creature before. The primal glanced at the slaughtered dragonoids, at the smashed eggs and twisted corpses of its lesser dragons, and then back at him. "You have much to answer for, insect," it growled at him, its yellow eyes burning with fury.
A fire elemental shot toward it and it smashed it from the air without even looking away from Simon.
Its legs were still encased in solid rock, but it ignored that too, as well as its seeping wounds.
"When this is over, and I am free once more, I am coming for you.
There is no place in this world that I cannot find you. And once I do, and you are destroyed, I will personally hunt down every friend, every ally, every person that you have ever known, and destroy them as well. That is the consequence of what you have done here today. I hope you are proud of yourself, little wizard.
You have doomed everyone and everything that you hold dear."
Simon could feel his knees shaking, and it was almost impossible for him to tear his eyes away from that dreadful gaze. "I have to do something," he thought frantically. "Here.
Now. Tonight."
He had no doubt that the primal would do exactly as it said it would do.
With its gate spell, it could travel anywhere, attack anyone.
"This ends now," he said to himself. And that phrase bubbled up in his mind again.
"Wound it on the inside." "Oh, Simon, you are truly crazy."
He walked toward the primal, stepping over small stones and around larger rocks.
He kept his eyes firmly fixed on its vicious yellow orbs as he went. Vaguely he could hear someone yelling at him. Maybe it was Tamara, or Ethmera. Possibly one of the elementals. He didn't know.
He only knew that this had to end, tonight, or they would all die and it would be his fault. When he was within a few dozen yards of the primal, he muttered a quick incantation and held it firmly in his mind. Then he forced a smirk onto his face and cocked his head as he watched the creature above him.
"You know, you've got a big mouth," he yelled up at it.
I don't remember the other primals being so full of hot air.
They had dignity. They had majesty. They didn't threaten or boast.
In fact, the primal green told me that its victory over me would be a proud moment. It said that consuming me, absorbing my magic into itself, would be its highest achievement.
The black said much the same thing. Imagine that. And here you are, bleeding and whining.
Threatening to tear me apart, kill my friends, blah blah blah. He shrugged, feeling a cold sweat running down his spine.
I guess that's the difference between them and you.
They were true leaders of dragons.
You? You're just some dark god's bitch. What?
The primal dragon screeched. It ripped its legs from the solid stone around them and took a single huge step forward. And bending down, it grabbed Simon in its massive hand again and raised him high above the ground. There were distant screams and winds began shrieking and swirling around the monster, but it ignored them. Simon heard the ping of arrows bouncing off of dragon hide, but the primal ignored those too. It was focused solely on him.
So, I have you again, worm. You think you can insult me? Belittle me?
I have more power in one hand than my siblings had in their entire bodies. No wonder they wanted to absorb your power.
They were weak. But I am strong. With your magic added to my own, I will be able to challenge the primal red itself. And once I do, I shall rule this world, as is my right. The primal was panting in its fury, but then a look of anticipation came over its twisted face and it smiled evilly at Simon. Thank you for giving me the idea to consume your power, insect. And just to make your slow end even more agonizing, when I am done with you, I shall still destroy all that you ever loved. Consider it a repayment for all the pain you've caused me. Now, prepare to become one with a god. The hideous maw of the primal gaped open, wider and wider. And then Simon was pulled back and tossed directly down the throat of the dragon. Chapter 29.
As Simon was propelled into the putrid, suffocating throat of the dragon, he gasped out the word of command.
Invectus.
Immediately he felt his skin harden and tighten, as it turned into a metallic substance as thick and dense as steel. He had enough breath to chant one more spell as he fell, and then he was sliding down the dragon's gullet, slime and sticky fluid covering him like a second skin. Shield. He wheezed and the air became breathable again. The flesh around him convulsed as the primal swallowed, and he was pushed downward until he landed with a muted splash into what he had to assume was the dragon's stomach. He staggered upright in the pitch blackness and chanted again. Light, he said, and a magical orb of white light appeared and floated up to hover over his head. He looked around and almost wished he was standing in darkness again. The stomach was the size of a small room. The walls pulsated and throbbed constantly and were dripping with a putrid green goo that stunk. But it was the stomach acid that Simon was standing in up to his knees that was worse. There were bits and pieces of semi-digested food floated in it. Most was unrecognizable, but he saw what looked like an arm and part of a foot. He somehow managed to keep from throwing up, but it was a near thing. Determinedly he kept his eyes away from the liquid and tried to think. What spell did he know that could do enough damage to the inside of a dragon to kill it? The blizzard spell would hurt it, no question, but would it be enough? Fireball? No, probably not. It wasn't hot enough. All those spells would probably do would be to make the primal vomit, and Simon would be right back to where he started, only slimier. He heard a soft hissing sound and looked down to see that the stomach acid was starting to eat through his steelskin spell. Oh crap. He didn't have much time. While he was thinking, and melting, he looked up at the tube above him. He could vaguely see several small openings just outside of the stomach itself. I wonder if that's where its fire and ice breath come from, he thought vaguely. A burning sensation below his knees snapped him back to reality. Think, Simon, think. What spell could do enough damage? He grinned as a crazy idea popped into his mind. Oh, they're not going to like it, but desperate times and all that. He stepped back to the nearest undulating wall of the stomach and stared at the center of the acidic pool. Ethos, I need you, he said firmly. There was a momentary pause and then the misty, man-shape of the air elemental appeared, hovering above the foul liquid. What the, wizard? Is that you? You've alive. So far. Let's see how long that lasts. Simon gestured at the grim scene around them. Welcome to my nightmare, he said with a weak grin. Ethos spun slowly in place. Are we actually inside the dragon? Yes, we are. Is it all that you hoped it would be? You're mad, the elemental said flatly. I am pleased to see that you still live, but what are you doing? Killing the bastard, hopefully. Listen, I'm starting to get digested here, so I don't have a lot of time. I need you to do enough damage to this monster to kill it from the inside. Really? An interesting idea, but I doubt that my winds can harm such a powerful creature. Ah, but you won't be alone. Hang on a second. Simon looked at the center of the stomach again. Incendus, I need you, he said, feeling a bit more nervous this time. A burst of fire ignited in the middle of the air above the acid pool and a living flame grew there, its crackling energy echoing around the small space. Well, the wizard lives. Simon watched as the flame swirled, apparently looking around, although it was difficult to really tell. He noted with interest that Ethos hovered close to the fire elemental and showed no averse reaction to his heat. So, we're in the belly of the beast, I take it? We are. I'm glad you aren't upset. I was worried you might be a little angry. I am inside a dragon, wizard. Of course I'm angry. I'm also intrigued. You are planning something, yes? Yes. Look, we aren't getting anywhere attacking this monster from the outside. What we need to do is kill it from in here. So tell me, Incendus, could you generate enough heat to do a fatal amount of damage to our host here? The fire elemental flew close to the wall of the stomach, then rose up to examine the tube leading upward. He returned to his original position and his flames died down a bit.
No. No, I do not think so. Oh, I could damage it, doubtless. But kill it outright? No. So now what, wizard? Ethos asked him. You can't stay here much longer. Your magical skin is dissolving. I know. Look, I have an idea. I figured that neither of you could do enough damage to kill this thing, separately. But what if you work together? Together? Incendus sounded intrigued and Ethos lifted one misty eyebrow. How? A firestorm, Simon said simply.
Incendus, you hover in the center of the stomach, where you are now, and generate the most intense heat that you can.
Ethos, you create a vortex around him.
The high winds will fan the flames and you can increase the amount of heat and damage the fire does by an incredible amount.
It may be enough to literally fry this thing from the inside out. Interesting, Ethos said.
He looked at Incendus.
What do you think?
I think our young wizard is wiser than he looks.
Thanks. I think. So, do you want to try it? It is your choice to make. And if we say no? Ethos asked, watching Simon closely.
The wizard shrugged. Then I stay here and do as much damage as I can until I either run out of energy, the dragon expels me or the acid gets me. It may not stop the monster, but it might wound it badly enough for our people to retreat and live to fight another day.
Ah, I see.
Well, I for one would like to say that I had a hand in bringing down a primal dragon.
Ethos looked at the flames. What about you? I love a challenge. Of course I will do it.
If nothing else, it will make a good story to tell the lesser elementals when I return home.
That's fantastic.
Thanks, guys, Simon said gratefully.
Thank us when this monstrosity is dead.
Now, I think you'd better leave, wizard, Ethos said and nodded at Simon's legs.
You are about to take significant damage. I'm going.
He chanted the gate spell and then paused.
Good luck to you. Here's hoping it works. Agreed, Incendus said. Now go, quickly.
Simon pictured the mesa and the boulder that he had hidden behind earlier and invoked the spell. It was probably the fastest gate he had ever used.
1 second he was inside the dragon and the next he was standing on the flat ground of the plateau.
His steelskin spell shattered as he appeared, thankfully splattering the goo he'd been covered with onto the ground. He cancelled his shield and then crept around the boulder to see what was happening. The primal dragon was once more encased in rock from its knees down, but it didn't seem to care.
It was actually laughing with horrid glee. Why do you continue to fight? It roared at the elves who were shooting wave after wave of arrows at it.
Simon saw a dozen bright missiles slam into the monster as well as a streak of lightning and knew that the mages were still in the battle.
Your champion is gone. Your cause is lost.
Soon, I will have his power added to my own and then, I will be truly unstoppable.
The wizard snuck from one boulder to the next, keeping out of sight. He didn't want the dragon to realize that something was wrong.
He finally reached a position close to where Tamara and Sebastian were standing. Both of the siblings looked drained and were barely able to stand.
But they kept on attacking. It was heartbreaking.
Tamara, you have to stop, Sebastian told his sister as she fell to her knees. She had launched more missiles but then had collapsed with a weary cry.
You're going to kill yourself. We've done all that we could. Have we?
She asked as he pulled her to her feet.
That thing ate Simon. He gave his life to try to save the world. Can we do any less? I know, but...
Simon stepped out of the shadows and walked toward them, moving slowly so that he didn't catch the primal's attention.
Yeah, he said quietly. About that.
Tamara gave out a little shriek and turned so quickly that her brother had to grab her arm to keep her from falling again.
Simon? You're alive?
She gaped at him in disbelief and he shrugged ruefully.
So far I am. But the night's not over yet, so you never know. Sebastian stepped forward and grabbed his hand. How? How did you do it? And why?
Simon glanced up at the dragon and then motioned for them to move back out of sight. It was something Ethmera said to me earlier.
Basically, we can't beat this thing from the outside. It has to be attacked internally.
But you're here, Tamara said in confusion.
So you're saying it didn't work? No, I'm saying it may be about to. Sebastian, could you go to the elves, find Ethmera and tell her to pull her people back? They're wasting arrows and I don't want any of them getting hurt.
If she asks why, just tell her that I sent you.
Yeah. Sure, of course. I'll go right now. Watch yourself, Tamara called after him. She looked at Simon. So now what? Now we wait. It shouldn't be too long, one way or another.
They stood shoulder to shoulder in the shadows and watched.
A few moments later, they saw the elves pulling back en masse and moving to the edge of the plateau.
The primal laughed mockingly.
So, you listened to my advice. Good. Now scurry home, little rats. When next we meet, you won't have a hole left to hide in.
I'm getting really sick of listening to that thing talk, the mage said with disgust.
Really loves the sound of its own voice, doesn't it? Simon commented. Maybe the transformation involved merging itself with a politician?
She giggled and poked him sharply with an elbow.
A distant rumble shook the ground slightly and the primal looked around with a frown. What is this? More attackers? Haven't you had enough?
Another rumble followed and Simon saw the breastplate on the dragon suddenly move upwards and then back again.
What?
The dragon looked down at itself and this time its entire torso seemed to inflate and press against its armor. It growled and slammed a hand against its chest.
Is that you, little wizard? What are you doing in there? Just die already and give me your power.
There was a long pause and then the white scaly skin of the primal began to glow. The luminescence began in its chest and then moved down to its belly and out to its limbs. The white scales began to sizzle and darken to an ominous red color. In minutes, the primal dragon was a bright yellowish red in color. Steam rose from its skin and it began bellowing, first in anger and then in fear.
What are you doing? You cannot hope to defeat me. I am the strongest. I am the fiercest.
Simon stepped out of the shadows and moved forward. He summoned a light globe and it rose to dance above his head. The primal turned its head and looked down at him. It was now glowing so brightly that the plateau shone as if from the rising sun.
You are alive. What have you done to me? Me? Simon yelled up at it. Nothing. You did this to yourself. If you hadn't sacrificed our people, you might have lived for years.
So if you're looking for someone to blame, blame yourself.
Oh, and say hello to the black and green primals when you see them again. In hell. Why you? The primal dragon ripped its feet loose and stepped toward Simon.
It raised its arms to smash him to a pulp and then stood there, eyes wide, frozen in place. It made a small sound of surprise and then the immense form glowed as brightly as the sun, and exploded.
Everybody down!
Simon shouted as he threw himself flat behind the closest lump of rock. The shock wave from the explosion sent dust and rocks flying everywhere. Simon was struck painfully several times and he kept his hands covering his head until the danger had passed.
Finally the last of the shaking subsided and the winds died down.
The wizard looked around cautiously and then slowly got to his feet. A stab of pain from his lower back, and one from his thigh had him limping as he tried to see if everyone was all right.
Tamara? Sebastian? Are you guys okay?
The dust began to settle and Simon saw the mages helping each other up, coughing and brushing the dirt off of their coats.
We're okay, Simon, Tamara answered weakly. You? Better than I expected, to be honest. I half thought I'd be digested by now.
The three of them turned and walked toward the body of the primal dragon. The smell of burnt flesh and bone was revolting and Tamara pulled out a handkerchief and held it over her mouth.
Simon stopped several yards away and just looked at what was left of the dragon.
Behind him, he heard the light footsteps of the elves and the heavy tread of an earth elemental. Ethmara appeared on his left and smiled at him. I was so happy when the mage told me you were alive, she said warmly.
Thanks. I'm glad it worked. Did you lose anyone? Thankfully, no. A few broken limbs, some cuts and bruises, but nothing more.
Our healers will repair the damage in no time.
What about you and the mages? We're good. Bumps and bruises, but that's all.
He nodded at the shattered body of the primal. Its white flesh was torn open in a dozen places and its yellow eyes glared sightlessly at the purple sky. This was a close one, he said somberly, and she nodded.
It was that. Ethmara looked slowly along the length of the dragon, her brow furrowed. What? What are you thinking? Simon asked quietly.
I'm thinking that if the primal white dragon was this powerful, how much stronger are the brown and red?
And what about their queen? I know, he said as Tamara and Sebastian moved forward and stood next to them.
I don't know how we're going to defeat dragons that are even stronger than this bastard was. You'll think of something, Sir Wizard, Sebastian said with a lopsided grin.
After all, you always have, not. Yeah? I think my bag of tricks is pretty much empty at this point.
He leaned over to shake the dust out of his hair and then whipped it back out of his face. Your hair has more white in it after this battle, my friend, Ethmora told him with a teasing smile.
I kind of like it, Tamara said. It's sort of cutting edge. Yeah, that's me. An icon of fashion.
They all laughed and then caught their breaths as a flame appeared on their left and a second shape made of mist appeared beside it.
That was well done, guys, Simon said heartily to the elementals.
Wait a second here, Tamara said.
You mean these two are responsible for killing that monster? Credit where credit is due, Simon said with a nod. They combined their powers and took it out from the inside. Ethos bowed slightly while Incendus just burned a little brighter. That amazing. Sebastian said. Great job. Ethmora and Tamara added their congratulations and Ethos looked very pleased.
We appreciate the accolades, but thank the wizard. It was his idea to combine our strengths. It has never been done before and we certainly would never have thought of it.
Ethos speaks the truth, Incendus added in his crackling voice. The wizard has earned your gratitude. And ours. Call on us again if you need us, Sir Wizard. We are now your allies. As am I and mine, the air elemental said firmly. If you require our aid, simply call us by name. Thank you both for that. And for what you did. Hopefully though we'll get a long respite before we have to tackle the next primal dragon. The elementals said farewell and then both faded and were gone. You've earned the respect of the elementals, Simon, Ethmora said. Not an easy thing to do. Well, it's good to know that we have allies in our fight. We're going to need them. He stretched painfully and looked around. But not tonight. Are you heading back now? He asked the elf. Ethmora nodded and looked toward her archers. Next to them, several earth elementals waited quietly. Yes.
The earthen have agreed to take us down to the plane before they return to their own realms.
She took Simon's hand and squeezed it gently. Take care. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon.
Under better circumstances, he added with a smile.
She laughed lightly, shook hands with Tamara and Sebastian and went back to her people. So what about you two? Simon asked. Can you make it home all right or do you need a lift?
Oh no, we're fine, Tamara answered for them both.
I'm a bit knackered, to be honest, Sebastian is going to gate us back to London. I feel like I could sleep for a week. You've earned it. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming back tonight. You obviously guessed that the primal hadn't actually left the area. Good call.
And your willingness to join in the battle was, well, awesome.
Hey, did you hear that, Bastion?
Tamara said, winking at the wizard.
We're awesome. Well, I know I am. Can't really speak for you, big sister.
Watch it, kid, she growled and punched him on the shoulder. Her brother just snickered.
Tamara extended a hand to Simon, who shook it firmly. If you need us, you know where we are, right? She asked. I do. Simon shook Sebastian's hand as well and thanked them both again. He watched as they clasped hands and then their gate pulled them into the void.
You can come out now, Simon said as he rolled his eyes. The mesa was empty, except for the enormous carcass of the primal, parts of it still smoldering, and Simon felt exhaustion start to creep up on him.
How did you know I was here? Where else would you be, Ares? He asked as he turned and saw the little guy floating toward him.
You're much too curious to have waited down below with Kronk where it was safe.
You have an odd definition of safe, my dear wizard.
Why, a white dragon could have swooped down on us at any time. Besides, the paladin was in good hands. The elvish maiden left one of her people to care for the woman until the battle was over.
How is she? Simon asked anxiously. Resting comfortably and very cranky that she couldn't rejoin the battle.
Hard to do with broken ribs, is what I told her.
She has broken ribs? Ouch.
Had broken ribs.
She's almost completely healed now and waiting for you to transport her home.
Amazing the way her powers work.
Well, we're done here, I suppose.
And the end of the primal means the end to all of the lesser white dragons. Plus, the water elementals will have been drawn back to their own realm with the death of the primal dragon.
I wonder if it affected the battle at the dwarven capital. We'll have to find out.
But not tonight, my dear wizard.
You look done in.
Worry about that after you take the paladin home and then head home yourself for some food and sleep. Tomorrow, as they say, is another day.
You're starting to sound like Kronk, you know that. One worrywart is all I can handle, thanks.
Bah, I wasn't worried, Ares said as Simon began to chant the incantation for the gate spell.
Well, except for when I thought you'd been eaten. And then it was only because I knew Kronk would blame the whole thing on me when I told him. Thanks so much. It always makes me feel so warm and fuzzy when you share your true feelings. They exchanged a long look and then both Wizard and Elemental burst out laughing. Okay then, Simon said. Grab hold. We'll head down and pick up Liliana and Kronk and then head for home. It's been a very long day. Afterward. Massive wings stirred up dust and crusty snow as the dragon landed on the flat mesa. It was almost a third as long as the plateau itself, and every step shook the ground as it moved its immense bulk. On either side of it, two lesser dragons landed more gracefully and hung back, allowing their leader to move forward alone. The dragon approached the remains of the primal white dragon. Weeks had passed since it had been killed and its carcass was covered with thin snow and patches of ice. The dragon glared down at the remains and then lifted its heavy head, yellow eyes blazing, and scanned the rest of the area. It saw the frozen bodies of red and white dragons, drakes, and the mutated dragonoids. As its eyes fell on these, it snorted with clear disgust. So the reports were true, it rumbled, its thick bass voice making the frigid air tremble. Yes, Great One of the escorts said respectfully. No sign of any white dragons for weeks. No communication between our people and them. The dragon stomped forward several more paces and lowered its head to sniff at something on the ground. It was a broken arrow, tipped with shining steel that seemed to glow in the cloudy light of the overcast sky. The dragon sniffed again and then reared back, roaring a challenge. Its escorts unfurled their wings and rushed forward, seeking an enemy that wasn't there. What is it, Master? One of them asked timidly as their leader stared at the ground, its neck arched and its eyes bulging. Elves. I smell elves here. It is they who attacked my sibling. But Master, we have reports that humans are responsible for. The huge head, as large as the lesser dragon itself, swung around and slammed into the speaker, sending it rolling, its wings flailing around it. Humans? Humans are but rats waiting for their final extermination. They are only surpassed in stupidity by the lowly dwarves. No, the only race that has the prowess and weapons to launch an attack on a primal dragon are the elves. Oh, perhaps they had a few humans along, as servants, but they are responsible for this, The lesser dragon righted itself and slunk back to huddle near its leader. The massive head turned to look at it and the dragon shied away. The leader chuckled. There. Forget my anger. You are young, you have never faced elves before. But I have. It was I who led the attacks that drove the cursed elves back into their own realm, never to return. But see? The snake slithers out of its hole, feeling safe and strong once more. Well, we must teach these snakes a lesson and remind them who the true rulers of this world really are. What will you do, Master? The second dragon asked. I will do what should have been done those thousands of years ago. I will pursue the elves into their own realm and wipe them out at the source. It looked down at the shattered body of the primal white dragon. They have dared to kill a primal. They must also be responsible for the deaths of my other two siblings. Well, now they shall see what true power is. The dragon reared back again and belched out a torrent of sticky black liquid across the body of the fallen primal. The carcass collapsed in on itself and began to melt away until there was nothing left but pools of scummy liquid. I shall spread my rot from one end of the elvish lands to the other. And then I shall finally exterminate the last of the humans. The dragon spread its enormous rust-colored wings to the wind and, with a mighty leap, took to the air. The two lesser brown dragons exchanged a look of evil glee and followed their master into the sky. This, one hissed at the other as they struggled to catch up with their leader, is going to be fun. The end. Links. Here are links to the first 3 books in my series, The Titan's Legacy, The Return of the Titans, The Battle for Sanctuary, The Hunt for Hyperion. Here are links to the first 2 books in my series, The Angelic Wars, Confronting the Fallen, The Rise of the Fallen. Here are links to the first 2 books in my series, Tales from the New Earth, The Dragon's Return, The Dragon's Revenge. Connect with me online. My blog. My Twitter. If you'd like news of future releases, please sign up to my mailing list, JJ's mailing list. And finally, if you'd like to drop me a note, I answer all of my mail, honest, here's my address. JJ's email. Thanks so much for reading.